Yeah, no one knows anything. You can't know the Earth is flat. Well,
it puts you in a more
child, dude.
It puts you in a more reasonable position than making claims upon something you don't know the full context of.
You want to know what the reasonable position is? The Earth looks flat because it is flat. That's the most reasonable position.
Right, based off perception. I get that.
No shit. How else do you experience the world? Do fucking telekinesis?
Perception is different through each person, which perception does not mean or necessitate.
Yeah, but there are universals.
Universal patterns that are recognized, but those also can be flawed.
Okay, so what? It doesn't have to be perfect. No one went outside and said, dude, fucking looks very globular today.
Right. And I've argued with you guys this before, too. You guys don't even know the full depth of the ocean. That's an important factor.
Yeah, we don't. Because we're not making a claim about that. We're only making a claim about one aspect of the surface.
Yeah, but water conforming
to claiming to know all the other stuff that you want to know.
Water conforming
not knowing the answers to your questions does not invalidate the methodology and the results that we get from measuring the surface of the Earth.
No, I'm just saying.
Wait, why haven't you guys published your results like in a
Hold
paper?
on, I want to attack this water thing really quick again.
What journal is going to publish that, Mabels?
Okay, then just publish it online.
What journal is going to? It is published online. Do you want it?
Okay, where's your paper?
Yeah, I'll post it in the chat.
Because if you're going to use the water because I know you guys use the water a lot to prove the Earth being flat, and if that's the case, then we have to know the full.
That? Why do we do that?
Because it's flat and level in lakes.
No, but why do we use the water?
Because it's level and surface, right? But
no, because most of the surface of the Earth is supposed to be fucking water, dude, and it's supposed to conform the fucking gravity into the shape of a fucking ball.
Right, but if you don't know
right, none of that's important. Oh yeah, right.
Because I'm getting at a greater point.
It's listen, brother. It's integral to the fucking globe claim. Is that the gravity forms a water-covered fucking Earth into a ball. So the water has to be curving. Has to be. It's a necessity. Okay, this is the argument, maybe you're not familiar with it. It's called the necessary condition argument. X is a necessary condition of Y. Okay? Y is globe. X is curvature. Curvature is the necessary condition of globe. So if we can show that the necessary condition doesn't exist, then we eliminate globe.
But I'm not arguing for the globe. I think I've made that clear.
You're arguing for the reality doesn't exist. Yeah, you've made that clear.
Yeah, so so that's why that's that whole last point you just made is irrelevant to me because that's not what I believe. But my point being is with the water, with the ocean, with the water and the ocean, because I'm trying to give you guys different perspectives because I know you hear the globers all the time, but this is different than globers, right? So
we've heard this before too.
Well, I mean, mine's more unique,
dude. Nearly a decade, I've heard it all from you guys.
I'm sure you have, but as I'm saying though, is the water. If we're using water as a metric to determine something, then we have to know the full aspects of water and where it's located. Because that's
why do we need to know it in its entirety?
Because you're using it as a tool to measure.
So
what your claim is.
That's not a reason. You just told me what I'm doing. Why?
Yeah, you have to understand the full properties of the water. Why? You can't understand the full properties.
Same thing twice. Why?
Because you're using it as a tool.
Yeah, you're describing what I'm doing again. Now, why? I'm going to ask you again. You're not telling me why.
Why does using it as a tool disqualify us from being able to use it as a tool?
Yeah.
No, yeah.
We want to know, why can we use it as a tool if we don't know the Earth in its entirety? Why?
I have to draw an analogy, I guess, because I'm sure you guys are getting my point.
We don't need an analogy. We only need this because we're talking about this.
I feel like you're purposely misunderstanding my point.
We have water. It's all connected. We're pretty sure we know from experience that connected water all does the same thing on the surface. So you said we need to know all of its in entirety, and we can't use a smaller sample to infer that the entire surface is doing this one thing in the small place.
Right?
Why? Don't interrupt me, please. Why? Let me finish. Now, please tell us why that is an unjustified inference.
Because if, for example, the water is being propulsed to the surface from something underground, that would change the properties or how water acts in its very nature, and that's the ocean. I'm just giving an example
of acts in its very nature. What does that even mean?
Because so if the water is emerging from somewhere beneath, right, and it's not, and it's being propulsed up, or maybe it could be many ways it's being held down on Earth. How
does that change the surface?
Not in the perception.
So I can fill up a bathtub from the bottom, right? In the surface,
okay, I guess what you're arguing is based on your current perception,
right? But the tub level goes up, but the water on the surface stays flat, right?
I don't know. I guess I'm arguing something that's a little bit next level, so it might be a little.
Posture, like that's gonna work. Like you're gonna trick somebody in this chat. Give me a break, dude.
I'm not trying to use gimmicks. I'm just like, I feel like my point.
I didn't say gimmicks. I didn't even say gimmicks. You did. That's funny. Out yourself.
Well, you're insinuating I'm using like some sort of gimmick, but
no, I said posture. You're posturing. Next level? No, it's basic fucking Billy, bro.
Okay. All right.
Hey guys. This feels a little dishonest.
Oh God, here we go. The concern.
Well, it's just that every time I bring up Cavendish.
Okay, right? Well, get the cookies and milk out. What's wrong, Nables?
Just every time I bring up Cavendish, right?
Do you actually know how it works now?
One of you guys will say,
"Let's observe."
Well, how do you know that generalizes to everywhere on Earth? Such that everywhere.
Well, yeah, that is justified, though. The justified question.
Yeah, but somebody just said, like, literally 5 seconds ago, we can't use a smaller sample of water to generalize how it behaves across the entire planet.
But no. There's a connection between the water. They're literally physically connected. And water intermolecularly is connected by dimers. So they're technically just one fucking giant connected fucking unit of matter through dimers. The electrostatic interactions.
How does that respond to my point?
Because there's no connection between a falling object and Cavendish. None at all.
No, you missed the point, which is that he's arguing you can use a smaller sample of water to generalize, say something true about how water behaves across the planet. But why can't you do the same thing for Cavendish?
I just told you. Because nothing falls in Cavendish. It's not even the same phenomenon.
Okay, so you think science can only deal with cause and effect?
What are you asking me what I think science thinks about? Why are you asking me that?
Because you have an idea of science that
now you're going to tell me what I think. Then that's the next one. Oh, great. Tell me more about
what I think. He jumped from Cavendish pretty quick,
Well, you told me what you think. So now I'm telling you.
I did. No, you told me what I think.
No, you just said a second ago that science deals with cause and effect. Did you not?
No.
No, you didn't.
No. You said you put it onto him.
No, he said.
Not India said it. You said it,
dude. Your script is fucking up, dude. Am I fucking up your script?
Saying Cavendish isn't an experiment because it doesn't have an observed phenomenon that we can
that's not what I said.
Identify a cause and effect.
No, that's not what I said. I said there's no logical connection between the apparatus of Cavendish and a falling object. There's no logical connection between those observations.
No, there is. It's the observed attraction between two massive objects.
That's your claim. Now we want the logic.
Wait, hold on. What do you think logic is?
Not claims.
Wait, are we doing science or are we doing logic?
You're gonna get fucking booted if you don't start being honest, like right now, because I'm already.
Are we doing? You just have to be honest.
Okay, no, you just can go all fucking mute. Fuck yourself. Not even playing, dude. Not in the mood.
He did elucidate my point quite well, though.
What point is that?
That you can't reference smaller bodies of water to.
That wasn't his point.
He did. You can't reference smaller bodies of water.
His point.
Well, I haven't even finished my sentence.
I've talked to him before. I've talked to him about Cavendish before. You don't understand his point.
I don't know. I don't understand the Cavendish thing, of course, but he was drawing parallels. But before he drew the parallels to Cavendish,
parallel.
I don't understand Cavendish, but the point he made before Cavendish was saying that, yeah, you can't compare smaller bodies of water to the properties of the large body of water of ocean without knowing the full extent.
Yeah, why?
Because you don't know the full extent of the...
but why? That's not a reason.
I'm giving it to, yeah. So, because...
You said you don't know the full extent. Oh, why? So what? Why does that matter? Well, because you don't know the full extent.
The full extent explains how could explain how water truly acts, not what we perceive it to be acting as.
Fuck gibberish, dude! What are you even saying?
Because
the properties of water magically change when we go from a small lake to a large lake.
If the water's beneath the surface is acts in a different way and it's propulsed up, then
we never mentioned beneath the surface.
Oh,
we're talking about the surface properties.
And I'm talking about the water beneath. If it's because we don't know.
Oh, so you're not even talking about the same thing. There's 98% of your problem.
Yeah, I guess we're.
You should track a bit better, mate.
All of us can imagine some scenario where this would not be valid, right? Like if Aquaman fucking used his powers and got all the fucking sea creatures in the world to have a party in the middle of fucking the Atlantic, there'd be a big hump of water because all the fucking sea animals would be there. Yeah, we can all make up some bullshit. Okay? We're in the real world right now. We're trying to deal with what really happens.
Right.
Some fucking hypothetical scenario about unknown fucking water columns squirting fucking water up so that the surface of the ocean bulges. Okay?
Right. Well, perception doesn't necessarily... Perception doesn't necessitate
I'm actually surprised
reality.
that you said the water underneath has any effect on the surface. That's
you have to know what's beneath.
We should probably clip that. That might be the dumbest thing I've heard all week.
All right, so be it. I don't understand what's up with all the aggression and hostility. I mean, I've been pretty mild-mannered, I feel like.
Yeah, so...
oh, no. Time to time police.
No, I'm not but you guys cut me off and you jump on tag team. I mean, that's just not really like a
because you're
here we go. Let me get the violins out.
Fucking shut your hole, admitted you were a glober, and moved on. As soon as you say the fake flat earther, you're a flat earther, and you're a fake as fuck motherfucker, you're gonna get the horns, dude. I'm sorry.
I'm just because flat earth.
Yeah, you're fake as fuck, dude. You're transparent. You're a LARPer. You're full of shit. That's why you're getting an attitude.
So So now you chastised him for saying what you believe. Now you're trying to say what I believe. I think that's a contradiction too.
You said you believe in a flat earth. You did.
A version of it. I said I believe in a version, not aligned with your.
That alone is.
Yeah, what version of it do you believe in?
Mine is the Earth is ever terraforming, and we can't understand the full concept of it.
So how does flat Earth terraform into flat Earth?
Because the perceived reality that we all live amongst, it's going to be flat, but in reality, it's different. If you go beyond the ice wall or beneath the surface, it's much different. That's my point.
Do you believe in the ice wall?
I do believe in the ice wall, but since we don't know what's beyond it, then and also what's beneath the water to the full extent, I don't make a claim about what the Earth and its capabilities are. Unlike these guys.
But where is the ice wall?
Holy fuck, this guy.
Like, do you have pictures and videos of it?
No, let him go, man.
Are you claiming there's an ice wall?
Dude, he's not. He's the other kind of flat earther.
You claiming there's an ice wall? Kind of like.
Well, yeah, there is an ice wall.
You mean like the ones that they talk about in the encyclopedia?
I don't know what you're referencing. I'm talking about the ice wall that Operation High Jump tried to go over. That's the ice wall I'm talking about.
I think it would be the same one.
Okay, so I'm not trying to catch you up. I'm just saying I don't know if you're referencing the same as me. Some people have different interpretations of the ice wall.
Well, I mean, specifically the one in the encyclopedia is read about it.
Well, technically, ice wall could be just any wall of ice in the Arctic. So I'm trying to clarify. I'm talking about the ice wall that you cannot go over, or no one's gone over yet.
Okay, so other than what we've read in a book, what are you asking us? Because I know you don't think we know more than you.
I think you guys have just come set on a position that you're going to fall into the same trap that the Globers fall into of asserting something that you don't fully understand yet.
Oh.
Well, are you a bigot?
You understand.
Are you a bigot?
No, that's why I'm having the conversation. A bigot
okay, good. So you're not a bigot. So tell me where I would go wrong.
Oh, did you join late, or have you been there the whole time?
Yeah, he just got here.
Oh, well, I mean, Indio,
So
if you want to truthfully
nah, you can do it. You can defend yourself, dude. I don't want no part of this shit.
What mistake could I potentially make? What's that?
Okay, I guess to summarize it in the most concise way possible is because we don't know what's beyond the ice wall and we don't know what's beneath the fullest extent of the body of ocean of water to its deepest levels and what's beneath the earth, I don't think we can make any claims about what the surface and how the surface acts on earth truly.
That's non sequitur. The surface of the earth and the edge of a football field, those are two totally different things, right? That's correct. Dumb.
Well, you can also, but you can't. Okay.
So help me out. Where would I make? Okay. Let me out. Where would I make this mistake? Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong.
Now. So water, right? You use water.
Correct me if I'm.
Okay, no. Go ahead.
No. Are you going to be a bigot? You going to tell me what I use?
No, I would never. Go ahead.
Good. Okay, so I use flight, and specifically, I look at the part where they're using trigonometry to land and to take off, where the ground distance is a horizontal distance of, for example, 80 miles. That's all I need. Where would the error come in? I can't say that. I can't say that because ice wall what? I don't get it.
So what if so let's go. Yeah, I'll explain. So if past, let's skip the water for now, but what about if we go past the ice wall, right, which has been undiscovered and not researched yet, and we find that the Earth does curve in certain aspects, but not in the same way a circular Earth would, right? But it has curvature or different, a different ability.
Sounds like you're making the mistake, because you definitely did say going beyond what you said. You can't make any claims about
right
ground, but then you said, well, let's pretend and imagine that it's curved. Well, first of all,
is beyond the ice wall part of the Earth?
What? First of all,
the answer is yes.
You understand that you can consider between waves a curve, because the Earth is not 2D. So let's deal with that first, right? Hills and whatnot, we would call those curves. Now, further to that, though, the Earth being an orientation, so much so that we can literally use it no matter where we are as a horizontal plane of reference, because that's an orientation. I don't understand how talking about ice walls at all would change the fact that we use the entire Earth as the orientation of horizontal.
Okay, when you talk about the Earth being flat, you're talking about the entirety and totality of the Earth being flat, correct?
The horizontalness, yeah, because an orientation can hold on, wait a minute. I don't think you understand what I'm saying, because you just started talking really fast.
You guys do that to me often, so I'm sorry. I picked up bad habits. Go on.
You're right. So have I. Now, horizontal. That's an orientation. So either we have a horizontal orientation as it's defined, or we're going to redefine horizontal orientation to be infinity vectors. So it's either how it's defined or it's something else.
Okay. I think I do understand what you're saying. So let me ask you this, and it's going to be a very quick, succession of questions. First, is what's beyond the ice wall, which we have not discovered, is that part of the Earth?
Why would I be talking about what I don't know. First of all, I don't know about it. I don't know about.
And I'm talking about the totality.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the totality. I'm talking about the 80 miles that I can, you know.
Well, this isn't the 80 miles of Earth channel. This is the flat Earth channel, the entirety.
Yeah, because the Earth's orientation is flat. How do we know? Because you have 80 miles of flatness, which you can't have on a sphere. That's what I'm
already
saying.
Been discovered. I agree with you. I'm asking.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not playing coy. I'm not doing any more than that. That's it. If you want to go out and make claims about the ice wall and how there could potentially be a big ass flat diameter, and then beyond that, perhaps it's curving somehow, you can do that. I don't have to do that because the Earth measures flat. I know how much curvature there should be in 80 miles. There is zero.
So when you say then if I'm understanding your position, I don't want to say your guys because that's not right. But if I'm understanding your position correctly, then is if I'm understanding, you're saying that based on the knowledge we do have of what we've discovered on this Earth is horizontally flat on the axis, right? Then you should. So you don't hold to the belief that the entirety of the Earth is flat. Because that's not the entirety. That's just a portion of it.
Right. All of the navigational surface that we know about isn't the whole Earth. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So maybe it should be 24/7 known flat Earth, not like, it's not.
Isn't that what the globe is? It's the known territory until they just found new islands and shit. Like, what did they not know that the Earth was a globe because they didn't know about other islands and other territories? No, that's ridiculous. So again, the orientation is the same, regardless of how much more or how little we've discovered. I mean, this is really a dumb conversation, actually.
It's dumb for people who can't elevate.
It really is.
I'm sure.
I just thought I'd play with you at this point. I can't squeeze any more blood out of this stone. It's dumb as hell.
No, I get you. It's hard to follow like abstract and different concepts that are not
abstract is not real. I'm talking about measurements. Those aren't
abstract is real.
No, it's literally defined as not real.
All right. So I'm glad we found common ground, though, that you don't know the entirety of Earth. Therefore, I think
What? You don't know this? So how are you going to validate your claims?
Well, yeah, no shit. I'm from Brooklyn. Why the fuck would I claim to have a vast knowledge of the entire Earth? I just know that the 80 miles from JFK in New York to wherever is definitely flat for them to be ascending and descending planes. So seeing is that that's over 2,000 miles of no curvature anywhere, I'm good with that.
Wait, okay, but what if there's hundreds of thousands of more miles beyond? That's my point.
It's the whole process of aviation he's referencing.
You can't make definitive claims. I don't make definitive claims. You guys do. That's the problem.
Bullshit. You've just made one.
It's 80 miles.
Sorry, he's just demonstrated the landing and takeoff procedure using trigonometry from an airport local to him. The same procedure happens at every single fucking airport.
What?
The same procedure, use of trigonometry, is used at every single airport for landing and takeoff of an aircraft. Have you not been following along?
Yeah, I asked a question about how he knows something is 80 miles.
Okay.
Hold on, JJ. We'll get to you in a bit, dude. You're a bit too low IQ for this conversation right now. But for Garana Dick, what kind of surface can you present that's overall curving and then there's flatness there?
I can't, and that's why actually I think my extent of my argument's been, it's been made, and I think I've made my point. It's resonated with some, maybe not with others. That's fine. So maybe someone else could take over. But like I said, I have my beliefs. You guys have yours.
It's like, why does a fly look like it's standing? No.
Hold on, JJ, bro. You're getting roasted in the chat. I would be willing to say that if it was curving here, it's curving everywhere. Yeah, you are. So, but I'd also say that if it's flat here, it's flat everywhere. I don't think I would say that if it's flat damn near everywhere, it's probably curving over there, or vice versa, that if it was curving everywhere, well, no, there's a chance there's flatness over there.
Yeah,
it's either
the
one
same
or the
way
other.
There's a chance we could be curved, because if you look the same, it loops back to the beginning of my argument where I was talking about the planets in the sky, and by the planets and of what we see in the sky that are all circular. It only follows that we could be as well, but you guys don't want to extend.
It only follows we could be.
but you guys denied that, and I denied the same thing.
No, dude. Yeah, I mean, you're right. We might.
You guys denied me the same thing,
dude. Please, I'll entertain it. You said it seems to follow that we could be like those things. Okay, but we'd have to prove whether we are or not, and that would be by measuring the surface, wouldn't it?
No, because earlier in the conversation we were talking about how you can only do that by being you have to be outside of the Earth to measure that truly.
What, measure the surface? We have to be away from the surface.
Right, because it's something.
No, we have to measure across the surface. It's called surveying.
Yeah,
when we measure across the land.
As Indio said, you get 75 maps and 75 different types of maps, or they're not all entirely the same.
What are you talking about maps for?
Jedi is not surveying maps, my friend. He's surveying the land.
Which is what's used to put on the maps, correct?
Right, so all of the map world that you know of is flat. Everything other than the mapped Earth, like probably beyond the ice wall, is not mapped, so I wouldn't know. But for all intents and purposes, all of the map land, that's flat. So again, to your question, we don't know that anything beyond that is curved. Like that's
we don't judge the Earth based on other planets. So why do we do? Why don't we hold the same yardstick to the current plane of what we know of Earth beyond what's past the ice wall? That's the only point I was making.
Right, you keep bringing up this freaking ice wall. Where have you imagined this from?
I haven't imagined it. I studied and have resources.
Have you been there?
No, I've never been there.
Okay, so have you imagined it?
No, I've studied it.
You've studied it, and what have you studied about this ice wall? Please tell us more about it.
He's actually saying that potentially beyond it, it could be curving. So everything up until that point, all he's saying is, how do you know beyond that it's not curving? That's literally his only question. So because we're not going to make a claim.
There already is a superordinate supernatural, right? That itself is not bound by the laws of physics within the natural world. So you've already debunked yourself by saying it must be sourced in the brain. So you at least have a possibility that it's not. So you can't make the affirmative case that it is.
But I don't think I have a burden of proof to claim it isn't, because...
No, you don't have to, dude. Look, listen, bro. Every single person that's sentient knows that a brain is not their sentience. So if you don't know that, then you're not sentient.
That's just circular reasoning. You're saying that you're right, and therefore anyone who disagrees with your position is stupid. Basically, that's your argument.
No, I didn't say they're stupid. I said they're not sentient. Big difference.
Yeah, and it isn't based on anything external except the assumption that you are right.
Why should I base it on anything external? Why should I have the outside world preordinate to the inside world? Isn't it the argument I could be a brain in a vat, the argument that all these nonsensical people appeal to because they don't know about the external world? They only truly know about their internal world, which means the internal world is superordinate to the external world in that philosophy?
I have no idea what you're talking about, even if there was a brain.
I know you don't have an idea of what I'm talking about. That's the problem.
Even if there was a brain in a vat which simulated the entire universe as if that universe was real, then that brain would still be sentient.
Holy crap, dude. You don't understand that is an argument against those people. It's not an argument against my position. My position is you don't need the brain and you don't need the vat. So people that are so low IQ that they think appealing to a brain in a vat somehow tells you about the simulatory nature of the universe is just absurd. Think about it that way, bro. Why do you need a vat and a brain? Why? Why can't you just have a simulation that's entirely in the mind, and the mind doesn't need a brain at all? I'll tell you why. Presuppositional physicalist bias. That's why. It's the only reason. Right. So where's the fish monkey? We're gonna show your friend here.
I think we missed a couple of steps. Again, what you're doing is taking an animal that existed a very long time ago and a modern animal, and you're saying that we would have to see like a single animal that would be a direct combination of those two animals, but this just isn't the case. It's a step-by-step process by which those features of this monkey are gradually evolving. It's not like something has half of this, half of this. Again, like it's like saying that a giraffe is a mammal, right? And this is like saying that
buddy, hold on a second. Hold on. Hey Neil, you're hot micing because you got a crappy Apple phone. Fix it. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so this is like saying that a giraffe is a mammal, and therefore and its ancestor at some point wasn't a mammal. So you would have to see a giraffe that wasn't a mammal, and then a giraffe that is a mammal. But that isn't the case, because the ancestor of giraffes at some point it already evolved to be a mammal, and a giraffe is a later creation. So a giraffe is already a type of mammal. So there was never a giraffe that wasn't a mammal. That trait still evolved. It just evolved before giraffes evolved.
Yeah, that's great, dude. That's great. Notice how you're just kicking the can down the road for the transitional form. You're not denying the fact that there be these transitional forms. Not only should there should be thousands of them.
There are transitional forms. It's just that they look different than what is Strowman.
So there are transitional forms. It's just that they don't look anything like a transitional form. Okay, that's cool.
For instance, based on the giraffe example, in the fossil record, if you go...
Tell us about your examples, dude. You're supposed to be giving raised by goats a singular, actual example, not just you say so.
Okay, so you can see in the fossil record examples of giraffes with shorter necks.
Yep.
And
all right, bro. Cool story. He asked you to give him one. You're just talking with your mouth hole. Actually link him to one that he can research. Otherwise, you're not helping him out.
I already did that with the synapses. I already posted a link to an article about synapses on Wikipedia. But
Wikipedia. Hooray.
But I can do that with...
Do you think if you were doing research in front of your teacher and your teacher asked you for a resource and you gave Wikipedia, that would be sufficient?
Probably not.
Yeah, so, we're not stupid here. We're not dumb flat earthers, right? Like, treat us like we're grown adults who know how to research, and then give us, like, something that's peer-reviewed that we can look into ourselves.
Okay, why not?
Yeah, why not?
If you want to have academic resources, then I can find you something.
Synapse City, a diverse group of tetrapod vertebrates that include all mammals and their extinct relatives. Whoop-de-doo, dude.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, dude, this is like asking someone for like an evidence, and you just say the internet. It's in the internet, bro. Just read it. It's on Wikipedia, bro. Just read it. Pick a single form, okay, that was evidenced by direct excavation from the earth, that was studied, and the results and the conclusions from that study of that singular form. Not some general idea on Wikipedia. Holy crap, dude. Do you not know how to prove your case? And we ought to make a sister channel called 24/7 How to Teach a Glober to Make an Actual Citation or present an actual piece of evidence. That would be a good channel. Oh, and by the way, friend, linking somebody to another source, which is just repeating the claim that you just made, is just two people saying the same claim, not evidencing the claim. That's a big difference. Don't you agree? I mean, listen, Raised by Goats already knows the story, right?
Yep.
He heard the story a million times that sometime in the distant past, things were boning and getting it on and getting freaky in the sheets, and weird things came out later, and those things died, but the ones that survived, they got freaky and got some girlfriends, and they got their girlfriend pregnant, and then the other guy came over and shot him with a shotgun because he didn't want that freakazoid to marry his daughter, and so then the progeny had a hard time struggling through the mud, and then eventually became a fish dog. We all know the story, dude. He didn't ask you for a repetition of the story. He asked you for an evidence. Holy crap.
I think that's a hard thing for a lot of them to understand, though, is that like they don't realize that we were raised on the story. And I think that's why it's important we steel man their arguments. We were raised on that story. We know the story very well. Matter of fact, we know it even better now than we did before, because as we started looking into it, we realized that doesn't work, that doesn't work, that doesn't work. And we start seeing the lie for what it is. Well, whoever's doing the lying is irrelevant. The story itself has no truth in it.
Yeah, so for example, in the future, mankind will actually evolve to be Godzillas. And Godzillas are really tall. And so how you know we're evolving to be Godzillas is that I am taller than my mother. That's how you know. Because you see, my mother was short, and then I'm taller. And then eventually I'll be, my kids way down the line will be 300 meters tall and breathe fire. Cool story, bro.
Well, my family's going to breathe plasma.
Come on, Embo. Don't let them do this to you. Embo, get him. Get him. Embo, come on. Is that a concession, Embo? You concede?
Here we go. No,
you have no evidence? Oh, go ahead.
I have. Here you have a citation. You wanted a peer-reviewed paper. Here's a paper about transitional fossils of terrestrial hoofed mammals, and it includes giraffes.
There you go, guys. Ha!
Here's a citation. What's wrong with it?
Whoa, brother. Citation? Let me see. Let me see if it's a citation. Let's see. Prometheo evolutionary transition to the fossil record, terrestrial hoof mammals. Okay, that's a title. Okay, so let me click what you got here. It's a website.
And the website leads to an article.
Okay, so an article. Okay, so that's a reference, not a citation. In case you didn't know that.
It is a citation. That's what citation means in science.
Okay, so you don't know what a citation is. That's good. So notice here. So you guys ready for this? You guys all ready? So check this out, guys. Right here. Let me click this.
A citation is citing what's the source of your data.
Yeah, cool story, dude. Okay, so did you read this article?
Yeah, I read the fragment about the giraffes.
Oh, you read a fragment, so you have no idea whether this article actually demonstrates your claim or not. So go read. Listen here, Embo, let me help you out. Go read the article, and then from the article, pull a citation, right, that actually backs up what you say, and that can actually be validated in any way, shape, or form. Right? Then bring it back. Then bring it back. Then bring it back. Say, here's the citation from the article. Right? That specific portion of the article that backs my claim. Not just a general title, dude. For example, how do you know, based on what you said, I have no information to know whether or not this article is actually critical or a proponent of the idea that this long-necked animal does anything, based on what you said.
Because I read the article,
no, we know what you did, dude. We know what you did. You Google searched something about the topic. You found something that sounded like it was about it, and then you came in here and posted it without doing any scrutiny or due diligence. That's what happened.
And also, what you want me to do is not a citation, is a quotation. A citation is what I just did.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Cool story.
Hello, everyone. I'm back. I haven't been here in like 2 months. Hello.
Bye-bye. Oh. Hi, welcome back. Glad to have you.
Yeah, hello.
Yo, why everybody's
What are you saying?
You guys talk in the chat. So the person have done yet it's not fair. It's
Moderated nickname. You're roboting, lagging, glitching, all at the same time. Empty bag of fries, you're hot micing.
Apparently they didn't get the hint. What's up, Muhammad?
Is Embo gonna take this chance to run away? Where's Embo?
Is it Muhammad or Muhammad?
Muhammad.
What's up, man? You got your letters a little bit backwards, just so you know.
Yo, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, your mic is clear. Your mic is very clear now.
Okay. If a person has a brain, he'll tell Earth is flat because the main thing is that if you go to the Arctic region, there would be northern lights. It's because of the wind's magnetic pull. Since Earth is a ellipse, we are getting that. So I think that Earth is in flat. So, can you?
Yeah, man. So the Earth is flat because you looked at the sky. Is that your evidence? The Earth is flat because you looked at the sky.
I'm looking at the articles.
Am I roboting?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Do anybody think? Do anybody think Earth is flat here?
So yeah, we know the Earth is flat. We don't think it's flat.
No, the Earth is spherical.
Oh, so you have evidence of the Earth being spherical?
I can't wait.
Hey, is anyone here?
What's up, baby?
If you're listening to the YouTube live stream, we need one bot over there on the politics. All right, I'm out.
Well, according
Thank
to
you.
Nicholas Copernicus' theory on the sun being the center of the universe, it has to prove the model that the heliocentric model that Nicholas made. So that could also in turn prove that the Earth is spherical or an oblate spheroid.
Okay, so you have direct measurements of the curvature? I kind of really didn't hear what you said. Can you repeat what you said again?
I said Nicholas Copernicus, he disproved that the sun is like revolving around Earth and Earth is in the center of the universe, you see.
Earth is planets moving in the sky. That's all we see. We don't see it go around the sun.
Yeah, but they say that they go around the sun at different speeds.
Yeah, I know what they say.
When did you guys decide to be flat earthers? I mean,
What do you mean decide?
like when you go to school and you actually read the textbooks, and then was it then when you thought, oh, well, this?
I mean, I was a globe earther up until like maybe 8 years ago.
Oh.
And yeah, I read all the textbooks. Listen, I know more about the globe Earth model, space, and all that crap than you do. And that's not to like tell my own horn. Almost every flat earther knows the globe. It's not that we don't know it. We do know it, and that's why we don't believe it. You understand? It's not that we're ignorant of it. We do know it very well. And that's why it's unbelievable. Because once you know it in detail, it's stupid. It's just, it doesn't hold any water. You actually look at the actual evidence for it. So in the textbook, right, they tell you, yes, planets this, planets that, sun this, stars that, black holes, blah, blah, blah. But they don't present any evidence for any of that stuff, do they?
Yeah, I never thought about that.
So what first made me inquire into flat Earth was there was a television news, and during the weather, meteorologist showed a photograph one of the viewers had taken across Lake Michigan, 52 miles, capturing the entire Chicago skyline. Right now, if you do the calculation for whether Chicago should be seen from that distance, it should not. Okay, if the Earth is a ball, a 3,959 mile radius, you should not see the Chicago. And his excuse was, oh, this is a mirage. Okay? Knowing what mirages are, I said to myself, why did he just say that? Why did he just say that that was a mirage when clearly it's not a mirage? Which made me investigate further. Okay? And then, investigate further, looked at surveying, all different methods that they use to measure the curvature of the Earth, whether to see if because if the surface of the Earth does not curve, then it can't be a ball, right? And we know from experience, right, that water on its surface lies flat. So the question is, at what point does it start curving? right? How far away is that? And if you look at the map, it's not very far away at all. In fact, in 25, think about this, in 40 kilometers, the surface of the Earth should drop down 127 meters. Right? So if you had a 42-story building 40 kilometers away, you should not be able to see it at all. That's a lot of curb. And in fact, when we go out and do the actual observation, this is not the case. Oh, she left. She bolted.
Couldn't handle it.
I think she wrote down some questions or something. Was reading them off. Yeah, we were in the home server last night. It was pretty dope.
Everybody show up or what?
Yeah, we had a good. It was at least 20, 25. I ran like an AMA event with Dandelion. We actually had a dude come in. He was actually pretty just curious, right? He's like, I'm not really that smart. I don't really know about any of this. And he's like, he's just trying to figure out, like, kind of like what's real, because he's like confused by all the he was kind of youngish, probably in his mid-20s, maybe early 30s, but he's confused by all the like different crap he gets.
What was his perspective, or did he have was he coming from academia?
No. But he seriously, one of the things he mentioned was like he gets a lot of flat Earth stuff in his YouTube feed, because he watches like atheists versus theist debates. And he said, I noticed like there's a lot of crossover. I'm like, yeah, there is a lot of crossover. Professor Dave. So he's aware of like Professor Dave, and his understanding of the topic is very superficial. Not I mean, even probably less than that girl we were just talking to. At least that's what the way he portrayed himself, is that he didn't really know anything. So actually, he was pretty civil, open. He rejected the solipsist worldview, so that's a good start.
That is a good start.
Because that's quite the freaking mess, rabbit hole, whatever you want to call it.
And like Heretic here, he doesn't know if he knows if he's a brain in a jar.
I'm a solipsist now, am I?
Yeah.
All right. Well, then I'll stand on I think, therefore I am. I think is that the position? Is that the solipsistic position?
What up? First round.
Oh no, not one of these guys.
Yeah, I do. One of these
forbid
guys.
I join and speak the topic of the room.
Hey, bro, I think the eyeballs are flat. I think that's the problem. Maybe your eyeballs are flat.
Heretic. Let the 24/7 team handle this guy. All right. So if you have any evidence, go ahead and put it forward.
Do you prefer links or open speeches or
dealer's choice?
Okay. I'm gonna ask the clanker. I chat, because it's to me this is we got bigger things to argue. Which I would bring them up, but every time I bring up bigger things to argue, I get banned from this channel.
Well, maybe because that's not the topic.
I know. Holy fuck, please don't ban me. I submit. I'm asking the clanker what I'm supposed to say. Why is...
The topic. You see the topic, right?
I do. I'm submitting to your policies. Why is the Earth not flat?
No, a globe. You have a comprehension problem, bro? Why is it a globe?
Are you inebriated?
It's flat Earth. I thought that I'm committing against your belief, which is it's flat.
No, you're getting it wrong. You're getting it wrong.
It's 24/7 flat Earth. There's no way. There's a fucking scope.
How do you know
it's flat? I'm in your channel. I'm in your world.
So are you going to concede that you can't provide evidence that the Earth is a globe? We'll tell you how it's flat. Yeah, but we'll tell you how it's flat if you can concede that you don't have any evidence for the Earth being a globe.
Gravity pulls towards the center. I'm only quoting a clanker because, again, I just have nothing better to do than like prove the Earth's round.
You haven't proved it. You're just talking about flat Earth.
Gravity is pulled towards the center.
Okay, say that's your hypothesis that gravity pulls towards the center. Wouldn't you need to go out and measure that to be the case?
Haven't they measured that though? Like, didn't they do like an? Oh, hold on. We're having a civil discussion here.
No, we're not talking to you, man. We don't need five. We don't need five talking heads. We don't need five talking heads. We need the guy whom we're talking to. Yeah.
All right. My fault. My fault for bringing an actual discussion to the table.
No, your fault because we're asking him how he knows what he knows about the Earth being a globe, not you.
Just hold tight. Yeah, hold tight, buddy. Dude, you're interrupting.
Photos from space, I agree. NASA edits the shit, so that's bullshit. I agree with that.
Okay, it doesn't answer my question. That if your hypothesis is gravity forms the Earth into a ball, wouldn't you need to measure that ball to know that that's true?
Right. They've measured it. If the measurements are made, that's a different conversation.
No, it's not a different conversation.
Okay, they've already understood what the Earth's ball is.
Okay, the Earth being a ball is a claim of geometry, right?
Right.
A ball is a shape, right? So don't you need to measure it to be that shape in reality?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Oh, great. Then we're on the same page. Go ahead, Evie.
Yeah, how have they done that?
How have they measured it? I could drop the measurements. If we want to disagree with that, that's fine.
No.
We want the methodology.
What's the method that they did to extract those numbers?
Because they take one end of the Earth, they take the opposite end of the Earth, and fucking divide in between. It's fucking the median.
What?
That could be accurate. I'm drunk as shit. I feel like the median is in between the two ends.
Yeah.
Is that?
You're just assuming that it's. You're assuming that it's something you think it is. How did they measure it?
They took the end of, like, hypothetically, the 2 points I'm about to make are opposite. I'm not saying they are.
Whatever the hell your name is, Panda.
Panda, yeah.
Listen, dude. If you tell a carpenter, I need you to measure this. What do you think he's gonna do?
He's gonna take one end and go to the other end.
I know, but what is he gonna use to measure?
A ruler? Fucking
a tape measure, something that's physical that he knows that there's a numeric value he can ascribe to it. All right.
Right.
If you're using something like a device or something, doesn't matter what it is. That's what we're asking from you to give us. What did they use? The method that they used so they could measure the Earth, not just put it down on a piece of paper. The carpenters are just gonna look at something and go, okay, let me write this down.
Right, like it's small scale enough where they can actually take the diameter there. Obviously, nobody's taking the diameter of Earth.
How about radius?
So what I'm saying is that...
How about the radius, Panda?
What I'm saying is they took the distance from...
Oh my God.
I'm dodging all your points. The Earth is actually flat. You caught me. I'm a Zionist Jew.
No, I don't care about that. All I care about is that people are honest of like how they know.
Be honest. I was giving you my honest opinion.
No, it's not, dude. Either you know that they measured it and you can tell me how, or you don't. Yeah. Yeah. You got it.
I muted him. Let's go to the next guy. He's drunk. Scarlet, you're up.
I don't know. My opposing argument to this, right, was like take the light experiment, right? Like they did an entire documentary about this, and I'm not like being mean in the sense of like, hey, you guys are wrong. Obviously, I'm not trying to be that dickhead, right? But like, you take the light experiment for example, and you have so you have two pieces.
You're talking about Netflix, right? Are you talking about Netflix?
Like take the Netflix documentary for example, right? They do the light example where they put two wooden fences apart from each other, a mile apart, and they shine a light through a hole through both of the fences, right? There's a hole in both of the fences. They shine a light through one of them, and you can't see it on the other side. I would love to hear.
Wait a minute.
Hear,
Scarlett, what is the method by which they measure the curve through that distance?
Okay, I'm gonna read you off.
No, dude, no, wait, don't read. I just want in your own words your take from what you saw and how you understand it, right? So give it to me verbally.
Okay, I'm going to give it to you verbally. You have 3 pieces of fence, right? You have 3 pieces of fence. They are spread across almost 4 miles. All of the fences are 8 feet tall, right? They're all the same height. You shine a light through a hole in the same exact center of all of those pieces of fence. How come you cannot see the light?
No. No, you're asking the wrong question. I want to know what the curvature.
What's the right question?
I want to know what the curvature rate is from point A to point B, which would be the beginning plank and the end plank. The one in between won't really matter. So if you're going to say that there's a drop over the distance, you're going to have to know how much of that curve there is between those two, from the beginning to the end.
Okay, but that's not the question being asked. If the Earth is flat, you should be able. If the Earth is flat, you should be able to see the light.
No.
Across all 3 planks of fence.
Sorry, that doesn't work. You didn't account for the actual thing that's being used, the light source. You didn't account for maybe undulation in the water. You didn't account for anything. So all you're doing right now.
They didn't use water
though.
I
didn't bring up water. I didn't bring up water at all. They didn't use water in the study. And they got an actual $20,000 piece of equipment that said, "Hey,
you're mixing up stories, bro. You just
I don't know what you're talking about, bro."
And I'm not trying to mix up stories. I'm just saying,
but you are
use water.
They did it next to a canal.
Trying to do.
They did. Hold on. They did it next to Scarlett. They did it next to a canal. Okay. They measured the height, and it wasn't a fence. It was like a whiteboard with a hole they cut in it. And they did it on land. And you ask, why don't they align? Okay. Maybe they're just not aligned, dude. Maybe it's a slope.
Then I have
it's a slope. If it's a slope, they're not going to line up, right?
Yeah, you conceded. I do.
Yeah, no, you guys got it. For 100%, you guys have it. 100%.
There's other problems. It couldn't have worked it couldn't have worked even in practice, dude. Okay, because of diffractional light, it couldn't have made it through all those holes. Then you have the alignment problem of aligning the holes in a straight line, which is super fucking difficult. It would probably take you 4 weeks of surveying to even fucking do that shit. Okay. It couldn't have worked, even in practice. And then here's the crazy part. When they lifted up the light, they could see the light. Why is that?
Because the Earth is round.
Okay, so they lifted it. Hold on, Evie. So they lifted it up over the curb. Okay, so they lifted it over the curb of the Earth.
Yes.
Okay. Well, how much curb was that?
Brother, I'm not a mathematician. I don't.
Well, it's supposed to be 18 feet. So who's 18 feet tall?
Ladders do exist.
Yeah, but they didn't use an 18-foot fucking ladder in the middle of the goddamn woods.
Okay.
So the problem was they didn't align the holes. That's why they weren't seen. And when they lifted the light above the fucking holes, they could see the light because they didn't have the boards blocking the light anymore.
You know, dude, you convinced me I'm a fucking flat earther now.
That's not our point. That's not what we're doing here. Stop relying on Netflix for information. How about that?
You know, it's also important.
On Netflix. I'm essentially bringing your own argument.
Yeah, Scarlett. No, you're not.
No, nobody endorses Sharanism, dude.
Hold on, Indio. The problem is also that you're not telling us how much curvature there is to actually state that the Earth is curving in the manner in which you think it is. So they didn't measure any curvature. Do you know that?
No, please educate me.
So, if you think there's curvature there in between what they did, then how do you know that's been confirmed if you don't know the measurement to the curvature that should be there? How do you know?
You're right, dude. I don't know. You're so right.
Thank you. And that's it. You're coming up with information that you can't substantiate, which is our point. You can't substantiate the information you're putting forward as your evidence.
You're so right, dude.
So what else you got?
Nothing, dude. You beat me. I'm a fucking woke liberal, and I just got owned.
It's not a contest, dude.
Oh my god.
We're not trying to convince you to be a flat earther. Look, bro. Look, let me ask you. Why do you think we're?
I'm just saying, if you're like, I'm coming at.
Why do you think we're in here?
I'm not coming at you disrespectfully, but I feel like it's so much disrespect the other way around. You feel me? Like I'm not being douche. I'm like bringing what I have to the table, and I'm just getting.
Well, no, you are being a douche by saying I'm convinced sarcastically I'm a flat earther now.
Yeah, because I'm being treated like an ass, like just for stating my opinion.
You're being critiqued, dude. I'm sorry that hurt your feelings, but that's what we do in this channel. We critique what you say you know is true. We do that to everybody.
And you would critique us.
You're acting like a total snowflake when it comes to this. Just relax. We critique everybody. What the fuck, bro?
You would critique us if we said some shit, right? If we said some shit, you'd critique us, right?
I feel like if I critiqued you, you guys would just
get critiqued all the time, bro.
Completely fine.
We get critiqued all the time. We're constantly assailed with critiques. Okay, way worse than what you are.
And like I said, you guys have it. You guys have the argument. Because I do not have enough information to bring to the table to counter. And you guys have it. That's what I'm saying. But you guys are taking it as I'm being a dickhead.
No, dude, you're reading way too much into it, man. You're reading way too much into it. We're not. Don't think you're a dickhead. We've just heard this Jeranism thing hundreds of times. It's influenced a lot of people to think that somehow this test did something because of the way it was selectively edited. The part like where he goes, "That's interesting." He had said that 4 hours before, but then they clipped it and added it to the end of him looking through the little panel. But that whole thing had happened hours before. You gotta. There was 100 people at this test. This camera crew was with them all day. They were there like 18 hours filming the entire time. He said that's interesting in regards to something else and put that at the end to make it look like he was going, oh shit. Okay? And you know why they did this? They admitted it. They found out that some of the flat earthers had children and were teaching them their children the earth was flat. So they had to stop flat earth. Okay.
So you're being hoodwinked.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's just like, listen, we're only here to give information, dude. We ain't here to try to convince you the frickin' earth is flat or anything. You need to do that on your own. Do you think we're better than like the mainstream propaganda? Like somehow we're better at it? And believe us instead of them? No, what we tell you is believe yourself, right? You can figure this out for yourself. You don't need to rely on us. You don't need to rely on them. You can figure it out for yourself. It's easily testable. Easily. According to the geometry they claim exists, you can easily test to see if the Earth is a globe or a flat horizontal plane. You can easily find this out. You don't need us to do it. We're here to tell you that the claims they make of what's observed in nature based upon the globe aren't actually observed in nature. But nobody checked. You didn't check. The difference between us and you is we checked.
And that's a fair argument. That is a fair argument.
Yeah, all we're saying is check, dude. That's it. Go ahead.
The other thing too is that you notice this, right? You pulled up something that was on the internet like Netflix. Why didn't you turn to academia to actually provide evidence that the Earth is an actual globe? Why doesn't anybody do that? Why don't they just turn to the education system and say, hey, look, this is how we know the Earth's a globe. This is what they taught us. This is what they told us, or whatever.
Then can I please get something in the side chat? Can I get a source, please? That's all I'm asking for.
For what?
You're talking about academia. Can I please get a source in the side chat about? Can I get a source for that information, please? For your information.
You didn't understand what he said. What he said was, why did you turn to Netflix for evidence the Earth is a globe, and why didn't you turn to academia?
And I understand.
Where's academia? What do you think the evidence for the Earth being a globe that exists in academia? What do you think they have?
I am actively asking you for the opposing evidence so I can review it.
You're not listening, dude.
You don't. There is no evidence.
I understand the question. The question is, hey, can you please provide evidence of in academia, not Netflix, that the Earth is round?
That was not the question. That was not the question. No. He was asking why you didn't turn to them.
Brother, I picked the first piece of evidence that I could start with. I'm asking you to.
Yeah, but why wasn't it academia?
You guys are talking about.
Why wasn't it academia that you turned to, and why wasn't it Netflix?
Why can I not get the the article that you're talking about. Can I get the piece of academia that you're basing your entire argument on?
You're not understanding. What we're trying to tell you, there's no globe evidence in academia to oppose it in the first place.
That's why you didn't. That's why you didn't start there.
Can I see the academia to support flat Earth?
Oh my God, dude!
You're not getting it.
I don't know what else to do, man. Like,
okay, no, because I feel like I'm being rage baited 100% right now because I'm asking.
There's no measurements, dude. In academia, either way, dude, is what we're telling you.
There is measurements in real life. In IRL, there are measurements. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What were they measured with?
Yeah. Yeah, there are measurements.
Okay, shut your pie hole and talk normal.
There are measurements.
Go on mute.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us what
there are measurements. There's measurements.
Yeah, you're chanting.
There's measurements.
You're
There's
chanting.
Measurements. I'm not chanting. You're getting mad.
You're chanting the same thing over and over again.
You're mad
No,
because
I'm
there's
not mad.
measurements.
I got
You're
the power
mad.
to
There's
be-
measurements.
I don't have to be mad. Now you're mad.
Okay,
you think that's normal, Scarlett, to act like that? Scarlett, do you think that's normal to act like that?
I mean, was he a little like rage baity? 100%, sure. But like, I would have.
That's not an outlier. That's not an outlier.
An outlier for what?
Like what he just did is not a statistical outlier. That is the rule, not the exception. This topic turns people very emotional and spastic. Have you ever thought about why that is?
Not really.
Okay, well, I'm just like alerting you to it. Hey, start paying attention. I'm saying is just start paying attention, and you'll notice that this topic for some reason makes people unhinged. Okay, so you'll notice it now that I brought it up. That like,
and that's 100%.
It makes people unhinged, dude. But the point is
100% pisses people off. Sure, I can get behind that 100%. I am not trying to upset anybody. You're asking.
Oh, you're not upset. We're not upset, dude.
Bro, and I'm not saying that you are.
I've had death threats, autopsy photos. Like you can't upset me.
I am not saying that you are upset. I'm not saying that I'm trying to upset anybody.
If you, Scarlett, if you had truth, Scarlett, if you had truth on your side, you would have nothing to be upset about. You'd be like, dude, you guys are just rejecting the obvious truth that the Earth is a globe. You'd be able to present evidence, and you wouldn't worry, not even a little bit. But what happens is,
I'm asking for evidence.
You don't have any, bro. You can ask for all the evidence.
That's
of the globe
not
you
what
want.
I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying.
That's what we're telling you
for evidence of a flat Earth. Here's the thing.
Go outside, bro. It's all around you. Go outside, dude. Like literally.
Okay, but that's you. Okay, so let me get this straight.
How
You
does Eric
expect me to
appear to you?
present evidence
Okay,
from
bro,
academia. You expect me to present evidence from academia, but you will not give me the same courtesy. Is that
you
not
haven't
hypocritical?
presented anything, dude? What have you presented?
Okay,
what have you done?
I'm asking you to present me evidence from academia. You're asking me, and that's 100% fine. Sure, I can pull up.
We didn't ask you that. We asked you why you didn't go to them. That's what we asked you.
Okay.
What we're asking you about
asked me
you.
why I didn't go to them. Sure, 100% fair. 100% fair. 100% fair. I'm all on board with that. I did not go to academia first. 100%.
But we just asked, we wondered why, dude.
I am asking.
You're missing the forest through the trees, dude. You really are, dude.
I'm asking you to present academia evidence to me. Why
First
is
of all,
that such
I don't
a hard
need
concept?
to because you have the evidence yourself. You have the evidence yourself. Morbus, you're hot, Mike. Yeah, so you have the evidence yourself, bro.
But what evidence?
You observe the Earth is flat.
You can't go, hey, bring me evidence of academia, and then not give me the same courtesy.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll tell you why if you listen for a second. We all observe the Earth is flat and motionless. That's obvious. It doesn't need to be disproven or proven that we observe it that way. That's the common human experience. Now, people say that is some sort of optical illusion because you're too small to see the giant fucking ball. Okay? We don't need to prove the base axiom. It's obvious the Earth looks flat. someone comes along and says that's not reality, that's just a misperception, then they need to prove that shit. That's why you need to go to academia and we don't, because all we need to do to appeal to is common experience.
Yep, I was going to go there, Neil. Thank you. You understand, Scarlett?
A lot of people.
I mean,
think that we're in a dichotomy. Hold on, brother. Let me say. I'll say 1, 2, 3 sentences. A lot of people think we're in a opposite position, flat Earth versus globe, and that the two propositions are opposites. They're not. We have a foundation based upon experience and perception of reality, whereas the globe starts in imagination.
That point must have landed, Scarlett. That point right there, he just said.
I'm not like, dude.
Well, it's true.
I feel like, and I implore you to believe in what you believe. No, 100%.
It's not a belief. It's not. It's a common experience that you and I have.
Okay,
we
my
go
brother
outside
in Christ. I have asked for empirical evidence. And all I'm asking for is empirical evidence.
Bro,
you're talking about an experience. Right. You're talking about an experience. And experiences are they're opinionated. That's what an experience is. It's personal fucking experience. You're looking at me and telling me, dude, you're not fucking you haven't opened your third eye yet, dude. Come on.
Not third
I'm asking for an empirical.
No, we're not doing any of that shit.
You don't get to doing that. You don't get to
Scarlett, dude, you're doing the thing I just talked about. You're getting all emotional, you're spiraling.
You're getting real emotional, bro. Just relax,
dude.
Just relax.
I'm not trying to get emotional. I'm just
relax, dude.
You're
Let me say something.
Me for empirical evidence.
Stop talking. So when we go outside and we go see the beach, right? We see a horizontal, flat horizon. That's the common experience. Now, if you say you see teddy bears or a toilet bowl or whatever, that's not the common experience of the Earth. We all see a horizontal plane, bro. Every single human sees this. Now, the way it's explained is that the Earth is too big to notice the curve, right? So we say, okay, well, it looks flat. Locally, it's flat. Everybody says that. I don't care who you are. Globe Earth, flat Earth, concave. It doesn't matter what you think of the Earth. Everybody experiences that. It's just the way it is. That's what we all experience. If you say you see something other than that, that's not the common fucking experience. Do you get it? Fuck's sake, dude.
In terms of I say this not lightly, speaking on the 8 billion people on the planet.
Yes,
having
every fucking human. Yeah, every fucking human that goes to the beach experiences a horizontal flat horizon. That's what we all fucking see, dude. You cannot tell me that you're gonna go over there and see a fucking dinosaur. You're not gonna see anything other than what we all fucking see. Say I'm wrong right now. Say I'm fucking wrong and you don't experience a flat level horizon. Say that shit right now. I want to see if you can defend your fucking other thing that the horizon is not. Do you experience a flat level horizon, Scarlett?
I'm not saying that you
answer the goddamn question.
I'm not
you
saying
experience a flat level horizon.
So you're telling me that I'm getting emotional, but you're actually about to start screaming.
No, I don't need to. Dude, listen. If you don't say that we fucking all experience a flat level horizon, then you have to fucking justify what you're seeing other than that. So do you see a flat level horizon? Yes or no?
I'm not saying that it doesn't appear
answer
to be
the goddamn question. Yes or no?
Dude.
Yes or no?
You are actually
yes
tweaking.
Or no?
You're not letting me speak
because you don't need to. It's a closed-ended question, dumbass. It's a yes or no. Do you see a flat level horizon?
You're not trying to have an actual conversation. You're just trying to tweak
You're fucking dodging. You're dodging. You're shucking.
I'm not dodging. I'm quite literally agreeing with you, and you're being mad about
it. Okay. Yes or no? Do you see a flat level horizon? Yes or no?
I was saying that. Holy fucking shit, dude.
I'm going to hold you to this, dude. Let's answer the goddamn yes or no question. Answer the goddamn yes or no question.
100%.
Answer it.
100% that there is.
Thank you.
Without a doubt, it looks as if it's a fucking flat horizon.
Thank 100%. You.
How hard was that? But why are you tweeting, dude?
Because that's the common. Listen, the common fucking experience is what Indio just told you is what we all experience, dude.
You're
it's not a fucking
freaking out that I'm getting emotional and telling me that I'm getting emotional.
Dude, I don't give a fuck about that.
Freaking out.
I don't care. The only thing I care, dude. Someone taught Mikey. Somebody taught Mikey. The only thing I care about right now is everybody is on the same page with the experience of the Earth being what it is as an what it's observed to be. So we're all on the same page. You can't say, well, it's just an opinion you have and it changes with this other guy. No, we all see this shit. Bullshit, dude. Earlier,
I've literally only asked for empirical evidence. That is it. That is all I've been asking for.
That's the beginning. You observe the natural world in a particular manner and you describe what you see it as. That's what we all fucking do. And on top of that, what we're going to take it
100% on board with that. I just want scientific evidence. All right. That's all I'm asking for.
Empirical. Hold on. Empirical means from experience. Okay. We just told you see a flat level horizon. That is empirical.
Okay. I feel like it is. That's my
It doesn't matter what your feelings are. These words are defined. These words are defined.
That's my mistake for using the incorrect verbiage on that. That's my mistake. I'm asking for scientific evidence.
We're on we're all on the same page, okay? First of all, we're describing what we see. It's the common experience that the Earth has a flat level horizon when you go to the beach. No, nobody's disagreeing with that. Even you conceded. You're like, yeah, it's what I see. Okay, now we're going to take it to the next step. If you say that it's measured flat or globe, which one do you think is going to win that one?
Realistically,
can you measure the curve?
Curvature is going to win that argument.
Really? Oh, then tell me how we can measure a curve that we don't see and we don't experience. Go ahead and tell me how we're going to measure that monkey.
It's in the side chat. I just want to point that
out. What?
Side chat. It's in the side chat. It's got the math and everything. It's got the science. It's right there.
You didn't drop anything. Are you in the wrong chat?
No. It's in Pandalicious sent it. Like he already sent what it was.
Explain it to us.
Okay, so you have I'll read it all. A laser or level is set up over a long stretch of calm water, typically a few kilometers. The line of sight is projected parallel to the water surface at a fixed height. Observers measure how far the water, quote unquote, drops below the line of sight due to curvature. Results: over the distance of like 36 kilometers, the water surface falls below the straight line exactly as predicted by the Earth's curvature formula, which is 0.0785 times the distance in kilometers, which in this case is 2. So the drop in meters is 0.0785 times the distance in kilometers.
Okay. Slow down, dude. Where was this done?
You'd have to ask Panda. He brought the information.
He got this from ChatGPT. We did that.
Okay. Panda, put.
No. That is not the result of the experiment.
Okay, then what is the result?
Idio, hold on, Idio. Like, why are you taking that guy's point if you can't substantiate it based on what you know? This is the problem we're having. You can't take somebody else's homework and then be able to explain it like the way that person wanted to explain it. So you just borrowed somebody's information that you can't even substantiate or even know if it's true or not. We're asking you relevant questions to it, and it's going to be useless because you're going to be like, well, I don't know. Let Panda talk about it. No, you wanted to champion the point as if you thought you knew what it was about. Now you're being questioned on it, and you don't know. So do you think it was useful for you to use what he was using? Yes or no, Scarlett? You just borrowed somebody else's work. This is the problem with you guys, man. You think you know that the Earth is a globe and it can be substantiated, and somebody puts something in the chat that maybe agrees with the way you think, and then you're not able to back it up any way of how you know that's true. So why are we going to carry a conversation with you when you're not the one who posted that? That's why information that you think you know should come from you. Because you can articulate your points. Not that guy. We're not talking to him. We're talking to you.
Yeah, we've done this test over 40 kilometers, and the laser was parallel to the water the entire way. 40 kilometers is 25 miles. At the other end of that 25 miles, the laser should have been 420 feet in the air, but it was only 4 feet in the air.
This further shows that you guys are desperate when it comes to actually trying to say that the Earth is a globe, and you can't provide any evidence to substantiate the claim. You don't know what the other guy is posting, if it's evidence or not. You guys are desperate. You're trying to like grasp at straws and try to make something out of nothing. You don't know how any of this stuff works. You guys are winging it. You're throwing shit at a wall and seeing if it sticks. Hopefully it sticks. That's the problem, dude. Like every single time.
Here, let's go to the guy that he quoted, dude. Let's go to the guy who posted the thing in the chat who he tried to piggyback on.
Oh, he left. The moment you said that shit, he fucking bounced, dude.
I went to unmute him, and dude, that was. Okay, Scar. At least you got courage. You're up.
Nah, bro. Start with somebody else. I'm taking a break. I'm fucking pissed off. I'm taking a break. I'm like, calm down.
That's right.
It's not a bad thing, bro.
Yeah, because you know best. You know best.
I am quite literally gathering myself. Can I gather myself? Is that something?
Yeah, you're trying to get your composure.
It says 24/7, dude. We're here 24/7. Take all the time you need, dude.
Yeah, like don't come at me for gathering myself. That's kind of
no. We don't care. Listen, take all the time you need. What I'm saying is, I want your fucking best when you come in here. Your absolute best. Come in here with your A game. Don't come in here all sloppy with no points. Fucking take some time, take a few days, gather all your information you think that solidifies the point that the Earth is a globe. Come back in here and challenge us when you're full ready. Because this half-hearted attempt, it ain't going to work, dude. Not even a little.
Hi, sorry, who believes the Earth is flat here?
Don't worry about that. Do you think it's a globe?
I asked the question first, and I'll answer your question.
Yeah. We don't need to answer that as the answer to your question. Now, do you know the Earth's a globe?
I'll tell you, it's AV&DO, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, so
you better strap.
AV believes the Earth is flat.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. You better strap in, dude, because it's going to be a bumpy ride. All right, go ahead. Produce evidence that the Earth is a globe for us, please.
Sorry, brother, you do realize general assumed facts are the baseline, and since you're making an oppositional claim, you should be bringing the proof. You shouldn't shift the burden to some floor.
No. It's not. Now, I'll say it to you like the way we told the last guy. I want to use what Indio said. It's not the common experience that the Earth is a globe. It just isn't. We notice a horizontal, flat horizon. So if you're going to tell me that the Earth is a globe in some way, shape, or form, you are going to have to prove it to us. Now go ahead and show us.
Humans,
no. You're not getting away.
The Earth is round.
You're not getting away from
rare exceptions.
You're not getting away. No. Rare exception, dude. You're imagining it.
Be honest with me. Do you think the majority of Earth thinks the Earth is flat?
I'm not listening to you right now unless you prove that the Earth is a globe from a flat level horizon.
Again, you can choose to deflect it if you want.
You're deflecting. You're deflecting from that flat level horizon.
Who do you think is the vast majority? Round or?
Don't give a fuck. I don't care.
Why does that matter?
Indio, I'm going to have to mute you, my guy.
Why does that matter? Why does that matter? Why does it matter?
Sorry, Indio, I had to mute you because your name is an A.
Yeah, you're banned.
I'll mute him on the door.
No.
But yeah.
That ain't happening.
The only way things work in here is if you're able to muster up the fortitude to answer the questions if a flat level horizon in some way is a globe. If you can't do that, and if you start spiraling and not answer the question, then, I mean, you can just leave. Honestly. We're looking for those who can actually do this. Yeah, we ain't playing no games around here.
No.
He's like, but I want to do what I want to do.
Today is to like try to take control of the room first.
Yeah.
It's like the first thing they do. That ain't happening. We don't have no guest mods.
They're messing with the wrong fucking people to do that with. They can do it on the fucking other day, dude. Hell no.
Not with us in here, that's for sure.
Fuck no, we're gonna light their ass up, dude. Easy. So there was so far I count 4 spirals, dude. That first guy you came in when we started getting this going. I don't even know what his name was. Yeah, like that hockey player.
Oh yeah, he was off the rails. Right off the rip, man. He was going nuts.
And then it was followed by Scarlet was attempted. He's like, I gotta step back, dude. gotta get my composure. Oh shit. It's like the close-ended questions become like the most difficult thing. Like nobody wants to be honest, bro. Like they just be honest if you experience this globe or not. Like,
well, they think it's some sort of a concession to say the obvious, right? Like they're admitting that the Earth is flat, and somehow they're conceding. Like,
yeah, well, and don't they have their particular out is that they see it that way, but it's not, right? They would have to like appeal to that. Well, it's locally flat.
I mean, it's not really a concession, though. You know what I mean? It's just stating the obvious. Either way, right? Flat Earth, globe Earth. It's locally flat. There's no way around that.
Yeah, they don't. I think they don't even want to say that. It's like the guy's allergic to actually saying that with a closing question, yes or no to that, because it feels like to them if they concede, and that's the most like it's the weirdest part about it is if they say yes or no to that, they're giving up ground for them to explain how it's a globe. Like that was like it's a defeater, Like if I say I see a flat, then oh shit, this flat Earth is.
It is a defeater.
Well, yeah, but
it is a defeater, and they know it is because then you go like, okay, tell us how the Earth is a globe. Now we're in imagination land. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They know that. They know they're going straight into conceptual imagination, abstract thought with no empirical evidence land, and they don't want that.
That's so strange, dude. The behavior, right? Because you know it's coming, and they'll do everything in their power not to answer. No, but I want to ask my question. No, but what about what I want to say? Like, why are you dodging what I'm saying? Like, it's all this other shit. It's like that's because you guys know what's coming.
I mean, how hard was that to answer a yes or no question? You asked that like, what was that, 15 times?
Dude, that was yeah. I think honestly, to be honest, Indio, I think I annoy people when I do that. Like, I feel in my bones. I'm like, dude, the fucking chat is like, dude, can we just fucking move on? Like, but I can't do like fucking. If I do,
no, never move on. No, don't do it.
They're gonna fucking be like, oh, well, I got away with that one. Like, let's try it again. Fuck, dude. Like, then I'll be chasing them all over the fucking place with like trying to get them to concede, and they're gonna be like, no, but then you're not listening to me, and like, that bullshit. It's almost like, like if you're in a relationship, you're arguing with your old woman, and then she's saying what, like, no, but you're not hearing me out. You're like, oh, but what happened to my point? Like, it just evaporated, dude. Like,
yeah. You ask him where's the academic papers for the globe, and then he's just like, well, show me the academic papers for flat Earth.
Dude, how many times did he not fucking... It was just like... I honestly, dude, I was like, dude, how... It's almost like something triggers them to be bricked. They're like, Like, how is he not listening to what I'm asking? He's not... What? He can't hear what I'm saying? Or like, what? And the weird part about it is he repeated back. He's like, no, I get what you're saying. You're asking me for the papers or academia to say the Earth is a globe, and then he's like, but I want to know how you have any papers from academia that if the Earth is flat. I'm like, bro, you haven't even provided shit. What do you mean? Like, you want me to give you something that you haven't given me? Like, and that's even worse because isn't the Earth supposedly by academia that it's a globe? Shouldn't you have all the information? Like, this is crazy, bro.
Look, if Earth was an actual globe, none of these debates would last more than 5 minutes. There wouldn't even be debates. This topic would be deader than a doornail.
Yeah, because it would just be a bunch of people believing something and not being able to substantiate it.
Well, I mean, if they had the actual evidence, right? They would just come in and be like, blah, 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 blah. Here's the measurements. Here's the replication. Here's what you can do to verify it. Blah. Yeah, that's it. That's a wrap. Shut down the channel. But like we're 8 years in, and these guys come in and they argue for 6 hours straight, and they've made no ground, right? It's like they're walking. It's like they're running in place, and they think they've run a marathon. Like, well, you've gone absolutely nowhere. You haven't even left your house.
The mental contortions are fucking insane, bro. Like, I'm trying to think, like, what if you're trying to propose a closed-ended question? How could they get out of that? Like, what would be the reason to get out of something like that? And the only thing I can think of in a conversation dynamic like this one is somebody else would jump in and like take over a point, or just like not let them answer what you're closing-ended question you're trying to hold them on, because they're getting tired of listening to the same question being asked over and over again. You know what I mean? It's like, that's the only way that I think they can get out of it. They'll swing off by saying something triggering. Well, you guys don't know anything about gravity. You're like, dude, what the fuck happened to the curvature of the Earth? Like, and then somebody else picked. Yeah, that's the only way. Other than that, dude, I mean,
I had a dude tell me, this is way back in the day, back like in 2018, told me the Earth's the goal because I don't know anything about orbital mechanics. You know, like, I was like, are you serious? Like, that's the crazy shit. That's literally how they think. Like, if you don't understand, I'm not saying I don't. I'm just saying that they think that flat earthers don't understand some physics concept. Therefore, Earth is a globe. They're that low tier. They're brain dead.
Yeah, that argument doesn't work.
It's actually some sort of logical fallacy, though. It's like something like, if you don't know some facts, you don't know any facts about something like that.
All or nothing fallacy?
Yeah, it's an all or nothing fallacy, but it's got actually a specific name when it comes to like as a debate tactic, right? Where you say, "Hey, what's 2x times y?" And you like, I don't know, and you're like, "See, you don't know that, so you don't know anything."
Oh, yeah. So if you don't know that, you don't know about math. You can't do math or something.
Yeah, if you don't do equations on the spot, or they ask you something about, some particular thing, like the whole gotcha thing, right? I mean, that doesn't work on me, but you know what? But I hear them do it all the time, like, well, what's quantum tunneling? I don't know. See? These are the people that rely on you. You don't know what quantum tunneling is? You're a flat earther. You don't know anything.
Yeah.
And then you ask them about it, and they don't know what it is either. That's the funny.
Yeah.
That's Charlie in a nutshell, dude. I just gave you Charlie's entire personality.
Oh, Charlie? Yeah.
Yeah. His entire personality is to run gotchas about shit he doesn't know about himself.
But he's got to be quick in order to get you on him.
Oh, yeah. He'll move right on, right? He don't want to dwell there, right? He'll just say something, oh, you don't know about that, and then he'll just try to move right on, because if you dwell there and start asking him, it's going to reveal that he doesn't know about it.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, welcome, Nexa.
Hi, what's up? Like, who is the flat earther? Who is the genuine flat earther here?
There's like 3 of us in here.
Yeah,
4.
Are we running an event or something? You're like the 5th person to come and ask us who's a flat earther.
Yeah, who's a flat earther has been like the topic of their discussion. The first thing they come in here, who's a flat earther? Which one of you is a flat earther? I'm telling you, there's like 3 or 4 of us in here, but all you got to do is just begin. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I don't have that.
Okay, show us some evidence, sir.
Only, the Globers gives only one evidence, that is the images of the Earth from the sky.
Okay, and what way can you verify those images are what the Earth actually is?
I can't verify it. How can I verify? I have not taken that pictures.
Okay, so how can you tell it's the actual Earth that they're taking a picture of?
I'm not saying it's the Globers who says that.
So then how do you know it's the Earth?
He said it's the Globers. So you're not a globe earther? You're out.
Okay, so the Globers have a model that's called the heliocentric globe Earth model, and it looks like that.
Are you a flat earther? What are you, concaver?
What are you, Nexa? What are you, Nexa?
I'm a flat earther. But I don't believe in a model. I don't believe in a model from last 4 years.
So what did you believe in before that?
Globe.
So what convinced you? What was the evidence that convinced you?
For the flat Earth, I really not find any evidence, but there was one evidence that was laser test experiment, and nothing else.
Well, that would be evidence, right?
Yeah, but that was also not so convincing. But I accepted the flat Earth because of I was thinking like it should be true because we can't prove the globe. Then the default position is the Earth is flat and stationary, so I should remain at the default position. That's the only thing. And I was thinking like the materialism could be a deceptive world. So it's just trying to give us a model that's called the heliocentric globe Earth model, and so I don't want to buy it. So that's why I'm a flat earther, and I don't find any really evidence for the flat Earth.
So how long you been in Bollywood?
Bollywood, never.
Yeah, you never been in Bollywood.
I'm from that country, but I have never been there.
Well, your acting's kind of shit, but I think you can get in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't fool us, dude. You're not gonna fool us. You're like a dude wearing a Mexican sombrero walking into the Mexican embassy trying to get a passport. The shit ain't gonna work, bro. Just because you got a sombrero on.
Yes, that's right. So you tell me like what's the best proof of the flat Earth?
I mean, how flat it is. I mean, no measurable curvature. That's the best proof.
No measurable curvature.
Yeah. And like you said, laser tests. It's like 20 laser tests.
Yeah, but
over
how
land,
can you
over
measure?
water, over whatever.
But hey, there is a trick. How can you measure there is a curvature or not?
You measure the distance of the laser from the surface of the Earth.
But sometimes a laser can be refracted, right?
Yeah.
So what? So it's irrelevant.
That's why you use That's why you use a distance that's so long, no amount of refraction can account for it.
How you can say that?
Like 40 kilometers. Like 40 kilometers.
You don't know how much refraction is there, even at 40 kilometers.
Oh, there's ways to tell. You know that, right? There's other ways to tell whether refraction is existing and obscuring an observation. A, you could take meteorological data. B, you can look for things like dispersion, right? C, you can look for absorption. And because refraction depends on the angle of incidence, you can tilt the laser up and down to see if the laser bends, right? So you can use these methods to tell whether this exists or not. So, nice try. There's ways to figure out what's wrong with any of those methods.
Because we can't really explicitly we can't just like apparently say that it's really curving only that much, because there's no way to say that. It's just based on like man-made maths and science, and the things you're talking about, they are not some proven facts.
Yeah, okay. You're just saying nonsense, dude. All you basically said was, nuh-uh, threw in the word science, threw in the word maps. So just some buzzwords.
Okay, so how much refraction is there? So how to calculate the refraction exactly?
You tell us how to calculate.
I'm saying that, no, I'm saying that I don't really base that the Earth is globe or flat based on laser test experiment. It's kind of, according to me, there's no way to measure the curvature. And you're saying
but
that
you're just hold on. You didn't give a valid reason as to how. Well, your critique for the laser not being utilized to do this, your critique was not valid. You didn't give a point to validate that it's not been able to be used for measuring long distances. You're just saying, you can't use it because of refraction. That's it. You didn't give us the details of how the variable of refraction would cause the laser to be not usable in the distance. So you're not qualifying you're not being able to quantify the ability to say that that's not possible. You're not doing that. So all we're hearing from you is that it just doesn't work. And that's
I'm
not going to
saying,
work. That's not going
I'm
to be, at the
saying,
end of the day, if you don't describe how, then you're not giving a valid reason as to like how it's not possible.
I'm saying there's no way to prove that the light is bending or not.
I
How
know
much
that
is
you keep saying that,
Yeah,
but
there is. I gave you 4 ways.
yeah, you keep saying that, but I want you to qualify what you're saying is true. How do you know that's
you
true?
can give 4 ways or 10 ways. That doesn't mean that I have to accept it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, yeah. You can accept whatever you want.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying the laser test experiment cannot prove that
I don't
there is a curvature.
look. If you're going to be irrational, do you think I care what you accept? I don't.
So I'm saying, as I told you, that there is no
You're
way.
saying nuh-uh. We know what you're saying. You're saying nuh-uh. That's what you're saying, Nexa. You're saying nuh-uh.
I'm saying there is no way to know the curvature.
You haven't substantiated that yet. We're waiting.
Yeah, go and substantiate it.
You tell me a way where we can measure the curvature.
Bullshit, dude. You're the one with the problem saying that this can't work. Yeah, you're the one with the problem saying this can't work. We're waiting to hear how it can't work. Show us the reason why it's not able to work. Tell us.
Because we don't know that the light is straight or not. It might be curved.
Why do you keep saying that? Why? What is giving you that reason to say that?
Because we can't prove that the light is straight.
Okay, you're saying it over and over again. It's not going to make it sound to us like you know what you're saying. Go ahead and try to produce a method in which you tested that can be done. Go ahead.
Method. Okay, so you think like there can be a scientific experiment using scientific method that can prove that there is a curvature or not?
No. I want you to say how the laser is it's not capable to do a long distance test to see if the water below it is not curving or it is. I want you to tell me how it's not possible to use a laser for that. Give a valid reason for it not being able to be used.
Because there is no way to agree that the light is how much it's curving.
You keep saying that. You keep saying that, but you're not telling us how.
How? Because
how do you know
we cannot know.
How do you know it's curving in the first place?
Yeah, because light curves always.
No, it doesn't. That's a lie.
Did you prove that?
True. Military laser targeting would never work. Stop talking shit, dude. We literally blow shit up with they don't listen. We literally illuminate with lasers and blow shit up with missiles. There's dead people because lasers go straight, dude.
Yeah, they're paint targets for long distances, man. This is well established.
So you're saying you have never seen a laser that is curving?
No, I want you to no. Listen, I don't care what you say that you've never seen. I want you to prove that lasers and light bend like the way you think they do. Go ahead and show us that this is actually true instead of just saying it.
Laser curves. You don't know.
Prove it.
You think laser go flat?
No, bullshit. No, we're not thinking anything. I want you to prove what you're saying. Prove it.
So you're saying lasers go straight?
Prove it. Prove it. Prove it.
Refraction.
Prove it.
Refraction. Are you denying refraction?
No, I'm asking
denying
refraction? What is it? What is refraction?
I will tell you first. Are you saying that do you deny
I'm not
refraction?
denying anything. I want you to tell me what it is.
Okay, so if you are not denying refraction, then my point is proven that the laser
is not fucking proven. You don't even know what it is. What is refraction?
It's the bending of light because of changing of the medium.
Okay, so in this case, does the medium change?
Sometimes, like when the light is going through air, then because of the air particles and the water particles in the air, it can bend.
Okay, great. That's your hypothesis. Now, where's the substantial evidence of that's happening in this case? In this case,
there is water.
Not with
water
with eyeglasses. Shut up, dude. Not with eyeglasses.
There's water vapor.
Shut up. Not with eyeglasses. Not with a telescope. Not with the refraction just exists in some other case. In this case, in the case we're talking about, shining a laser 40 kilometers. In this case, what's your evidence it exists?
Well, first you tell me what experiment you're talking about.
No.
Are you
What's
talking
the evidence
about?
that exists?
Are you
I'm asking for your
talking about
evidence.
the experiment performed by Karen B and FE Core?
Yeah, we can use that one. Let's use that one.
Okay, so how long it was?
40 kilometers.
Why are you asking him instead of providing evidence of your claim? That's weird.
Yeah, he shifted that.
Yeah,
still
now
waiting
you're
for
the
you
one
to
telling him.
substantiate.
I'm just
Yeah, we're still
saying.
waiting
I'm
for the
just saying.
substantiation.
I'm just saying. We cannot use that. I'm a flat earther. I'm not
Yeah,
like
we know.
you.
We heard you repeat yourself, dude. No, you're not. You're fake. You're a fucking shitty Bollywood actor.
Yeah. So if you're saying that light doesn't curve, then you're a scammer.
No, I'm saying it doesn't curve in this case.
Which case? You can never know
The
it.
case, the FE core. Yeah, they took
That's the
meteorological data.
problem.
They took
You can
meteorological
never.
data. I told you how they determined it. I told you
You can never.
specifically how they
You're
took
not.
meteorological data. You understand they had
doesn't
two
mean-
meteorological stations at each point, and they took the laser and they tilted it up and down because refraction depends on the angle. When they tilted it up, they should have observed the laser bending, but they didn't. You don't know how it works, dude. You yourself. That's why AB asked you, what's refraction? You know about it in the most freaking mundane, superficial, 9th grade textbook way.
Okay, so other than laser test, you don't think so there is any other thing?
Yeah, run away. Run away from it. So tell me this. So there's a 21-mile laser test where the reflection of the laser is seen off the surface of the water. How did that happen? Because the laser is supposed to be under the curve. So listen. So the laser, 21 miles away, is supposed to be 128 feet under the horizon. Okay. So you could say refraction. You see the laser. Fine. How come we see the reflection of the laser off the surface of the water when that water surface is on the camera side of the horizon? There's no optical path to that water, buddy.
First of all, I don't buy these kind of experiments. Like
we don't care. We don't care. We don't care what you think. You're fake, a phony, and a liar. Why would we give a shit what you think?
He's like, first of all, I don't care about this. Like, who gives a shit? Dude? You're not substantiating anything that you're saying to be true.
So do you know like lasers are not consistent? Like someday you will see it.
That's
at
not
10
the
kilometers.
point. That's not the point. The
It
point
is
is
not consistent. It is not repeatable. It's like you go another day and
It was
you may
repeated.
get a different result.
Okay, they did go another day.
And you will get
3
the
weeks
different
later,
result.
got the exact same result 3 weeks later. Good try, Nexa. Keep throwing shit at it while hoping something sticks.
Yeah, because of people like you, when you see show like okay, this thing like the horizon is so far away. Like sometimes the horizon is far away, sometimes it's very near. From the same position. Do you know why?
Yeah. Wait a minute. What do you mean far and near? What are you talking about?
Sometimes the horizon is like 10 miles away, sometimes it's 5 miles away.
Wait. Hold on a second. How do you know how far away the horizon is?
Because the distance says can be measured.
The distance can be measured to the horizon? How did you do that?
If there are some points, like if there is some wind power, some oil rigs, then we can.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about measuring to those things. You're saying you measure to the horizon. That's something very different. How did you measure to the horizon?
Like distance from my place to the horizon is the distance.
Yeah. No, it's not. You're measuring to something specific, not to the horizon.
Horizon is called the apparent horizon where the water and
so how did you measure to it? How did you measure to it?
Measure to it? I'm just measuring the distance. Estimate distance.
Yeah, estimate. How did you figure out where the horizon is in a distance? Like go ahead and show me the method to measure to the horizon. How would you do that?
It's just looking to the horizon. How?
Yeah, looking is one thing. Measuring is a whole entirely different thing. How did you measure to it?
I'm not measuring it. I'm saying there are examples, and we know like horizon distance changes. If
No,
just imagine
stop. You didn't qualify how you measured to the horizon. Therefore, you can't say it changes because you don't know the distance to it. I want to know how you know the distance is measured to the horizon.
Just imagine like if someone is using a boat to measure the distance.
Okay, so if you're going to use a boat, then how do you know how far away it is? Go ahead and show me how you know how far away the horizon is.
We just understand like if someone is having a boat or someone is having just imagine if there's a bridge, okay, going alongside, and if someone is just looking at the horizon and then someone is going to that bridge.
Dude,
okay, then they know
we're not
the
talking about a bridge. Sorry, no, I'm sorry. We're not talking about a bridge. How do you know the distance to the horizon? If I'm standing at the beach, how do I know how far away the horizon is? How do I get that measurement?
By sending, if there is a point that is known distance, then we can know that.
Yeah, we can know a distance to something that's known. Well done. How do I know the distance to the horizon, however?
By first of all, by like the measuring the distance from my place to that place.
What place? The horizon is not a place, sir.
Yeah, it's a kind of a place, yeah.
No, it's not. Who told you that?
There is the water. There is the water, and after that we can't see that. We calling it horizon. And there is a distance.
Really? So what's the measured distance to that place? If it's a place.
It changes always based on refraction.
So then how would you get a measurement if it changes always?
I'm talking about at that point of time. I'm not just talking.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I'm talking about that point in time when you think you know a distance to the horizon. How in the world are you going to measure to it?
By using a boat, maybe.
Maybe. You're not really sure using a boat is going to get you a measurement. I'm not asking for your maybe, sir. I'm asking for how you know you measure to the horizon. That's why I think you're a fake flat earther, because you're not even getting the arguments right.
Yeah, so you're going to say the earth is measured flat, right?
Yes, but we're not saying we're measuring to the horizon, numbnuts.
So it's not the earth, it's the water.
Yeah, okay, then tell me how you... I want to know specifically how you measure to the horizon, and I don't want to hear anything else. Tell me how you did it, or concede that you don't know how. Just say, I don't know how to measure to the horizon. Just say that.
If you're a Nathan Oakley fanboy, then I can destroy you very easily.
I'm going to stop you every time you don't answer my question. I want to know how you measure to the horizon. Give me that example, please.
By using a boat or a known distance?
Go ahead and tell. No, we're not talking about fucking distances we know to. We're talking about the horizon. We don't know the distance of the horizon. So how do we measure to it?
Okay, so like just imagine like if we are looking at the horizon and we send a boat and measuring the distance from that place to the boat when it reaches that place. So that is the distance to the horizon.
Wait a minute. What place is it going to reach, dude? What place?
The place that is appearing to merge with the sky and we can't see further.
Okay, and at what point am I going to say the distance that's going to be? What distance will that be?
What distance it's gonna be?
Yeah.
Someone has to measure it by using a boat.
Okay. Have you ever seen that happen?
Yeah, it could be. Anyone can do that, yeah. It's easy.
Oh, really? Give me one example where the distance is measured using a boat, sir. Go ahead and show me from where you're standing at the beach to the distant horizon. I want to know what the distance to the horizon is at least one time ever been done. Using that method that you just said.
Okay, you think like no one...
No, I'm not thinking. I'm not thinking. I want you to tell me how you measured with a boat. Tell me that. How can you do it? Show me one example of that being done. You don't know, do you? You don't know, do you? That's why you're laughing. You don't know, do you? You're making shit up. Are you?
But it could be done. It's not a big deal.
Bullshit. It can be done. It cannot be done. And you're just squirming right now because you can't give me one example of it being done.
It's observable thing. Like whenever a ship is going far from me
Yeah, how far away?
in the water.
Listen to me, dude.
In the water,
You don't know.
it
You don't
goes
know.
below
listen,
the horizon. It goes
below the horizon. So below the horizon? How the fuck do you know something's going below the horizon?
I'm saying it appears in that way. I'm not saying because I'm a flat earther.
You're not a fucking flat earther. You're fake as fuck, dude. And I'm
saying
asking
it's just
for the
appearing
distance to the
that way.
horizon. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. You once again just concede that you can't measure to the horizon. Just concede that point, or else I'm gonna keep fucking grilling you until you concede. Just concede. Say I don't know how to measure to the horizon.
By
It's never
using a
been
boat,
done.
I'm saying
Bullshit.
You're measuring to the boat, dipwit. You're measuring to the boat.
okay. Then, so what's the point? Like you're saying, like there is
The
some kind
fucking
of
point is that the horizon is not a fucking place you can measure to. That's it.
So what's your proof of the flat Earth? You give me that.
Dude, I don't give a fuck where the boat is. You're not measuring to the boat. You're measuring to the horizon. Yeah? Because you think it's a place that you can arrive at. Yeah, you got your shit all mixed up, didn't you? You can't fucking measure to the horizon.
Horizon changing.
No, dude, fucking concede. Be honest at least. If you want to stay in this conversation, just fucking concede. You cannot measure to the horizon. And you always probably thought you could.
So have you ever
concession, please.
You ever
Just
done
say,
that?
No, just tell me.
You have never done that.
No,
You have never done that.
Concede.
Anyone can do
Concede.
that.
I need a concession. I have never measured to the horizon, nor have I seen an example. Concede, sir.
Okay, so if there is a horizon and that
I'm going to stop you every time. Concede.
But if there is a horizon, if there is water at the horizon, then
dude, it's not a
it should
measurable
be
location.
measurable.
The horizon is not a measurable location that you know the distance to.
So
It's not. It's not. It's not. You cannot measure to that fucking thing.
Horizon?
So concede, or I'm going to put you on mute.
Yeah, you can mute me because you are just trying to just
All right.
Get you to answer a question? Yeah, he is.
Yeah, now you
Dude,
can sit
they're
on mute.
hard-headed today, man.
You might fucking run. I don't give a fuck. But you didn't concede, which you should have done. The horizon is not a fucking place you can go and travel to with a fucking boat. You utter moron.
They're quite hard-headed today, huh?
Jeez Louise, dude. Like, I mean, if he thinks he's a flat earther, he's getting his shit all wrong, dude. If he thinks that we're measuring to the horizon. This is the problem, though, because if the horizon was a globe, you would have to. It would be the leading edge of the sphere, which you would have to say could be measured to. But the people that are in the flat earth are not measuring to it. Because then there would be a known distance. And then if it varies, the known distance would be, 15 miles, it would be 11 miles. But it's not a place. It's not a location.
And then man, that was some good listening. I had to get a nice drink to enjoy myself with some refreshment while listening.
It's been like that all day. They're super hard-headed today. They won't even concede the obvious.
Well, I mean, check this out. What if they're having a hard argument and then they're like, "Oh, guys, I'm a flat earther." Like, what is that supposed to mean?
It must help their argument in some way that you don't have to answer any of the pertinent questions for it being a globe. So I guess no accountability. That's my guess.
Oh, yeah. So there's some club, and we're going to just let up easy on them because they said magic word.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't realize you were a flat earther. Now we're just going to agree with you. Oh man.
Dude, that's 5 in a row, Indio. I don't know. Maybe we're going for number 6. I muted him, by the way, because AI just jumped in, so he might want to talk to the chat.
You got a lot of scalps today. Dude, they're hanging all over your body, man.
I gotta get some work done today. Come on.
If he's going to the trading post, he's going to sell all those scalps, man. He's going to make a fortune. He'll be drinking some rye whiskey all night.
You know what I'm going to be doing here shortly? I'm going to be doing some plumbing leveling. Right.
What's the shape of the Earth?
Unknown.
Well, what do you guys think it is?
See answer 1.
Answer 1. Where is that?
Earth is not an object embedded. It's not an embedded object. Doesn't have a shape.
Is there an end to the Earth?
Earth is not an embedded object. Are you hard of hearing or hard of comprehending?
No, is there an end? Like, for example, like, does it...
If it's not an embedded object, then the answer is no. Do you know what it means when it's not an embedded object? It means it's not a space outside.
Okay, because, those words mean something different to me. Like, I don't exactly work in physics. Like, like if I said embedded object, I'd think like an object embedded in something.
Yeah, so if the Earth is embedded in the vacuum of space, right? So it'd be a, oblate spheroid or however you perceive it to be based on whatever information that's been given to you. If you believe that's the case, then it would be an object floating around embedded in the vacuum of space. But there's no way that you can tell to us that it's an object embedded in the vacuum of space.
I didn't make a claim. I just asked you what shape it was.
How could we tell you that information if nobody can tell you that it's an object embedded in a space?
I never said it was an object embedded in a space.
Okay. So therefore, how could we tell you something that you wouldn't be able to verify yourself?
Well, I'm just curious what you believe.
Well, it's not a belief. It's something that we can't establish. We can't make it known to everybody that it's like a whatever object you might think it's a shape of. So the shape claim couldn't be argued because how could we tell you information that nobody can actually gather?
Do you think there's undiscovered land?
I mean, dude, like that's probably only the known world can only be discovered as much as we know it is.
I just meant, like, could we have another modern day Christopher Columbus?
I mean, I don't know.
I have a question. If the Earth is flat, how come I haven't seen a live picture of anybody by the edge of the Earth?
Okay, well, I do want to take your questions because you've been sitting here for a while. Blair, you've been here a while, so just take a seat for a moment. Let's talk to this new person. Because she was here earlier listening to us, Indio, so she kind of heard all the spurg outs from the other guys, so I was watching that person that just spoke up. Yeah, go ahead and ask your question, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to make that comment, but I'm going to go for some ice cream soon here.
Okay. Sorry, I'm in and out, dude. I'm doing something at work, so.
What do you work as?
You gentlemen.
What are you doing?
I'm not going to disclose that, but.
You don't have to say where, but what do you do?
Hard work every day for about 12 hours.
I'm trying to get to that point, but I have fatigue right now that I'm working on.
I thought this was your job.
What?
No, listen. Flat Earth is everybody's job because everybody works on the flat Earth. That means it's integral to their work, except for people who work in fiction.
I just meant, like, because it doesn't matter what day I come on here, he's here.
Yeah, that's great. So check this out, bro. So I am plumbing and leveling right now. Okay?
Okay.
And I charge a lot of money for it. And I'm just standing.
What do you
with
make,
my
like,
arms
140?
With my arms at my side. I'm just standing with my arms at my side, taking a break so I can talk, and then I'm going to get right back to making money.
But what do you make, like 130, 140?
I kind of do the same, to be fair.
I make as much as I want, whenever I want.
I don't know. Potters don't make very much money, dude.
All right, Blair, can we talk to the lady that was asking questions? Because you've been here like a repeat customer. So
Wait a minute. Yeah, let's answer your question, but real quick. When I said I'm plumbing and leveling, I didn't say I was a plumber. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, she was. What was your question again, ma'am? Can you please restate it?
I stated that that if the Earth is flat, how come I haven't seen any pictures of anybody by the live edge of it? Any live pictures?
It's funny that you said that because Blair is always asking us about the edge of the Earth. But we would say that the horizontal surface or the nature of our Earth would display itself as a horizontal plane, which we call flat Earth. And therefore, we don't need to tell you what's at the end or the edge of the realm that we exist in. If the known world that we travel to, everywhere we go, is a horizontal plane. So by way of that, everybody who's living on the Earth and wherever you are, you can detail the very same thing that I can. It's a common experience per se. So we'd all say that we see a flat level horizon when we go to the beach. So the indication of the Earth being a horizontal plane is known to everybody with a common experience. So if you wanted to test that further to say, can we measure across the surface or anything like that, that can be done. But it's a common experience that everybody would say and agree that the Earth is a horizontal plane based on, seeing a flat level horizon. Not unless you think it's something else, which I would love to hear it.
Yeah, but where's the edge? I've never seen anybody take a picture of where the edge is.
Yeah, but it's not like, okay, so within logic, it's not necessary for me to tell you about what's at the edge of the realm that we exist in. If I'm living on the surface of it and I could tell you what the surface condition is, you get me? I don't need to tell you what's at the end to tell you that the surface is a horizontal plane. Unless you...
I'd love to get Furuno
Hold on,
and Raytheon and Garmin and Simrad into this conversation.
You're saying the Earth is a horizontal plane. So why you're saying that and based on what?
Based on the nature of reality, the common experience, and all of us being able to test and verify that we don't just observe the Earth as a horizontal plane, but we can verify with laser tests, mirror flashes, specular reflections, that the Earth is measured as a flat plane with water. Yes. Of course, the land itself would have land topography, which is going to give us elevation change from a mean sea level. But outside of that, what we observe with water is that large bodies of water display no convexity while at rest. So you can study things like hydrostatic equilibrium. That would be located somewhere in academia. You can find in LibreText. Just go to LibreText, I think .org, and you'd be able to find some more information about it with the physics of water.
Bro. Again and again, you are talking about laser test and mirror flashes, but these things are not always same. It changes.
Yeah, but we had a problem.
Do you think the curvature of the Earth changes? The flatness of the Earth changes? These things are still changing.
Nexa, you have not given us a reason to think that what you're saying has any merit. You didn't describe to us how the laser would change in a test that has been done, like the one that was presented to you. So you can't say that it just doesn't happen like the way we say it does when the test can be provided to you that they've done already, and they have did it many times. So it's like there's one like the Lake Balaton, where there's a PDF on our server that can.
I know that.
Go, okay, so
I have seen that video. I have seen that video in 2020 by myself.
Okay, so why would you reject it and say something contrary to their findings? Why would you say that's not true and then say that it is possible that lasers bend and we can't depend on them? Because like the affirmation that militaries use them every day, like when they paint targets at certain distances, their level of accuracy that they need them to be. If the laser wasn't doing what it was supposed to be performed to do, then why would they depend on them like they do for eliminating targets? That's something that you need to realize. If the technology is not as dependable as you claim it to be, then they would not use it for the things that they do for accuracy. It is important that they understand what lasers are being used for and what specific type of laser. There's a lot of things that go into the actual device itself, but those devices that are calibrated and used at high accuracy over distances, if they're useful for specific things like painting targets, then your argument needs to be shown that they're not able to be used based on the inability for them to be accurate. You have to show that to us, because we've given you examples that you can't refute, and you just say, "Nuh-uh, they're just not useful." So you have to tell us how they're not useful. I want you to go ahead and describe to us.
What, me?
No, Nexa. Anytime, Nexa. Okay.
If you're trying to blindly believe some kind of like,
it's not a blind belief, brother. I've already told you, it's not a blind belief. So if you're not giving proof right now, then you're just saying "nuh-uh" to what I'm telling you.
So what curvature maths you believe that it is the 100% true?
Okay, wait a minute. You just skipped. You're what you're doing right now is you're confusing the audience by asking another question, and you're not verifying whether or not you can prove that lasers are inaccurate. You have to prove that. We can't move from that point until you prove it, Nexa, or concede. You can concede.
Already it's provable. It's already provable.
No, you haven't given us
lasers. Because we can never know. Just imagine, we can't even say maybe if the Earth is a globe and the lasers always curves as the curvature of the Earth, we can never know that.
Okay, so you just keep saying things over and over, but you're not giving the example of how you know what you know.
Because you don't understand what science is, because you have to be a third person of.
I don't understand what science is, sir. You haven't explained, sir. You have not explained not one time of any information that you could substantiate that lasers are inaccurate and we cannot use them. You haven't even went into one example that you could explain to us. Not one, sir.
Yeah, because you have only two persons. One is observer and one is who is just sending the laser. But you have to be a third person who is seeing from the outside perspective.
Okay, that's great. At least we're getting somewhere now. Has this been done? That you can say that lasers are not being able to be used based on information that you're going to start to substantiate. Go ahead, detail the method. I want to see how you can prove that we cannot use lasers based on their inaccuracy.
Yeah, because if they are inaccurate, we can't prove that they are like bending or not based on the surface of the Earth. Because if it's curving with the surface of the Earth, then we have to understand. Like if someone is a glober, then he will say, okay, it's adjusting with the curvature of the globe. If someone is a flat earther, he will say, no, it's not. We can never know until or unless we are the outsider. Just imagine someone is. If someone is watching it from the outside of the Earth. Then he can understand. Okay, the Earth is.
Nexa. We're not talking about outside of the Earth. We're talking about how you could validate or invalidate the accuracy of lasers. You have not substantiated how they are inaccurate, and I want to know how they are based on what you can tell me. You need to make it known to me that you know they're inaccurate. How are you doing this?
So if you know they are accurate, then how can you prove that?
Because we've measured distances using them. Militaries paint targets. I've already said this many times. The Lake Balaton test using dude. There's many examples that we've been, and you've even looked at them too. So now you need to show me how they're now you need to show me how they're not accurate. So we're talking about we're talking about
military targets.
Yes.
Okay, so like just imagine if someone is sending a laser from USA, then can he hit the Europe?
No, dude, that's not.
Why not? If
you're moving. Hold on. Nexa, you're not giving me how lasers are inaccurate. You're not telling me how you discovered this. I want the methodology, how you prove that they're inaccurate. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's your claim about the lasers.
No. It was your claim of inaccuracy. I'm saying they're accurate, but you said they're not. You can't. And if people are using them practically everywhere in construction, in the military is using lasers, we can use them if we want, depending on what type we're going to use them for, the application specifically, right? But the accuracy of the laser depends on the type of device and the distance. So you're saying that's not possible because every time we use lasers, they're going to be inaccurate. That's a bold claim. I want you to substantiate. Go ahead. Anytime now. Anytime now, Nexa.
Again and again, it's your claim that you think like the lasers are something that can prove the Earth is flat. It's not mine. So you have to provide that the lasers are going straight.
Oh my goodness.
It's not me.
All right, if somebody else wants to talk to him, he's not gonna.
Yeah,
you
you're
just
so
keep
dishonest.
resetting. Right, I'm the one dishonest. Yep.
Yeah, I just don't like base reality on some kind of man-made lasers. You can be a blind believer, not me. Those
All right, great point. So then, if that's the case, that you can't use optically based information to do any kind of measurements, then how did you determine the Earth was flat? Since you claim to be a flat earther, what are your evidences that the Earth is flat, sir?
I told you, like, I don't have any. But I believe the Earth is flat because I can't prove its globe. So the default position is Earth is flat and stationary. That's the only thing.
Okay, that's fair. So what you're doing most likely is creating a canard to pretend you're a flat earther so that people think that the reason people are flat earthers is what you just said.
Yeah, the people are flat earthers because of plenty of reasons. Some people believe the Antarctica ice wall is there. Some believe there's AE map is the true map. They believe all kind of bullshit. That doesn't mean like I have to buy all those things.
Right. So then your true position would be, I observe the Earth is flat and stationary. Everything I do in the Earth is functionally flat and stationary. Therefore, it must be flat and stationary.
No, it's not. If the Earth is a globe,
okay, so then your basic. So let me put your position in a logic form. Then, someone else claimed the Earth is a globe. They haven't proved it. Therefore, the Earth is flat. That makes no sense, dude. That makes no sense.
Yeah, because if I talk about the default position, then
okay. So one more time, friend. We've off the convo. I agree with you. Now that we've established you're referring to the default position, what is the default position and why is it the default position?
Okay, so just imagine like if someone is talking about like there is the motion of the Earth is moving. So it's a positive claim. But if someone has not provided any motion, any positive motion for the Earth, then
we already agree with that.
Then the default motion would be zero until or unless someone can prove the motion. So the Earth is stationary.
That depends. Yes, but in that argument it is. But why is stationary? No, pay attention. Why is stationary the default position?
Because we are not assigning any kind of motion. So by default, it's no motion.
No, that's not the reason. I'll submit to you, friend, that the actual reason why it's the default position is because nobody measures or experiences motion of the Earth, not simply because somebody else claimed there is and couldn't prove it. Those are two different things.
Join here. Where did you join from? I'm excited to speak to you, but how did you join the call? Are you working for
You're saying because nobody has experienced the motion.
Hold on, bro. I got to mute this panda kid. He's interrupting us. All right, go ahead.
So you're saying because nobody has experienced. So what do you mean by experiencing the motion? If someone is just imagining, like someone has drank 2 packs of vodka and he's just feeling dizzy and he's saying, "Oh, the Earth is moving," then do you think like the Earth is in the motion?
Well, it depends because you got to keep in mind that when people say the Earth is moving in the globe paradigm, they're making specific claims about rates of motion, right? They're not just saying it's moving categorically.
So you're talking about experiencing. So someone can say, "Oh, I experienced the Earth is in the motion." Do you know, like, how many Globers say that?
Correct.
Like, I have heard many
No,
Globers,
dude.
and
They
say,
say
"Oh,
that.
we
They
experienced."
say that. Listen, they
Yes.
say that, but then when they explain their point, you actually find out that they're not being accurate. So they say they experience motion. You say, well, how do you experience the motion of the Earth? And they say by watching the stars move. So what they actually experience is the motion of the stars, and then they retro-engineer that to the Earth is moving. So that's not the primary experience. And we all of us know this because that's the way they argue. They argue, hey, the Earth appears stationary, but we know it's moving because the stars are moving. That's their logic, which is horrible logic, by the way.
But you are talking about the personal experience that can vary. Okay, just imagine if there is a dishonest person, and if he's a dishonest
No,
Glober,
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care because I gave you a specific in the way in which it's argued. So I don't care if some Glober comes in here and says, I experience the Earth moving because I can feel myself spinning around the Earth. That person would be dismissed unless they can prove their claim. But that's not a proper claim to the claim of the globe versus flat anyway.
That sounds like me with my dizziness.
Okay.
Yeah. So nobody would think. Listen, nobody would take it on face value as a serious argument if somebody that was diagnosed with vertigo said, "Hey, I experienced the Earth rotating around the sun."
So why would they take you as a face value? Okay, look, you said if they are saying that I feel the motion, that they have to prove it. Then in the same way, if you're saying I don't feel any motion, then you have to prove that the Earth is not in the motion.
No, dude. Everybody, listen, friend. I know it's hard for you to comprehend, but throughout antiquity, and in fact, in all the literature, it's well established and well known that nobody feels the Earth moving around the sun. Nobody feels the Earth rotating. All they feel when it comes to the Earth is earthquakes, landslides, tremors, hypersonic booms, a big tractor trailer full of rocks driving by. That's the only motion that people feel when it comes to the Earth. So you're arguing in these pure hypotheticals, my friend. That's why when AV was pressing to you, give me an example, give me a data point, you couldn't answer. It's like your entire argument is in the realm of hypothetical.
I don't believe in examples and man-made technology. That's why.
Yeah. See, you don't believe in actually tangibly demonstrating your claims in reality. You just believe in talking in hypotheticals, and that's great. But that doesn't belong in our forum. That belongs in a fictional literature forum where you're creating a fictional world for your characters in a fictional setting.
No, then I'm just saying why you are making a positive claim that the Earth is flat, because we can never prove it.
No, dude, it's your opinion that if you live in hypothetical land, you can never prove something. And I agree with you. That is your opinion, and you're entitled to have it. But you haven't been able to substantiate your opinion in any way so far.
You're talking about man-made lasers. That's crazy.
Yeah, dude, I've actually used lasers in reality, and I know they work.
No one can prove that they are straight.
I mean, dude, that's a cool claim.
You don't know what light is. You are not owner. You are not.
Want to know what the proof that they go straight is? The fucking pile of bodies, dude. You fucking dunce, dude. Like, seriously. The pile of bodies created by laser targeting and blowing the fucking people up. That's the proof.
Yeah. So what if
targeting works?
Curving? What if it's curving 8 inches per mile square?
If it was curving, then the fucking weapon system wouldn't fucking kill the people.
Yeah, it would.
What's... Oh my goodness, dude.
It's curving 8 inches per mile square.
I don't know how AI is not just laughing up a storm right now.
No, dude, laser targeting just works by finding the biggest source on an IR camera. I'm not kidding. You just center it at the center.
Oh my gosh.
What? Dude, you can Google it. You can look it up. You can do it yourself. It's not magic technology.
You know, they have a ballistic trajectory, right? And they have pins which take down the entire court. Listen.
Dude, how do you think a fucking target designator works? Seriously.
What do you mean? They illuminate the target with a laser.
Yeah, and then when the thing finds the laser, what do you think it does?
What do you mean? When the thing finds the laser, what does that mean?
When your IR camera finds the laser, what do you think it does?
Well, I guess it probably tries to keep it centered. And
Yeah, it
plots
does.
its trajectory based upon where its motion.
So it doesn't have to be like perfect. You just have to kind of just aim the laser at the thing. It doesn't matter if it curves. You can find it regardless of a curve or a straight line, as long as it finds the most illuminated thing.
Well, that would change its trajectory now, wouldn't it?
Okay, but the target designator has to keep
How are they computing that? How are they computing that?
Because you just keep it center.
Yeah. How are they computing it?
They keep it center.
They have to, look, dude, this isn't like real-time reaction. You have to calculate where they're going to be.
Yeah, it is.
Right?
You can literally play with these things.
Dude, listen, they have to calculate where they're going to be. Because they'll fucking tumble.
The direction of which it finds it, right? So you can basically
Just what I just said.
You can point your target designator at whatever you want, okay? And all the camera does is it tries to identify where the laser is, and then it just tries to point towards it. That's
You don't understand how a curve works, how the orientation of a munition works, how tumbling works. These things are going at high speed. If the fucking drag of the goddamn air on the bomb is tilted at an angle, the bomb will fucking tumble.
Holy shit,
so
dude.
it has to maintain its orientation. It has to anticipate its path.
When it tries to find the target, all it's looking for is the biggest source of infrared.
That's what you think,
all it's
bro.
Looking for.
That's what you think.
That's actually how it works. It's using a fucking camera.
Has to anticipate where it's going to be, dude. Has to calculate its trajectory. It's called a firing solution, dumb fuck.
You just made that up.
Yeah, I made up firing solution.
Yeah, dude, you just invented that in your head. You can actually look into how this works.
Okay.
It's really
just go on
simple,
mute, bro.
It's incredibly simple.
You can just Google this yourself, dude. Just go on mute. You're embarrassing yourself. You're embarrassing yourself.
Endless Cope Saturday? I don't know. We got a name.
Fuck, dude. Endless Cope Saturday. Laser's curve. Well, they don't calculate for that curve in any military fucking handbook. In any military calculation, nobody's calculating for any fucking curvature of the Earth. Not even over 147 kilometers.
Let's ask AI how much curvature they were calculating when they were using targeting systems. You can imagine the guy going like, hold on, man. We got a significant amount of distance. How much curvature is that? Let's pull up the math.
The funny thing, here's the funny thing, AI. The way he's thinking it works in his mind is actually with a flat surface in a flat laser. Because if you have a curved surface and a curved laser, the orientations of everything, it's vertical, it's palm, is constantly changing. And you end up getting a tumbling fucking bomb. Because the drag, right, of hitting it sideways will end up making it tumble. Right? The tip needs to be pointed at the target, dude. They don't smash the fucking bomb into it sideways. Even the old bombs, the World War II bombers, right? You see the bombs come out of the bomb bay door? Right. They end up being nose down because that's where the fucking explosive is.
I'm just saying, okay, you're talking about the plumb lines. The plumb lines are also one of the things that can establish a default position for the flat Earth. And how it is, like if we have two plumb bobs and they are measuring 90 degrees to the level. So if we are moving them apart, then by default we can consider them parallel. And
No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. Because you can't. I'll tell you why.
You know this dude's never built anything, right?
I'll tell you why, dude. Because according to you, in your frame of reference, right, unless you mechanically attach the plumb lines to each other, the only way to mediate them is through optical means. And you just said there's no way to tell the difference between optical curves and optical straightness. So it'd be impossible, according to you.
Yeah, it's impossible. I'm talking about default position. Default position means until or unless we can prove otherwise, then what's the most possible prediction based on empirical parameters, observations, logics, and our understanding. So for work, so
What about buzzwords?
if I just imagine if I hang two plumb bobs next to each other, then by default, without any presupposition Earth is flat or globe, I will consider them parallel to each other. So if I move them apart, then still I have to consider them parallel to each other until or unless I can prove the Earth is globe or something. So
Yeah, so what was the way that you could verify that they are or they aren't? How would you know for sure?
that's why I'm saying by default the Earth is flat.
No, that's not the question, bro. You need to pay attention to what's being asked. How do you know whether it's not parallel or it is?
There's no way.
Okay, then. So you're just guessing?
It's not about guess. It's about
You're guessing, aren't you?
If the Earth is so big, then you can't just measure. You can't just measure.
That's not the question. That's not the question.
Your little sea guy and frustrator troll is getting boring.
Do you know how small the divergence is? If we have two plumb lines next to each other, then
you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know if they're diverting, is what you're saying, right?
Bro, diverging would be less than the width of the hair.
Doesn't matter. That's not what's being asked here.
So how can we
matter
measure that?
So you saying we can't measure that? There's no way to measure that, then, huh?
Yeah, there's no fucking way to measure that. How
you wouldn't know? You wouldn't know if it's flat or if it's curving. Is that true?
Yeah, of course. No one can know that.
Oh boy.
There is only one way, and I'm going to tell you that. You just go outside the Earth and see. If someone can go outside the Earth and see the Earth as a globe,
I freaking knew it.
Little
there
retard.
The mask fell off. There you go.
That's the
there
only way. And if someone is just talking about laser measurements of the Earth, mirror flashes,
you can't measure it. You just have to gawk at it. That's what you gotta do.
Yeah.
You're a retard.
Is a deception.
The mask
Everything
right
else is a
off,
deception,
bro.
It's just your ego.
See?
Oh, I measured the Earth.
A fake flat earther was telling us that we need to measure the Earth by going up and looking down and saying, "Ah, man, well, shit, there it is."
Yeah, it looks flat.
It doesn't matter.
Is that it? It looks flat. We confirm that looking flat on the ground is also looking flat up top. Yeah,
you know what's
he's
crazy
a waste of space, bro.
We've destroyed iterations of people like this guy. Like every single time they fail.
Well, this is a cheap knockoff Chinese version.
Indian version.
Yeah, people say, oh, if the Earth is a globe, then people will be upside down. So I'm a flat earther.
No, you're not.
So I'm not going to buy that bullshit.
No, you're a troll. Okay,
you're a damn troll. That's all you are.
I'm not a troll. I'm a flat earther, but you guys don't understand.
You haven't made a single fucking argument for anything. You haven't substantiated a single claim in over 2 hours.
And you said you can't know. You can't test if the Earth is flat or globe. You said that yourself. The only way to know is to go up high and look down at it and say, "Oh, well, there it is." That was a way to verify.
I'm 100% certain this dude is 99%.
How much? I'm talking about if there is a claim that the Earth is 4,000 miles in a radius. Okay, it's a sphere and it's there. So okay, then if someone can go 10,000 miles up and see, then he can prove
10,000 miles. Really, 10,000 miles?
Yeah, it's enough, I guess. 10,000 miles.
10,000 miles is enough.
How do you know that? Yeah, how do you know that?
Yeah, because if the Earth is 4,000 miles in a radius, and then automatically go.
Automatically.
He's going to go based on information that he thinks he doesn't know if it hasn't been verified.
You would take a 10,000-mile trip up in the air just to verify something that they haven't given you evidence of. You're not a flat earther.
I'm a flat earther. That's why.
No, you're not.
He's wrong. Listen, he's wrong. Listen, hold on real quick. He's wrong because he already said there's no way to determine whether light is traveling straight. So if he went up and saw the Earth or whatever it's representing himself, unless he validated the path of light from every point source, he'd be erroneous to make any conclusion. Sorry, dude, but your worldview is incoherent, bro.
Okay, I can conclude that because
No, you
just
can't.
imagine, like, just imagine I go.
Just imagine.
Yeah, just imagine. What's the problem?
Just imagine.
So if I go 25,000 miles high, okay, and now
25. You extended it. You went from 10 to 25.
Yeah,
Holy
I'm
smokes!
extending it.
Holy
Yeah,
deflection.
okay. Yeah, so if I go 25,000 miles and if I'm watching, okay, that is the Earth I came from, and it's hanging in the space. Now it's rotating. I can see the Earth as a globe.
This
It's
guy over
turning,
here.
rotating. Yeah, there is.
Yeah,
day
what
and
if the
night,
lights?
and
What if the light's bending?
What's up, guys?
how can light bend when I can see the Earth?
You're
is
the
just
one that said it bends, bro.
You're the one that said it.
You're the one that advocates for the lasers are bending. You're the one that say light
You're-
bends, bro. So
Light
You're
does
not getting. Have you
Light
ever seen?
obviously
Have you ever
does.
seen? Have you ever seen a basketball in front of you?
Yeah.
Oh God, dude.
A basketball. So next up, let
Yeah.
me get this
So
right.
if
I
I
want to
can
get
see
your
the Earth
position.
in
Oh
that
no,
way.
next, stop. I just want to get your position right. Your argument, the totality of your argument.
Wait, does Avi think light can't
Shut up,
bend?
dude. Shut up. Why
Light
did you
bends.
interrupt me? I'll mute you
hold
both.
a basketball.
Now
I
ban you.
feel like
Last
what he's
chance.
trying to
Shut
say.
up. Shut up.
You don't need a basketball. You can just
Talking
look
to
into
Nexa.
like any
Okay,
physical body in the universe, and you see light.
It's just what
Don
he's
muted
like
me.
trying to.
He's
It's what he's like
gonna
trying
be
to say,
banned.
man.
So, Nexa, just to get your argument completely straight, okay? Your contention is that we cannot know what the Earth is from the surface of the Earth, and the only way to know what it is to leave the thing in question and get further away from it. Make it make sense, dude.
As I told you, that if you use scientific method, then you have to.
There's no scientific method in any of this. This is just pure logic. You're trying to leave the thing in question to figure out what it is and go farther away.
Yeah, because I'm saying to go further away
If
because
you
there
wanted
is
to
a
know
claim.
if someone was a female, would you go farther away or closer?
I'm saying because they
Yeah,
claim
answer
the
the
Earth is a
question,
globe.
Nexa. One more time. Answer the question. You wanted to know if someone was a female, would you get closer or farther?
Oh my God! You're comparing a female with the Earth. That's so dumb.
Yeah, that's right. Well, the female has certain
silly.
properties. You know, they're a female, right? So does the Earth. You're trying to figure out there's curvature by leaving the Earth, where the curvature actually is, because you said we can't know the curvature when we're here. Is this like a two Earth theory? Is this like it's a flat on the ground and curved in space? Is this it?
You're using a false analogy and nothing else.
What's false about it?
You're comparing Earth.
Yeah, that's right. I am. Why is it false, dude?
Oh my God! It's a false analogy, fellas.
Oh yeah, you just said that. We heard you. Why?
You can't compare something to a different thing.
Yeah, that's the claim. You're just stating it twice. So what, dude? Why?
That's also a deception you're creating. That's why I'm saying.
Why, dude? Why?
What why you're talking about? If the Earth is a globe, then you have
the why I'm talking about. The why it's a false equivalence.
You think it's?
Yeah, you're just talking out your ass, Nexa. Go in one of the other chats where these stupid fucking gimmicks work and go debate there, okay? None of your little stupid gimmicks work here, okay? You should have figured that out over an hour ago.
Stupid. You're stupid if you're comparing Earth with a female. That's so stupid.
Okay, that's not an argument.
And you're still comparing that.
You're stupid is not an argument. I could be stupid, but what I said is still true.
I don't compare anything with any other thing.
I don't care what you do.
You use false equivalence and false analogy.
Yeah, you haven't told me how it's a false equivalence.
You should understand that.
Yeah, well, no, you should tell me. You should actually substantiate for once your claim.
I'm just saying, I can't really destroy Globers, but you can, because of the people like you, flat earthers are targeted as dumb as fuck because of the.
You're done, dude. Okay, Hassan does not talk until he unmutes me. And I'll unmute who's this? JR.
I just want to say, if you hold an item in front of a light bulb, you still see the light, right? So obviously, it curves.
What?
That's what he was saying about the fucking soccer ball, the ball. Put a ball up to a light bulb. The light is going to go around the ball, is it not? Tell me
What's
I'm
that
wrong.
got to do? No, that's not what you.
So obviously the light curves, right? That's what he was saying. You're just crazy.
No,
you can't think.
How long
what
have you
he
been
was
here?
Actually saying.
How long have you
Eyes
been
join.
here?
Eyes join.
So you have no idea what he was saying before about.
I heard enough.
No, you didn't. You have no idea.
I heard
what the context is.
enough.
You can just go on mute, dude.
Yeah.
If you
I'm
don't
not
tell
wrong,
me in
though.
what context he brought that up, you're gonna go on mute. What context did he bring it up in? Why were we bringing
light
it up?
and how light is curving? What do you
Yeah, he brought it up like an hour ago. What was he talking about?
That was less than a minute ago. What are you talking about?
No, he's been here a while.
Yeah, but that's not okay. I don't know what we talked about an hour ago. I'm talking
He
about
said
what
we
he talked
can't
about
use
a minute
lasers
ago.
to measure the surface of the Earth because light curves. And that we
Lasers is
can't-
light. Yes, it's the same thing.
Yeah,
It's the
he
same idea.
said because light curves and we can't know.
Light does curve.
Okay, always.
Yes.
Always.
Yes.
Okay. So laser targeting systems, the light's curving in those? So
I'm
the
sorry, you have to say that again. You are
so
assuming
the LIGO laser is curving in that?
Why does it? I'm not saying it has to. It could be straight.
Well, I asked you if it always curves. You
what
said
you're
no-
saying.
you said
That's
yeah.
the dumbest thing I've ever heard in a while.
You said
not gonna
yeah
lie.
when I asked you, does it always curve?
Look at this square. It's straight. Does that mean every square?
You
get
said
out. What are you
yeah
talking
when I
about, bro?
asked you if it always curves. You said yeah.
Yes, it will always curve.
Okay, does it curve in LIGO?
Who the fuck is LIGO?
The Large Interferometer Gravity Observatory. It's a 1.3 kilometer laser inside of a vacuum tube. Does it curve in that?
No, because it has no reason to.
Has no reason to. What's the reason to curve a light?
Gravity.
Yeah, gravity?
Yes, it is gravity. Like, you just don't believe in
I
gravity.
don't know what to tell you, but gravity.
Gravity curves like, okay, according to the special theory or the general theory of relativity, how much does a mass?
Yeah, you're just pulling shit out of your ass.
How
bro.
much does the mass?
You're just pulling shit out of your ass,
You can
bro.
just look this up, bro.
You're just pulling that shit out of your ass,
You can
bro.
look it up.
Obviously, he is. He doesn't know, but it's.
I do know.
No,
I do know.
That's okay.
Okay, according to general relativity, it would curve a laser or would deflect it 1/16 millionth of 1 degree.
Okay, so it does curve. You literally know the math, so it
1/16
does
millionth
curve.
of 1 degree at 25.
So it does curve. There you go. Point proven,
No, I
eh?
said deflect. I said deflect. It's
Oh,
1 nanometer at 20. It's 1 nanometer at 25 miles.
Okay, and
Yeah, it's immeasurable. You would never be able to measure.
obviously not. You literally just said the measurement,
No, that's the calculation.
which is a measurement.
No, it's not, dude.
Fucking bonehead.
Wait, you're saying a calculation isn't a measurement?
No, they're not the same word, and they're not the same application.
They're not the same word. I
Yeah,
know.
Measurements require devices. Okay, you measure shit with a measuring device. Calculate. You don't calculate shit with a measuring device.
Yeah, so if you think about it
So
this
how
way,
do we
if you hold on, Jay,
calculate- Okay.
if you're telling a carpenter to go ahead and calculate something or to measure it, what do you think is going to be applied? Is a calculation like something that he's going to be able to test?
They're going to use math to determine the length.
No. We're talking about the between calculation and measurement.
Yeah,
between both of those.
So if someone needs, so if he has to do like 2 inches times 4, what's he going to do? Math, right?
Yeah, he's
like,
going to do
come
math.
on, bro.
Yeah, but
he's
when
going to use math to determine the fucking measurement.
All right,
like
so, no,
what the fuck are we doing?
No,
what
how
are we
does he
doing
know,
here?
How does he know that the calculation is correct? He's going to have to
he
test
uses
it.
math. What are we doing here?
He's going to measure it. He's got to measure it.
Math. Yeah, he's going to use math to determine the measurement.
So it's
like,
not a calculation; it's a measurement.
No,
so they're both,
he's going to read it.
What are you confused about? Like what?
He's going to read Bonehead. He's going to read a tape measure.
Yeah, how the fuck do you think that was created, bro?
Have you ever even read? Well, we marked little lines and we came up with a standardized.
I'm sorry. How do you think? What you think some random person just said? Here's a number on a tape measure.
This was your can of soup argument, Indio. This was your can of soup argument.
Like they use math to determine measure. Like what are we talking?
What type of math? What type of math? What type of math's involved in measuring?
I'm sorry. There's types of math. What the fuck you talking about? It's just math, bruh.
No, it's counting.
Give me types of math. What are you like trying to move the goalpost?
Dude, you're
it's
a
just math, homie.
Head. You're just digging your hole. Keep digging. Okay, there are types of math. There's different fields of math. There's abstract math. There's applied math. There's
Are you mad that people use math to measure things? Like I don't understand.
No, they use counting to measure things. They count units.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. What is counting?
Stop talking. Let him finish.
What is counting?
Stop talking.
What are you doing?
Hold on, I'm gonna put him on mute while you talk.
Because you look crazy.
Look at you, Spurg, dude. It's funny.
Bro, what is...
You're just spurging out. Look, it's really simple. Okay? We measure with a instrument made for measuring. Okay? And then we sum the units, and we call that a quantity. Okay? That has nothing to do with calculation. Nothing. You can calculate shit that's completely fictitious. But you can't measure fictitious things.
Give me one example
of
that doesn't require math.
I'll calculate how
Give
fast
me one example.
flies around the Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to calculate how fast Superman flies around the Earth.
Calculate something without math. Have fun. Measure it.
No one, dude.
Let me know.
An idiot.
Let me know.
Who said calculate something without math? Who said that?
We're talking about the difference between calculation and measurement, not if you can calculate something with math. What is wrong with you people? You guys are broken, man.
Level.
You don't even understand the premise of the whole point we're discussing. Like, you guys get lost in the thought quickly.
And it was his argument.
Yeah, it was, dude.
You lost, like, you defeated yourself in your own argument. If measurements and calculations are the same thing, why are they different words? With different definitions?
A measurement is a calculation, you donut.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I have a calculation.
The world is wrong. You're right.
Shut up, dude. Shut up, dude. It isn't. The world agrees with me, not you, dummy. Okay, so if I have a calculation, how do I know what quantities to put into the variables? I want to calculate the square foot of a kitchen. Where do I get the quantities for the variables?
You take measurements and then you add them together using math. You fucking idiot.
Yeah, one operation was the measurement. The other was the calculation. It came after the measurement.
I wonder if they know that, like, why this point isn't sticking. I have no idea.
Oh, he's got everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. That's why.
No, it's because every time I talk, I get muted. And then unmuted and muted and unmuted.
And you can't control your mic, Jay. That's why.
You literally said square root to find a measurement. Like,
no, I didn't.
I need to say. Yes, you did. But that
says find the square foot of a kitchen.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. How do you? What math do you use to find square feet?
Well, you multiplied the perimeter, or you multiplied the side by a side, right?
Oh,
Then
so
you
use math to
calculate
measure the square feet.
You didn't measure. You didn't measure the square feet. You calculated it. You measured the sides.
You found the measurement.
Yeah, and then you order 10% more.
The measurement doing
yeah,
what?
Einstein, and then when you do
Doing
the
what,
job, you order
motherfucker? Get
10%
outta
more to
here.
make sure you can cover
Like,
the
what are we
floor.
doing?
Dude, this is why you got muted, because you can't control your mic. Oh man, I'll say what you're gonna say, man.
No, doesn't matter.
I'm just going to say in reality, then when you do the job and when you order the tile, you order a percentage more to make certain you cover the floor.
You literally need to do math to order the tile because you need to find out how much
Okay,
tile
go
you
ahead,
need to
Dan.
order.
No one said you don't need to do
for
math.
that shit too.
Yeah, but go and
Like, shit.
order the
It's all
exact
math, bro. Why
order
are
the
you so
exact
against
square
math?
footage to some decimal point, and then do your floor and watch your tile go
I don't
discontinued, and you'd be shit
what's
out of
so
luck.
bad about math? Like, it's so normal.
No, you're straw manning what we said.
I don't
You're
understand.
straw manning what we said. You're straw manning what we said. No one said anything about math. The
Oh, okay.
distinction between calculation and measurement, you claimed there was none.
Excuse you?
You claimed there was no distinction between calculation and measurement, that calculations are measurements.
I said the
Despite
opposite.
the fact, no, you don't fucking lie, dude. We record this.
I said measurements are calculations.
Yeah, I know. No distinction. Yeah. That means there's no distinction. That means it's the same when you say they are. That means they are the same.
Yeah, they are the same.
Okay. Then why are they different words in the dictionary with different? No. Shut up. Why are they different words in the dictionary with different definitions?
Because they have different definitions. Because they mean different things.
Yeah. Congratulations.
he just entered into a paradox, man. He's like, he just admitted it. They mean two different things. He was fighting it tooth and nail. Now he's like, well, they mean two different things. Duh. That's our point, bro. Thank you.
Where's Clipcord? You got to get that one.
That was awesome, bro. Yeah, you get that W, bro. That's awesome. That was because, he was fighting the point the whole time.
Dude. I'm not even trying to get a gotcha. I'm just trying to bring him back to reality.
Well, it was he got himself, bro. To be honest, you didn't get him. He got himself. He snatched his own wig, bro. Like
it's silly though. Isn't it silly though? He worked so hard to establish this whole thing. So you do calculations when then everyone would. Well, I would mention the Superman leaps and bounds. It's like he wasted a lot of time there.
Yeah, he was trying to not let anybody speak because once we get to this point, now he's got egg all over his face. And what can you do from there? He snatched his own wig. It's like he was fighting tooth and nail. It was the same. Calculation and measurement were the same. Now he found out that they're defined differently. Well, because they're different. Boom.
What was the whole point of it? I mean, I lost track of the whole damn thing. What was his original? I guess he's muted now, but yeah, he's a goofus.
He was trying to defend that fake flat earther Bollywood Indian that said you can't measure the surface of the earth with a laser. Despite the fact it's done regularly, every day. It's being done right now as I'm speaking. Someone is out there measuring the earth with a laser.
And it spiraled into them, them actually saying that a measurement and calculation are synonymous and the same. They're actually the same. And he was defending that point up until this very end where Indio pointed out that they're defined differently. And he's like, well, yeah, because they're different. Well, no shit, dude. That's what we've been saying. Thanks.
It's wild though. The last 6 of them, at least half dozen, have passed the baton from the other one. And one has dropped the baton and they picked it up. It's interesting.
Yeah, and the direction they're running is like into like, I don't know, big pile of feces, dude. They're like, it's been like this all day.
They keep stepping on a rake and smacking themselves in the face with it. Like every which way they turn, that's.
Yeah, when I first started listening to it, it was all so good. I thought it was like a pre-recorded highlights package. I didn't realize it was happening live.
You know, we should actually put this out as a public service announcement for Globers, like what not to do in a debate with flat earthers, and like just like send it out to the Globies, because this ain't a good look for that side right now.
And in the middle of it, I heard that one lady call out to like 4 other, I need you. It was like they were paging people. Yeah, it's a good episode.
At some point, India was like that guy from the movie Fury, like Brad Pitt's character, when they're stuck in that one bridge.
Well, I thought that they were doing what Old House said before, because you know how each one came in and asked you who's a flat earther in here.
Yeah,
when they do that, usually they're rallying the troops. They're trying to figure out who to troll.
Well, we got Hassan still in here, but he has to unmute you before he wants to get on the mic. So Hassan, I'm gonna unmute you, and if you have Indio unmuted, then you can continue, because we're gonna do a check and to see if you can hear him. If you can, then you'll stay unmuted. But if not, you're just gonna go right back on mute.
I don't want to talk.
That's fine, but do you have everybody unmuted?
Obviously, as long as you don't interrupt or shout.
All right, so Indio, do you want to do a check?
Mic check.
I don't know. Indio, you ask him.
No. Can you hear him? That's what I'm asking.
Well, he said what check, and I'm asking him. I don't know.
Oh,
I said mic check.
Oh, a mic check. I don't know. Mate. You can ask him.
That's all right. At least you can hear him. All right.
Oh, I'm very concerned about.
Word is bond. Yeah. Well, what's up?
Turn troll. Very.
So I have a BBC addiction, and I'm wondering if I'm gay or not.
Wrong channel, I think.
Degenerates, bro.
Yeah, you're the wrong channel, dude.
Yeah, what would you like? Seriously, like, what would their parents think of this behavior? Seriously, like, you're huge. They not realize they're like dishonoring themselves like completely.
The guy's watching the King's news all day. Actually, probably still the Queen's, not Camilla.
Thought it was a king. Never mind. Next is still muted, right? That guy don't really know much of anything, huh?
You know, the whole time he's been leading to that. Everything he did was like a scripted, well, poorly scripted, but a scripted. He's trying to lead us to, oh, we can't measure the Earth is flat. We can only look at it from space. That whole thing, all 2 hours of it.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he didn't even make the logical connection from the first to the second, much less the freaking 40 other steps he had to take. They love space that much, bro. They love space so much. Like, I'm a flat earther, but you can only prove the flat earth from space. Don't take my space away from me.
Yeah.
Fucking weirdos.
He was saying too that the only way you can know a laser test is done if you have a third person looking at it from the side view. Because point of origin to target is not going to work. So yeah,
totally.
Yeah, he said you'd have to have a third person in order for you to say that. Here, let me see. Yeah, go ahead and say why you need a third person, Nexa. For a laser test.
Well, that's crazy. That's what I was thinking when that guy who was playing dumb about water, he was hedging towards that. He wanted to get back to something that could be flying through space. I get. And he was flat Earth LARPing.
Okay, so
it must be the new
do you have
hotness, as they used to say.
do you have a kind of a proof where you can measure that the earth is flat? Tell me that. I wanna see it. I wanna see the measurements. If you don't have that, then why you're saying like you can measure and you can prove that the earth is flat by some kind of measurements when you don't have any? Why you're just saying that?
Sorry, does anyone know how to share a screen?
Are you going to? Yeah, you can share the screen by using.
I can. Can someone else do it for me and quickly just Google something, right? Because I'm in a little debate in the side chat, and yeah, thank you.
I shared the screen. Yeah.
Okay, Google the definition of newtons.
Newtons what?
Newtons as in the SI unit.
Newton what?
Definition of newtons.
Yeah. Definitions of Newton.
Next up, by the way, we gave you the measurements already.
No, it's not. It's nothing to do with you guys. It's to do with this person in the side chat.
Newtons.
I'm talking that
Newtons. Tons. Yeah. Okay. There you go. That's definition. Newton is defined as 1 Newton is therefore the force needed to accelerate 1 kilogram of mass at the rate of 1 meter per second in the direction of the applied force. So, would you, from reading this, assume that newtons are a force? Because the person in side chat, you can read the whole argument. They're telling me newtons aren't a force, and gravity isn't a force either.
I'm not saying gravity is a force.
No, you look inside chat. Look inside chat, and just look at the imbecility of it.
According to me, there is no
apparently newtons aren't a force, and they told me to Google it. I copied and pasted the Googled definition. They told me I don't know what it means. Okay.
Yeah, the things goes down because there is a gravitational field, not the gravity.
I have no clue. You just said.
Yeah, there is a gravitational field coming upside down, parallel.
This guy must be the worst flat earther I've ever heard.
So okay, so according to you, why things goes down? Do you have?
He's even a worse bulber.
Ether.
Ether.
You believe in ether?
There is no way anyone here believes in ether. If anyone believes in ether, I'm just gonna.
That guy does. That guy does.
I don't know which is worse, believing in a flat Earth or ether. Both are really, really bad. And ether's worse. I'll say that.
Why? What's wrong with the ether?
You think there's a substance in our space that allows the medium of light to travel? No, I'm asking you. Okay, do you believe in ether?
I haven't seen any evidence for it. When I say evidence, I mean direct evidence.
What's direct evidence?
There's a possibility. Putting it in
There's
a jar.
Possibility for everything. There's a possibility the Earth is round, with your logic.
No, dude. No.
Okay, so what's objective evidence to you?
Look, I haven't seen any evidence for the ether.
Okay, what defines evidence? Because evidence to one person could be like, if someone tells me this, I
something in
believe it.
ether which is supposed to be a substance that
Yeah, but air
permeates
is also
everything.
substance. You can't necessarily
Why are you
interact. You
interrupting
can
me?
argue. I'm just saying, like, you
Why are
can
you interrupting me?
claim like you can't interact with air. By the way, do you know what I mean? Because look, I don't see air, therefore it does not exist. So it's the kind of same idea. You can't
Yeah,
say
but we know air
if I
exists
touch
because you can
ether,
wave your fucking hand, dude. That's a false equivalence. Why do you guys bring
you
up
can
this
wave
fucking
your
air
hand. How
analogy?
does
It
that
is the
prove the
most
existence of air?
the stupidest analogies you guys bring up are I'm not a doctor, you can't see your own fucking brain, and you can't see air. The three stupidest, low tier, low IQ analogies. If you thought about it for a
Can you
second.
see air? Can you see air?
No, but you know it's there because you can move it.
You can move it.
Yeah.
What if it's not air? What if I call it something else? Do you not see the absurdism, right, that falls behind this and the metaphysical concept?
What do you mean? What if it's something else? That's how we define it.
Yeah, so my point is, right, like, say...
You have no point. You
do you know what metaphysics is? Do you know what metaphysics is?
Yeah, dude, don't know. Listen, brother.
You don't know?
I'm
you're
over 50 years old. I got my university degree almost fucking 3 decades ago. Yeah, I know what metaphysics is, child.
In what? In what?
In computer science. And I got it
no wonder
decades
you're
ago.
flat earther. No fucking wonder. I don't know what deep hole you crawled into in computer science. But if you said something like engineering, I'd have lost my mind.
What do you think computer science is, you dumb fuck?
Not engineering, thank fuck.
Okay, so when I went to university a long time ago, you actually had to make things, right? It wasn't programming
Times
a
have changed,
computer.
buddy. Get with
we did hardware and electrical engineering.
Cool for you, bro.
Okay?
You know, people used to think women had no souls, by the way. Did Daryl remember that? That was crazy, right?
So let's get back to the point. Now,
no, India, wait. Do you think times don't change?
Shut up. You're gonna get banned. I'm about sick of your fuck. 3.
Okay,
you
ban me.
interrupt
That's
me one
fine.
more time.
I mean, if it keeps me out of the flat Earth server, I'm fine with that. I mean, it's like brain cancer.
Yeah. So why are you here?
It's just funny.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like
Don't even make sense. Doesn't even make sense.
AV
It's like
at
brain
least honest,
cancer.
right?
So I
AV
went
is
there
like a
voluntarily.
curious man, right? I can tell
No, you're
AV is like an
a
honest
moron,
man.
dude. You're
You're
just a moron.
really angry individual.
All I asked you was one question. Why is
I
the
also
ether
asked you a
bullshit?
question
And
and
you
you
have
dodged it
not
as well.
still have not answered it even now. All you've done is try to mute me by over talking me. That's all you've done.
Mute you? I mean, I'm not muted.
Yeah, by over talking me. That's right. When you over talk me, you're
That's not
muting
what
me. You're doing it intentionally.
That's not what defining mute is, though.
Well, if I can't speak,
India, what was
and
the
nobody
question?
if nobody can hear me speak, that's being muted. The question.
No, everyone can hear you. I can still hear you when I talk over you.
Hassan, wait.
There he goes again.
What was the question?
I completely forgotten. This
There
guy's
he
like,
goes
he's
again.
like a piping hothead.
Okay, dude, you're out of here. Amazon, you. No, shut up, douche nozzle.
What was the question?
The question was, he said, ether's even crazier than flat earthers. Then I said, why? What's wrong with the ether? That's all I asked. I said, I was curious what his opinion was. We actually had an argument of to what's wrong with the ether. And
Wait,
he
is
didn't.
this an actual unironic flat Earth channel?
Hold on, dude. Then he asked me if I believed in it, and I said, well, I haven't seen any evidence for it. And then he deflected away, and I said, I haven't seen any evidence for it, but what do you think's wrong with it? And then he just
I don't even know
deflected
what ether is.
It's a hypothetical substance that permeates the entire universe. That's been speculated about going back to the fucking Greeks. That Maxwell's equations and even Einstein entertained the idea that there's an ether that permeates everything, like kind of like a gas, but not a gas. It's like an incompressible, rarefied, whatever that everything's made up of.
Interesting.
I was going to
Isn't that
tell him,
just
like,
giving-
you can't measure the ether from within the ether because even your measuring device would have the ether in it.
Wouldn't that just be a different name for matter and antimatter?
No, because
Why?
this is like, you know how they like light travels. They like to wave, like has wave-like behavior. The idea is that what's waving? Oh, there's something called the ether that's waving.
I know, but I'm saying, like, couldn't that just be matter, antimatter? It feels like that also
The
fits that same
definitions,
definition.
the definitions for those are different. They're not.
Yeah.
It does not. This. It's not equal to this same. I know what you're trying to do, but it's not.
I'm not trying to do anything. This is my first time ever hearing about it, so I'm not.
Yeah, you're
trying to.
You're trying to make it. No. You're trying to make it sound something that you can reason with in your mind as to what it could be like.
No, I'm just saying.
They don't know.
Yeah, it
what
is,
it
dude.
is.
Dude, you're trying to make it
What?
sound like it could be matter
What
or
are you-
antimatter.
What?
What you're saying? You're like, well, is it like antimatter or matter? Like the what you're saying?
I didn't say is it like. I said isn't this the same thing as antimatter or
No.
matter?
It's not
I didn't
matter
say
in that
like.
sense. You're thinking it's like the substrate of the universe.
You're splitting hairs, bro.
I'm not splitting hairs.
No, you
You
are.
ever heard the phrase quantum foam? You ever heard that? Quantum foam? Have you ever heard that term?
You clammed up.
Okay. It's like
I have a
that,
question,
but
if
not
that's
exactly that. It's like a clown car of frickin' barely past high school frickin' idiots.
Okay, it's just like I don't know why they just don't want to be forthcoming with things. Like we're just trying to have a conversation and parse out meaning of things so that we don't miscommunicate. And they're like, "Well, that's not what I'm saying, man." Like, do we
So
have
I
to
have
be
a question, if that's
so
okay.
semantical that we have to go down to like what like and same thing mean? Like, Jesus, dude.
So I'd imagine you guys are fairly educated on the flat Earth, essentially flat Earth theory.
Well, yeah, flat Earth, but yeah, you could say that. Do you have some
Okay.
questions, Matthew?
So I've seen lots of essentially reports and internet documentaries, if you'd like, on what's beyond the ice wall. So I'd like your take on that. Well, what do you see that would be beyond the ice wall? Do you truly? Is there really something beyond there? I mean, there's a lot of different theories that I've come across. It's just hard to really make sense of it all, right?
So the idea that there's an ice wall and that's the edge of our realm that we exist in accordance with like people who talk about flat Earth, that seems to be kind of like a misrepresentation of what we're discussing in here. That would also insinuate that we're discussing that ice walls are a limitation, and beyond that would be extending out to unknown territories. But that's not what we're claiming here, nor is it what the topic of discussion is. So we don't adhere to a model of what flat Earth is, because that would also go along with this whole before. I'd say like back in 2015 or so, people came up with the notion that we were adhering to a specific map, which is like the AE map, the azimuthal equidistant projection, and that one shows this ice ring around the whole entire Earth that we're on. But that map also came from the globe paradigm, which NASA had put forward. So it's nothing to do with flat Earth per se, other than people are saying that that's what you would see the Earth looking like on a horizontal surface, with the land the way it looks there on the AE map. But then that goes into your question of asking what's beyond the ice wall, which would be the same thing as if we were thinking that the Earth was an AE map, like in that same layout. So if we're not saying that, however, then that wouldn't apply to us saying that what's beyond the ice wall could be something we could answer. Sorry, I belabored the point, Matthew, but I had to, because it's not that you were asking. It's not that it was malformed the way you asked, but I know where it's coming from, so that's why I had to go into a little explanation.
That's fine. I appreciate your 2 cents, man. Thanks.
All right. Yeah. So what we do say, though, however, it is in a cosmological paradigm, we'd say that it is the floor of all the known world universe. So, I mean, because all that we can know is the known territories, and everywhere we've been, the Earth is a horizontal plane. It's a flat Earth for all intents and purposes. So everywhere we have been and can go, the Earth is a horizontal plane. Now, whether or not the exterior of that is something different, we wouldn't know. So, oh shit, did he leave? Ah. I hate it because to undo like the whole thing about asking about what's beyond the ice wall, you have to kind of peel back like why the question was asked, and then you lose attention span. So I don't know. Could I just make it a little more concise?
Bro, no, we're just gonna upgrade. Yeah, let's upgrade a victory. Let's upgrade that to a new style of victory. We're gonna call it towels. So now you have like 7,000 wigs and 3 towels.
We're adding towels to the mixture of like victories. Like they just leave. I mean, I did want to engage with him because it was important. If he was asking that question, he's coming from a genuine, we all come from that perspective as like trying to ask a question, but he needs to understand maybe the logic behind why he would even ask that question. Was because what's being projected out there in mainstream would be that there are a lot of flat earthers that are saying that this is, like an ice wall surrounding the earth. And I thought he would have been more inquisitive. They're like, oh, really? I didn't know that. Or just, we'll get him next time and all that jazz. Yeah, well, there was that lady who's asked the question earlier. She's still in here. So, did you hear what I was telling that guy, Matthew? I don't even know what your name is because it looks like you have a bunch of letterings that are from another language. I think I read your at name is something Liminal Princess. Are you there? Maybe not.
Yo, it's liminal princess.
Liminal.
Yes, you know this word. Let me say a word, and then you'll understand. Subliminal. Subliminal messages are below the liminal, right? So that means the liminal is above the. Oh yeah, there you go.
Never heard that contextualized, man. But thanks for saying that. Has it ever been used like colloquially, like people you just saying it? Hey, that's pretty liminal.
Well, I mean, not really. It's usually case context specific. But look, if you look it up and start reading about it, you're going to realize what it means real quick.
It's just an odd word that you don't hear often. You've heard subliminal.
Yeah, then there's superliminal. So it's just the way you perceive things, right? Subliminal, obviously, like the main context we know that is that there's messages that you can be given, which your mind will recognize, but your conscious mind won't recognize. Yet they still have an effect on your overall beliefs or formulations of thought because your subconscious mind is an important part of that.
Okay. So, and what's a superliminal?
Well, listen, I'm actually removed from actually having studied this, so I'd have to refresh myself again. My main reason for interjecting was just to point it out that you already know this term and you've already used it plenty of times and understand it. You just don't understand all 3 parts of it. That's all.
Fair point. You know, it's weird though that even if we talk about it this way, it might be manifest in later conversations. I would say, like usually because it's just not used very often. So if it was used in a context, like now that you said it and it's been said, it might be we were probably going to hear it again.
Yeah. Well, it's like your brain and the way your mind and brain work together is that your brain does certain computational tasks without making you aware of them, and it only gives you the end result. And so if somebody can interrupt that upstream computation with some kind of messaging that makes the brain then get to a result that's not correct, but then you think, oh, that must be correct because it was my idea. You see? Now it becomes part of who you are. Like, I thought of this idea, not realizing how much of that idea you were influenced by consciously and subconsciously.
Don't these guys that do like really good magic tricks use that. Like they have like numbers or words put up like everywhere when the person. I've seen something like that. They're walking somewhere. They don't consciously know that their mind is picking all this information up. So when the magician asks them something specific, they're like, "I can read your mind" or something. They're not really reading it. They've been given a lot of like suggestive wording.
Yeah,
that would lead.
the category of thought that you're in is pre-programmed for you. You don't even realize it. So you could actually answer any particular answer when he asks you a question, but because your mind has been so inundated with certain categories before, the probability that you're going to be within that category is very high. It's the same like where, like you don't notice things, but then somebody mentions something, and then all of a sudden you notice it everywhere.
Yeah. Okay.
'Cause your mind is now focused on it because that's what your brain is constantly bringing up. It's constantly at the forefront of the processing.
What's interesting, though, that we're discussing this, that it's actually apropos to what we've been discussing about the Earth and the psychology behind it, like being told to us that we're living on an Earth that's a globe. It's all this, like, it just rolls right into it. Because it's on a level that you're consciously hearing about it, and then there's this, like, you're inundated by, like, the subconscious part of it, like, where you're subliminally, like, there's words everywhere, you see them on billboard signs, the vernacular, the way people use their language, talk about the Earth, like everything is, you're bombarded. Like, so why wouldn't somebody think that? It's kind of clever, actually, if you think about it like that. Yeah. It's exactly the way you described AI, even though you didn't look it up, but I just looked it up right now. The 3 categories that they're in is something that you can't notice, like subliminal, and something you're barely aware of, which is liminal, and then superliminal is above awareness, where it's like you see billboards everywhere showing you like signs, something being said out loud.
Yeah, so it's actually it's a function of the way you interpret the outside world, right? It's not just conscious interpretation. There's other things going on. It's just like breathing and your heart beating. It's like no one actually concentrates on their heartbeat. Because imagine if you forgot to concentrate on your heartbeat for a few seconds. Well, you'd be dead, right? So your mind and body and brain cooperate with each other to take all of those tasks and run them efficiently as possible. But because of that, it's a system, and that system has subroutines. And just like a computer, if you can enter in bad code in one of the subroutines, the computer doesn't know at the end result that it got screwed over. And guess what? A lot of the globe rhetoric is in that way. They put it into you at times when your processor was being built, right, as you're growing up. And now, whether you realize it or not, it's become established in your subroutine. So you can't even tell the difference between your belief in a globe and who you are as a person. And we see it all the time, don't we?
Yeah, I knew it was completely on point to talk about this. Liminal.
It's the same with like language. Like nobody ever teaches a child language. Never. All as the child is exposed to the conventional tokens that are used. And the mind body already understands a way to put those tokens into a structure which is biologically designed. You can't design that language structure. It already exists. In fact, if it didn't already exist, it'd be impossible to teach someone language.
Yeah, dude, like the description of liminal would be like you're barely aware, like hearing a faint background music or like a conversation at a nearby, like if you're sitting out at a restaurant, you can't really make out the conversation, but you can hear somebody like speaking. So that's liminal. Like you can be barely aware of something, but you can still notice that it's there. It's fascinating, dude. It's crazy that I got all of this out of that person's name.
All right, so listen. I just calculated the beam that I needed, and then I just put my calculator on the edge of the calculation. And now I'm pulling my calculator from one end of the calculation to the other end of the calculation. And then I'm going to use my circular calculator to circularize the calculation through the beam. And then I'm going to take my calculation and put it on the footing supporting the porch, and the calculation is going to hold it up.
That makes total sense. We haven't had a measurement calculation argument in quite some time, actually. It's been a minute.
All right, so we're going to do 105 and 5/8. And a scooch. So it's almost impossible to do this, to have a square top on a beam like this, because each side of the beam is not necessarily plane to perfection. So when I put my square on it, the lines are going to line up as I go all around all four sides, but they're going to line up with like a subtle discrepancy. If it's really curved, it's going to be a huge discrepancy, obviously. Oh man, this beast. Thing weighs a kajillion tons, bro. Dude, from now on, we don't let Globers talk unless they can bench press this beam. That'll cut out the chaff real quick.
Yeah, would it be like 95% of them wouldn't be able to talk then?
Their girlfriend. Well, we'll let their girlfriends bench it for them. Like a little team effort.
But that would exclude the other remaining 3% that was left from that. Because that's assuming they all have girlfriends. Never mind. I'm dogging on them. Dude, I love the weather though. 54 degrees. Is it cold over there in Boston, Indio?
It's a little chilly. It's like 50 something.
Freaking love it, dude. You gonna be doing snow work this year?
If it snows. Hasn't really snowed.
Yeah,
Dude, I'm going to
You make so much money here, it's ridiculous. It'd be stupid not to. I'd make more than a goddamn lawyer shoveling fucking snow. I ain't kidding you.
I need some of that snow money, bro.
So the thing here is, if you don't have the snow off your sidewalk within 24 hours after it snows, you get a $300 ticket. If it's a business, it's a $600 ticket. So,
damn.
So what are your choices? I'll pay this guy $200 to shovel for fucking 30 minutes, or I go do it myself, and then I'm late for work. Like, people are fucking lazy here, dude. We got a bunch of soy motherfuckers. They don't know how to handle a fucking shovel, dude. They see a shovel and they're like, "What's that, dude? Is that like something from the space shuttle?"
Yeah. AI, you can make a hand over fist over there, bro.
Hold on, bro. Did someone say shovel? Let me introduce to you the world's best shovel. Made by Fiskars. It's got a D-shaped handle, solid steel. Of course, it's hollow. By solid, I mean its construction is entirely of steel, except for the rubber handle to make it comfortable on your hands. Now, it's also got a foot lever, which is 2.5 inches wide, so lots of grip. It's also got a spaded blade edge, which is, yes, welded directly to the metal handle, and it itself is entirely made of metal. It cuts, it stamps, it digs. It does it all in one. And it's got a lifetime guarantee. And it's less than $50.
And what's your commission?
and you got an unlimited return policy from Walmart.
Dude, I do it out of love. Everyone should have one of these. I'm not even joking. Look it up right now. Fiskars World's Best Shovel. Be amazed.
Dude, you should have gave one to Republicans for that one time he was digging through freaking shale, bro. Oh my God, bro. He's like, what do you do it with, Indio?
Dude, he was using like a spade shovel to dig through shale.
You could use this one for that.
Bro.
This one would do it, dude.
Imagine the vibration every time he's striking the ground. It was like,
oh my God. Well, why you think his hands were messed up? I mean, he vibrated the skin right off of him.
Fucking hell, bro.
Oh God, man. I don't even know what he was thinking. So, because here's like most people don't have driveways, it's on-street parking, right? So some people will pay you $75, $100, $125 to shovel out their car. Takes about 30 minutes. You know what I mean? Fucking who can beat those prices?
Yeah.
There ain't too many people in this chat or even come here getting $200 an hour. I'm sorry, they're not.
That's good money any way you look at it, man. And get a workout.
Yeah, it's good for you.
Except for all the silver iodide that's in there because weather modification and whatnot.
So if you look at some of the projects I do, there's an illusion that it's hundreds and hundreds of dollars per hour. But that's only if you judge the time that I'm actually working on the physical structure. But then when you judge all the time of getting everything ready, doing the site survey, getting there, getting the stuff there, getting your tools out, getting them back in, like you can't make that by actually spending an hour of your time. So let's say you spent 15 minutes driving to somebody's house, stayed there for an hour, drove 15 minutes back, and that was the entire trip, the entire work effort, except your manual labor. Like, yeah, it's very hard to get that.
Yeah, dude, I just put a thing on Craigslist. We'll shovel out your car at like fucking 6:30 in the morning when people that didn't realize it even snowed. Fucking my email would just be full of shit. Me. Bro, because they got to go to work and they got to shovel out their whole car. A lot of people don't even own a shovel, right?
Well, and
so
the other thing is, how do you get to all of them, Indio? Like you got
just in the area,
cars,
dude.
bro.
I just say East Cambridge, man. This side of the track, dude. That's like a 10-block area.
You, oh my god, dude, 10-block area?
Yeah, it's like 10 by 10. If that, it's not even 10 by 10 to the track. It's 7th Street. Yeah, it's like 7 blocks wide, 7 blocks long, and like maybe 5 blocks wide, 6 blocks wide. And there's like, all these houses are apartment houses, right? So, and all these people are parked in the street and they're plowed in. And it's 6:30 in the morning. They got to be work at 9, right? So they're like, "Fuck, I'm desperate." Like I said, a lot of people don't even own a shovel. They don't even own one to shovel themselves out. Especially on the first snow, right? People move here from somewhere else. They didn't really think about it, right? They're doing all, and they've been parking on the street. They didn't think it would ever snow. And then they wake up one day and their car's fucking buried.
Well, okay. Yeah, you do like you get cash payments, or are they Venmo you?
Well, I mean, I haven't done it. It hasn't snowed here in like years, man. I'm telling you, it hasn't snowed like more than 4 inches of snow in like 7 years, 8 years. So Venmo wasn't around the last time I actually did that shit.
Or Cash App even. That seems to be a real.
I usually just take cash. That's usually the work. But now with the way it is, I would probably take Cash App, or I don't do Venmo, so I'll take Cash App or cash.
Dude, I feel like I want to get in on some of that shit, dude. Maybe I should move over there go hang out with you, like maybe a couple months, just for the snow money.
Guess what? Like 1 year, dude. 1 year I made so much money. We got 20 inches of snow, more than 20 inches of snow 3 times in like the span of like 8 days. Dude, I was just like cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. In those 3 days, I probably made like $5,000, something like that.
Wow, bro.
And this is back in, this is here probably like in 2009 maybe, when money was worth quite a bit more.
Yeah, the dollar don't go for too much anymore these days.
Dude, I made like $800 in like 4 hours or some shit. And it wasn't even 4 hours. I shoveled 2 businesses and was going to shovel this dude's driveway, but then they ended up having a fucking snowblower, and I snowblowed it. I got like 3 bills for that. I got $250 each on each storefront. So I was like $800. I made that in like fucking maybe 3.5 hours, 3.5 hours.
That's not fucking bad, bro.
I mean, would you rather pay $300 to $600? It's pretty easy.
Yeah, check this out. If you're shrewd enough and somebody's got a place, you can actually make a deal with someone. Your driveway's free. You pay for a snowblower and you store it, and I take it up and down the street.
See, AI is thinking one level of, a cut above. That's going to mean they provide the equipment. All you got to do is utilize it.
I mean, people come to so there are companies, landscape companies, people from outside that come in and plow and snow blow and do all that stuff. But like a lot of people, they're just unprepared. You know what I mean? The people that are prepared are like businesses that have been around for a while. But like a lot of these, so there's like restaurant storefronts that are like right on the main street, and they don't think that it usually doesn't snow enough for them to they can just shovel themselves, right? But when we get a dump of 20 inches of snow, you can't just go, "Hey, busboy, just shovel that snow," right? They're not going to do that shit. And it's too late to hire anybody else. You know what I mean? To call like a regular contractor, because they're like, "Nope, we're booked." Right? Too late. We're booked, bro. Dude, like when people move around here, when the school goes on and off, you have to order a U-Haul like 4 weeks in advance if you expect to get a U-Haul that day. It's crazy. Like And the thing about here is like everybody does the same thing at once, dude. It's stupid. Nobody prepares for anything. Like there was a flood. It rained like crazy. There was a flood. So, everybody's at Sears trying to buy shop vacs to fucking suck the water out of their basement. Needless to say, there's no shop vacs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to buy sump pumps and shop vacs, like, what we're talking, because it's densely populated. We're talking about thousands of people trying to buy a sump pump at Sears. Sorry, Sears don't stock thousands of sump pumps, bro. I mean, I haven't got lucky like that in a while, so maybe this year.
Wonder what the Farmer's Almanac is saying.
Yeah, I wonder.
These
Man, I haven't been out here in so long, man. Like,
Yeah, I was,
significant, no.
I was looking into, like I said, silver iodide earlier because I was looking at the like some X posts that someone said that about weather modification that used to be a conspiracy, now it's like a fact that they are doing. Like, and I was looking out the documents that the people, the organizations that sign off on like getting weather modified, like for ski resorts, they will make it snow more, and like, disrupting of hail, like with these big sound cannons that shoot like sound up into the air. Different ways, like I put it in the general chat in Frontline, but I didn't know like specifically that it was like people were documenting at what level they're modifying the weather to be. So, do you know that they actually like shoot sound into like storm systems, like they have tornadoes and stuff to like get them to like reduce their the velocity?
Actually, I did not know that. I've never heard of that.
But it was like, I'm like, NOAA has like its outline in their thing for weather modification, like what the different types of modification of weather that they do, and I'm like, dude, we were always arguing this, and like, part of it was that got my attention is a contrail chemtrail argument, and I was saying like it's not a conspiracy theory anymore, kind of a thing. And it was like, that just blew my mind. I'm like, dude, they are legitimately modifying weather, especially companies that want to have more rain in a specific region because their crops are growing in that region. So they, why not make sure that certain areas are getting more water, but they're lacing the air with, they're spraying it with aerosols and different types of chemicals that are being used. And like, it even has all the chemicals listed on that paper. And then the person who's or the company who's modifying the weather, they have to sign off on the sheet that shows like a basic, to what level are you modifying? And it'll say like 1 to 10, and you put the number down, and how much silver iodide do you use? And, you got to put that down. It's crazy. Like they are modifying the weather, bro. That's not a conspiracy theory anymore. Like everything's got all documented that this is occurring, and NOAA's even affirming this, and blew my mind, bro.
Like NASA got admitted years ago, but it's like this is the crazy thing, right? They're openly saying we modify the weather, and then you turn on the news and they're like, weather modification is a conspiracy theory.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
What?
Yeah. So that's this mixed message that we're getting, that weather's not being modified. No, you guys are crazy nuts. Nobody's modifying the weather. And, we go along for that too, because we don't want to just like be saying things that we can't back up. But with all this information that I'll put in the text chat, right? And even on NOAA's website, it shows the documents, because they have to, according to them, they got to be transparent when it comes to this information. So for the public. And so, it goes to the list from like, I think there's 112 documented people that are signing off from companies. They have the name of their company and such when they write down the information about what they're doing. And so it's just detailing, man, like how much stuff is being done with the weather, and it's like over certain areas. It's just not like blanketing all of like a specific area. It's like they target certain areas, and they're using certain methods to prevent things from happening, like the hail. According to them, like hail is like 20% smaller when the sound cannons are being deployed So over areas where they're you have like hail damage could be detrimental to the crops and that. So I don't know if you've seen these cannons, man. They're like these huge sound cannons that shoot like these sound waves up into the air, supposedly to disrupt the hail from being formed. It's crazy, bro. Like all this stuff is like weather modification is actually happening. So now it's not. And the sonic booms that people used to hear, like, sometimes people are like, dude, what was that boom? Where did it come from? I heard like a big, loud, huge explosion sound. And it was saying a lot of people that would say that they heard these sounds are coming from these, cannons. And not only that, there's some other, I don't know what it said. Forgot the name of it was, but yeah, their sounds are coming from these emissions that they're making and through the air. So I don't know. There's a lot of stuff they're doing, and it just seems like it used to be a conspiracy theory before, but we'd be discussing it. Now it's just open. Anyway, it's in front line. I put the information. There's a lot of it. There's a lot of information to go to. I didn't go through every single one.
You got any proof?
Yeah, it's on Frontline.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Do they have any proof, or do I have any proof that they're saying that
you got any proof that weather's being manipulated?
Well, the sound cannons are being used, so I mean,
that might just be for celebrations. You don't know. That could just be to make big, loud noises for like a celebration.
Well, they're using it to disrupt the hail that's going to be destroying crops. So I don't know if, and like what they were saying too is that according to them it could be like the placebo effect with those sound cannons. So, but the 20% reduction in the hail size is something that they were saying that they're noticing. But how do they compare that if they didn't have the other size? You know what I mean? But these are some of the things that they're claiming they're doing, Radwin.
Where is this at? Anyway, where's it? Where are they saying they're doing that hail stuff?
Yeah, I put the information in Frontline. There's a bunch of documents. Each one is like over a certain area, so they're not all in the same place.
Oh,
like there's one company that goes over like I don't know Colorado. There's another one that was going over. Let's see. I think South Dakota came out on one of them. Another one
sounds like an insurance company wants that hail smaller.
Yeah, the hail is one of them. The other one was silver iodide over clouds to make more rain or more snow. But they're claiming that they're spraying these things in the air, so it's not like people are just making this up and saying that they're doing it, is what I'm saying. Whether or not people can produce the evidence that the chemicals are being used by testing the snow to find out if there's any traces of silver iodide, that's another thing. But as far as the claim goes of like they're saying they're modifying weather, yeah, they are saying that. So it's like, on the one hand, you hear the mixed message that they're not modifying weather, and that's just a conspiracy theory. On the other hand, you got NOAA with all these documents already showing that they are modifying weather. So whether you accept that or not, I guess that's not neither here nor there. It's they are saying that though. So
they're manipulating the weather. I've seen the radar broadcast off the coast. You can see it in the clouds in images. That's how they push stuff around.
I've seen something like that too, like different patterns in the sky. That it's like, how do you get that type of pattern when I don't know if nature actually.
It's a cone shape. It's a cone. It looks like a Wi-Fi signal. It's one of those things. It goes out from the center and goes farther and farther, wider and wider as it goes away in a big pattern of one stripe. That's weather modification. That's the hell is it called? It's that big grid.
What do you call? I was trying to. I had trouble in thinking what you're trying to describe. What the name of that was? I didn't know the name either. So if you come up with it,
that's why you need Yoder here now. He's got it all. Anyway, that's Yeah, that's how
It's
they
a certain
push it.
it's a certain frequency, right? And I don't
Yep.
know, like
Yeah. It's a resonant frequency with the clouds, which makes the clouds move.
so. And this is what I don't like. I said, I don't know if we could test this or not, but they're claiming in certain storms they put that resonance through the storm, and it'll like reduce the like if there's a tornado forming or whatever.
If you got its resonance frequency, you should be able to cancel it out. That's what'll happen. Theoretically, I mean, not even in theory, you can do that in physics.
What type of emitter would you? That would be a pretty powerful emitter, though, right? I mean, if we're gonna say, or does it need to? Doesn't need to be.
Doesn't need to be that strong.
Really?
But it's in resonance, right? It's a building. It'll go in resonance with whatever power the clouds are. They could transmit in a lower power, and what they're going to do is end up amplifying the resonance. But it's not going to be linear. It's not going to be just simply additive. It's going to be nonlinear because it's going. It's like in. You ever seen a thing where like, if people march across the bridge and they're marching in sync, the bridge will go in resonance and collapse. It's called destructive interference. That's basically what it is. Puts it in resonance.
Exactly what it is. You're moving the clouds with the resonant frequency because you're canceling out stuff. You're just moving it.
So you're saying
not even air. It's just the waves are moving the clouds. It's not even air moving.
Oh, this is awesome. How do you like, Radwood? What have you looked into this, man? Because I've only just started. Like, I really, honestly haven't touched the subject too much. But when I started looking into it, it was like, what the fuck? Because I know that a lot of times people would bring this up, and I'm like, weather modification, and we hear like if we get into it, at least we have to have some knowledge about the topic to get into it. But so I was peeking into it. I'm like, okay, so they were saying that this was a conspiracy theory. Now they're admitting that with all these documents that people are signing off on. I'll put one document in the channel so you guys can see what I'm talking about. But
you can watch them shoot Doppler radar off across the country in one shot. There's videos of it where a guy recorded it, where at the exact same time it just went from east to west, all the radar right across the country, shooting shit out.
You know what's interesting about that is that people can also use information such as this to say that it's akin to like seismic activity, because isn't that like another frequency? Like,
yeah, if you got the right resonant frequency of the ground, you can make it move.
This almost it borderlines like sci-fi shit, dude. To be honest, man, like the way it sounds. I mean, it's real. It's physics. I mean,
I used to play around with resonant frequencies when I was a kid, so it's not really a mystery to me. It can be done. I just don't. I don't know. You'd have to vibrate the ground in a frequency in order to get it to do that. I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't play around with it anyway.
Interesting. What do you guys? I mean, I know we're getting off into a different topic, but what do you think that has to do with like the nature of reality and why we have never been able to look into this in a kind of like a research manner? Is it because the information is not there for us to look into, or they just kind of because like I said, you get mixed messages. Like we think that weather modification being like this resonance that you're talking about is plausible. Why something we see these patterns in the sky, or perhaps certain weather phenomena occur. And then there's this whole other side where they're like, nah, you guys are nuts. That's not happening. Don't worry about it. Like,
so you can go watch the videos of people taking a resonant frequency with a speaker and making shit just float right in front of them. And that's how it works. You're in resonance with that object.
The same way a singer breaks glass when they hit the note.
Exact same thing. You're hitting the resonant frequency of the glass, so it becomes unstable. It doesn't know how to vibrate properly, and it just breaks.
Let me I'll put a document in this is public anyway, so.
So everything has like its a natural residence, and they'll have different, what the hell what do they call it again? Different multiples of that resonance. So like double the resonance, triple the resonance. It's not just
still, yeah, but that's still called resonant frequency.
Yeah,
Even if it's
yeah.
doubles,
What I'm saying
triples,
is,
quadruples, anything.
if you have a resonant frequency like the glass, and you're putting it into its, the natural resonance of the glass is not the same as the voice. It's slightly out of phase, and it ends up breaking the glass because the glass can't maintain that resonant frequency. Though the voice is, you know what I mean? You're basically creating a resonance that's too large for the glass to handle.
Yeah, it can't vibrate properly, and it just breaks.
Yeah.
Dude, like, so freaking fascinating. Okay, the last link I put was, I think it's called Snowbird. But if you look into that document, it shows like the guy signing off on all the things that they're prepared to do when they're gonna, make it snow more above the ski resort. Like, I don't know what to say. Like they're making it snow more. So it's not because nature like was making it snow the way it was, because these guys are putting the chemical inside those clouds and making it snow more. Like
there's no such thing as chemtrails. It's just the exhaust gases instantly freezing over the way of water vapor.
Yeah, look at the document I just posted, Fluffy.
It's just the water shoots out of jet engines. They run on water. Is that what you're telling me?
And Alpha, it's not just making it snow more. They also
the water's in the air.
Yeah, so they're called clouds and moisture.
So water shoots through jet engines?
The air conditioner pumps out, the moisture from the air. Is it running on water? Or is it just condensating the water that's already there? And it just falls into the bucket. The similar thing happens on those higher up in the clouds. I don't think you noticed, but the jet engines, who work at those altitudes and above the clouds.
What is this? The voice changer crew, dude?
Yeah, it's the voice changer crowd.
It's not a voice changer, bro.
Yeah,
why are you echoing?
No, that's me. Sorry, my bad. 1 second.
Yeah, turn it off.
Good lord.
You're not condensating the moisture that exists in the air using the hot engines, because the temperature of the gas that is exhaust from those engines is too hot to create that condensation of the moisture.
Do you have
that is
any idea how cold it is up there?
You need to
how cold is it?
Okay. I know that
approximately
it's
minus 54 degrees Celsius, apparently.
Well, who measured that?
A thermometer. They're used to measure temperatures. I know, they're amazing.
What one looks like. I'm going to go buy one.
Well, go ahead and buy one.
Yeah, but your
go ahead and post it for me.
The question was who. It wasn't what with.
Who measured that?
I don't know. Literally planes.
Planes measure things now. So planes are measuring instruments.
Measure things. You can take that thermometer up to like 25 or 30,000 feet and measure it for yourself, buddy.
Yeah, but
are you getting the wind that's hitting it, or are you just getting the actual air temperature? How do they isolate it?
I don't know. Go ask a meteorologist.
Oh, so you don't know.
They'll help you.
All
yeah,
right.
I don't know.
Never
a meteorologist does
Never
know.
mind.
Go ask a meteorologist.
Never mind. I didn't know who I was talking to. I'm sorry. I didn't know you didn't know anything.
What do I look like, a meteorologist?
He's a little bit confused because his claim first was that the condensation that happens is due to those jet engines that are on the planes. So
hotter, going very cold, very fast.
Yeah. So when did it change? When did they change it?
Okay,
so when did they change it? So when did they change it? Because when I was a kid, it didn't fucking happen. Never fucking happened when I was a kid, bro.
I'm pretty much guessing at this point.
And my daughter's
So when did it change?
Through high school. Can we just address Okay, so combustion.
So what year did it change?
Water, right?
No, I want to know when it changed. I want to know when it changed. This never used to happen until recent times.
Combustion produces
Yeah,
water.
because those engines weren't made until recent times. I don't know. World War II was the first commercial use. Well, not commercial.
Yeah,
Combustion can produce water as well, which condenses.
Are you saying they didn't have jet engines in the 80s?
I don't know what changed.
The first time they used jet engines was during World War II.
I'm sorry, more inclined to believe the laws of chemistry have stayed constant.
So when we were kids in the 80s, we never saw crisscrosses like a fucking chessboard in the fucking sky.
Probably due to
You
change of
didn't have
fuel.
those
I
phones
feel like
and
that's a
cameras that
logical
like
conclusion.
200 megapixels either.
You realize people haven't been using the same
Turbojet
fuel,
engines.
so the products of combustion would be different. So as a result, the thing you're seeing would be different as well.
Do you know what a turbojet engine is or how it works?
Can we say that all the clouds in the sky are because we have airplanes now?
No. Have you seen those giant blades at the front of the engine? Did you know that they redesigned them to not be as loud? You know, remember when you were kids, you could hear the jet engines from like 50 miles away?
Dummy, quiet up. So all the clouds in the sky come from I live by an airport, so we never have sunshine because every time a plane goes over, it just makes clouds. Does that make sense?
How loud are they? Hello?
The cloud makers are flying over.
How loud are those jet engines?
How loud are they?
Yeah.
They're this loud. Like that.
I couldn't hear a damn thing.
Oh, there you go.
Right. Remember back in the 80s when you could hear them for like 50 miles away?
No, I hear them all the time.
Do you think that happened through magic? Did they put magical pixies that made them silent?
When a plane's up in the sky, go outside, you can hear it.
Hold on. What's with the... Let me explain. They redesigned those engines to be less loud and obnoxious. You know, to not wake you up in the middle of the night.
What'd they do to them?
Noise pollution. Turbojet engines were invented.
What'd they do to them?
Turbojet engines with the giant blades at the front actually not only cool down the exhaust gases much faster, causing it, you know, to be reduced in size because they don't have to cool the engine as much. Not only that, it actually helps with the jet engines produce more thrust. Look up how a turbojet engine works. Not only is it quieter,
You told me you didn't know anything about them. You told me you didn't know anything about jet engines
and it's more
before.
efficient.
Now you know all about them. So
and quieter.
Answer T-Dub's question. When did they start making clouds?
What the hell are you on about? Turbojet engines. When were they introduced?
When
Look it up.
did they start making clouds?
Clouds. It's not clouds, my dude. You can literally have boiling water in Canada and in minus 54, throw it and you'll see instant snow being formed. It happens almost instantaneous.
So
then what happens not quite instantaneous.
So
it happens within like
airplanes make clouds, right?
And no, it's the exhaust gases actually, you know, freezing over in minus 54 degrees Celsius weather. You have the explanation, you don't like the explanation, that's your problem.
You know what clouds are? Can we just get... Okay, what are clouds? Let's just start with that.
Are you thinking the clouds are magic?
Do you know what
No, you're talking about contrails.
Do you know what clouds are?
Those trails that the exhaust gases.
Somebody's stuck in a toilet.
Okay, you're talking about contrails.
Potty mouth. Naughty.
That's not what we were talking about.
So back to the topic. Any of you Globers got proof that the Earth is curving into a ball?
I have a question about this. Okay, so you know that one thing, I don't remember what it is, like 0.8 inches per mile squared or something. You say the rate of curvature. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, so
Slow down. It's 8 inches per mile squared. 8 inches per mile squared.
Can I just say something, right?
Per mile squared. 8 inches
That's not
per mile
my
squared.
point.
Say it
It's not about
correctly.
Okay, I'm sorry. 8 inches per mile squared. My
There you
issue
go.
isn't like the number; it's the units.
Oh, well,
what is
use whatever you
inches per mile? Let me just finish, okay? What is inches per mile squared? Circle, right? So if it's a circle, you're meant to be using trigonometry. And from the Taylor series of trigonometry, we know that the trigonometry values it's an infinite series of polynomials. So how the fuck are you getting a polynomial? How are you getting
Infinity
miles
is made
squared? That
up.
doesn't make sense.
Infinity
Are you
is
doing
made up.
what?
Infinity is made up.
That has nothing to do with this argument. My question is,
We don't
what
have
the
an
fuck are those
argument yet.
units?
Hang on.
Yes, that is. My argument is that doesn't make
That's not
sense
an-
because
that's
you're
not
using,
an argument.
you're using a
It's just-
quadratic approximation to calculate the rate of curvature, which doesn't make sense. Why don't you just use the trigonometric values?
My poor child, you're debating.
Yeah, bro, you're going a little unhinged there.
Okay, so why are you getting all out of whack?
Because
go ahead and tell me what
Why
the
are you
rate
using
of
a quadratic
curvature should be.
approximation
Go
to
ahead, give
try
us the
and
proper
calculate?
one. Go ahead, give us the proper one.
It's just maths. I need to calculate it, but it's going to use something
Go
like.
ahead, give it to us. Because we've done your
I
way.
can just tell
We've
you
done
the
the other
different-
way.
like-
If they're both exactly the same, go ahead. Give me another formula. It's exactly
They're
the
not
same.
the same, though. You understand,
But
right?
no, they
If I
are.
had
You
positive
haven't
distance,
done it. You
No,
haven't done
you-
it. So how are you going to tell me
It's
they're not
just
the same?
okay. Listen, just by the units, you know they're not the same. Because how are you going to get inches per mile squared if it's a trigonometric value? That's not how it works.
Well, then you put it in there
If it's a
and
trigonometric value, that's
let me
not how
help you out.
that's not how units work.
Let
You
me
understand?
help you out.
If I'm applying a function to a
My
unit,
friend.
it's gonna okay. If I time,
friend.
so how do we get from joules to kilojoules? Let's just start with that.
Listen, let me help you out.
Joules now.
My
No,
God.
no. It's just we're just talking about any unit, okay? How units
Bro,
work.
relax. Okay.
Right.
You already said it yourself. It is an approximation. Okay, this
Yeah.
is known as a parabolic approximation. Why
So
we
why
use
are
it?
you using a parabolic approximation to approximate? That's only used for small intervals, not calculating
me-
thousands of miles.
Lista tabarnak. Can you calm down? Okay. The reason why it's used, okay, for these purposes is it's more than sufficient. Okay, the parabolic approximation
small.
is
Yeah, for small
accurate.
values. I agree for small values.
Relax. I'm going to finish my sentences, please. Okay, the parabolic approximation is useful and accurate up to 99+%. Okay, and I can show you the math if you're interested.
Not 99%. It's only for small values.
It's accurate up to 99% for our purposes.
What do you mean for our purposes?
Up to 790 or 780 miles. Okay, so when people use the parabolic approximation in conversation in here, they're usually speaking about drop over distance
780.
observation.
Wait,
Can you let me finish, dude? Okay, they're using this in context of drop over distance calculations or observations, which usually happen anywhere between
was the value you
5
said?
and up to 790 miles. I can show you
So
the
I'll just
math
approximate
here.
that to 80. Okay, so that's about 2% of the curvature. So you're saying it's accurate for angles up to 0.2. Sorry, not 0.2.
Fuck up for a second, man. I haven't even finished my first sentence about all this, and you're already jumping to another statement.
I counted. He interrupted you 7 times during your one sentence attempt.
Yeah, because I'm thinking it's 0.04. You're saying it's accurate up to 0.04 radians.
You
should listen.
First of all,
with your brain, not your mouth.
Yeah, dude. Like listen to listen, not like wait to speak. You know what I mean?
Okay,
the whole point is, dude. Yeah, so think and shut your mouth while you're thinking, right? But the problem is, dude, if you're gonna think while I'm speaking, you're not actually listening. Okay. Anyway, the whole point is the parabolic approximation is useful for our stuff here, okay? Because it's accurate up over 99%, up to 780, 790 miles. Our observations, or observations that people do and speak of in these rooms, are up to, somewhere up to 40 miles or something like that. Okay? So in communicating this stuff with people, using a simple expression like 8 inches per mile squared is more than sufficient.
Okay, so your claim is that it works up to 0.04 radians. Sorry, 0.04 pi radians.
No, we're not speaking in terms of angles.
The approximation.
Okay? The approximation.
It works up to 790.
Let me finish, dude. Okay, what I mean by approximation, okay, and accuracy, okay, if you were to use the absolute circle formula, no.
Okay, fine.
You did already 10 fucking times.
Sorry.
Okay. My point is, okay, if you were to use the absolute pure circle drop over distance formula, okay, over a certain domain, you'll get a drop over distance from a tangent point or whatever, or tangent line, X, right? In this domain, using the parabolic approximation, you get X up to 99+%. So if the drop is 10, let's say it's 10 feet, okay, using the parabolic approximation, you get 99.982 something feet.
Yeah, so
Okay.
my question was,
Right.
so you're saying essentially it works for 800 kilometers, right? And up to 800 kilometers, it's like above 99.9% accurate. That's your claim, right?
I said 790 miles.
Well, I'm just approximating that to 800 because I can't be able to do work with 790.
Okay, well, it was in miles, not in kilometers.
Sorry, 800 miles. How does that change? Oh, in miles, 1 second.
The multiple of 1.6, I think.
That's okay. 800 into what? 2,400. Sorry. So that's about 1
yeah.
over 30 theta. Sorry,
How about
1
this?
over 30 pi radians.
How about this, dude? Okay.
No, pi over 30
You're
radians.
jumping to use. You're jumping. Okay, first of all, you're jumping into angle units for whatever reason. Okay, it's not important.
You gave me a circle, and then you gave me the length of the arc.
I'm giving you an X domain, a domain over X.
Yeah.
Okay.
So arc length is equivalent to the the ratio between the arc length and the circle is equivalent to the angle.
Okay, fine. Why? I want to ask you why that is important. Because I can tell you, I took a shit this morning. Why is that important?
I'm just thinking because a lot of the calculations I don't understand the point of using that calculation because it doesn't make sense.
Okay. So instead of yelling and screaming, it doesn't make sense.
By the point, let me just clarify what I mean. Can I just clarify what I mean? Let me just clarify.
I'm going to send you some stuff in the chat. Okay.
I can't use the chat because I got banned from it, but that's beside the point. Let me just clarify what I mean.
But you can still read. But you can still read stuff, right? You can still see stuff.
I can't respond to it.
Well, so good. It's fine.
So what I mean is when we're doing like actual mathematical calculations, right? It's much easier to use a quadratic approximation. I agree 100%. It's much easier for like a computer or something to do a quadratic than trigonometric values. I agree. However, for the average person, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Because what are they meant to do with inches miles squared? The units don't even make sense.
Yeah. So how about this, right? If a simple quadratic is going over people's head, do you really think that all the trigonometry is not going to go over their head?
Yeah, but the issue is, if you
so the issue is a competency. If the issue is a competency thing, our attempt to boil it down, right, or to dumb it down, right? If you're saying that's futile, then you're arguing that us not dumbing it down is going to do it. It's going to do something better. Right.
My point is, right, if you use this approximation and you don't specify, because I've never seen a flat earther specify that it's only for up to 1,000, or 800, sorry. They've always
Yes, we always say that. We always say it's only good up to about 1,000 miles. We always say that.
I swear.
Okay, well that's unfortunate, but that's the reality.
I can't pull it up, sorry. I think it's too far back. Never mind.
Then don't bother. Okay. Anyway, here you go. I'm gonna put you in the chat. I'm gonna put you in the chat the full derivation of the parabolic approximation. Okay. I have another page.
How parabolic approximations work. My issue is just how you're using it.
I know. Okay. And in this work, I don't have it right here right now. A graph or a chart outlining the differences between the two. I'm going to try and source that now.
I know the difference.
Oh my god. Oh,
I know the parabolic is I know what it works. It's just
okay. Well, do you know where it's not about? Here's the thing: it's not about how it works. Okay, in this question, it's about where it comes from because you're questioning it, right? So going to the roots is important.
No, I'm not questioning how approximations work. I'm just questioning why you're trying to like. Dude. I've never seen the domain be specified. I've never said someone say, "Oh, it only works for pi over 30 radians."
I didn't. First of all, I didn't say that. You said that.
Approximate value.
You're specifying this angle thing. I'm not going to hold to that because I don't think we're actually on a circle to begin with. So that's your problem.
But that's the approximation. If you're saying it's a circle, if you're saying a parabolic.
Okay, all right, kid.
Isn't the whole thing the point they're meant to? Oh my lord!
Calm the fuck down. Okay, here you go. Shit, hang on.
And then the second thing I really want to address.
Here's your fucking graph. Okay, check the chart out. If you want to do the math later on to double check, feel free.
I know how quadratic approximations work. And the second thing I really want to address is there's always those random.
You did not hear what I said, dude.
I checked out the things.
Relax. What I said here. Calm the fuck down, man. Okay, what I'm saying is what I put in the chat just now is a table or a set of tables. Okay, set of tables showing the error margin between using the full math for a circle and the drop over distance of a circle compared
but I'm not doubting that.
You did. What the fuck, dude? You were questioning it the entire time.
I took the fact that it doesn't work after 790 at face value. I said, okay, fine, that's cool. I didn't
sound like it, man. Okay. Well, if you did, it did not sound like that.
I just don't think you should. It's valid. It's something you should be telling people it works.
Well, here's the reality, dude. This chart shows that it is valid up to 99% accuracy or beyond that, up to 1,000 miles. So if you have any questions about the math, that's another story. Okay? But to handily dismiss it without any basis is futile, man. Sorry.
I'm not dismissing it. I'm just saying it doesn't work fully.
You are that's the whole point. You are dismissing it on those grounds, and it doesn't matter.
By your own admission, it's an approximation.
Dude. All right, you're gonna have to learn to shut the fuck up sometimes, dude. Okay. The reason why we don't care if it quote unquote works fully is because we know that a circle is not a parabola, but with over a certain domain, it's perfectly fine.
That's what I've been saying. I've said it's fine as well. I just don't think it's.
So why are you arguing?
Because it only works for the starting domain. I've never seen someone specify that before, and you said people specify it. So
surprise, right? You learn something every day.
No,
great. Now you know why we use it when we use it, and now you know why it's sufficient.
I already know why people use it. I don't know why flat earthers use it though.
If you're who cares, dude? Okay, you're just whining and bitching and moaning for no goddamn fucking reason right now. Okay, now if you do have a point of contention with this,
the second point was not with the math. The second point was,
dude, you gotta shut up. You're gonna have to shut the fuck up. Okay, the whole point is, dude, if there is an issue or a point of contention with this and why you think it's not useful or whatnot, voice that. Otherwise, right now you're just fucking throwing a tantrum, and it's goddamn annoying.
It's not a tantrum. It's.
Yeah,
I feel like it's dishonest to not tell people that it only works.
Are you scared of what he had to say, Professor Yates? Are you scared of what he has to say?
Yeah. How about this? Check this out. Maybe some people don't know this level of detail. They just parrot 8 inches per mile squared, 8 inches per mile squared, without actually knowing where it comes from. I did the work and demonstrated one approach to actually derive it, so I understand how it works.
And I understand how drastic transformations
Very
work in
good.
general.
Very good. But here's the thing. You came in here, okay, questioning this, right? So it's not appropriate, and now you understand that it's actually okay, right? So there's no problem?
So why are the units still in that manner? If it's for the approximation, it's fine.
Yeah.
But outside, you can't use those units.
Okay, what are the units? What are the units?
The actual units for the curvature, I don't know. But for the approximation, you said it's inches per mile squared, which is technically true for the approximation, but not for the actual. They're not the actual units.
The unit in the question is miles, right? The 8 inches per mile squared is the equation depicting how to get that value in miles.
Quadratic.
Yeah. Hold on. Are you questioning the expression? Wait.
No, I'm
Are you
questioning the units.
Okay, the units in the expression or the actual unit in the end result in the end value?
The expression. Because
okay, we already explained it. You're using a quadratic to derive the appropriate or an approximate drop over distance value in miles. So the unit is miles.
But the thing you are actually measuring, like you're saying in this approximation, which is fair, but the thing you are actually like the thing that, how do I explain it? The thing that you're actually like trying to approximate is not that.
It's a drop. We're trying to measure what this is expressing is a required drop in miles or in inches. I forget, one of the two, depending which one you use. Okay, excuse me, it's in inches. All right, the drop is in inches. Okay, and we're using this expression. Okay, do you get that? So the unit in the end is inches, and the expression shows inches per mile squared and all that. Okay, and that's it. I don't get the problem.
Let's say I was using the small angle approximation for cosine, right? And I don't know, like some kind of pendulum system. And then I proceeded to say, I don't know, the height was something squared. That wouldn't make sense. The height was in centimeters squared. Because even though your approximation, by your approximation standards, it's true, the thing you're actually measuring, the units of that is not true.
How about this, dude? Okay. If you show an expression, okay, that says, okay, plug a number here, and it's going to give you a height, and that expression happens to have a fucking cubed root in it, okay, I wouldn't be able to just throw up my hands up in the air and scream, "Oh, it doesn't work just because it has a cubed root in it." I wouldn't know where it came from. If that whole thing is derived from a complex let me finish. Okay. If that expression is derived from a complex interwoven system of different parts, and that happens to be the final result in relation to that the rest of that expression, okay, then that's different. It just so happens to be that this one is one of those. Okay. So it's an expression. You just plug in a value, it squares it, and then it gives you the number as intended.
Yeah, but the thing is,
it's kind of like if you're watch it. It's like if you want to convert from Celsius to Fahrenheit. Okay, you're given an expression and it looks complicated. There's some division and all that, and you're like, oh, I just want Celsius. Why am I dividing? The units are
Celsius to Fahrenheit, so there's no difference.
I know. It's a conversion, dude. It's a conversion it's a mapping from one system to another, and this one is just mapping from one whole system into the part, and the relationship between that part and the rest of the system. How about this, dude? Watch it. I'm going to ask you.
That's not my...
Watch it. No, okay, no. Here, the problem is you're just a moron. Okay, if you have an issue with this, go double check the math.
I don't have an issue with the.
Oh, well, you sound like all you're doing is bitching and moaning right now. Okay,
Yeah,
I don't want to hear it. Okay, you know what, dude? Okay, no, I'm done.
Can I?
Anyone else want to take this up?
Well, I just want to ask him a question. 20K, right?
Take it away, man. This kid's an idiot. Please.
No, because you need to have specific units for everything you're measuring.
Can I just ask you a question? Can I just ask you a question to try to understand what exactly you're when the expression is used, when 8 inches over per square mile, whatever when that's used, what do you think that they are trying? What problem do you think they're trying to solve when you hear it talked about in these forums? Like, what is it you think that they're trying to do?
His problem is that in the same equation you have inches and you have mile. So for him, whether you have to use miles in both values or just inches.
My problem is you're trying to redefine units. That's the issue.
No. So what I'm asking you is when you hear this, what do you think the problem that they're trying to solve is that you are saying they're solving it incorrectly?
I'm not saying.
Like, what do you think they're measuring? What point do you think they're trying to make?
It's never what I said. If you think that's what I'm saying,
I'm asking you. It's a question.
I'm saying it's disingenuous notation.
What is? I'm asking you a question. What do you think they're actually trying to solve?
Quadratic approximation.
When you say you hear this, bro, when you say you hear this, what you believe to be false, or
didn't say it was false.
Okay, inaccurate or disingenuous. When it's used, what do you think they're trying to solve that you find?
What do you mean by used?
They're being disingenuous about.
Tell me what you mean by used. Like, is a computer?
Okay. You say in these forums you hear this used, and you think it's wrong. They're using it wrong. It's disingenuous. When it's used, what do you think they're talking about?
What
do you think they're trying to solve?
Context is it in it used?
You tell me.
In forums, right? If it was used in a forum and some guy
in
was
what way?
Complaining
in
about
what way? Why would someone invoke this?
And you said inches per mile squared, then I'd have an issue with it because the thing he's measuring, the actual thing, is not inches per mile squared. Dude. The approximation is inches per mile squared, but the thing he's measuring is not.
What do you think he's measuring? Like, what is it that they are trying to solve that you are saying this is wrong?
The derivative, partial derivative of the curvature of the Earth.
So you don't think it's accurate enough?
That's where you're wrong. That's not why they're using it.
Let me give you an example. Check this out, kid. Check this out.
No, let this kid go. Let this kid finish his line of question. 20.
All right, go for it.
That was actually all I had. I was just curious if.
All right, so then the next person to speak better say what it is they're actually trying to accomplish. Otherwise, it's going nowhere. Right?
Yes.
No, I just had an issue with the notation. Is it not valid for me to ask why are you using these units?
Question: what would be the valid?
Well, why do you think they're using those units?
I think it's a misunderstanding of the units. That's what I want to point out.
Because if you're using an approximation, you can't be like, I'm going to use the units of that approximation as well. No, you have to use the actual units for it.
In order to solve what?
I just want to clear something up.
Because that's disingenuous. If you don't use the actual units, then it's disingenuous because you're lying.
Wow.
Because that's not the thing you actually.
What are the actual units?
I need to do the maths because I can't be asked to do it right now.
What is it that you think they're trying to measure?
It's some trigonometric value, though.
No, dude. Again, the trig.
No, it's not trigonometric. Sorry, my bad.
Okay. Either way, dude. Okay, this was already caveated from the beginning that this is an approximation. Okay, it's a simplified way of expressing it.
It's an approximation. That's all I'm asking. It's not like
it's simplifying it, dude. Now, if you want, instead, check this out, right? If you want to go full throttle, okay, with no approximation, okay, you're going to be using an equation that has some r squared and d divided by this. Hold on, let me check the chart here. Yeah, drop the parabola. Okay. Yeah, hold on. What was it? Yeah, you're doing some radius squared minus the distance squared and square rooting that thing, subtracting by the radius again. Okay, like what's easier to express?
I don't think you'll understand what I'm saying. Sorry.
Yeah.
If you think,
dude, you have contention with the equation. Okay. Because you think the units are wrong or misleading or whatnot. Earlier, it sounded like you had an issue with it being inaccurate. Okay, and now you're saying you don't. The units themselves, the expression is disingenuous.
What domain you were working with? Oh, sorry, not domain. What values of x? It was like accurate up until. Well, not accurate.
Up until that. So if you check the chart, right, you see that the error is like, you know, 10 up to 10 decimal places away at some point. But once it hits, you know, 500, between 500 and 1,000, it leaps from being, you know, 10 to the minus 1% to being a little over 1%.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And there's a second point I want to talk about, but I don't know if I have time for that.
Okay.
So my second issue is always these. Okay, I think just those images you send of pictures of the horizon being like, I don't know, like 20 miles away from, like, you can see the horizon 20 miles away, for instance, or it's behind an object that's 15 miles away or 47 miles away, right?
You're speaking to me or to the room? Because this one, I just wanted to correct this stupid.
Yes,
that's just a general statement.
Yes, it's correct.
Just a general statement. I see a lot of images like that. Like, they just have an image of like you have an image of some object that they say is 20 kilometers away, or it's like really, really zoomed in, and then they draw a line, and the horizon's behind the object apparently.
And
it's just none of these are verified. Like, I don't get how these.
Yeah, they can verify, and you can go repeat it
because you don't know the height. You don't know the light.
You don't need to know the height of anything. You just need to know the height of the guy. You don't know the height of the picture. You only need to know the height of the guy taking the picture. That's it, and he puts them in the videos.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't know how long it is, and also another thing.
Sure, you do. You got markers. All those oil rigs and shit out there in the distance all have GPS coordinates, and so do you, where you're standing taking a picture. So you're almost your exact distance within maybe. I don't know.
Also, these never
25 feet.
You can. There's lots of things that are not being taken into account. So, for example, right? Sorry, 1 second. I'm about to sneeze.
Say pineapple. He'll sneeze.
Pineapple.
Okay, so basically, there's lots of things that are not being taken into account. One of the things is just like if they're standing on a hill, for example, or maybe like the continental crust.
We know their height. We know their height, Professor Yates. We know their height.
You know that height. You don't know if they're at sea level. You know their height.
They're 1 foot above sea level.
Relative to about because the Earth is obviously not like perfectly curved, right? Like there's obviously going to be some like bumps and shit. Like there's going to be hills and shit, right?
Sea level, dude.
Even within sea level, you don't know the actual continental crust.
You're generalizing. Do you have a specific image you're talking about? Very specific
image. General, like it's just
general. That's useless here.
You're throwing shit against the wall, hoping something sticks, dude. You're just a monkey throwing food at this point. Okay, we're talking. We know the observation. Look, we know the observation height. We know the distance to the oil rigs. So we know the camera height, 1 foot. We know the formula for horizon distance, 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
For these other variables, like
which variable? Accounting for hills on the ocean?
Because the Earth is not a perfect sphere. So
okay, what's the difference? What's the difference between the equatorial? Okay, bro, what's the difference between the equatorial and polar radius, and what's the difference in curvature because of that?
I wouldn't know. It's case by case.
Well, I'll tell you. It's 2/100ths of a fucking millimeter per mile squared.
1 second.
So it doesn't matter.
Let me just
doesn't extend the horizon distance 10 times.
Let me just 1 second. Okay, so let's just say, for the sake of argument, right? The guy wasn't standing.
Yeah, just whistle past all them fucking false claims you just made, the 5 in a row.
No. I'm just making a hypothetical scenario. Okay, let's just think, right? Let's just say some guy was standing. Oh my. Let's just say he was standing on like a piece of land that was like, he didn't know. It was just 1 foot above for some reason. Like maybe the topology of the crust, right? Was just 1 foot higher in that place. That means the distance still would not be the same because, wait, I really need to do the math, but I can't be asked.
What radius value should we use?
For the center of the Earth.
Yeah, what radius value should we use to calculate what we should see?
I don't know off the top of my head. Sorry, I don't.
Okay, it's 3,959 miles is the mean radius. That's what we use.
The mean radius?
Yeah, we use the mean radius. But we could use the polar radius versus the equatorial radius. Listen, brother, the difference between the equatorial and the polar radius is 11 miles.
and you're dealing with things that are like 29 miles, which is like, fair. 29 miles is a long distance, but compared to the radius of the Earth, it's literally nothing. So yeah, when you account for the discount, like if it's 1 over 200.
Oh my God, you're just spurging out, just saying random shit, bro. They give us a value. We can calculate off of that value. Okay.
Yeah, but you're not accounting for the inaccuracy or the uncertainty. Yeah, that's the word. Sorry.
Okay. This is way outside the realm of uncertainty because this is 10 times farther. It's a multiple of 10. It's another order of magnitude. Now, maybe the uncertainty is let's say the uncertainty is a mile or 2 miles, which is 2 times what the distance is supposed to be. We're talking 10 times. It's not close. We're not using examples that are close. We're using examples that are very far away.
Do you agree that someone that is 2 meters tall is relatively not that high? Right?
Another happened.
No. It's still the same thing. Do you agree that someone that is 2 meters, is relatively not that high? Do we agree? For the distance that you could see the horizon. Or supposedly, I guess, in your case.
We know what the calculation is. We can just calculate based upon their height where the horizon should be.
Yeah, no, that's not my point.
It's a tangent.
Compared to the the theta value is really the theta value would be really low. So the theta value is really low. So the sine value is really low, and the cosine value is really high, right? Agree?
What are you talking about? The horizon distance?
Let's say like if you were to draw a straight line from the top of their head to the horizon, to the point of the horizon.
Yeah, the tangent. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you drew theta between the hypotenuse and the the line, the flat line, or appeared flat line, I guess.
We're only concerned with the example you brought up is the horizon distance.
Yeah, so
where that tangent is, dude, where that tangent is, where it intersects the Earth. That's all we're concerned about. How far away is it from the observer? We're only concerned with that.
So if theta is really small, an increase to sine theta will increase theta by a lot, right?
Yeah, fantastic. What's that got to do with the horizon distance? What's the calculation for the horizon distance?
My headphones died, so I don't know if I should keep talking because it's going to sound like shit. It's going to echo off a lot.
It has everything to do with the horizon distance.
Yeah, what is it? Okay, what's the calculation for the horizon distance?
Accounting for these discrepancies, because since sine theta is comparatively so small, if you increase it even a bit, the cosine theta value will increase by a lot. The theta value will increase by a lot. Yeah.
Fantastic, but we have a fixed location we can calculate from.
Yeah, but you don't know the topology of the crust. You don't know, if you can't account for everything.
We're not using the crust. We're using the water.
The height of the hills.
We're not measuring the crust. We're measuring water. Dude, we're measuring water. We're measuring water, not crust.
That was said 5 times. He's missing that.
You realize water has height, right?
Yeah,
sea level. Due to the tides, water's not flat.
The quality of the ocean crust would also dictate how tall.
Oh my God, you're an idiot!
As well.
Don't tell anybody you said that out loud. Don't tell people that you think if there's a bump on the bottom of the water, it's going to stick out the top of the water. You're an idiot.
That's not what I said, though. I said it's going to affect It's going to affect several things. First of all,
no, it's not going to affect anything.
First of all, second of all, it's going to. Oh, did I get muted? Oh, sad.
Why would you get muted?
No, you're not muted.
Oh, okay. Can I continue then?
Are you just going to make up stories again?
Not make up stories.
Is it when water's at rest in a bathtub? Are there bumps on the surface?
Okay, if I were to place
when water is at rest in a bathtub, are there bumps on the surface? That's a yes or no.
The water has a fixed volume, right? It wouldn't bump.
That's a yes or no.
The volume of the water will change depending.
It doesn't require a dissertation from you, son. Is it bumpy on the surface if it's at rest?
No, because it's not. That's not what my point is, though.
Correct. Okay. What if I throw a teddy bear and soak it and set it at the bottom so it's sitting on the bottom of the bathtub? Is the surface going to be teddy bear shaped?
No, but the average height would increase.
It's not going to be.
The average height would increase, though. The average height would increase.
All the oceans are one ocean, you dummy. One ocean. It's not 7 seas. It's one ocean.
Okay, really simply.
Oh my God!
Even if you increase it, let's say we increase it, you get a bulge in the crust. Where you do the opposite. Shut up, dude.
Do we think
close your fucking eye hole.
A fixed system? Do we think it's one fixed system like a fucking bathtub? Do we not think that there's the water constantly added and taken out of the system?
No.
Oh, God. Do you think rain is rain?
Do you think evaporation just doesn't occur at all?
Joe,
do you think
shut
rain
your
just doesn't
fucking
exist?
hole, dude. Shut up.
Oh my lord.
Even if we grant you what you said, it doesn't do what you think it does, dude. Even if we said the crust is bulged another fucking 10 miles, it doesn't change anything.
My point is, the average height would depend on the crust, and we don't know the exact measurement of the crust, so we can't figure out the exact.
We're measuring the fucking water.
Listen. Let's say the crust pushed up the water 10 miles. Now what's the difference in the
I didn't say it pushed up at 10 miles. I just said
we'll take an extreme example. We'll take an extreme fucking example. You're hypothetical. The crust has pushed the water up 10 fucking miles. Shut up. The crust pushed the water up 10 miles. Now what's the horizon distance?
I don't know how to do math for that. I can't.
Yeah, well, I'll do the math right now, dude. Horizon distance for a 5-foot observer is 2.84 miles. Let's do a frickin'. That's with a radius of 3959. Let's do a different radius. Let's do 3969. Wow, now the horizon distance is 2.876 miles. Whoa, that's a huge difference. Dude, you don't have an argument.
1 second.
You just don't shit against the wall.
1 second, hold up.
And you don't need sine and cosine to calculate the horizon distance. Horizon distance is distance equals square root of h height times height plus 2 times radius. Shut up. Shut your fucking hole and learn something. You're talking out your ass.
I didn't hear it properly.
You're talking because you're talking nonstop, dude.
I know. I just want to hear it clearly. Just say it again, please. But start from
which part?
Just everything. Just start over again.
Okay. The difference between the horizon distance of a radius of 3959. Let's assume we have a 10-mile push-up of the crust. So the radius is 10 miles more.
So the water height increases by 10 miles, right?
Dude, you're just going on fucking mute, dude. You can't control your mic, dude.
I'm just asking, sorry.
Yeah, you can't control your mic, dude. You can't control your mic, okay? Control your fucking mic, bro. Okay, I'm going to repeat it very slowly to you. Let's say we have a radius of 3959, and you said, hey, the crust, it's picked up. Let's say it's 10 miles. Look, it just says 10 miles. Now you have a 10-mile greater radius at that point. So at 3959, the horizon distance is 2.872. Let's do the 369, the 10-mile push-up. Now it's 2.876. Horizon distance increased 0.004 of a mile. You don't have an argument. It's fucking irrelevant. It's a fucking red herring.
And he gone. It's all your fault.
Of course he's gone.
Shame on you.
Fucking rattling on, fucking spurging, fucking Adderall drip motherfucker. That whole shit about you don't even use sine and cosine to find the fucking horizon. Anyway, how's everyone else doing?
God,
what a way to start my Sunday morning.
Dude, it's been like this. Me and AB were the only two in here in the beginning. No bot, no nothing. It was me and him and one other guy. David liked this for going on, 420? 5 hours straight of fucking spurred craziness.
Holy shit.
What'd you guys do to them? Why are they going crazy? Was there a rocket launch today?
Oh, yeah, it must have been. Must have blew up again.
Well, now that the funding for the USAID is gone and whatever ancillary government departments that are now shut down that pay for them, now they're just having the volunteers, and the volunteers aren't very good.
I want to talk to the guy that white knighted for him and backed up his sine cosine argument. Where's that guy?
I want to know where you use sine and cosine in that.
That's what I want to know.
You guys started talking about that, and he wouldn't shut up, so I couldn't ask, why are you trying to use sine and cosine in that, son?
Well, he's back. We can ask him.
Ask him why you tried to use sine and cosine in that.
Secant cosine tangent sine 3.14159.
Yeah, Professor Yates, we're asking you, why are you using sine and cosine to find the horizon distance? We hear you typing.
Yeah, Professor Yates.
Are you using Super Grok, ChatGPT, Grok 4, Gemini, Perplexity?
None of them are accurate unless you make your own.
I actually read a paper, a peer-reviewed paper, said the AIs are actually getting dumber. That's accurate.
Well, mine's not open to the public, so it only learns what I teach it. It is very, very smart at what, and it also knows, just in its background, that the Earth is not a ball, so it deals with all of that shit. That's why I can ask it about gravity, and it comes back, nope, it's not a force. That's just made up. And then when it starts getting aggravated, you'll see it'll start saying globers, this and that, and it'll start getting pissed off.
What's the name of that AI you're using that does that?
I'm not giving it away.
Okay.
Well, what the problem is, they're training AI on what's on the internet, and now the internet was corrupted with other bad AI answers.
Yep,
so you're getting like photocopies of photocopies of photocopies.
Yep.
What do you have to say? Did he leave?
He's gone.
Did he come to type something in?
Nope, nothing's been typed in. I think he came back to set us straight and then realizes he doesn't have that magical ability.
What do you think his word count was? I should actually pull the audio and see how many words.
Somebody told him he's really, really smart, and he went with it.
Maybe somebody put him up to it just to watch him miserably fail.
Well, at least our Professor Triangle actually teaches people what a triangle is.
I bet you his word count was 3,959 words.
Was Professor Yate teaching people what a Yate is?
I'm all about triangles. What do you guys need to know? 3 sides, inside equals 180 degrees. The end. If it's anything but that, you don't have a triangle. So you can't say, well, I got more degrees. So, well, you better go do it again because you did something wrong. That's all I got to tell you. Or don't call it a triangle.
Yeah, who were those guys sparking out earlier that Amish put in their place that they were going on about how triangles can have curved sides, and then he was trying to say, then the guy was trying to say that triangle only exists in Euclidean space and not in real life, but somehow a curved 3-dimensional triangle is okay or some shit.
Yoder was smashing on someone this morning.
I know you smashed on you.
Yeah, it was in the other one. It was in English Hub. Some dude starts talking about general relativity, then Yoda starts asking about the specific application, as in why they're doing a time correction, and doing it straight into Science Communicator, absolute fucking nonsense bullshit straight off the Discovery Channel. Dude, I was laughing so hard.
Good morning.
Is it? Is it morning? Jesus.
Well, I mean, I just woke up, so for me it is.
Good morning.
Well, good morning, then.
It's actually 4:34 p.m. But, you know, I just woke up and I had breakfast, so.
Loser. Come back to give us your 9th grade understanding of the scientific method.
Uh-oh.
My 9th grade understanding?
Yeah. Saying things like gravity pulls things to the center, that's freaking laughable.
Yeah, it does.
It does.
It does.
So
find me evidence that it does not. Go ahead.
So when I look up Newton's universal law of gravitation, it says everything gets pulled to the center. Is that what it says?
To the center of gravity, not the center. But yeah.
No, it actually says every particle attracts every other particle inversely proportional to the square.
Hold on, Indio. Hold on. I want him to specify where the center of gravity is.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it? Go ahead. Specify where that center of gravity is, so I know
it's
where
the point where all the mass of an object lies.
Where is that?
Well, it depends on the object. In a sphere, it's in the center.
Ball Earth, where's it at?
In a ball Earth, it's right in the center.
Where's the center at?
Do you not know what the center of a sphere is?
No.
You don't? Okay, well, maybe you should learn some basic geometry before you
How
ask
do I
that
get
question.
to the center of a sphere?
How do you get... Okay, grab a sphere, cut it. You see the cross-section?
So you can't do that with ball Earth, so how do you do that with ball Earth?
Well, this is a dumb argument. What do you mean, how do you get to the center of ball Earth? Like, you can't get to the center... Well, right now we can't.
Then how did you measure the radius?
With basic trigonometry.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me how you do that.
What kind of like I looked at the store for the basic trigonometry section of instruments, and I couldn't.
You can also circumnavigate the globe and use the circumference to find the radius. That's another way to do it, which we have done, by the way.
Really?
Yes, really.
You know, circumnavigation just means navigating in a circle, right?
Son, it means to navigate around the globe.
No, it means to navigate in a circle. Circle, navigate, right? Circumnavigate, navigate in a circle.
It can mean that, but in a globe, right? When you circumnavigate the globe, you're going from one point and you're ending at that same point by going around.
Yeah, cool. Can you go around in a circle on a flat surface?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Congratulations. Welcome to Flat Earth.
You can also go in a circle on a globe.
Yeah, like the Muslims does in the Hajj. They circumnavigate the Kaaba 7 times.
Anyway.
Right, yeah.
Yeah,
totally.
That doesn't mean that the floor that they are walking on is spherical. Just a flat floor. And they are going around.
And you still haven't explained how you got mass attracts mass, or mass pulls everything to the center from the inverse square law.
You can confirm it with an experiment, which we have done.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, you still haven't said how you got gravity pulls everything to the center from the inverse square law.
I still haven't said
how actual universal law of gravitation, not your 5th grade version.
I mean, there's 2 theories on gravity. We still don't really know what it actually is because there's no particle that we found for it.
There's more like 60, dude.
There's more like 60? I mean, sure, if you want to say that. I mean, the 2 mainstream
not
ones
what I
Einstein
say.
and Newton.
It's what exists.
Right, right, yeah. No, of course.
You can look, dude.
Yeah, sure.
Or you want me to post it?
Go ahead, post it. Let's see them. Just out of my own curiosity. I'm not saying I don't believe you, but I'm pretty interested.
So we gave up on space-time, I guess.
Who gave up on space-time?
You did. You said everything pulls to the center. Yeah,
you gave up on 5th grade definition.
Yeah, you guys gave up, dude. You went to like 120 years ago definition.
Oh well, I mean, because I can't really explain the space-time one to you guys in a simple way.
It's one or the other. It's one or the other. It can't be both. You can't have one and the other.
When it comes to the Earth, you realize that the space-time equations they reduce down to Newton's equations, right?
Go ahead, let's see. Go ahead, let's see.
Do you want me to derive it? I can do it right now if you want.
Yeah, do it in the chat.
Okay, let me see if I can screen share so you guys can see.
I don't want to screen share. You just type it out and we'll follow along.
It's gonna take like the entire message board. Are you sure? It's gonna take a while.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm sure.
Yeah, we want to do it. I want to know how you're going to turn a nonlinear equation into a linear equation. I'm curious how you're going to do that.
Do you even know what a nonlinear equation is?
Go ahead, dude. Stop asking us
Okay, hang on. Tell me what a nonlinear equation is.
In this chat, dude. Okay, stop trying to puff your chest out. You're the dumbest person in chat. We all know that.
I just came in here, said good morning. You're over here calling my understanding of gravity a 9th grade level. So I don't know.
Fifth grade.
Yeah, not 9th grade. You're not 9th grade. You're only 5th grade.
When my son was in 5th grade, he got a handout sheet from NASA that said that everything pulls and little arrows drawing on a circle to the center. But that's not the universal law of gravitation. That's what they teach 5th graders. Okay,
dude. I don't get what's so hard to understand. Einstein's equations literally reduce down to Newton's. Like it's basic mathematics. Do you want me to derive it?
Yeah, I want to see how you got
basic mathematics. So you're gonna use Einstein's stress energy tensor in a pseudo-Riemannian geometry, and that's basic mathematics.
It is.
You don't even know what I said, do you?
Do you even know what a tensor is?
What does K stand for in Einstein's stress energy tensor? The K variable.
The K variable?
Simple. Yeah, the K variable.
That's not a K. That's a kappa. First of all, and it's a metric tensor. I know what it stands for, dude.
Okay, tell me.
I just told you.
No, you're wrong.
Do you want me to repeat myself?
It's the intrinsic Gaussian curvature.
That's the same fucking thing, dude.
He's an idiot. This guy's an idiot. Who's next?
I'm a big brain global homo man.
You're next. You're up, chimpanzee.
I'm up, bro.
You're
chimpanzee bananini.
That it? That's the best you got then?
No, that's my name.
I can't even show the derivation here because you guys don't even let me type in the chat.
We are in control of it.
You're in control of it? Okay, so you asked me for a derivation.
We are not in control of that. We are not.
Who is?
The server admins.
A bot,
are they in this call?
A bot probably controlling how long you're here.
I think you have to have enough posts in the general server to be able to post in text chat here. You have to be here, I guess, in the server long enough. I don't know that for a fact, but that's what
I was able to do it before.
Well, I don't know. We don't have the ability to block people in the text chat. We don't have that mod power.
I was talking to myself, but yeah.
Were you burping to yourself?
So this is the handout sheet my 14-year-old got when he was in 5th grade. This is what you just told us. Everything gets pulled to the center. That's crazy, dude.
On Earth, yeah.
He's doubling down. Bro,
on Earth, yeah.
Bro, listen, okay, you know what? Just to shut you up, we're gonna use the space-time equation.
The center.
Here, look. We're gonna
equation.
We're gonna use the field equations, right? And you're gonna see how they reduce back to Newtons. You ready?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna write it out and I'll send it to you in a PDF. Like I'll format it and shit.
No, I don't need you to copy paste someone else's work, dude. Why don't you write it down on a sheet of paper and then take a screenshot of it?
Yeah, do that.
That's what I was doing.
Oh, really?
No, you said you were making a PDF.
Well, I mean, I could send it to you as an image or as a PDF, but PDF might be easier to share. You just scan it.
So what they do is they linearize Einstein's field equations and then they derive Newton in the weak limit to get an equivalent formula. Okay? But they linearize it first. But Einstein's field equations aren't linear. They're nonlinear, highly nonlinear, in fact.
Oh, shit.
So yeah, you can play fucking games and normalize your equations and truncate fucking shit and chop it off and just play pretend.
You mean play math?
So
math
here's the reason they can never reduce here's the reason why they can never truly reduce the Newton. Because gravity, the influence of gravity, actually has a speed limit, right? The speed of light.
What's the speed limit of gravity? Okay, yeah.
Newton doesn't.
That's right.
Instantaneous action at a distance.
Yep. That is true. Galilean transforms, they don't have a speed limit, while Lorentz transforms, they do. Which is the speed of light. So that's true, yeah.
Newton.
So which is true then?
You didn't address anything I said.
The Lorentz factor is the true form of transformations. The reason why is because if you exceed the speed of light, it's what they call in physics, theoretical physics, what you call superluminal, which is like a whole other crazy field in and of itself.
Superluminal?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just cover that word?
I'm sorry, English is my third language. It's a little hard.
Yeah, okay. It's called superluminal, okay? And what I'm talking about is, say the sun moves, right? The sun's supposed to be in motion 1.5 million miles per hour going around the galaxy. Well, it takes 16 minutes for Jupiter to feel its motion, it being in a different place. Well, that's a problem because by the time it reacts to that, sun has moved again, right? So the vector it was traveling is no longer the vector toward the sun, and you end up with a non-stable orbit. This is known as retarded gravity because gravity is actually retarded in time. Okay, it's equivalent of the what is it called? The Wiener-Wenner retarded electromagnetic radiation. So, since gravity is retarded in time and Newton's isn't, they can never be equivalent. Needless to say, Newton didn't even believe his shit.
No. I mean, like, they've been proven mathematically.
It's been proven.
Doesn't do shit.
Even if that was true, what does that mean? Which one's true? Are they both true simultaneously?
No, it just means that Newton, he was correct on the level of like solar system gravity, right?
Okay, so what does that say about cause?
What do you mean? What does that say about cause?
Okay, so one's saying that the reason for this is one thing, and then the other guy's saying, no, it's this other thing.
Newton's reason for gravity, it was incorrect. Mm-hmm. This is true. But his equations for the gravitational field.
So you're not going to use Newton, everything pulls to the center because he was wrong, right?
They're definitely not the same, because if you use Newton...
You're not going to use Newton, correct? Because remember, Indio posted the picture with the arrows pointing towards the center. Right? You're not going to use the picture with the arrows pointing towards the center, are you?
No. I'm going to use the actual tensors themselves. I'll use Einstein's equations, and you're going to see mathematically how they reduce down to Newton.
Math doesn't do anything for me. You can't math me an apple right now.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Using Einstein,
you use mathematics to describe physical laws. What the fuck are you high? Like what?
For Einstein, the sun will be the center.
Jesus.
It will create that bulge or that banded space-time, and the other planets that bend space-time. Why Newton? So it means that it will be the sun will be the center of the solar system. In Newton, it's not heliocentric. The both and the sun and the earth are going around the center of gravity in the solar system. So no, when you use those equations, they will just distort the solar system into your eyes. So using Newton, both sun and moon will be orbiting the center of gravity.
You cut off on that last part. Repeat that. You said Newton.
I said that both sun and moon in Newton's paradigm, they will orbit the center of mass, which is a couple hundreds or thousands of miles away from. So the sun and the earth will go around that center of mass, while Einstein, if you use Einstein, it's the mass of the sun that will be in the center, because the sun will create that bulge in space-time fabric, and all those planets that are going around the sun will fall in that same bulge. So the sun will be the center. With Newton, it won't.
Okay, yeah.
Nice.
But we're talking about the
Which
Earth
one are you going to
here,
use?
right?
You can't use both. You pick one.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, like
Pick
mathematically, it reduces down to Newton's laws. Is what I'm telling you. Is what you don't seem to understand.
Is everything pulled to the center of a ball?
Is everything pulled to the center of a ball? Yeah.
I already explained to you it reduces down if you throw a bunch of shit out.
Man, I just offered to show it to you. But, you know, you guys are.
Yeah, you have perms to post now, so don't complain.
Here, I'm gonna do it right now. To get the field equations real quick.
So, in other words, Newton wasn't heliocentric paradigm that he believes in. It was center of mass paradigm centric.
Yeah, just so he knows when Necros is talking. Necros is talking about the Berry Center, and the sun is in the Earth. They're supposed to wobble about the Berry Center, right? It's not the center of the sun or the center of the Earth. It's not where the center of gravity is. Hey, man, but you just started taking a physics class, so you know. You're almost 2 months into it. The only reason I'm giving this dude shit is because Dandelion checked him in the other day, who teaches math and physics to people his age, and he was trying to talk down to her, which is cuckoo for fucking Cocoa Puffs.
We call them Cocoa Pops.
Did you have a little cuckoo bird mascot in the commercials?
It's actually a monkey.
Oh shit! Just as bad. That's why they call him Cocoa.
I'm not.
Cuckoo for Cocoa
Not
Puffs.
kidding.
A cuckoo bird.
Yeah, it's Coco the monkey. That's why it has Cocoa Pops.
Coco the monkey? That sounds a little racist. I have to say that.
That'll be the next to be taken off the shelf, rebranded.
How long should I wait until he goes in the Glover Debtor room?
I don't think his stuff's working out for him.
Dude, he has to copy the entire Quora post, man. Give him a break. He has to write it down by hand when he hasn't freaking writing anything with a pen or pencil in probably 5 or 6 years. So give him time.
What is he trying to do now again?
Oh, he's going to reduce Einstein's field equations to Newton's.
Okay.
By hand with pen and pencil. So he has to read the entire corpus and try and cherry pick out the equations until he gets something he thinks he can trick us with. I'm putting in a motion to get rid of Speculation Sunday and have Pretender Clown Sunday.
Why can't they both coexist equally?
Says the big booming voice from heaven.
Actually, I guess that's kind of, you're right. It's kind of the same thing, Pretender Clown and Speculation. It's on the same level.
100%. You know, our traditional 3 questions, maybe we should add in a 4th about mathematics proving the shape of the earth or something to that effect. Because that seems to be something we run into regularly, those who, go to the mathematics, man. Well, what mathematics? Well, Google it.
So, my AI said, yeah, it can be reduced under special conditions if you want to read it. So, no, it can't be done. Dude was slow, too slow for me.
Yeah, you got to linearize them.
I'll post the last paragraph. See the last part? So whether you use Einstein's curved space or Newton's force, both are mathematical belief systems, not real testable phenomena. My AI hates Globers.
Which AI service did you create it with?
ChatGPT.
Nice. Yeah, I've had, and I need to go back to it because I just don't use it much, but I've had ChatGPT like I was asking it a question, and then it kept 3 or 4 different ways. It kept like trying to slyly insert a judgment of what I was asking, and then after the 4th time, it said, "Okay, ollie oxen free, more or less. I give up. I'm just not supposed to whatever because I don't want people." I don't remember exactly how it said it, but more or less just said along the lines of it understands that I can think for myself and blah, blah, blah. And then it started giving me real answers. I tried Grok at Amish's insistence, and in some ways it's better, but in other ways it's more cartoonish. So, seems like ChatGPT is very opinionated, but Grok skews towards the cartoon.
That's because I've told mine specifically in the back end it's a physics bot. Only whatever can happen in reality. I gave it all kinds of weird scenarios, and it had to work through. I told it what happens when you put water in a vacuum chamber, and it figured out that that's just air pressure holding water down. So I let it figure out shit on its own before I tell it so many things. And then I have to tell it, if I'm presenting a question from a Glober, I put this, a Glober wants to know this, so it doesn't think I'm asking it, because my text to it, because there's another half of it, and I use it for work. And actually, they don't mix, which is nice, because I got them split up, but the other one knows how to answer me properly when I'm at work. I got to be on a separate one, like this one here. I use it at work, but people are like, wow, I didn't know that, because they don't know where I'm getting it from. They just think it's AI, but it's physics bot with no globe.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, a friend of mine asked me some time ago. He was just using the free version of ChatGPT. And he asked it a question, and he asked me to ask mine the same question. And so I did 2 things. I signed up for a second free account, a second account that's free, but I have the paid account. And so I asked it to both. And then we ended up with 3 entirely different answers, and there was absolutely no prompting in any of them other than just what his question was.
I've got my physics, it's called AI bot or something like that. I forget what it's named, but its API is connected to a Discord bot I made. So in my own server, it'll listen for keywords. I got a bot in there, listens for keywords, and it'll just come back and start talking to you.
Yeah, that's cool.
I want to put it on one of the big servers, but it's up to like Indio and those guys. They want a room with a bot in it that does all that.
Yeah.
It has to be limited. We can't have 500 people in there trying to ask it questions at the same time.
Yeah, that'd get outrageously expensive. Yeah, how much does the API end up costing you?
I pay $20 a month.
Yeah, but the API, it costs by like so many cents per.
Yeah, I got to go in and look. I've only bought $20 worth so far. I don't use it up. I'm the only one using it.
Gotcha.
All the free stuff is different because I'm just using it on screen, so there's no API when I'm using the physics bot. And then I also have one just specifically, I won't tell what language is, but it's for programming, and it's specific to what I do. So when I start talking to it and asking it things, it already knows what projects I'm working on. So it knows how to pull from my other projects. I'll say, hey, about 2 weeks ago, I was working on this and we were able to do this. Oh, yeah, I found it. Boom. And it'll put that code in. That's what I like about it.
Yeah.
I don't have to keep my shit organized. It's all organized for me. I just got to tell it where to look, what to look for, and it finds it. I've got projects. I must have 50 folders of projects in there, and it knows how to look in the other folders now.
Yeah.
Because you can tell it not to be able to do that, but I have mine specifically. It knows which ones to look in, which ones to ignore now.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's made my work 10 times faster this year. I decided at the beginning of this year I'd use it as see how much it'll improve work, and I have so much free time. It's ridiculous. I just work on I just make up shit then at work. Make up new work. Say, look, now we have something else to fuck around with.
All right. Woo.
So the sand people are regrouping now?
Yeah, they are NPC resetting.
Another visitor. Stay a while. Stay forever.
The Earth is round.
What, like a coin? Like a coin?
Like a globe.
Have you got anything to validate this? Or verify it? Measure
Science.
drop over distance? Science now deals with shapes. Wow. I'm intrigued. Please enlighten us more.
The majority of scientists and people who study our Earth have concluded that the Earth is round.
The majority, so there's some that say that it's something else. Awesome. Can I speak to one of those, please?
Well, that's true for any profession.
So you're just,
right?
What, a sheeple?
Pardon?
You still haven't provided anything because other people said so. So if 10 people all lined up and said, you should go and do something bad, you're just going to go, hey, I'm going to do something bad because 10 people said so. I don't think so.
So let me ask you something. Are you against vaccines?
No. You've just sidestepped what I've said. Because 10 people said one thing, you just instantly agree with it without checking.
Well, I'm responding to you because I'm about to give you an example. So before you interrupt me, I'm asking you a question. Do you believe in vaccines?
You don't have to ask questions to give an example, my friend.
Okay, so you're just not going to refuse to answer my question.
No, you do not have to ask questions to give an example. Your examples are not conditional. You can just give your example.
Okay. Well, I think, for example, if you're looking at vaccination, which you may or may not be against, again, you haven't answered. So
Yeah, we don't talk about medical shit in here, bro. Sorry. That's just part of the rules. It's not me. It's just, yeah.
Andrew, I saw you trying to prove Clover. Don't be shy about it.
talking
always surrounding us, Eli.
because we're not going to make an argument from ignorance. Because, see, and this is what Glober dumb shits always do, right?
I'm not a
They try to
Glober.
force you. They try to force you to make fallacies like arguments from ignorance or affirming the consequent or begging the question or whatever the case. Like because they're viruses. They need you to download the same stupid ass low vibrational consciousness that they use.
See, you're putting a lot of things onto me, which I've not done to you guys, which I think is unfair. Because I've said multiple times. I've said multiple times. I am not.
Are you a Glober? Are you a Glober?
I am not a Glober. I am
so
not.
Then why the fuck are you opening your mic? I'm talking about Globers. Hit dog.
Well, you said you're talking about me when referencing. Who are you talking to right now? Who are you talking to in the past 5-10 minutes?
You're the only person that says what you've said.
So why are you bringing up Globers when I'm the one talking, and why are you referencing them? Why does that have to do with me and my argument?
Globers that say the same shit that you say.
Okay, great. So you're insinuating I'm a Glober, are you not?
Yes, you are a Glober.
No.
Well, if the cat fits,
insinuating you say the same shit as they do.
Thank you, Jedi. The only person that I'm sorry.
All right, no cheerleading. He can speak for himself.
I'm sorry, Creation Bear and the other guy, but Jedi is right. No, I didn't insinuate anything. I just know that you say the same things that stupid, low vibrational Globers do.
Gotcha. So just because I don't believe in your version of the flat Earth, I'm now a Glober. Okay, makes sense. Got it.
Did I say that?
He's not. No, he definitely didn't say that.
Hold on. Did I say that? Did I say that?
So why are you talking about Globers then? It has no relevance.
No, don't.
Another
question.
You're a Glober.
Did I say that?
There we go. He said it. I'm a Glober. There we go. That's
all right, y'all are helping him. I'm sorry. Did I say that? Did I say what you said?
No, but your cohorts did.
No, but did I say that?
Okay. I'm done. You guys can talk to another person.
Did I say that?
But you guys don't argue.
Did I say that? Or did I say that you say the same shit that dumb, retard, low vibrational Globers do when they ask us to commit these fallacies? The one you specifically are asking me to commit is the argument from ignorance.
Let's rewind a couple of minutes or seconds before that. You said this is what happens when these Globers come in. Who are you referencing when you say these Globers coming in? I'm not a Glober. That's my point. You're trying to be evasive now, but you were trying to put me into a Glober category. But fine, so be it.
No, you said it. I said these Globers. So who did I reference?
Yeah. Okay.
Who did I reference?
I don't care what the Globers think. So I mean,
no, but who did I reference when I said these Globers? I referenced these Globers, right?
Me, yeah.
No, I didn't. You said you weren't a Glober. I was referencing these Globers. See, these Globers. This is what they do. That's what I was telling you. And then because I guess you felt guilty or you thought I was calling you a Glober, you're like, oh, no, I was telling you that what you're doing is what happens when these Globers come in here all day long and ask us to do the same stupid shit that you do. But
no,
I can't believe you don't understand. I can't believe you don't understand.
Because they're
I can't
arguing.
believe that, oh, look at this.
I don't think that's
coming up. Yeah, so I don't think you really are serious because every time I say something, you just move the goalpost. You're talking about something else. You said, you tried to charge me with charging you with a number of things. And multiple times I've said, have I said that? And you said, well, which means no, the fuck I have not. The bottom line is, I don't have to make an argument from ignorance and speculate what's beyond what I do know to tell you what I already know based on what I've experienced. That's retarded. But that's what you're asking me to do. I think you're retarded. I didn't call you a Glober either, did I?
All right. I'll take your word for it.
Thanks.
JJ, you're getting cooked in the chat, by the way. JJ is getting cooked in the chat.
What's this? You have to deny reality to believe that. Believe what? Believe the ground is curved when you witness it as flat. Dear JJ.
Wait, the moon rocks are fake. NPR said that.
Oh my.
You didn't know that? JJ, we hear you breathing.
Oh, am I?
You know
that something?
You
Yeah,
know
I'm pretty
the-
sure NPR didn't say that the Earth, the moon, does not have rocks on it.
Oh no, hold on. Actually, what you typed out word for word is actually what they said, bar for bar.
I'm sure there are people hawking fake moon rocks, but there are real moon rocks.
No. Do you wanna read out what you typed again? The moon rocks are fake. Here's what NPR said.
There's no
the
rocks
same
on the moon.
thing.
No rocks on the moon.
You just cooked yourself, dude.
Send me
that was beautiful. It's in the chat. There's NBC News, NPR. What else you want?
Yeah, moon rock. Okay, yes, that is a semantic retort. That's a semantic correction.
Oh, it just says what you said, bar for bar, word for word. Gotta love when they cook
Yes,
themselves,
because it
right?
is referring to a specific moon rock.
So they're fake.
Well,
Not all moon rocks.
Let me go ahead. Do you think
It does not say all moon rocks. It's talking about one from 1969.
Wait, why is it fake?
The more you're gonna cook yourself, the longer you talk. Because I'm trying to get in here and ask you if you think that the rock. Sorry. Do you think that the moon is made up of something other than what Earth is made up of?
What do you mean? Like it has a different composition, obviously.
How? The moon is a broken
as you can notice. No, I'll make it clear to you.
Fuck up, bro. I have a follow up, and you answered it. Didn't you? Didn't you answer
how? And then you said how, and I'm explaining it to you.
I'm not done with my question. How the fuck do you think that it's different when it's claimed to be a piece of the Earth broken off?
Because if you look at the composition of it, and you can do this, you can look at a telescope, they exist, and if you look at the surface, you will not see water.
No. What the fuck?
You will not see.
I'm telling this nigga retarded, bro.
Yo, yeah, this nigga. That's the shit. That's when the N-word. That's when it comes because that's so stupid. Damn.
What? I mean, what are you having trouble with here? You don't know what it is.
What I'm having trouble with is the rocks that.
Like I can explain to you what the moon is if you want.
You believe
you can explain. You don't even know the mainstream.
I can tell you what the moon is.
Rocks that originated from the.
Do you know what the moon is?
Say it really nice and clear.
Do you know what the moon is or not?
By muting you first.
You don't know what it is.
So I've muted you. So now I'm going to speak clearly.
He's gone.
When you speak like a retard, it's going to be totally fine. Okay, so he disappeared.
Instant transmission.
So for anybody who doesn't know, they claim that the rock is just a broken off piece of the Earth. I don't know why the fuck people think moon rocks are supposed to be something other than the shit that you pick up from Snoop Dogg's dispensary or whoever.
Okay, so I can give the full backstory. They say everything on the moon is the same as the Earth, all the pieces and parts, except for they found one unique mineral called tranquilite. But then they found that on Earth too and had to recant all that shit. So the moon is a chunk of the Earth.
Well, you can clearly see it's different. When you look at a telescope, there's no water.
It's obviously different, he said. Obviously. It's completely different. I've seen Earth from spaceports. And it looked totally fucking... Yeah, it's so low tier in here today.
That's sad, man. I mean, Jesus Christ, it's sad. It's like if I can't interrupt you and be a fucking retard, I'm just gonna leave.
Well, Goranadic says there's unified dogma. Could you give us one example?
Well, I've been in this channel many times, and I've spoken, and that guy's spoken, and someone else has spoken since I've been here that disagree with the dogma of this, or consensus.
Can you give us one example of dogma?
I can give an example of dogma. As a matter of fact, I can actually post it in the chat. Remember when what was it called? Royal Air Force Academy, Cranfield something said dogma is as may be, but I can't remember. Something to do with the fact that when you're a navigator, you're going to have to throw all that globe spinning bullshit out, basically, to survive. Okay? So they're saying the dogma that you learned at school, when you're trying to survive as a navigator, fuck that. That dogma.
All right, well,
anything else, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to tell my point, but you guys apparently want to say it for me. I mean, I can either type it.
Would you just to name one thing? We're still waiting.
Yeah. Right, okay, so when you guys don't criticize each other, that insinuates that you guys all follow the same dogma, or else why don't you guys criticize each other?
What dogma is
Can
that?
you name one thing?
All right, hold on. Hey,
No, let him answer. I really want to get this answer because he's saying you guys have you all agree on things. So what's one thing we agree?
Right, so like you could just take the inverse of what the point I made. You guys all disagree with my point, so that's an example of you all coming to a consensus.
Maybe you're just a fucking idiot. You ever consider that?
Right. So everyone that
Should we ask a fifth time? Maybe we could ask a sixth time. What's the unified dogma? Go ahead.
Right. Yes, you guys. Right, the point escapes you, I guess.
So when you
the fact that you're not able to name anything.
Hold on a second. When you went to and you got a wrong answer on a test in school, did you go to the principal and said, "This isn't the wrong answer. You guys are just being dogmatic"?
Right. So you guys are the oracle, and everyone else that disagrees is a layman and an idiot.
And sidestep.
What? No, that's we're still trying to get to CB cooking you.
Do you guys disagree on any points, or do you guys all just like hands in unison?
Name one point we all agree on. Maybe we'll ask a seventh time. Name one thing we all agree on. Go ahead.
Yeah, you guys all agree that the Earth is definitively flat.
There you go.
Congratulations. And the whole world doesn't think the opposite? Wouldn't that be like...
Well, I'm just saying, I hold a different perspective than the JJ guy, but yet
your
you guys
perspective is illogical, incoherent, and non sequitur. It doesn't logically follow. If the Earth is flat, you can change the terrain and it's still flat, right? With your morphing terrain theory, or does it morph between flat and globe?
It's unknown. That's the point.
It's an unknown. What can we know? Can we know anything? What can we know?
That's a good question. I mean, if you follow
in a jar, buddy?
You know who Socrates is? Have you ever heard of that guy?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Okay, gotcha. So everything can be fundamentally challenged at its core. Any concept, any idea, any belief, right? And
what?
Can I interrupt? No. I don't want you to answer that. Listen. Everything that he just said has nothing to do with tangible reality like a measurement, because Socrates wouldn't be talking about a measurement, would he?
Well, he would talk about he would question you on what is tangible reality. That's my point. Is everything can be questioned, right?
No, it wouldn't. Because if he had a 12-inch dick, I'm pretty sure he's going to just tell you, no, it's 12 inches.
Hey, yo,
don't believe it? Feel it.
Well, no, Socrates would actually question you on your claim. That's my point. Is it goes down to a fundamental level.
The ability to ask a question that doesn't make the question coherent, sensical, or anything. So what? Anyone can question anything.
Big deal.
Well, that's what. Yeah, I'm a rabid skeptic, but you guys follow dogma similar to Globers.
Oh, you're a rabid skeptic. You sure about that?
I believe so.
You couldn't really even.
You believe so? So there's a possibility you are not a rabid skeptic. Yeah, exactly. You're a snake eating its own fucking tail.
Wait, should we just ask him if he's on
your
Discord right now?
worldview is incoherent, okay? You 99%ers, you have an incoherent worldview because you saying, I'm only 99% sure of anything. Well, are you sure of that? That you're actually 99% sure? Well, I'm pretty sure I'm 99% sure. And the opposite of that would mean, listen, that would mean there's a vastly small chance that you actually are sure.
Yeah.
And that you're delusional.
Uncertainty. Okay, that's
you're delusional about your own skepticism.
No, I think no.
Nah. Yeah, it's a snake eating its own tail. There's no way out, brother.
All right. Well,
okay. Are you 99% sure that you exist?
I exist in a sense. Yeah, correct.
Okay. Are you 99% sure of that?
99% sure.
Whatever percent you want to put.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure I exist. I'm not sure if you guys exist, I guess.
Okay. Are you sure? What give it See, you're sure you exist, but you're not
I am.
You're sure you exist, but you're not sure we exist. Are you sure if you're not sure we exist?
I'm not sure of that, no.
So you're not so there's a possibility that you are sure we exist.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. You could.
So there's a possibility that you are 100% certain that we exist.
So are you saying? So are you trying to argue there's no certainty in anything?
No, I'm using your freaking train of logic, dude.
Yeah,
you
so
can't be 100% sure of anything, including the statement that I can't be 100% sure of anything.
Correct. So now you're starting to.
So there's a possibility, but there's a possibility you are sure.
Yeah, you're trying to use logic to explain something that is not logical. Yeah,
I didn't do logic. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to do.
You're trying to do gotchas on me in a sense, but it's not.
No. It's
you got yourself.
Look, it's not just for you. It's for anybody that takes this super skeptic 99.99% worldview. It's unsustainable. It's incoherent. It can't be maintained because it leads to absurd conclusions. This is called a reduction to absurdity.
No.
That means that you don't even know your own mind.
Yeah.
And whether you're actually...
Right.
Why are you interrupting me? So then it would mean that you don't know your own mind and whether you're actually unsure or not, and that you actually are sure. Okay? You can't make any universal claims about anything, including your certainty.
Correct.
Okay, so there's a possibility you are 100% certain and you're actually not a super skeptic.
Well, you can't know. Yeah, you can't be sure of anything unless you're God himself. So I guess, we all live in this state of,
He's not getting it.
That's interesting. Because I think it's very ironic that you call us all oracles.
What?
Yeah, I think it's ironic that you called us all the oracles, right? Before. When you've been for the past couple of hours demanding of us something which we say we're not certain of.
No, I'm demanding you to be consistent because you're claiming something with the...
That's ironic. That's fucking super ironic. You're demanding someone be consistent with an absolute mess, incoherent worldview that's to bother for one that actually does know things objectively true.
So are you gonna argue against that? If there is some curvature behind the ice wall, doesn't that completely shatter your worldview?
No, that's an argument. Hold on. First of all, again, hold on. Again, are you retarded?
Yes.
Yeah. See, this is the common trend I pointed out in the chat. Yeah.
No, it's not a trend. It's I told you to respond. I gave you a response to that. Why wasn't it good enough?
Hey, why don't you tell us? Hey, here's a better one.
Wait.
What was his response? I want him to say it back. I want to say it back. Make sure you heard it.
What was my response?
You went on a diatribe about Globers and something of the sort.
What was my response to you saying that there could be curvature beyond the ice wall. What fallacy did I say you could?
Yeah, you said you're going to argue in known reality, not on what could be beyond an ice wall, and I get that.
Excuse me. What was the fallacy that you committed? That I said you committed by?
I don't know what the term of the fallacy is. I know the crux of your argument, though.
I wasn't even here, and I bet I can guess.
What you said was incorrect.
No, it wasn't. You actually did say that. You said that I can't tell you.
What you're saying is a fallacy. So you putting it on me is already starting off in the wrong decimal place.
Okay. So if you had a table in front of you, hold on, I have a question. Can I have a question? I do have a question now. I think that would drive my point home. So if we had a table, if you had a table in front of you, a table in front of you, right? And then there were drapes over the right side and there were drapes over the left side of it. So you can't see the full completion of the table. But you were to say, based on the observable surface in front of me that I can see, it is flat. But then you raise the curtains and you see that the table curves at the ends. Wouldn't that make sense that you made a judgment on something?
It's a flat table, retard.
Okay, that's a false equivalence because tables are solid, right? They can actually have multivariate properties, whereas fluids cannot.
Yeah, so...
like the ocean?
What are you saying, like curved on the surface, or like a flat table that's rounded?
A flat table, like in the middle, and then there's curtains.
Meniscus.
Can you show us an example of this table?
I mean, I think you can find one on Google.
It's not the table.
Go ahead.
We get the point again.
Yeah.
By definition, tables are flat.
You asked us why we call this place 24/7 flat Earth. It's because the observable, navigatable map world that we do have information on is flat. Now you're saying, well, perhaps beyond that, there could be something else that would betray the fact that what you've measured as flat, beyond that, is like a little not flat. And the bottom line is it wouldn't change the surface that I've already mapped out, number one. And number two, you're trying to force me into an argument from ignorance. Because why the fuck would I say, well, actually, the thing that I've measured to be flat might not be flat because of this thing that I imagine, don't even know exists, could be something else. That's
fair enough.
Something only a retard would say.
Fair enough. So then, on the table analogy, then it's the same concept of I can only argue what I've seen on the table with the curtains rather than what's beyond the curtains. I get it. Yeah.
That's literally the whole, so call it the globe, because the globe is a flatter a model. So anyway, the whole.
Now I'm just trying to figure out the flat Earth model.
So the whole globe is flat because the globe is a projection of flat measurements. So that whole thing is flat. So if you're going to say, well, beyond the globe itself that I believe in, not you, Globers, beyond that, there could be some curvature because the projection of the globe is actually flat.
Right. Exactly. I'm not claiming for it to be spherical. I never claimed for it to be spherical. I'm just saying that it could not be flat beyond certain areas. That's all.
Look, I'm not talking about beyond certain areas. I'm talking about the globe. And the globe is flat because that projection.
Well, I agree with you on that.
That projection.
I agree with you on that.
That projection was ascertained by elevation angles from the surface with horizontal adjacents.
And I agree that the globe is not consistent, therefore we disregard it. Yeah, of course.
I didn't say that.
Well, it follows, I guess. But anyways,
that has nothing to do with what I said. I didn't even say that at all. The globe is quite fine, actually.
Can you post an example or depiction of this mostly flat thing that's curving later or somewhere else? Can you post something?
That's a perversion of my viewpoint because that's not. I'm not claiming that.
Well, I just want to see any example where this is taking place.
Right, and I want to see. Okay, fair enough. I'll post mine after you guys post your flat Earth model in its entirety.
Yeah, it's called a globe.
We already covered how that's not possible. Remember,
Right, and
I
mine's
asked
not
you,
possible either.
Hold on. Oh, then why are you putting it forward as an example that of possibility that we could go to some other place and then find curvature? If you're saying that's not possible,
I gave him an answer though, where he can't have an out because I know the globe. What are you offering?
I think you've been the most consistent of the bunch.
Yeah, okay, but I'm offering the globe. What are you offering? That's the question.
Oh, I'm offering ambiguity and unknown and uncertainty. No definitives. That's all.
So then you can't do anything. So
But you just can't call everybody stupid and retarded that disagrees. Is all I'm trying to get at.
You know, I said it's retarded to get. Hey! I said it's retarded to try to force a logically thinking human being into a fallacy called argument from ignorance. That's retarded. That's what I said.
Okay.
And then when you didn't repeat it, before you didn't repeat it, you state past it before. And so I was like, oh, you're a retard then, because I explained it to you. And then I tried to help you out. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I was trying to help you out. All you had to do is say, no, that's not an argument from ignorance. And then I would have slowed the whole room down and said, okay, wait, you're saying that I charged you with something that you actually didn't do. I'd be a piece of shit if that was the case. So let's dig into this. But we already know that that's the fallacy that you committed into trying to get me to commit, because that's what it is. It's actually kind of it's self. What's the word? It's in the words. Argument from ignorance. You're asking me to make claims about something I can't possibly know.
Yeah, and then when you 5 minutes ago, you guys asked me when I came back. You asked me what was my explanation to you of your argument of what beyond the flat or beyond the ice wall.
I don't have an argument for that. So
exactly. I paraphrased what you said.
Who asked you to answer that? How could I ask you to answer a question with a premise that I didn't give you? That's why I'm saying that's retarded. I can't not say that. That's super retarded. No, that didn't happen. That did not happen. Not between you and I. And
someone called me retarded, and
I called you retarded. I did.
Yeah, and you called the other guy retarded. And all I said in the chat was there's a common trend of this.
Just now didn't happen. The common trend is if you say something retarded and I say, hey, this is retarded and here's why. Do you know what a fallacy is? It's fallacious reasoning. It doesn't actually mean anything. And then you go, well, who cares? You're a retard. If you want to call that a common trend, that's fine. But it's facts. It's not like I'm just calling you a retard carte blanche.
Right, but that's a perception based off what you've studied and what you've come to your conclusions on. I could do the same for myself and what you claim, but I don't.
I'll give you $1,000 if you can take this live stream and reverse what I did to you back onto me because I was actually wrong. I'll give you $1,000. What I just said is also recorded.
Nah,
so go fine. Do that. So yeah, because exactly.
I just think a more honest label of the room would be like 24/7 anti-globe, because like I was saying, you can't make a definitive claim about the Earth.
Wait. That's a lie. Because the first thing I told you is that the Earth is measured flat, and I didn't use water. I used plane ascension and descension in the trigonometry they use. And I gave you an example of 80 miles of a flat horizontal adjacent. I didn't mention anything anti-globe in there. I just mentioned what I'm doing, which had nothing to do with any globe rhetoric. It wasn't anti-anything. It was pro-fucking flat. And that's how the fuck you do that shit, son.
Nice. All right. Cool. Got it.
Cooked.
Well done.
Yeah, Goran, I'll give you a depiction of the whole Earth as soon as you give me one of the universe, bro. Easy.
So you guys say I talk past you and I don't listen, but I think you guys are doing the same now to me, where I've told you I don't have a model of my perceived Earth. So you're asking an impossible task.
Why not?
Because I'm unaware of the extent of the Earth, so that's not possible. That's a fair.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Would you accept that as an answer for the folks here in this panel?
No, because I'm not making a claim of what the Earth is. That's the problem. You guys are.
No, I'm not making a claim as to what the Earth is either. I just said that 80 miles of it is horizontally flat, and that's actually just a measurement everywhere you go.
No, but you're claiming that hundreds of miles are horizontally flat.
Yeah, because if we're talking,
so you do have a claim of the Earth is. So you just lied.
Hey, I have an answer.
JJ's a retard.
I can also use. Hello. I can also answer that as well if you shut the fuck up. Do I have to mute you? You think because I only use 80 miles, I'm not prepared to go all the way to 3,000 miles? Is that what you think? You don't think that I can take an elevation angle of Polaris, and ultimately get the calculation of me being 3,000 miles away and that being a horizontal distance? Because that's fucking flat too. So now what? So now what?
You cannot see everything at once. Your flat measurements are based off of relatively short distances. Like, please.
No. If I'm looking at Polaris, oh my god, he's retarded. This is what I'm saying. If I'm looking at Polaris,
don't lie then.
Where's my mute button? Oh my god, here we go. Since he's gonna try to talk through me, you know what? I'm gonna give you 60 seconds to say what you want, and then I'm gonna continue with what I was saying. So that because I don't want to hear your fucking mouth when I'm responding. So go ahead and say what you're gonna say. I didn't even have to mute him that time. Look at that. Like, yo, they weak as shit, bro.
He left already.
Weak as shit. Weak as shit. The water's on. It's been on. The water's on and it's been on.
What?
Hello. The water's on. Go wash your bum.
I will punch you in your thyroid.
What? I'm gonna check. Sorry. Yeah, it's hot.
Yeah, Goran, I just don't know why you wouldn't accept that same answer that you're willing to provide. If we were to say the same thing, you wouldn't accept it as an answer. I find that strange.
He's white knighting for Scott Mackey. Oh my god. Enough said. You don't have to type anything else, brother, or say anything, just leave it alone. Well, Goran, if you think it's not flat, post up your measurements. Cut the bullshit. Stop whining inside chat. If you don't have any measurements, kick rocks.
And remember, what he's presenting is some sort of example where you have all this flatness, and then way over there's something curving. So I asked him to provide an example of this, and he's like, "I can't." So why would you put that forth as a possibility? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Also enables your hot miking.
And just think about it. We would actually be able to cover, for those of us who want to flex our knowledge beyond water being level. The only way to do that is not to let them talk about what they're talking about, because it's going to not make sense anyway. And then you're going to try to insert, what there, and they're just going to reposition or move or not understand what you said, so reassert. And what I'm saying is this. It'd be so much funner, so much more fun if we were talking to people that were honest, because it's like, if that conversation where I was like, well, that's an argument from ignorance, that's dumb. But I mean, the navigatable world is flat. Like, oh, okay. So what do y'all think about moon landers? Or, okay, so what do y'all think about gravity? Or, okay, so we would be able to actually tackle more things and educate people with more, whether it's useless knowledge or not, if they would concede when they need to, versus going around in a circle of nonsense. All he wants to tell him, like you said, it's like, okay, so ultimately what I'm hearing from y'all is you shouldn't call it flat because you don't know what's where you haven't been. So what kind of conversation are we supposed to have now?
We should learn the full extent of the Earth before you go making claims, is my argument.
So awesome. So what's gravity?
Wow, damn, man. Y'all are fast. So I can't make the claim that in airplanes taking off and landing that, for example, they use 80 miles of horizontal flat. Because that's the only thing I told you. And
Sorry,
then I
I'm
also
focused
told you
on the
that.
side chat.
And then I also told you. Then I also told you that the globe projection is also built off of flat measurements. So can I not say those things? Because those are the only claims that I made. So are you saying I can't say those things?
No, I've guided you to adjust your claim because that's
no. So you're a bigot then.
No, I just. I mean, I forced.
So what did I initially say? What did I initially say? That before?
I mean, you claim the Earth is flat, right? But now we have to put asterisks on it and say the Earth is flat from what we observed already, not what the entirety is, which we don't know. That's the point.
Sorry, Elijah. I've already cooked him on this point. I told you to give us an example where something's flat and also curving.
Right, I can't prove something that when I haven't been to the full extents of the Earth, so there's not something I could prove there. Neither for you, can you, by the way.
I'm not saying you need to go to the boundaries of Earth. I'm asking you to provide any single example where you have something that's flat and also curving.
Right, I can't do that because I don't have the entirety of the Earth, which is necessary.
No, I'm not asking you to do that with just any object. And because remember, you brought up a table. Can you provide an object where this is taking place?
I mean, I'll just put it simply. I'm not going to argue a claim about the entirety of something I do not know the entirety of.
One more time, since it's not clocking.
Yeah, I guess.
Can you provide any example? I'm not asking you to go to the boundaries of Earth to show me this curvature, which you say might exist over there. I'm asking you to potentially present some sort of object, a phenomenon, anything. You brought up a table where you have something that's flat and then also curving. Anything?
Yeah, so like the rounded edges of the table in my example would be an example of that. There are tables that are flat from a
that's a flat table then, ding dong.
No, it's not. It curves at the edges, which would make it not flat.
Those guys are fucking retard, dude.
It is
the table itself is flat. That's what we're saying, is that the surface is flat.
The majority
of CB, don't see anything on it. It's not flat. It might slide off because there's curves at the edges.
The majority of the
that's the part that he's actually too ignorant to understand.
Right. Okay. Here we go.
One of the first things. Yeah. Here we go.
You have the lowest IQ in this panel right now.
One of the first things that I also told you about was the difference between flat and flat, aka flat as smooth in 2D. Like mean sea level. So that right there is sort of abstract, right? And then you have horizontal. So if you have a table with divots in it, let's say the divots are at the end, it's still sitting horizontally. So what's happening at the end is not going to change the horizontality of the table because its position and orientation is horizontal.
What if it loops into a sphere at the edges and beneath?
You what?
Yeah, I don't.
What if Santa Claus is tapping his missus there? What we fucking do?
I'm serious. He's not serious because people aren't.
No, he's just being a clown.
People aren't this stupid. People are this devious.
The firmament's a circle, is it not, or a sphere?
Here we fucking go.
No.
What is the firmament?
We don't.
I have a quick update regarding my spaceship I was going to build. My crypto account crashed, so we're.
Thank you. Well, here I have a table in the chat. Can you take a look at this side chat? I have posted a table there for you. Would you say this is a flat table?
No, not in its entirety.
Okay. Well, we're talking about the surface, remember? So,
well, I'm not. Yeah, that's shifting the goalpost. So that's not the question.
Yeah, this guy's a fucking idiot. Remember, when we talk about flat, we're saying the surface of the Earth is flat. We're not actually depicting any type of shape. Because flat's not a shape. Remember, if I told you to draw the shape flat, you'd be the only correct answer is, well, that's not a shape. So, So when we say, is it a flat table, we're talking about the surface. So would you say the surface of that table is flat?
I don't know. I made my point pretty clear. I think I'll
just
let
answer
some
the
other
question.
one.
I know you're getting cooked. I know it's uncomfortable to get cooked.
Right. No, it's actually no.
Would you say the surface of that table is flat? Yes or no?
Your thoughts misrepresented.
What's annoying is you not
could just
answering
answer it
questions.
yourself. So we just want to know whether you think the surface of that table is flat, yes or no.
No, not in its entirety. No, it's not.
So would you say the surface of that table is curving?
I would say it's a mixture. It's a mixture of flat, not flat, and then at the ends of it curves a little bit. Yeah, I mean it's hard to really give a clear answer.
So would you agree that like the nature of a table is to like hold things on top of it? So this was at like a coffee shop. So if the waitress brought me a cup of coffee and put it on the end, I mean, the goal is to have the coffee on the table, not slide off and hit the floor or my lap or whatever. You'd agree with that?
Right, but you can also place it at the edges of the table where it could slide off, and then it still wouldn't negate my point that it's a curved table also.
That doesn't make any sense. The point is that the table of the surface of the table is flat. So that it holds things like
what would you call
coffee?
Got you. So let me ask you this.
So the reason why I took this picture is because clearly it's not a smooth table, right? There are divots and cracks and stuff like that, but it's still a flat surface. That's the nature of a table. So even though it may be rounded at like a circular table, but it's still flat at the surface.
Okay.
So that's what we're trying to get at, is that of course the surface of the earth is not perfectly smooth like this table. We don't know the boundaries and extent of the earth, so we're not even making any shape claim like, oh, it's a big disc or it's a big box or whatever. We're just saying the surface is flat like this table, like all tables, I would say.
Okay, so look at this
table. Of the table.
Yeah, let's look at this table that I posted.
Yeah, another flat table. Yep, got it.
Yeah, no, really, it's a flat, right? So if you look at the left and the right corner, that's flat.
The table is flat, yeah.
No,
the purpose of the table.
Not in its entirety. Why don't you look at the left and the right side?
We're struggling with basic geometry and shit. Surface, the top of the table is horizontal. The legs are vertical.
What's the corners? What would you call that?
The floor is sitting on horizontal too.
Yeah,
the corners.
So you've got two horizontal planes.
Yeah.
They're not horizontal because they would be a squared edge.
Would you say this is an overall rounded object, or it's like a flat?
That's not what I'm arguing. I'm just arguing.
Okay, well, great. So it's not overall
water
round.
inside that fucking cup is horizontal.
Yeah, and what would happen if you placed the cup slightly over the edge? It would what?
It'd fucking fall off, dude.
Of course, because it's a rounded edge. It's not entirely flat.
Well, that's nice.
So are you saying the Earth is like that?
I'm saying it's a possibility, which you guys can't seem to grasp.
So you're just talking shit.
So the surface would be flat until we get to the ends where it's vertical straight down.
Yeah, well, you can't argue the entirety of something.
Though, isn't it?
You can't. You guys would be slam dunk.
You can't either, Goran.
Wait, so
if you're claiming we can't argue something that we haven't been to the entirety of, you haven't either. So how can you argue against the exact same thing that we haven't been?
Wait, but you wouldn't say this is a rounded table, correct?
The Earth as we know it is a fairer way of saying what you guys believe, but you guys don't phrase it.
That's it. There is no what we don't know. There's only what we know. This is what Elijah was pointing out to you before.
Yeah, and what I was pointing out is I've refused to get an answer on for whatever reason, which I know the reason, but I ask you, so if we say the Earth is flat, that typically means the entirety by default. So but I ask you guys,
if I haven't been out there, Goran, how the shit am I going to know what its entirety is?
You don't feel the wheel on your back?
He don't care.
Elijah, you got a hot mic, brother.
Oh, my bad.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that. So I'm asking you.
So what you're saying is we can't make a claim to something we haven't been.
Of course, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, they both are.
Okay, so where have you been? Please enlighten everyone so we can know what is and what is not.
I am agnostic on what it is. I am
You're a fucking swine. Why don't you answer the question? You've been to the United States, you've been to Australia, you've been to Canada, you've been to China. Or are you just been to your mum's basement and you're sitting there thinking you're all that in a bag of chips?
Yeah, the latter. You got me.
Gotcha. Yeah, exactly.
This isn't a rounded table, by the way, just so everyone's clear.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, it's a table with rounded edges.
The entirety of that table is flat if you consider its orientation, that being positioned between two horizontal planes, the floor and the top and the surface, the top surface of the where you're going to place your cup, right? One horizontal plane, the floor, another horizontal plane, and there's changes in the middle. Oh no!
And the water inside the cup's a horizontal plane.
The truth of the matter is, he thought he was going to come in with his psychobabble bullshit. And he didn't understand, like, he thought that he was going to get away with not making any claims, but actually all he did was try to get us to argue from ignorance, which is dumb. He wasn't expecting me to come in here and tell him that. But he fell flat at that moment. He probably fell flat way before I got here, but he was definitely dead right there. And then when he said, well, so you're just anti-globe, and I'm like, when I told you how the earth is measured flat, I didn't mention globe at all or anti-globe at all. He's dead right there too. So I don't have to speak about globe. I can talk directly how it's measured flat. There's really nothing he has other than, well, beyond this ice wall that you haven't claimed, perhaps it's curving there and all the way around. Ultimately, what he's saying is maybe it's a bigger ball. So you're going to throw out your whole cosmology, the distance to the moon, which means they didn't go to the moon, the distance to the sun, which means...
I never said it's a bigger ball.
Else.
That's not what I believe. I don't think...
I didn't say... Well, okay, my bad. So let me be more clear. You tried to insinuate that perhaps beyond the curtain, the table can curve all the way back around on itself, which would be a bigger ball.
No,
because a circle is 2D. So if you're gonna have a concrete thing in reality, and it's going to be 360 degrees, that's a sphere. That's
sir, allow me to clarify. We don't know. So if it could curve, that table is just an example of one example.
But my point is, you're making an argument from ignorance. That's an argument from ignorance. So you're saying, well, you can't make any claims, and then I said, well, I can't make any claims about 80 miles of flat, and then you said, well, you guys shouldn't say that the whole Earth is flat. Then I said, well, the Earth, as far as the globe is concerned, is flat because the globe is a projection of a bunch of flat measurements.
Yeah.
And then you said what? What was your response to that? Yeah, well, you didn't really have anything other than to restart your bullshit.
Yeah.
Until somebody else bit. Right?
That's your perception of what happened, but I don't think that. Anyways, you missed.
You're right. You're right. You can just come and say that I've actually lied about something. But
you perverted my argument.
But 20 minutes ago, I told you, hey, if you think I've perverted something, that this is not the words that I use, but 20 minutes ago, I offered you $1,000 because you were lying then. I'm going to offer you $1,000 now to pull from the live stream where I've perverted an argument you made, because you didn't do anything but argue from ignorance and try to get us to do it.
So I'll take my $1,000 through Zelle when I reference what you just said a moment ago, where you said, I believe what I'm trying to argue is that beyond the surfaces that we know of, it curves and goes into a sphere beyond that. I never said that once. It could. My claim is that it could fall off for all we...
You did say that.
No, I did not. I said it. I never once claimed that. I never.
Are you going to give me $1,000 if you did say, not specifically those words, but when I said, so the whole surface is flat, And you said, well, beyond the curtain, because that's where the curtain bullshit started coming. You was like, what about over there? And I was like, well, horizontal is an orientation.
Yeah.
And then you said, well, what if it keeps going underneath itself? What the fuck does that mean if it doesn't mean what I'm saying it means?
Because curvature can cut off. It doesn't have to necessarily be a sphere, is what I'm getting at. You said that I said it has to be a sphere. I never said that once.
So it could be a hemisphere or something?
It could curve off, and it could.
So it's already flat. And then you're saying it could curve and then just stop right there.
Correct. Exactly. We don't know. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, but you didn't say that. You said all the way around.
No, I never said that once. Why don't you clip that? Because I never said that once. I said it's a possibility, maybe, but I never said that's definitive.
Oh, so when you see everything you said was only possibility because you're arguing from ignorance. So you didn't make any claims. Yeah. So you can't say that I'm saying you made a claim. Everything that I'm saying you said was speculative from the jump.
Right. But you're pigeonholing my argument into it. You're pigeonholing my argument.
But you did say that. But you did say that. But you did say that.
You're pigeonholing my argument.
You did say that, though.
Okay. All right. Got it.
You did say that. You did say that. There's no reason for me to remember you. Like, I'm like, yo, the surface is fucking flat. Why? You're like, well, for all I know, it could go all the way around from the bottom. That's not exactly the word you use, but I guarantee you it's the exact same thing. What you did say, because I heard you. Did anybody else hear him when he said that, or am I wrong? Does he deserve $1,000?
You can keep your 1,000. I won't collect.
You can't collect because you're wrong. So bottom line is, see how it started to turn into, again, it's an argument from ignorance that you're trying to get us to commit. If you can't commit it, you're going to attempt to make us commit it. So if we don't allow you to do that, we actually don't have anything to talk about and the conversation's over.
That's fine. You guys can argue with someone else. I'll just listen. That's fine.
No, I'm not saying I'm not saying you don't have to engage. I'm saying that's literally the only point you have.
Right. And I've kind of exhausted my argument, so that's why I'm saying you guys can move on to someone else. But I will engage in the side chat.
Didn't really have an argument in the first place.
Okay, so says you.
You didn't have an argument. You tried to get us to commit an argument from ignorance. That's not an argument.
Okay, got it.
Well, is it?
I'll say it for the last time. You cannot make a claim about the entirety of something based on the perceived knowledge we have.
And you can.
We're not doing that, dummy. We already walked through this with you. We're talking about the surface. You're talking about the shape. Pay attention.
Yeah, and the that's funny because the shape is part of the surface.
If the surface of that table was flat, would they be wrong?
There's a surface of the table that's not a portion of the surface.
No, I'll ask you again. I'll ask since you're not answering. If someone said the surface of that table that you posted was flat, would they be wrong?
No, because majority of it is flat.
There you go.
But that doesn't account for the
except for the bits that I don't want to be flat because I want to use it to argue with CB.
That's what we're saying. Just like what someone could say, just like you agreed that you could say the surface of that table is flat, we're saying the surface of the earth is flat. There's no issue there.
Just because most people say the table is flat, it doesn't mean it's necessarily entirely flat.
Would say that.
Right, but it's not. It's based on what the common. It's not.
Are you sure you're a flat earther?
Okay, what would the common person say that table is? The surface of that table. What would they say?
They would say, so if you put that table side by side with a table that has squared edges, they would say...
No, there was no other table in the question.
We're talking about the surface of the table.
If you were to sit that table in front of the average moron, what would they call it?
They would call it a table with rounded edges.
Exactly. You don't want to fucking answer. You're a slime.
We're talking about the surface of the table. What would the common person say the surface of that table is?
Right. is the edges of the table not the surface?
We're talking about the surface, which you just said yourself. You'd say it was flat. So what would the common person say?
Yeah, majority of the surface is flat, but not all of the surface is flat. So that's the correct answer.
It's a flat table, brother. That's the whole purpose of a table. So you can put stuff on it and it will stay there. Like, well, you don't really have a good point when you're like, oh, the edges are rounded. Okay, that's not the purpose of a table.
Take out the table aspect. It could just be a piece of wood.
Take out the table.
You're ascribing a descriptor to something that's irrelevant to the point, because you could have something that has a flat surface for the most part and it curves at the edges.
Actually,
not going to school.
Do you ever realize?
Elijah, you're hot micing again. I always use the example of like, and I probably would turn my camera on, but I think there's too many people in here. But if you just look around your room at all the surfaces around you, you'll see how things are either curving or they're not. There's not a whole lot of examples where it's like the surface is curving and flat at the same time, like you're trying to describe.
Right, unless it's like an artistic
creation
example
of some that you posted is a good example of that, where it's like it's either curving or it's flat. There's no like curving and flat type of thing. So, you don't really have a good point here. I mean, my desk, flat surface. My iPad has like a flat surface with like the edges or the corners around it, but that's still a flat surface. It doesn't make it not flat. The TV in front of me, flat. The computer, flat. My water bottle, rounded. The microphone, rounded. So,
okay, so let me ask you this.
That's what we're saying. You're saying, you're making claims about the entirety.
Okay,
any surface is going to be like this. It's either all flat or all curving.
Okay, so this is a better example then. So say we have a bowl.
The water bottle is not all curving. That would mean
what if we have a bowl? Hold on.
See, even this guy didn't get it. Booker Smoker, you're too much of a retard. I just talked about this, dude.
We have a bowl.
Is your water bottle all
the bottom of the if you listen closely, it's either curving or flat. So there's going to be the rounded part of my iPad, and then the flat part of my iPad, just like the water bottle. The bottom of it's flat. Right. The rounded edges. It's either there's not one surface that's doing both at the same time.
I'm glad you called it an edge, Booger Smoker, thus defining a different component to the surface.
Stupid,
has a rounded edge.
Booger, just call me, dude. Like you, dumb monkey ass up.
Okay, so the bowl. Let's go back to the bowl. So it's still part of the overall object, right? The bottom is still a part of the overall object, even though the top of the surface.
But it's not the side.
What?
Keep going.
Okay, so say we had a bowl. So we say we had a bowl, and then let's cover, just for the argument's sake, we'll cover the top of the bowl with a piece of paper, right? And we'll make the paper on the edges conform to the edge of the bowl so that it's flat at the top. So now we have a flat surface on the top, and then beneath the bowl we have a curvature, which is it's not flat, right? But it's
so top, bottom, two totally separate components.
It's two different things.
So this could be this bowl could be a representation of Earth, where when you say it's flat, yes, the top side could be flat, and I agree, but that's not the entirety of the object we're talking about, which is where you guys fall.
Well, if that's the case, then you better get outside and start digging holes.
Making that claim,
I'm asking him again. Are you a bigot? Are you a bigot?
No.
Did you,
Big Daddy? You were right to question that before, man.
Right. Did anyone in here, as a matter of fact, I kind of heard people saying the opposite of this, but did you hear anyone tell you the shape of the Earth? That's question one. I'm going to give a follow-up. Just say yes or no.
At which point? Like growing up?
Did anybody tell you about the shape of the Earth at all in any aspect?
I mean, the shape of the Earth in here. Arguing against. Okay, yeah. I guess because arguing against the globe.
No, not arguing against. No. Did anyone say, "Hey, it's this shape"? Because if they didn't, then it's safe to say that nobody claimed anything about a shape. Did anybody tell you a shape of the Earth at all?
And if so, what was that shape?
Arguing against.
Just say no. Just say no. Just say no, so that we can move forward. Just say.
I'm giving. I mean, you're not letting me.
Close-ended question.
Yes or no.
Because that's not true. You're not even. It's not even fun because you're not even being honest about something as simple as this.
Okay, I'll answer it. So has anyone said anything? Yeah, the answer is yes. You guys have said something about
Okay, and what shape was that?
What shape?
Bullshit.
So so it is not the Earth, or I mean, it is not round, or sphere. That is not a sphere. Is the claim of the shape.
What shape are they saying it is?
No, they're claiming it's what.
Goran. Okay, maybe we should reword this.
I'm about to reword. No, let me reword it like this, because I'm gonna call you retarded after
Go
this
ahead.
analogy.
You've done it many times.
You are retarded.
But I said after, because again, every time I've called you retarded has been justified. So,
in your mind, yeah,
this,
of course.
This container that I'm holding isn't an orange. Did I tell you what shape it was?
No, a more accurate would be saying this orange is not a square. This orange is not a square. Is necessitating that it's you're claiming
that is not what he said at all.
This container is not an orange or a sphere.
We're talking about shapes. Orange is a fruit.
Orange is a sphere.
Flat's not a shape either.
Yeah, so let's go back to shapes.
So let's go back. Okay, so this container that I'm holding in my hand is not a sphere. Am I telling you what shape it is by telling you what it's not?
You're giving an example of it not being.
The correct answer is no.
Am I telling you what it is?
You're not thinking deep enough. Neither of you are.
So then
this guy's a fucking retarded, honestly. Let's move on to this dumbass. I'll give you one more chance. What shape are the flat earthers saying the earth is? Go.
So
no. Just let him answer.
Because he killed.
Give him the one last chance.
Come on, you guys can move on to someone else. I think I've exhausted.
I'll give you one more shot, dude. What shape are the flat earthers saying the earth is?
He passed.
Hey, dude, every time you pull up on him, he goes silent.
Like, I didn't ask him to start talking again. He already said that he was going to disengage, and then 5 minutes later, for whatever reason, he started talking again. I don't know.
Because I type in the side chat and you guys say,
dude.
Because I type in the side chat and you guys say Goron this and that. So I mean, you're trying to engage again, but I won't engage I'll just engage in the side chat from here on out.
No, you won't probably.
Point of clarity: who is Goron? Who's Goron?
He's an idiot.
A retard.
Yeah, well, that's true.
How about this? Why don't we ask Matt, what shape are the flat earthers saying the earth is, Matt?
Shape? What fucking shape? The earth is measured flat. Flat's not a shape. I don't know what... Who fucking knows what shape? It's an angle measurement to a star.
Yeah, we were talking to this.
That gives me my globe.
We were talking to this bigot.
It gives me my globe.
We were talking to this bigot that was trying to say that we were wrong because with this table example, talking about the entirety of it, he's trying to equate that to flat earthers in here who have made a claim about the whole earth. Now, only thing I've heard us say is that, well, nobody knows the shape of the earth. We're only talking about the surface that we've measured and navigated. And then he goes on to say, well, you guys are wrong because you're trying to talk about the entirety of the earth. You, my friend, are a bigot and a liar.
Let's ask Booker Smoker if he agrees.
It's recorded, though. It's recorded. You're definitely going to be clipped. You're definitely going to be clipped. Well, that's facts. At some point, like, I don't know what you guys think. This shit is going to be gold in 2030 when people are bored of it, other stuff, and there's nothing going on, and this shit just happens to resurface. You're going to be one of the people getting slam fucking dunked on.
What do you say, Booger Sugar?
Huh? What's the question?
Are flat earthers saying that the earth is a certain shape?
Yes. No, they have no idea
and what?
The earth is.
There you go. Ta-da.
The surface is either curved or flat, right? That's basic geometry, right? You know that, right? So
I'll agree with that.
If it's flat, then it has to be a plane. A plane is flat. You know what a plane is? It's a two-dimensional flat surface, right? That's a flat Earth.
Incorrect.
If the Earth is truly flat, like exactly flat,
you don't hear what I'm saying by incorrect, or are you a bigot as well?
If the Earth has no curvature, it's just flat, then it's a plane.
Okay, well,
and and I know that.
Okay, well, there's two different. Do you know that there's two different definitions? Do you know that there's two different definitions of flat? Before we continue,
yeah, flat just means no curvature.
Right, but do you know that there's two definitions, though?
Well, it's a geometric concept. How are you geometry? It's I think.
Oh, okay. Do you know that
flat? A line is flat. A line has no curvature.
I don't think it. Okay. Yes. Do you know that there are two definitions? Yes or no?
I believe I believe they define it as.
Yes or no?
Like a line that has no curvature.
Jesus Louise, guys! Like, what the fuck does he keep repeating?
Yeah, what's the other? If that's
I heard what you said. Yes or no?
I don't know of any other definition.
Okay, have you ever heard of the other synonymous word of flat as horizon or horizontal or straight or level? Have you heard of that?
Right. Yeah. Lines.
Okay, so that's an orientation. So you would have a plane that is an orientation parallel to the surface of the Earth that isn't 2D. Now, the surface of the Earth isn't 2D, but it lays out as horizontal.
Yeah, of course, we live in a three-dimensional universe. You know.
Right. So just like the table that I'm looking at, the table that I'm looking at right now, it's not actually flat. It has curves in it if you look close enough, but it's horizontal though, aka flat though.
Yeah, if you go from
just like the example I gave, you have waves and undulations on the water, just like the divots in this table right here, but it's horizontally oriented. That's why you can be 30,000 feet in the sky.
Almost no object
30,000 feet in the sky and be horizontal with the Earth.
You're right that true flatness or no curvature whatsoever, that almost never happens in nature. Everything has some curvature. But when you know what we mean when we say something's flat, your table is flat. That's correct. Your table is, even though it's not literally exactly
we mean when we say the Earth is flat. We're not talking about like as a table. We're talking about like as an orientation.
If you say the Earth is flat, you're saying it's.
I'm sorry. I just need you to not be a bigot and not tell me what I'm saying it's like, because I literally just told you the bigot that it's not like that. So I just said, so it's not like the table, and you just told me, no, your position is it is like the table. You're a bigot.
If it's not like the table, then what is it?
You're a bigot. I know you heard me. I know you heard my explanation and shit. Like, so it's like we're not gonna play super retard. I know you understood what I just said. We just had a whole conversation, even though you were like, we were.
I know what you said. It's not like a table. And I asked, then what is it? If it's not like that, then what is it?
No. We're beyond that. I literally explained to you how it's not like a table. And then I gave you examples. And then I gave you examples of what it's like. And then you ignored all of that for whatever reason. And then you said that my position is it's like the table. Now you're a bigot.
It's because like the table in its flatness.
Because for some reason, you literally didn't hear anything I said. And instead you charged me with something I didn't say. I don't understand why you would do that unless you had preconceived.
So let me ask you this: do you actually care, or do you not care? Are you just trolling, or do you actually care about reality?
That's what I'm saying. Do you have preconceived biases against
Do you
me
actually
that
care about being truthful, or do you not care? Because I think you don't actually.
Watch this.
Do you care about listening to the answers or not? Because obviously it doesn't sound like it.
No, it's fine. I'm going to mute him and then unmute him when I'm not talking so that it sounds better. Like, I'm still going to let him talk, but it's going to sound better when I'm muting and unmuting him. So, again, when I was explaining to you that we don't mean flat as in 2D, you didn't hear me say that. Am I correct? Because you just tried to tell me that that was my position, which means you didn't hear me. Right?
I never said 2D. A table is flat, but it's not. It's a three-dimensional object.
Okay, but I didn't say the
Earth is still two-dimensional. We just call it flat.
Okay, but I didn't say that a table was like the Earth, did I?
Is a table flat?
I gave you two definitions of flat.
Is a table flat? Yes or no?
I gave you two definitions of flat.
Okay, so you're not answering. So yeah, you don't actually care. That's exactly.
Okay, so you're actually a retard. So you actually don't care about the conversation. Because when I said it's oriented as flat, what was your response? What was that? So it's oriented as flat because we're not actually talking about the smoothness of it. Just like with waves, it's oriented flat, but we're not talking about the undulation on the surface of the waters. What part of that didn't you understand? I'm sorry, what part of that didn't you understand? You're definitely not on mute, so your mic is wide open and prepared to tell the world what part of that you didn't understand. But you don't have anywhere to go because you are a bigot and you are trying to pigeonhole this whole thing to a 2D service, which doesn't exist in reality. Because I remember you initially coming in hot talking about it can't possibly be. Am I wrong? Did he not come in hot like as if he was going to start talking about how no surface is 2D? He didn't say it, he says. But what was his point in talking about how nothing's flat? Because he didn't know I was gonna agree with him in the beginning. He's still silent, by the way. He's not on mute. Oh, these bigots disgust me, man. You know, racism comes from bigotry, so you're like worse. You're the worst scum of the earth.
Oh, I didn't know you were a racist.
If they can't straw man you, they don't have shit. If they can't straw man you, they don't have shit. You got to force our position to be that the world is 2D so you can say, that's retarded. It's not 2D. That's how retarded y'all are.
More like an object, like Goron is saying. Oh, well, it must be like an object that's sitting on something else, so there must be a bottom and all this other stuff. Like,
in the end,
anything like that.
In the end, he was saying that we are on a globe, on a ball with a flat surface. That was he was going to. I mean,
like, watch this. I could just ask Goron. I know for a fact he's not going to have an answer. What's on the bottom of the universe?
So this fuckwit's just got a hard-on over semantics. So, Goran, would you think it acceptable that we're even called flat earthers at all, considering the fact that there's hills and valleys and shit all over this planar realm?
No, I don't have an issue with that.
Why not? That's incorrectly named.
Because I think you guys don't focus enough on the edge.
I think you're a fuckwit. You're focusing on shit, trying to get us to argue something that's not non-relevant.
How do we focus on a beneath?
Big Daddy smacked the shit out of you earlier, and you're too stupid to even listen to it. Or arrogant, or ignorant, either way.
Or retarded.
The edge behind the ice wall. And then he goes from the ice wall to the firmament.
We don't even claim a fucking ice wall.
I know. That's what I was asking. Nobody claimed ice wall. Nobody claimed firmament. He's just bringing all this shit up.
Oh, okay. So then where do you go? Where's the edge of it? Why can't you keep going?
Why are you assuming an edge? Why are you assuming an edge?
Well, have you been to the full extent of the Earth?
Why are you assuming an edge?
There has to be an end, correct?
Yeah. Okay. Are you claiming that? Hold on. Time out. Are you claiming where the edge is?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so let me answer your question. I'm from Brooklyn. Now, I haven't been to the edge of Earth, but I do understand that planes have to land and they have to take off and they have to treat the Earth as if it's a flat, non-rotating surface. And when you do the trigonometry, you can get up to 80 miles, give or take, is probably a little more than that when it comes to this calculation. So, that fact being out the way, me being from Brooklyn, I'm not making a claim about where the extent of the Earth is just because it measures flat. Now, are you?
Is Brooklyn flat based on, yeah, I guess it is.
Are you making a claim as to where the end of the Earth may be?
I'm asking you guys where it is, but you guys don't want to answer.
No, I don't know. That's the answer.
Why can't you answer it? Why?
He just did. The answer is I don't know.
Why don't you know?
Because I haven't been there.
Can it be explored? Is it not possible? Like, why can't it be done?
I don't know.
So you guys have no ideas of what's beyond how far it goes.
I don't, dude. The dishonesty is disgusting. We already covered this.
It's fine. But look, we're two buddies, and it's like, like when a girl is like, "No, I have a boyfriend," and you're like, "Yeah, but come on, let me."
No, I'm a Christian. I don't do that. I can't relate with this analogy.
Let me get your number.
Beta. Yeah, I would never do that.
And it's like, no, I have a boyfriend. And it's like, okay, well, can I get your Instagram? And it's like, no, I have a boyfriend. And it's like, well, can I get your email address? No, I have a... So, where's the edge? I don't know. So, you can't tell me what's at the edge. You guys don't know? No, I don't know. So do you think that you should be making claims about, planes taking off and yes, but you don't know. That's correct. No, I don't know. What am I missing?
I guess I'm just confused as to why, because it seems like this is interesting because I've never heard that you guys don't claim there's an ice wall because from what I've heard,
you're a bigot. I thought, wait.
I heard this earlier, dude.
Who's you guys? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, you people. I mean, come on.
No, but I'm saying, did anyone in here bring up ice wall at all?
Well, I'm curious. I'm asking out of curiosity. I believe
because you're a bigot.
No, but I'm asking you. You say you don't know. How do you not know?
What do you mean? How do I not know?
How do you not know? You guys surely have investigated this.
What? No, I didn't. No, I haven't investigated it. No, I've investigated.
Oh, so you don't care for it?
I've investigated what I just told you I've investigated.
Why haven't you investigated this?
Well, I haven't.
Why not?
Because I haven't.
Wouldn't you think
I gotta tag in here. I'm sorry, I gotta tag in here. Earlier I asked you about the boundaries of the universe, and if you could provide me a depiction of the universe. You said I can't because I haven't fully explored it. I don't know.
Yeah, but we could travel on Earth. We can't travel in the universe.
Right there. I gotta stop you. I told you that I would be willing to provide that exact same answer for the exact same reason back to you, but you wouldn't accept that. You don't remember having this conversation?
A false analogy, though, because you can't explore the universe.
No, I gotta stop
you can explore the Earth's surface.
Hold on, I gotta stop you there. It is exactly the same analogy. Because flat Earth is not like the globe in any way, shape, or form. The globe is an object embedded within some very large place that hasn't been fully explored. You don't know where the boundaries are. You don't know what shape it is. You don't know what's on the bottom of it, etc., etc., etc. Flat Earth is like that. It's not like the globe. It's not an object that you can go on the bottom side of it, etc. It's exactly the same analogy. It's not clocking to you, but can't help you any better than that, bro. It's exactly like the universe. The exact answer that you said, well, I don't know, can't go there, I'm not fully explored. That's exactly the answer we're going to provide right back to you, but you wouldn't accept that. That's a weird double standard that you have.
You can't go into space. We all know this, but we know that you can travel and traverse Earth. So I'm asking, hasn't anybody?
Just 5 years ago, you could barely go to the grocery store to buy toilet paper, and now you're talking about reaching the extent of the boundaries of reality. Well, take a chill pill. You're not going anywhere anytime soon. You've probably not even ventured out of a certain radius from your house. Go ahead.
Actually, we've only used the stars to navigate. Now we have north and we have south. And here's the thing. Beyond that, there's no mapped territory. Now, 1,500 years ago, there was no mapped America fucking either. So where was the edge of Earth then? Like,
yeah, we have technology now though, so it's a little different.
Well, yeah, but what the fuck does that have to do with my point?
Because you're saying like back then we thought this.
What technology? Hold on. What technology can I use to get to the? See, it's fucking hard because
an aeroplane.
This isn't a real conversation because you don't understand how navigation works. Because no one is going to get in an airplane and fly without the sky as navigation or the measurements that we've taken. Okay, so that's not possible. Like,
you really don't think there's any private pilots that are flat earthers that would not?
No, but they would have to be able to know where they're going because if they get lost, they're never coming back.
Not true. The Smoky God shows you can come back.
Excuse me?
People have left the outermost layers and come back and told stories, so that's not true.
Oh, you're making a claim about that?
I mean, it's a claim. I'm just saying that you made one. I made one.
Are you making that? What claim did I make?
Well, you're also claiming they can't come back if they get lost. You don't know that.
Well, no, because we use the stars to navigate. So
okay, surely you can use the stars to get back.
No. You can't, like, for example, use the North Pole beyond a certain latitude south. So now, if I'm south now, and I go beyond what's mapped, I can't use the stars because there's no mapped measurement for reference. I only have what I've already mapped.
So you guys are saying it's possible to go further, but no one's doing it. That's new to me. All right.
You're saying that in your worldview as well.
No, I am saying.
I say there's an ice wall. You guys don't
literally did. No.
I say there's an ice wall. You guys don't agree to that.
But I am saying
I think you can't.
But I am saying that. And what's ridiculous about the fact that there was less territory years ago, and now there's more. You're saying, well, we have technology and planes. That technology is limited to the measurements that we've already taken and used for the coordinate system that we use it for. So if there's land outside of that coordinate system, you can't fly over there and then use the navigation system that you're no longer inside of.
Okay, why don't you just go? Why don't you just? That's
common sense.
Common sense also dictates that you can go.
How you gonna go straight? How you gonna go straight? Do you know that? How the fuck can you go straight on water?
Nope.
So why the fuck do you think that in a windy sky you can go straight? You understand that what the 3-in-1 rule is? How to actually let me pull back from that. I think I thought it was something else never mind. The bottom line is though that pilots are constantly correcting their heading straight because they're veering off of course. So guess what? If you have no fucking course, how can you correct to keep going straight?
Well, I'm sure I don't know all the modes of navigation. I'm sure there's other ways.
I know you do. No, there is no other way if you don't have a frame of reference. That's the point.
None of them are Grand Theft Auto either.
You can't just go straight. That.
Exactly.
I don't know if he got to be trolling me. I'm a grown ass man, dog. I'm like screaming at the top of my lungs like 3:00 in the morning at somebody that is probably fucking laughing his socks off with a big ass fucking bottle of lotion next to him, ready to fucking tuck it to sleep after we're done.
Sorry, Eli. If I may interject quickly, there's one thing that I think, I don't know if you guys intentionally skipped over it or just gave him the benefit of the doubt or whatever, but it would seem to me that this entire argument, right, is basically hinging on his assumption, right, based on his research that I heard him claim that he did earlier, right, that leads him to believe that there's an ice wall. And I just wanted to ask, what do you mean by that? Do you just mean like a giant ring around us that's holding us in type shit? Or like the typical quote unquote ice wall that's claimed from I think it was like the Navy or whatever, whoever navigated down there, just claiming that, Antarctica is just a giant continent with a really, really tall edge or whatever. So are you saying that the ice wall is just, the perimeter of a continent? Or are you saying it's a giant wall?
I'm getting it.
Circle.
I'm getting it. I don't know if it's a circle. I know for sure it's on the north. There's an ice wall on the north end. I'm not too positive about this. I mean, no, Admiral Byrd went south, and then we have the Smoky God, which is a testament of the north. So maybe it is around the whole.
Right. Okay. So basically, this entire thing is hinging on your assumption that all of this is legitimate in the first place.
Well, there's an expanse beyond, regardless if there's an ice wall or not. There's still an expanse behind that we haven't discovered. Is my overall point. Even if ice wall or no ice wall.
Okay, so you mean to say that that there's no edge right at the edge of our known world? You know that for sure.
As far as we've been, no one's seen an edge, so we clearly haven't been far enough. Or, we haven't seen the edge yet, so there could be or there couldn't be. We haven't gone that far.
Okay, so
I don't know.
So there could be or couldn't be. So again, it's an argument from ambiguity, as Eli was pointing out to you. That's all you have is we don't know this, but it could be this. So any affirmative statements are basically chucked up in the air as, oh, well, you can't really say that because we don't know this. So basically you're arguing everything that you say is we don't really know. You shouldn't say anything because you don't actually know that.
No,
right? In a nutshell, is that not what you're saying?
I think you're close, but you're close, but it's not entirely accurate because. Okay, yeah. So you're overall correct, but I guess the problem I have is I just can't wrap my head around the fact that when we talk about Earth, which when we talk about something, we usually talk about its entirety, right? And I have the
actually,
same
I'll tell you what the difference is, Goran. I'll save you the heartache. The difference is we don't sell anything we can't verify. You do.
No, Globers, you guys are kind of doing the same thing.
You do. Globers. You basically are a Glober, mate.
Well, I would posit the same accusation against yourself because
Let's double check that.
It's just fantasy, so we can just make up any bullshit numbers we want. That's how you think. That's why you're arguing for the globe.
You can't do
You can't get into the specifics. You can't say the specifics of your globe because you're terrified of them, because you already know the oil rig observation alone doesn't match that number.
Okay.
That's why you're spazzing out.
Yeah, I'm spazzing out.
So a 1 foot observer should see a geometric horizon where?
Yeah, we're not going to play this game. You're
not going to play this game. You can't say it. You can't address your own belief. You're terrified of it.
And I'll answer your question. Okay, how about that?
No, you're dishonest.
No,
you're emotional.
I'm not
You're too
gonna
emotional. You can't discuss it. You just made an argument based on curvature.
You're evading the question and asking.
You just made an argument based on curvature.
I'm the one who's
Yeah. So you're coping. You're coping. Because you just made an argument about curvature, and I asked you to talk about it, and you tried to run away immediately.
That's exactly what happened, right, Cyclone?
Yeah, you can't tell us what the rate of curvature is supposed to be. You say it can be any number. It doesn't matter, because you don't care about the truth.
I gave you.
You don't care about reality.
Any number. The reason why I gave you that example is because numbers are irrelevant.
It's because you know the globe model doesn't match reality. That's why you don't want to adhere to it.
Well, yours doesn't match reality either, just as I just explained, right?
You already know that no one's ever observed or measured or detected any curvature
your world
ever.
Doesn't match this example either.
And this is why you have to keep talking through me, coping, just being
you're not
a little nerd.
Okay, I'll wait here in side chat until you have an answer for me. Thank you.
I bet it upsets you that you only experience a flat, motionless Earth.
Yeah, it really, really aggravates me. When I drive to work every day, I'm like, fuck, why is the Earth flat?
I know you
Why
tried
is
to
it round?
convince
Damn it.
yourself, why is that horizon so flat? You're lying to me, horizon. Why does this ground not seem like it's spinning?
Guilty as charged. You're totally onto me.
Yeah, they've made you delusional, and you're desperate for it.
Who's they?
There's nothing more sad to see. You're desperate to believe.
Who's they?
You're desperate to believe.
You're not even going to say
the little talking heads on TV. Whoever bought you into this delusion that you're now defending shamelessly.
Who is it? Who is it? NASA?
Who is it?
The government?
NASA.
Your teachers, your mom.
Is that who you believe? Is it NASA?
Everyone's just lying to me.
From your perspective, though.
No, they're just wrong.
Listen,
You're gullible.
From your perspective, though, the Earth is flat and motionless, right?
You're just trying to divert the argument again.
Oh, you can't answer the question that you experience.
I can answer your question. Yeah, of course I can. If you can answer mine.
Okay, so what is it? You do experience the Earth from your perspective as flat and motionless? That's right, right?
Yeah. So when you're
too big
standing
to see the curve.
so
you can't do it. So you can't do it.
Sunset, and then it goes beyond the horizon. Yeah, that.
Yeah, you see the flat motionless Earth.
Hey, Wolfgang, let me ask him a question. What's the horizon on the flat Earth?
Where's the container, by the way?
Okay, what's the horizon on the flat Earth? Look, you said if the sun sets on a flat Earth, when you go higher, the horizon wouldn't extend, right?
I never said horizon wouldn't extend. By the way, we had this discussion like multiple times already, Indio. You always butt in and try to.
Yeah, okay. Your meta doesn't. I don't care. I don't care.
He's upset. He's upset.
So you call Indio your priest to like.
Okay, no one's a priest.
Owning us the facts, please come and help us.
That's projection. That's projection, my friend.
Speaking of priest, man, you need to exercise.
I don't have anyone talking for me. Do you see anyone talking for me?
Yeah.
You said the sun. No, I wanted to talk. I've been waiting for a while. I wanted to say something about your original thing that you said can't be addressed.
Well, I'll finish.
I'm going to address it.
And then you can continue.
Sorry, Indio. I've already got him triggered, so he's going to be incomprehensible and manic for the next 40 minutes at least.
Yeah. I just want the statement about the horizon. You said when you go up, you wouldn't be able to see the sunset again. Why is that?
Did I say you wouldn't be able to see the sunset again?
Well, why don't you repeat to us what you said in the beginning?
Well, how are you going to take Psycho's place in? Are you going to tag him out?
Just repeat it to us, dude. Or did you forget already?
I just want to know who I'm debating.
I'm on your side, Mighty. You're embarrassing us. Stop.
We just really want the fucking your original thing, the thing you said he's not answering. We want that.
Okay. You want that?
Yeah, let's
So
hear
that's
it.
you, Indio. Okay. So Cyclone's out of the debate. Let's continue with Indio then.
Dude,
So I said,
fuck Uger Meta, dude. I'm gonna just mute you. so funny. Continue. He's so triggered. He's so triggered. I'm not gonna allow this, dude. I'm telling you right now. You're fucking every third sentence. Some meta commentary on the conversation is fucking boring. We don't need a play-by-play, Howard Cosell.
okay. So what I said is you go higher in elevation, and then you can see the sun pull back into vision after it already set on the flat plane.
Okay.
Flat being the surface, not a flat surface. Okay.
And that what creates the horizon on a flat Earth?
What creates the horizon?
Yeah, what is the horizon on a flat Earth?
You already asked me this last time. You're going in circles.
Well, I'm asking you again because that's the thing. You said when you go higher, you can see the sun again. That wouldn't happen on a flat Earth?
What? No, because if it's setting behind the
Okay, so that would mean the horizon would be in a fixed position, and when you go higher, it didn't move.
Yes, correct. If you go higher, the horizon
So where's the horizon then on this fixed position? Where's it fixed at? Is it the edge of the Earth?
It doesn't matter. You can picture it.
It does matter. It does matter. Where is the horizon? The edge of the Earth? If we want to determine on whether what would happen on a flat surface, if we want to determine whether it would happen on a flat surface or not, we need to know where the horizon is.
Where's the edge of the Earth? You said the edge of the Earth. Where's that?
I'm asking you if that's where you think the horizon is.
Why would I think there's an edge to the Earth if I think it's a sphere?
It's so funny. This is this guy's NPC. Your hypothetical flat Earth that you made up in your head that the sun can't set the way it does on a globe, right? That hypothetical flat Earth you made up in your head. Where is the horizon on that flat Earth that you made up in your head? Because you're making a prediction.
Again, I already told you. Like the horizon.
No, you didn't, dude. You're making a prediction about the what a flat Earth would entail. You're making a prediction, and you won't tell us how you got to that prediction.
Okay, so the horizon is whatever apparent line you have where the sky and this Earth's surface appear to meet. That doesn't. It doesn't.
What
it doesn't
determines that?
What do you mean? What determines that? It's what your eyes see. It doesn't matter. You can.
It does matter because because you said that X wouldn't happen on a flat Earth, and we're talking about the horizon cutting off the sun. So we need to know where the horizon would appear to be at different elevations.
God. Okay, let me explain this again. The horizon does not change if you go higher in elevation. Okay, the horizon is still the horizon. What I'm trying to tell you is if you have a flat Earth like a table and you take a popsicle stick and you stick a picture of a sun on it and you take it next to the table and you start making it sink down and down and down and you're looking at the sun set behind the table, if you go higher up the table, you're not going to see the sun suddenly pop into view. That only happens. No, you won't. If it goes behind the table and you go higher.
No, listen, bro. If you go higher, your angle is going to change.
No. If it
you're
goes
going to increase the
behind the table.
So why are you interrupting? Behind the table? What are you talking about? Sun doesn't go behind the Earth.
Below the table, below.
The sun doesn't go below the table.
How do you know?
How do I know? Because there's no evidence it does.
Okay, you see a circle, a really big yellow-red circle, going down. Right? It's cutting off the edge of the circle. The shape is changing. You see it going down and down.
What's cutting it off?
The horizon.
Okay, what's that?
Oh my God, you're bogging it down to this semantics thing where
it's either the edge of the Earth or it's some fucking optical effect, dude.
Again,
so it's either some apparent
the edge of the Earth on a sphere. That doesn't make any sense. What you're saying.
The whole sphere is the edge of the Earth, dude. Every point on the surface of the sphere is the fucking edge, dude.
On a flat Earth, that would make sense. There's an edge because it can fall.
No, there's an edge on a sphere, dude.
Okay.
Edge means furthest from the center.
Okay.
The entire surface is the edge.
Okay. So if the entire surface is the edge, then why are you explaining the horizon?
So the thing that blocks the sun, that cuts the sun in half, that's the horizon, right? That's where the land is. That's where the Earth is. And past that point, the Earth is going down, curving away, right?
The Earth is going down, curving away?
Yeah, curving away, dude. That's the apex of the curve that you're looking at.
No, the sun is...
The horizon is not the apex of the curve that you can see.
The horizon is not the apex of the curve? What does that
mean?
What do you...
The tangent point.
Dude, are you confused, bro?
I'm not confused. You're just
No, you're just not listening. I bet you if I asked you to repeat back to me anything I fucking said, you wouldn't be able
Just let
to.
him ask. Why is it that every single time I join, you guys are like super riled up and acting like dicks
Hey, how
towards
come every
everybody?
time you join, you do meta commentary that no one cares about? Okay, really simple. The horizon, that thing that cuts the sun in half, either it's the Earth or it's not the Earth.
Well,
which one is it?
Do you mean physically or like line of sight? It's not physically cutting the sun, if that's what you're asking.
It's cutting your line of sight to the sun, right? Physically.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
Okay. So if I go out one day and 1 mile away, that horizon cuts the sun in half, and then the next day, the horizon's 10 miles away and cuts the sun in half, did the Earth change size?
The horizon wouldn't change.
It changes all the time. What are you talking about?
The distance to the horizon would not change.
It changes all the time.
If you're standing stationary?
Yes.
Why would the distance to the horizon change if you're standing stationary?
Because the horizon is at the edge of a fucking ball.
Oh, but it is.
Oh, but it's not. Because the horizon moves around.
The horizon moves around.
That's right. Where the distance the horizon appears to be moves. You can look in the chat. No Tanks just posted something, right? That's the horizon. See it moving around?
Your claim is the horizon moves around.
It's not my claim. It's what's observed in reality.
No, what you're observing in reality is atmospheric refraction and other.
Okay. How do you know that?
Because. Okay, explain to me how the horizon is moving around.
That's not an answer to my question.
Because my contention is horizon doesn't move around. You're always at the same distance to the horizon on a sphere, at least. I don't know how it works on your flat plane.
Okay.
Can you explain on your flat plane how the horizon would appear at least to be moving around? How does that?
Because the horizon is created by the meteorological conditions of the day. It's not created by the edge or the freaking curvature of the Earth.
So you're saying basically that every
and we
day,
know this from experiment.
So you're saying your claim is you're going to see.
It's not a claim.
It's a claim. It's definitely a claim.
It's demonstrable. It's not a claim. Okay. The oil rigs you didn't want to talk about. The horizon's 10 miles too far.
You can't even answer this question because you'd have to assume where the sun is and what the distance is and what the size is, and you can't even tell me that.
What are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is, in order to claim that you know the sun is disappearing behind a certain horizon, you would have to know the distance, the size, and the direction it's moving to. And none of you ever claim you know the size, the distance, and where the motion of the sun is moving to.
Totally incoherent, just exactly the same thing you did with me. Anyway, funny chat, guys. I'm gonna hold on, dude. Chill out, matey. Chill out.
You got destroyed. You can go.
Yeah, dude. It doesn't surprise me that you're that delusional. But yeah, I am going to be taken off, so I'm going to go on listen mode. But continue spiraling, Mighty, because it is entertaining. You're having a total meltdown. Yeah, good chat, good stuff, Indio.
Yeah, good to hear you.
I'm getting destroyed by this guy, so I'm going to run away now. That's nice coping, dude.
Yeah,
so
your
delusion
Mighty
is noted.
So Mighty, it's really simple. You think the sun's getting blocked by the fucking curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. And if the horizon moves around, that's impossible.
And
if the horizon moves around, that's impossible.
If the horizon, you have to assert that the horizon is indeed running around, changing positions every day.
We know it is because we have fucking hundreds of videos of this.
You have videos of this. I have videos.
Hundreds, dude.
Wait.
Hundreds.
I have videos of space, and you're not willing to accept that as a.
Yeah, but we can't verify any of that. You can go to the exact same fucking spot where all these videos were taken and take them yourself. You don't have videos of space, by the way. You don't. You have zero videos of space. Someone else has videos of space. Someone else claims they have videos of space, and you are trying to piggyback on what their claim. Okay?
Go to YouTube. You'll see plenty pictures of space. Plenty pictures, videos.
Cool. I can go on YouTube and see pictures of fucking Mordor, Middle Earth, fucking Jack and the Beanstalk, fucking Yeti, Superman, Loch Ness Monster, elves, ghosts, aliens, fucking on and on and on, Santa Claus.
Flat Earths, dancing, moving horizons. Yeah, all that shit.
No, bro. No. I filmed this myself, dude. Why don't you go to the... Hey, bro, do this. Actually go to the fucking beach. Maybe you should actually go do an experiment. Do a test yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, heaven forbid. Heaven forbid you checked anything.
The problem is you're engaging these experiments with flat Earth goggles. You're not.
What does that even mean?
It means you're biased about your checking. You're trying to prove an already asserted agenda. Like you're trying to prove the Earth is flat, already assuming it's flat. So then you do all these miscalculations and all these.
Okay, you evaluated what I was doing with your fucking Globetard goggles. How do you know what the fuck I'm doing when I go make an observation?
And then you're like, oh, look, it matches my observation.
Okay, how? No, dude, wrong. How do you know what the fuck I'm doing when I go out?
Because I've multiple times, like you presented your quote-unquote evidence here in this chat room, not you specifically, but flat Earth retards, and they always show the same experiments that are done wrong. So why would I assume?
Such as what? Can you name one?
Yeah, the fucking flashlight experiment that they did, the lasers experiment.
The flashlight experiment. Which one is that?
The notorious one they did over the lake, and they self-owned themselves and showed that the Earth is indeed a fucking globe. That one.
Dude, first of all, it wasn't on a fucking lake. It was on fucking land next to a canal, done with a flashlight. You are a fucking dunce, dude. It wasn't done on a lake. It wasn't even done near water.
Of course it was. You want me to show you?
It was done on land, you dumb fuck.
Okay, let me show you the experiment then, and you tell me if it's on a lake or on a surface. You'll tell me.
Are you talking about Jeranism?
I don't remember their names.
Netflix. TikTok.
Yeah. Netflix.
There was no water, bro. They did it next to a canal, but they did it on the land. There was a road next to the canal. They did it on the land because the canal had a freaking steep ass side. If they would have tried to go down into the canal, they never would have got out. You know, there was like 100 people there.
Let me find you the experiment. 1 second.
It wasn't an experiment. Doesn't say it actually demonstrated a flat Earth, but you're too dumb to know that. They would have had to be 18 feet tall to lift the light over the curve of the Earth. You know that, right, Mighty?
I know that. You don't. That's why you.
So they would have to be 18 feet tall. Do you think they're 18 feet tall?
Well, why would they even do this experiment if they don't know how to do it in the first place?
Okay, who's they?
Your people, the flat Earth.
They aren't my people.
Yeah, they're flat earthers, so what are they?
So what? Well, who made that club?
You.
No.
Flat earthers, yes.
Dude, no. So most pedophiles are globe earthers. You know that, right?
No, I don't, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, they are, though.
Most pedophiles are flat earthers?
No, they're globe earthers.
Well, yeah, that's because 99% of people on the globe
Yeah, so guess what? You're suspect.
Okay.
See how stupid that is? Cut it out, dude. Grow up.
It's not really doesn't.
No, grow up, dude.
I am grown up, but
okay. Whatever Jeranism did has nothing to do with us, me. I don't fucking endorse him. Never did, and never will. Okay. Your conclusion is based upon a fucking hit piece that selectively edited his. That's interesting. That he said fucking 4 hours before. Okay. This is what you got to rely on. So, outstanding that, you said that, hey, flat earthers do experiments wrong. Which one? And then you named one where he proved the fucking globe, you said. Did he do that wrong?
He did his experiment wrong. He was expecting...
So it was wrong, so he didn't prove the globe. So he didn't prove the globe.
What I'm saying is, he did the experiment.
And he didn't prove the globe because he did it wrong?
No, I'm saying he didn't prove it flat because it didn't work out with how he thought the experiment would go out.
It's because he burnt out the fucking laser, dude.
It wasn't a laser. It was like a flashlight or something.
I know, because he burnt out the laser. He had a laser with a collimator, and he left it on too long, and the collimator gets hot and melted to the laser.
Okay.
Of course you know all this.
Well, if you do, then I guess you know more about your people than you're saying.
Well, you know, after it happened, he did a stream where he described everything that happened in the test. Plus, I know Geolab, who was there.
Amazing.
Yeah, so people were there. So give us the one where that was done wrong. Actually, what I really want you to do is tell us how to account for refraction. That would be interesting.
Experiments. It's not.
Tell us. Well, since we do it wrong, tell us how to do it right.
I would, but I don't have time.
Yeah. Tell us how to account for refraction. Since we do it wrong, why don't you give us the right calculation?
I mean, you're claiming you know how to do that, right? So
No. Give us no. I'm claiming it can't be done. That's what I'm claiming.
you can't calculate distance without refraction.
No, I'm claiming that there is no model of refraction that works.
There's no model of refraction.
There is no way to quote unquote account for refraction because there's no model that works.
What do you mean? There's no?
It can't be accounted for. Any model of refraction that you can think of out of the 20 or 30 for terrestrial refraction, none work.
I don't think that's true, but okay.
Well, I know it's true because I've looked at the academic literature, Mighty. What have you done?
What is your profession?
Irrelevant.
Okay. If I read academic literature from let's say medical school, does that mean I'm a doctor?
No. What the hell's that got to do with anything?
It means you need the experiment. You need the fucking experience. Sorry, to read the literature and understand it. That's what it means, and that's not.
No, it doesn't. Okay, because listen, you can read the medical literature and understand it and not be a doctor.
Okay.
Okay, that's idiotic to suggest you have to be a doctor to understand it. You know, the people that read it mostly aren't doctors yet.
What?
Yeah, that's retarded because if that was the case, then nobody
they're
would
in
ever become a
pre-med or they're
doctor.
going to
They'd have
school.
be a
They're reading the
doctor first.
medical literature. They're not doctors yet.
What I'm saying is, if you really want to
And
conduct,
what I'm saying is you're a fucking moron.
you can take an engineer with you. You can take someone who knows science, and do the experience with the experiment with him.
All the data has already been done. Okay,
Ask for a peer review then. Ask for a peer review. Send it to a university.
All the data. No, why would I reinvent the wheel? It's already been done, dude.
Okay, so show me where it's done. I want to see the peer review on your article that you posted on an experiment. Go ahead, show me.
What are you talking about? Article I posted on an experiment? What?
Yeah, you did an experiment. You came up with conclusions, right? You wrote it down. You wrote down
What
the measurements.
experiment?
You wrote down the calculations.
Who said I
you
did
said
an
you did
experiment?
experiments.
Who said I did an
you didn't do
experiment?
experiments. So you didn't do experiments. You just said fucking 2 seconds ago that you did experiments with your own eyes. What are you talking about? You said I did experiments. Did you do experiments, Mighty? Yeah, you did experiments. Okay, show me. Show me the fucking data. Go ahead. Give me the raw data.
I didn't say I did experiments.
do
I said I
experiments.
made
You're lying then.
observations.
Observations.
I've actually
is not the
tested
same thing
shit,
as
whereas you
experiments.
haven't.
really fucking called me out for not doing experiments like 2 seconds ago, and you said that you did. Observations
Listen,
is
what were we talking? What was
I
it?
did
What were we talking about? What were you? What specifically were we talking about when I said you don't do any experiments?
We were talking about the flat Earth experiment, and then you're like
refraction
No,
models.
no, we were talking about the horizon
Yeah.
moving around. And I said,
Yeah,
go
you
to the
said
beach
you
and
have
make an
evidence for this?
observation.
I
Did
said
you ever
have
observe
evidence for
anything?
this, and you said I don't need to give you evidence for this. And then I said, okay, so why should I believe you? And you're like, because I did experiments. And then I was like, okay,
No, I
show
did
me
not
the
fucking say that. You fucking lying piece of shit.
Okay, I'm going into the recording right now on YouTube, and I'm gonna.
Please do it.
I will. Okay, give me 2 seconds.
Fucking lying piece of shit. Go on mute till you come up with it. Post when you come up with it. Piece of garbage.
That guy should just be canned.
I know, dude. Listen, that's why I said the first thing when I came in, it's like, why are we even talking to this guy? He's just a lying piece of garbage. Look, dude, he freaking told 3 lies in a row the last time I talked to him. Like, in a row.
Yeah. And then he's playing interference for anybody else that jumps in. In the meantime, his cornhole is flapping.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to make an executive decision, even though I'm not an executive over here. Oh, he deafened. He made it easy for me.
Yep. Like, I don't know how we can do it. Just maybe possibly doing it over and over again. That's the only way.
I think AI and Heretic can ban people.
All right, who here actually believes in a flat Earth, or are you just a grifter?
Man, that's all today, Indio. I
Grifter.
swear. That's what it started
Where's my
like this
check?
morning. When I first, that's what I said, and you know what he responded with? That grifter means something else. But you already know that's not what they meant. Yeah, that's what the guy in the morning said. He said the exact same thing this guy
You're
said.
doing something wrong.
Grifter
Probably the
means
same
you're Do you know what grifter means?
I do, but what's that guy's name? Dave.
Okay, define it for us.
Grifting.
Define grifter.
Grifting is. Do you want like the actual like? Do you want me to look it up right now and get it? From
You said you know what it is.
Yeah, it's engaging.
Just tell us. I don't need you to look it up. I need you to tell me from memory.
It's engaging in petty or small scale swindling.
Okay, what are we swindling people out of?
Money.
Oh yeah? Where's my check?
If you're not getting a check out of it, you're fucking stupid. I know Dave does. You remember Professor Dave?
So he's not a grifter.
Yeah. So what's your argument for the Earth being a globe?
You know that Dave, hold on, Flat Earth Dave was already a multi-millionaire.
His name was Flat Earth Dave, I forgot.
Flat Earth Dave was already a multi-millionaire before he ever engaged in this topic, I hate to tell you. He sold an IT company for something like $110 million. He don't need money.
Present your globe argument, dude. See what you got. See what you got.
All right.
Yeah, because you're not on point. What is the argument for the Earth being a globe?
He bounced. Bitched out.
That's all they got. Oh well. All day long they've been saying that.
We got Josh
Who here's
in here.
a flat earther? Who here's a
Josh
flat
was
earther?
like white knighting for fucking some troll yesterday. Yeah, I know.
Ingersoll, the guy
Dude,
that's
me
in
and
there?
you kicked this shit off, dude, this morning, man. It's still going.
That's what I'm saying. The theme today has been who here is a flat earther? That's the first thing they say when they come
That's
in
so
here.
funny. Who here's a flat earther? Insert unsolicited comment. That has nothing to do with the topic. You're like, who here's a flat earther? Me. Hi. You're short, bald, covered in Cheeto dust. Like, how did you get all that out of hi?
The first thing you ask Mighty to do is go ahead and present the argument that for the Earth being a globe. Well, first you take a flat plane and you're like, I don't know. And then the guys who actually white knight for him, they're like, oh, let him speak. If he could just get off of mute, he'd be able to tell you. No, he gets off of mute, crickets. And he opened up his mouth again and is back to, well, if the Earth is flat, like the first thing he says.
Yeah, but your oil rig picture, I love how he brought it up.
Look, man, do you know how bad I'd feel about myself as a human being if I lied like as much as that guy does? Like literal lies. This isn't like subjective lies. I actually, the last time I talked to him, I ran the audio through through Gemini, and it said he lied like 11 times. That was like in a 30-minute conversation. That means he said he didn't say something, but he actually did say it and denied saying it in the first place. I don't get it, man. Oh, I know who Josh was white knighting for. He was white knighting for Blay. Have you talked to Blay, AB?
Blay, yeah. He was on about the edge of the Earth. If we can't
Who's
tell him
Joshua?
Hold on, let me quiet him down. If you can't tell me that the Earth has an edge, then I won't believe it's flat. That was Blay. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just asking, who's Joshua? Sorry, also I didn't say that at all. That was that girl.
No, you said
Joshua
it too.
was white knighting for you yesterday.
I don't know who that is, sorry.
I know, but he did it anyway.
Sometimes I just join here, I talk for like 10 seconds, and then I get muted, and I just go on, like, I just, like, disappear.
Well, like now?
Blay, you talked yesterday to me, and then I asked you to repeat what I said, and then you weren't listening. Remember?
Yesterday? I didn't talk to you guys yesterday. I talked to you guys 2 days ago.
whatever it was.
Or 3 days. I don't know. When was that? I wasn't on yesterday. I was busy.
Can you tell us a single flat Earth argument?
Flat Earth argument?
Yeah,
I mean, some of you have differing opinions, but I've
no,
noticed
not opinions. I said argument. God, you guys are fucking hard of hearing or something.
There's comprehension problem, dude. They don't know how to. You're saying words in English, the same language they speak. They just don't know how to it doesn't register the words you're saying.
Yeah, can you just repeat any flat Earth argument? Don't worry, we're not gonna clip it and say, "Hey, Blake, turn to the other side." It's okay to, this is a hypothetical.
Okay, so I've spoken to like 6 of you. The most common one I've heard is it's all of the math stuff doesn't matter because you started with the presumption of a ball, right? That's the boiling down, but it's I can experiment. I know that the Earth is flat because I stood at the edge and I observed with my own eyes. There was the camera argument that the space videos are fake because the curve on the lens.
Can you go through one at a time? Because I didn't even know what you said in what was the first one? What was that first one?
The first one was the math is, what do you say? The math is wrong because they assume it's a globe or something?
I don't know. I didn't understand what he was saying. He speaks like word salad, and then he's want us to decipher what he's saying.
Yeah, give us that first one again. Dude. Yeah, give us the first one again.
I use the the light argument with the I think his name's Eratosthenes, where you can calculate the angle.
Give us the first one again, dude.
Yeah, this is the first one. Okay, I'll just clarify what I'm saying. In the past, I used the Eratosthenes argument with the angle to the sun, and then someone in here said that that's wrong because you can't tell me what the sun is, you can't go to it, you can't measure it. So it's
not that it's wrong. Okay, it's that it's not a globe exclusive proof. It also works on a flat Earth. Key variables in that presuppose means you hasn't or can't be proven. The distance to the sun, right, and the surface you're standing on. It presupposes that you're on a sphere, and it presupposes the sun is a near infinite distance away.
Yeah, hold on, Blair. Can you go through the reasons why it's even worse than that? Compounding the problem that you'd have detailing whether or not that story was even a story that could be validated as an actual human being named Eratosthenes that did a test such as that in the manner in which he did it, because it sounds like an ever-changing story. 2 sticks, 2 wells, 1 stick in a well, an obelisk. We don't even know what the exact. Again, I mean, you never get a concise way of that they're being able to detail what Eratosthenes and who he did and how he did it. You got, these professional striders that went from Alexandria and Syene in between there. And supposedly, they're comparing notes between the angle to the sun in one location and angle to the sun in another. And it's the thing is so obscure, whether or not it's even coming from a first primary source. You don't even know that information to then come around and say that that's solidifying a point. So it's really bad, dude. Honestly, if we were to critique you on that much, could you tell us if you know if it's a first-hand account?
Hold on, dude. It's even worse than that. Number 3. Degrees did not even exist in fucking Alexandria at the time. They didn't use those units for another 360 fucking years. So that's one problem. Problem number 2 is there's the length of a stud, the measurement. Yeah. Varied. There was no standard unit of measure, and it's unknown what that distance was within even 30%.
Could you not repeat the experiment today to get a calculation?
Yeah, you could. You'd make the same presuppositions.
Okay. Because as far as I can tell from
it's not our opinion. So I'm going to just end this. Hold on. It's not our opinion that there's a problem. It's in peer-reviewed papers that it's a problem. You think flat earthers invented this shit?
Well,
can you link?
So I'm going to post in the chat a paper where which is from a scientific society that says Eratosthenes made some assumptions, and if you used different assumptions, you would have came to a different conclusion. Okay,
that's that's a big problem. But like, what about the other ones that we mentioned? Like, how does he know that it was a primary source that we're getting this information from? The man Eratosthenes. Like, there's no account of this. Is this like?
That is a valid concern, actually. Like, you can't verify anything up until, like, I think the 1940s or whatever. When did they have video audio?
You're getting it. You're getting it. So we're talking about historical facts and how things are taken into account from, people that wrote back in the day. So it's not unlikely for something to be fabricated or a story being told that people are taking on as this is what an actual historical event that took place. It's not beyond the realm of like, imagination, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how can there's just a lot of people just taking it for granted? Like, this is something that actually occurred. Like, let alone like what Indio just brought in there. Like, the math that we're using wasn't even the kind of math that we're using at the time where Eratosthenes would said to exist in that time period. The timeline, the timeline's incorrect with a lot of information, bro. Like, is what I'm saying. So
yeah, I get that. When was the first mention, like, in modern history books of that experiment? Because we could actually verify if, like, it came from that period, not who actually wrote it.
I don't mean, like, it came from Pliny the Elder, who was writing about Cleomedes, who was talking about Eratosthenes, but there's no primary source. There's only a tertiary source, so it's 3 people removed.
What year was it
Pliny the Elder was something like 800 years later? Or no, Cleomedes was 800 years later. Pliny the Elder was like 1300, something like that.
Look at the gap of time, though. That's almost a millennia, bro.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's like, he's going to be the first one. I was just meaning, like, we could verify if it's even a first-hand event based on when it was first written down.
Well, okay.
If it is like 800 years later, then yeah, we could probably make the argument that someone just bullshitted it. Like, for example, a lot of European countries bullshitted their history in the early, like, 1900s, late 1800s.
Yeah, and I'm only just challenging the veracity of that specific claim on the merit of, like, that this is an actual account that occurred, something that took place in history. And even going off of the basis of that, like, if somebody fabricated it in recent history, then that means that in the past, whatever happened, because of the math wasn't actually the way they constructed that particular, like what India was talking about with the math, because the particular type of math that they used wasn't even developed until later on. So what makes us think that they even did, or he did what people thought he did? Like, no, there's nothing being challenged here, dude. Nothing's challenged is what I mean. And everybody's just accepting, okay, let's just say the story's true. Now let's see what he did in the story. Like, you get what I'm saying? It's like, you could have just made it up, and then we're all just listening to you. Like,
the question I have for that, right? Like, so I'll agree with you that we can't actually prove any of these people did anything they said, but, like, does the math work?
For what though? What I'm trying to get to is, what is the math? What is it working for? Is it a mental construct? Is it an actual applied mathematics that we're going to take to and test and verify?
Okay, so the thing that he tried to do, which the presumption was that it was a ball, okay? Now, he wasn't actually trying to say the Earth is flat, the Earth is round. That wasn't actually the experiment's purpose. The experiment's purpose was essentially, like, to determine the circumference of the Earth. That's what he was trying to do. So that, like...
Doesn't it have to be a ball?
The circumference of the Earth based on what?
So,
based on what, like a mathematical construct, or like an actual... like the physical world? Like, what do you mean? Like, there's something that we don't know. Like,
okay, so here's the thing, right?
Nobody knows how to parse it out. Like, what are you talking about? The actual world that you're standing on, like that?
So if we assume,
go ahead.
Okay, so if we assume the Earth is a ball, but I'm just saying this for the sake of what his
the
equation
physical
was.
Earth, dude, like a mathematical construct. What are you doing?
Okay, can I speak, please?
I don't know how you're differentiating what we're doing. Like, on math? Like, just using math
only? You just asked me a question, now you're just, like, talking over me. Like, I can answer you completely.
He's confused. He doesn't understand.
I'm just trying to figure out which one is it? The physical Earth outside, or math that you did on a piece of paper? Which one? You could draw what a circle looks like.
Okay, so what he was doing was that he came with the presumption that the Earth was a ball, which he wasn't trying to, like, agree or deny with that. what he tried to do was calculate how big the circumference of the Earth was. So the argument that you said, not the argument, the thing that you noted before, yeah. So like, if the physical Earth was a ball, he wasn't trying to say if it wasn't or if it was. The reason that it's not really proof of a ball, the way a lot of people argue with you guys about, is that he wasn't trying to measure it like in the sense where like, oh, gotcha, it's a ball. The thing is with his experiment, what he tried to do was take known distances, which they used to calculate by having these people. I forget what their job was called. I think one of you mentioned it before.
Professional strider.
Yeah, the striders. They would count their paces, but it was wildly inaccurate because, like, I could tell you how long a meter is on a meter stick, and if I told you...
It's also doubtful, I hate to tell you, it's doubtful whether they actually existed.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I don't know.
I can give you a history. So there's a book called Eratosthenes' Geography, right? And it even says it. Okay. Even though it's a whole book about Eratosthenes, they're saying, well, he might not have ever existed, and this might be all a bunch of bullshit. However, I'll tell you the story anyway.
Anyway, so he was trying to use known distances, like let's say, I think it was Athens and a city in Egypt. I forget which city it was.
It was Alexandria and Cyrene.
Yeah, okay. Alexandria and Cyrene and Athens. He tried to use the direct distance based on these people who, like, at the time were alleged to have had their job of calculating distances. And then he made the presumption that, well, if the Earth is this far away from the sun, then the light lines must be parallel. So if they're parallel, then he could calculate the essentially circumference of the Earth. Like, that was his whole thing. It wasn't like, oh, the Earth is flat, the Earth is round. It was just, I wonder how big the Earth is. So he used simple math. Now, on the other hand, if you're using it as proof the Earth is not flat, it's a pretty shitty experiment to use. The only reason I ask you guys about that is because you can't calculate the circumference of a flat table.
Yeah, you can.
Well, it doesn't have one like that. Not like that, at least.
It depends on the distance of the light source.
It's sphere math.
Yeah,
Blair, we actually, I'll post a video in the chat where someone calculated their flat table to be a sphere.
So you said that he's not trying to figure out if the Earth is a globe or flat.
No, he was only trying to calculate circumference.
Based on just a mathematical construct.
Yeah, based on mathematical projections. All right. And then, yeah, that's all it was.
All right, so the problem we have here, though, if it's just based on that, how could anybody realize that they actually are standing on an oblate spheroid Earth? Because if he just said, well, the math checks out, then how is somebody going to actually verify that math? Because you have to take that and see if you can test it, right?
Well, the only way you could actually check to see if they were correct, which we, depends. I say which we did as a species, but you could debate this, is if we can actually go to space.
So that's the only way?
Well, if you're trying to say, well, it's not projected, blah, 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 whatever, and you're trying to get visual confirmation, you would go to space, right? Because if that's
are you saying there is no other way to verify it?
I mean, you could use other mathematical formulas with other real-world measurements.
No. I mean physically outside. There's no other way other than getting inside of a vehicle and going up and looking down. There's no other way.
I mean, you could take measurements and project, but it's I'm not an expert on these things, so I can't really.
You don't know any other way, is what you're saying. The only way you would know is getting in a vehicle, going up and looking down.
I could use the light argument, but then if you debate the math, then I can't really say that to you.
Okay, so only going into a rocket and going up.
If you want me to physically verify that it's round, then I could go on a rocket. But if you don't accept if you don't accept mathematical projections,
Blair, I agree with you that if you're saying that the only way to verify it, you're saying is to get in a rocket and look down. I'm agreeing that you, in your worldview, that's what you're saying you would have to do.
Well, so get your standard, right, where you say I observe with my eyes. If you're telling me to observe with my eyes, yeah, I'd need a rocket. If you're telling me I can't project that,
our standard at all.
So
what is your standard?
Hold on, Indio. But Blair, if you're saying that's what you say you have to do, then you're telling me that outside of that, there's no other way that you can know, right? I do want you to be sure on this.
Well, okay, so what is your standard before I agree to that then? Because that's
no.
That is a valid question because I've had several people on the server tell me that.
No, because the standard would be for you that you can't verify it's a globe based on the Eratosthenes math unless you get in go up and look down.
Well, you could try his experiment on a flat table. It doesn't work.
Dude, are you going to just say the only thing that can be verified as a globe?
I took this initially, by the way. I took what you were saying initially as, like by your standard of proof, because every time I use one of these light arguments.
Don't use what I'm saying. Use what...
Okay, then no. If that's the case, you could mathematically project it.
Okay, mathematical projections are not a validation of the thing you think you live on. So when you take your projections and you go outside, how are you testing them? And you said the only way to do that, to test what you're saying,
you can test it. You can test it without doing that. It's just by your standard, where everyone in here tells me, I can't observe it directly. How are you testing it? You can do the shadow experiments, which, by the way, is not only Aristophanes.
Shadow experiments? What do you mean?
Oh, okay. So you can calculate the angle to the. You can calculate the angle to a light source. Okay, would you agree or no?
No.
Given an arbitrary light source, could you calculate the angle to it?
Listen to me very carefully, dude. The Earth being a globe has a geometric consequent, meaning that it would be an oblate spheroid. So in order for you to know that the numbers check out, you would have to verify that the Earth is actually curved on its surface. So I'm telling you, with Eratosthenes' numbers in the method that you say that he figured it out somehow, how could you test that?
The Eratosthenes experiment is not directly proving whether or not it's a ball.
I know that. So how would you test that information that you're getting from there?
I was just trying to answer you, but you just kept cutting me off.
You said the only way to do it is to get in a rocket, go up and look down.
Yeah, if you're telling me to physically observe it, then sure, that's all I'd have to do.
Wait a minute, dude. No. Physically observing and testing some. Let's say that you're on the Earth, and of course you'd say it looks locally flat, so you couldn't tell. According to you, couldn't tell. So I'm asking you, okay, good. You can't tell, but can you measure? Perhaps there's some fluctuation or something that can occur.
Did you ask me initially? Your initial thing was, can you tell me any of the flat Earth arguments? And now you're doing this.
Oh my
God, are trying to gotcha me.
Look, you know what's frustrating is that when it comes down to testing, the testing phase, you're trying to give me something that's only giving us a projection and not an actual verification. Yeah, and not an actual verification of the numbers, because the numbers you get are saying, hey, there should be this much curvature over a distance. So what you would do is take that distance and verify that there's that exact curvature over that specific distance. What I'm asking
you agree light exists?
What I'm asking you is there a way to do
you agree light exists?
I don't ask me any questions, dude, because I'm asking for just the verification.
No, do you agree light exists? Let me explain this to you. Do you agree light exists?
No, we're not going to talk about that. Okay, that's silly.
Why?
That's silly. Because right now what you're doing is you're doing everything not to talk about what I'm saying. You're doing everything.
I'm trying to answer you. I'm just trying to get the.
And not only that, but you're provoking the audience to engage in your question that you don't want to answer what I'm saying. So they're going to engage you what you're saying now and not what I'm telling you.
How am I invoking the audience? Have I called anyone in?
Okay, because you're saying, what is light? What is light? You're saying it over and over again. What it does, it causes a reaction.
No, you can literally calculate the angle to a light source. You can actually get the width of the light source, literally based on shadow positioning, if you take it in 3 different places.
I'm not talking about that. Not talking about that. What I'm saying is,
if the Earth is flat around based on light projection.
Listen, dude. Listen very carefully.
Listen, dude. Listen.
I'm gonna have to hold you to this. So, if you're going to tell me that Eratosthenes gave you some numbers that the Earth is a certain size, what are you going to do to test to see if that's actually true?
What am I going to do to test it's actually true? See if it's use modern day measurements to see if it's correct.
Like what?
You can just repeat the same experiment.
Like what?
Okay, so if I take meters, and I take the presumed bird's eye view, and then I take a straight line from one place to another, I could just test to see if I could repeat his experiment.
What are you talking about? What are you doing? Specifically name what are you going to do?
He's doing Eratosthenes still. He's still on Eratosthenes.
Yeah, dude, okay.
Dude, if you're asking me to prove that his calculation was correct.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm asking you to do. What are you doing to test that his calculation, that he's talking about the Earth being a sphere or a circle, in some way the surface is curving, How are you testing that outside? Inquiring minds want to know.
I just tried to answer you like 10 times.
No, you didn't. So what are you doing?
You can take 3 different positions on Earth. You can calculate the angle to the sun.
We're not calculating. That's what you've already done. You've already calculated that the Earth is a certain size. We're already past that. We're now onto the verifying stage where you're going to measure whether or not that calculation is correct or not. Do you understand? You're past calculation. You've already calculated all the information from Eratosthenes. So now you got a number value. The Earth is said to have this radius value, this circumference value. Good. Now we're going to verify it. How are we going to do that? Calculation is done with. Now it's time to measure. Go. Did he deafen? No
Yeah,
shit,
he
dude.
just did it. He wasn't deafened the whole time. He just did it.
Golly, dude. You see, this is what I'm saying. It's like these guys they get to the point where, I mean, it's time to put your money where your mouth is, and they do this.
Yeah, it's like, how are you going to verify Eratosthenes? Oh, I'll just do another one. Are you fucking dunce?
It's like, you've already done the calculation. Well, we're going to calculate again. No, you've already calculated. You're already saying the Earth is what you're claiming, the radius, diameter, circumference. We got all that. Now, how are you going to go outside and verify that's true? Wow, we're going to do it over again. Again? We're just going to imagine? Like, this is amazing, dude. This is crazy. Sometimes it feels like you're losing your mind when these guys are just like on repeat. It's like they don't realize that the question you're asking is for the actual, verification of those calculations. Because you're like somebody building a table. I've calculated. I'm thinking it's about, 5 feet. Okay, good. How do you know that? I just did a calculation. Really? Imagine if that's how it was done.
Dude. It wouldn't even get one day on the job, bro.
We just did a calculation.
It might not make it the 10 o'clock break.
It's like, seriously, you're not going to measure it? Why? We're just going to repeat the calculation over again, man.
Hey, Blay. Canteen trucks here. Just keep walking. Keep walking right past it.
Don't even stop. Unfreaking believable. Is there any white knights in the house that would like any Glober white knights? You think Bled? I bet you anything they're in there like, dude, Bled did such an amazing job. That guy, he had his points together.
He still doesn't even understand the presuppositions. He's like, well, if the sun's and he said the light goes straight and blah, blah, blah. Like, you're still presupposing that the light rays are parallel. Like, bro, like what? Still don't get that part.
Or you can measure it to the sun and do some calculations. And I don't know what we can do with that,
an entire imaginary world into existence.
How did you verify that? Well, we just did another calculation on top of that. Like, is there anybody else that can advocate for the Earth being a globe? You have a good argument for it?
Not with AV. I'm sorry.
Come on,
you're like
man.
You're one of the most infuriating flat earthers. You and Professor Triangle.
Dude, I've given him the option to actually explain in outside. What do you do? I can't even. How can you break it down in more simpler terms that somebody can realize? Okay, you've already done all the calculations. You're done doing that. Now go outside and test what your calculations were actually showing you. How are you going to do that? Well, I'm just going to recalculate again and just do another calculation. That was not what I'm asking for.
So what are you asking for?
Oh, for God's sakes, dude. Crying out loud. Okay, you know how you calculate stuff and Superman can fly? You did the math equations and stuff. But when you go outside, it's not true that Superman can fly because that math can't be reproduced in reality. So, okay, you did a calculation. The Earth is this big, and you got radius and diameter, circumference. What are you going to do outside to see if that actually manifests in reality outside in our physical world? How are you going to test that? Are you going to test it? Anyone?
So you want somebody to essentially measure the circumference of the Earth?
Bueller. Yeah, dude. Who's going to do that? Who's going to verify the Earth is whatever they're claiming the size that they are, at least a fraction, a small sample set? Who's going outside to test in the field that the Earth is an actual globe? Who is doing that? Are you? Has someone done it already? And don't appeal to some Netflix documentary, for God's sakes. Go to academia. See if anybody actually, a professor, and pick one of your prestigious colleges. See if anybody's ever done it. Bro, I don't care how much math you think you know. It means fucking jack shit if you're not able to produce the evidence that it actually is applied outside that way. If you can test, verify. Really doesn't. I don't care if you're a math wizard, bro.
For as emotional and as angry as they are at us, you think that after the 2 years of being in this chat in this server, that one of them would have been angry enough to be like, I'm going to show those motherfuckers. I'm going to go measure the curvature right now.
Yeah. That's the thing. I hope I do provoke somebody to that. Fuck, man, I'm going to go show them. I'm going to fucking videotape it. Good. Fucking do it. And if you come back, fucking Bob's your uncle if you measured it, because I'd like to see the method. Yeah? Like to see it. Show everybody your work. What did you do? Well, if I did do it, you're not going to believe I did it. Like, bullshit. Yeah. Hopefully that should get some people like... Well, I'm just saying, like, who can actually stand on all 10 of your toes and tell me you've measured the Earth? Nobody.
Can you give me one test some anti-flat Earth globetard has done that we denied the results? Just one example. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Engaged with you guys? I'm not really sure.
No, that's what I thought, bro. That's what I thought. Why do you guys just make shit up constantly?
The trip
to
Antarctica.
What the fuck is you guys' mental defect? Seriously.
Just
like any images from space, it's all fake and cartoons.
Bro, you never even been to space. What are you talking about?
Dude, how the fuck was that not what it... Dude, India was asking something very specific. I am too. Why do you... It's like you guys don't fucking understand.
What globetard came in here and said, I took images from space? Once again, nobody. Talking about somebody doing something that's denying they did it. That had actually produced actual results.
Amateur rocket launches with cameras attached. I think that counts.
Oh my god, dude. None of those rockets go high enough to see the Earth as a fucking ball, Mansky.
And they weren't manned either.
Curve, though.
That's that's a problem for you.
Why?
Because you would have to be a tiny fucking earther. Don't you know your own geometry? Mansky, how much of the Earth would the ISS see, Mansky?
How much of the Earth?
Yeah, what percentage of the Earth's surface?
I don't know the exact percentage, but it's not the whole thing.
Yeah, we know that.
It's up 255
what's the percentage?
miles.
200. Yeah.
Low Earth orbit.
How exactly is the Earth flat, though?
I want an answer to this question. Wait a second.
Hold on.
Okay, I'll just tell you if you're going to Google it. 3%.
Yeah, I'm Googling it.
How much do you think a rocket
3%.
going 50 miles into the air sees?
Yeah, not much, but you can see a curve. It's not flat.
Yeah, and you shouldn't. And you shouldn't because you don't see enough of the Earth's surface to see a curve.
Be less than that.
Well, yeah, you can.
Yeah, but I
see
saw the curve in the picture.
If you can only see 3% of the Earth at the highest point that people typically exist at.
No, wait. Time out. Just wait. 3% of the idea that the Earth is a globe. When it concerns the Earth that we live on right now, we don't know the extent of the realm. So giving a percentage, hold on a second, wait a minute, just give me a second. Giving the exact numeric value to the extent of the realm that in which we exist right now would not be able to be given. The idea, if the Earth was a globe at the specific size that they say it is, would be ascribed a numeric value. That's the difference, guys. Don't get those wires crossed. Okay, he's not telling you if you go up and you should see this. If the Earth was a globe, as a globe, with the geometry of it being what it is, then that's how much you would see. The numeric value would be what he just said. Exactly that. Not right now, though.
Well, my point was no amateur rocket goes even close to high enough. The Earth is supposed to have, your globe has a diameter of 8,000 miles. You think going 50 miles away from the surface would allow you to see curvature? Think about it for a second.
Well, the mainstream claims that you can see curvature at, what, 35,000 feet?
35,000.
Well, I mean, that's this year. It's changed since I've been in this topics. It's changed 5 times.
There's
what Google just shows you is what the most common Google click-through fucking link is.
It's weird because you see things like ships disappearing from the bottom up, and you see the effects of curvature, not actual curvature itself. And then you get things like at 35,000 feet. Well, I mean, I don't know what Google's up to these days, but I mean, if it's changed the algorithm where it's not saying that anymore, saying that if it's not putting information out there that says that, then, I mean, nobody really knows the altitude. I mean, you guys sure don't. If we ask you at what altitude do you start to notice the curvature actually visually, what altitude would that be? What are you guys going to be able to tell us? Honestly, you
feet.
Wouldn't know. What'd you say?
It's like tens of feet.
Tens of feet? What?
Yeah. On like a flat plane, if you go up 10 feet, shine a beam out, about like several miles out, you'll see like, changes in elevation in an area that's supposed to be flat.
Dude.
What?
Put the bong down, bro.
Woof, man. Dude, we're talking about altitudes at which exceeding that, like, by incredible amounts, dude. Like, what are you, 10 feet? Does any glober here actually agree with this gentleman? I'd like to see how many would get on this crazy bandwagon, by the way. Raise your hands, guys, if you agree with this dude right here.
Just to tell you,
no takers. No takers.
There's at least 20 people right now with their hands raised.
Yeah, no takers. Nobody's actually advocating for what you're saying.
Yeah, so I want to bring something up to Mansky just real quick about what he said about the 35,000 feet. If you had a ball that was 6 feet in diameter, right? You scaled the Earth down to a ball 6 feet in diameter, right? 6 feet tall. An airplane would be 1/100th of an inch above it. Okay? You wouldn't see curve from an airplane. That's bullshit.
Yeah,
what Google says. The geometry don't check out, because that's the beauty of mathematics and geometry. You don't have to believe anything says. You can just test it. You can just check it yourself.
When I use geometry, you reject it, though.
What geometry did I reject?
Cry.
What geometry did I reject?
He was talking about in the realm of verifying, not you, King. In the realm of verifying that the Earth is what they're saying it is, when you go outside into the field and test a small sample set, then because you're not testing it, you just said, I'll repeat the calculation again. That's not verifying in the field. Your calculation is what you think it is.
Not what I was saying.
That's why we reject it, because it's not, you keep going back.
You're wrong once again.
You tried to
circular.
You tried to test your Eratosthenes by doing another Eratosthenes, but it has the same. The second one has the same problem as the first one. Parallel rays of the sun.
You're just in an endless circle jerk, dude. You can't get out of it because you're never verifying those numeric values outside in the field. Within a small sample set, of course, because you can't, see the entire Earth or whatever. So take a small sample set, a good size amount, right? Nothing you can do will be able to do that because you haven't seen anything in academia for sure. Obviously, Eratosthenes is just like, as you put it, a calculation. I mean, we cut right down through it, ladies and gentlemen. We're showing you nothing that you can do can present the Earth as what you believe it to be. You're thinking in your mind, well, at the end of the day, when I go to bed at night and I close my eyes, the Earth's still going to be a globe. Never was, never will. You're just imagining in your imagination, the Earth is a globe. But when it comes right down to it, you know what I'm saying is true. Nobody can ever test it. You haven't seen any test that verifies that curvature measurement, nor can you do one. There's nothing you can do about that, except for keep telling me how it's calculated in a mathematical construct. That's it. Well, it's an oblate spheroid with a radius, diameter, circumference. Like, we all know that. So now what? You want us to
so you know it's an oblate spheroid?
That's what it's claimed to be, Blair.
Well, you just said you know it, so I'm going to clip that. I'm going to play that back to you.
Go ahead. Play it back.
Please give us 30 more seconds of it so we got some context.
Yeah, it's all imaginary.
If the Earth is flat, what's under it?
Dude, honestly...
What makes you think the world is flat?
If I had a nickel for every time, it's seen that, okay, when you go to the beach, how do you observe the horizon? Isn't it horizontal and flat?
It curves.
Okay. If you say it curves, then you could see that the Earth is an actual sphere from a beach. Is that true? That's not
Well,
true,
we're talking about the horizon line, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it does curve because...
Really?
What do you mean by looking like a curve? Like a globe?
Well, I mean, lady, if the Earth is a sphere, the surface would curve. Yes, like a ball. Like
yeah, because it does curve. That's why the horizon line curves.
You've seen that?
You've never been to a beach and seen a horizon line?
Yeah, it's a common experience that we all experience the Earth as a horizontal plane.
I think that's your proof. Okay.
Let me tell you something. People everywhere, even people that believe the Earth is a globe, they say we can say with all assurance that the Earth looks locally flat. They all say that. It's the common experience.
But that's from our perspective.
However, they will differ from us in saying that it's not actually flat. It just seems that way in our local experience. But as you get up higher or look down from more altitude, you'll start to see it that it's an actual globe. So you're actually denying the first part, which is what the common experience is, that everyone sees the Earth as a horizontal plane locally. You're denying that part, which I think that's where you're wrong.
I suppose I did deny that. You're right, I did.
Yeah. But the outside of that, the people who believe the Earth is a globe will say that it's actually not measured that way, or it's, if you think about it, it's outside of our senses because we can't see it because we're so small, like an amoeba on a basketball or something. So they're saying that. Meanwhile, you're denying the first part, which I think is disingenuous.
Well, I apologize for... You're right. I did deny that on accident. I did not hear your question correctly.
That's fine. A lot of the cognitive dissonance kicks in when we're talking about this. It triggers people because they don't want to say that the Earth is flat in any way. Not even in observation when we see it locally that way.
So you think the
reason I use locally... Say again?
You think the Earth is 2D or 3D?
Dude, honestly, you
gotta wade through them, AV. You gotta wade through them.
I don't mind answering your questions. Like, it's just, listen, when we talk about the Earth, we observe it the way you do. If I stand next to you, I see everything you see, okay? Everything you see, I see. So I don't see something that's silly as a 2D Earth, okay? I don't see that. Everything you see, I see.
But I think
so. I'm not going to deny observations. Neither should you. Yes.
But aren't like all first-person observations technically 2D? Like, we know that things are 3D because we understand that depth exists. But at the end of the day, most 3D objects project a 2D image onto a surface, onto like the lens of your eye. So you look at something, you see a 2D image, but you understand the third dimension to be there because you've experienced it.
Okay. So what
we're
is
talking
your point?
about We were talking about the horizon being flat because you can see it being flat. Well, yeah, because you're projecting a 2D image onto your eyes, but that is a 3D.
What?
That's like a 3D experience. You're just ignoring the depth that's there.
Yeah. So what's the depth have to do with it? Where's the depth come involved?
This is like a 2D projection of a 3D object. So a sphere is in 3D.
What's the object? What's the object?
Well, I'm giving you an example. So,
well, I'm asking what the object is right here. What are we?
Okay, hold on. I'm getting there. So, a sphere is known to be 3D, but it projects a 2D image onto a surface below it, right? Kind of like a shadow. A shadow is that 2D projection.
Okay.
But we know when you look at a ball, even though it looks like a circle when you're looking at it, you understand it to be a sphere because you understand that circle has depth.
Okay, so that's a lovely point. Well,
so when you look at the horizon, yes, it looks like a 2D projection, but that is a 3D like object or point in space.
Okay.
The reason you don't
object?
see.
Wait a minute. Is a horizon a 3D object?
Yeah, because there's things beyond the horizon as well, right?
Okay.
So you look at it, you see a line, but there are things that are past that line that you can't see.
Is the Earth a 3D object embedded in the space?
When you look at the Earth, you see a 3D object.
Can you answer my question?
It is a 3D object, but the object that is projected onto your lens is 2D.
Is it embedded in a space?
I don't think that you can technically embed something into space in that way, no.
Well, if it's inside the vacuum of space, it would be embedded in the vacuum of space.
Well, that presupposes that it's not moving, right? Because embedded would imply that it's like static.
No. Doesn't imply that. Because there could be motion relative
or maybe like a soft, airy sheet. You know,
there could be relative to your perspective. You could say that, like,
I think you're right. It is embedded.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay.
Any sleepers in chat?
Can I say something as a glober?
Wait. We're getting a whole bunch of people coming in here and interrupting. What did you say, ma'am?
Oh no, I was just listening. Let King and you go.
Well, did you say something relevant to what we're talking about, or no?
Yeah, no, because you said it embedded, and then King got confused because embedded sounds like, embedded nail and wood, and I'm saying embed like a sheet because it is surrounded and completed, and it's an also turn of phrase because it's in bed like you would find sheets in a bed.
Yeah, that's a little bit of semantics, so you can understand. Did that expound a little bit more? Because that did kind of cover what I was saying.
Yeah.
To King.
Yeah, so when you look at it, you only see the 2D projection under your eye, but there's depth there too.
Okay.
But you can't see the depth because it goes under.
So do
the
we
horizon,
see?
Right?
Okay. Do we see a plane?
No, technically not. No,
we don't. We do not see a plane when we look upon the waters of the earth at a beach. We do not see a plane. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that because it's a 3D object, it's being projected as 2D when you look at it.
What is it? Well, okay, what
but that
object,
just ignores that.
Specifically, what object are you speaking of? Which object?
The horizon.
Is the horizon an object? I know.
It is an object in the sense that it is a thing that it exists that we were talking about.
Yeah,
if you want to say it's like
it's not defined as an object.
Of the phenomenon.
Yeah.
Like, what do you want to consider the phenomenon of horizon?
Okay, so in this realm that we're talking right here in this room, every term that you use has a token meaning. So when you say something, it either means the thing you're saying or it doesn't. So
okay, sure, yeah. So we clarify, we're talking about the horizon, which is a phenomenon, which I mistakenly referred to as an object. Correct.
Okay. That's good. What is that? Yeah. Okay. So is that horizon? Does it have any curvature that you can see from your perspective as a human standing on the earth? Can you see anything that details that would insinuate that there is a curvature?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can't perceive past a horizon because you can't see it. It's like you look at a ball.
No, that's not. I'm not talking.
It looks like a circle.
Sir. I'm not asking you to perceive beyond something else.
Well, you can't. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, sir, just answer the question. What do you see when you look at the horizon? Do you detail any curvature when you look at the horizon? Yes or no?
No,
the 2D projection.
I want him to actually.
But it's like it's ignoring the nuance of what I'm actually saying.
No, just be honest. Like the lady could actually answer honestly, because listen, if you believe the Earth is a globe and you have a hard stance on it, You could defend the position outside of what I'm saying. But if you're too insecure to agree with something that could be observed naturally, that shows that you're super insecure to affirm that our observations are the same. Why do you deny observations, sir? I don't get it.
Let's take the conversation away from the Earth and just talk about the geometry of it.
No, we're not, because it's relative to the conversation. It's like the elephant in the room. If you take that away, then it's going to negate the whole conversation. We're speaking of the reason.
The entire position you're taking is literally just ignoring geometry. It's ignoring what you can see. It's ignoring the idea of a 2D projection.
We haven't even got there, King. We haven't even got there. We're just only describing what we see. Okay. When it concerns anything to do with geometry, we could discuss that in a different manner. At the moment right now, I just want to talk about things we agree on. You and I. We're outside and we see the Earth around us. What do we see? Now, if you're reluctant to say what it is, it's coming from a place that you feel very insecure to at least affirm what we all see together. It would be disingenuous of me to say I see something that you see that I'd say I see it differently than you. Like, I don't know, you say, I see the curve of the Earth or whatever, and I see a flat horizon. Well, one of us is telling the truth, isn't it? One of us isn't. Because it's not the common experience. And all of us that are in this room right now will be able to know if you're saying something that's a common experience or it's not.
I think a crux of the argument is just observation. How do you observe it? How are you getting that information? How are you proving it? And how are you singling out your observations from other mitigating factors?
That's perceptive. But I want him to actually realize if we can agree on just simple observations, and then you can take it to another step if you want to layer it with your understanding of you believe it's a globe. So far, you're trying to argue the fact, and I don't know for what reason, that us looking over a horizon of the Earth on a beach seems to be like we're at a disagreement with even just the observation. Which I don't know why.
I'm saying that you can't make that observation and say this is flat with the information that you have.
Yes, you can. Yes, you definitely can. And an observation where you're saying, hey, this is what the Earth looks like to me right now. I'm looking at it. This is what it looks like. Yes, you can. You can say that. Why not?
But without actual proof, then your opinion isn't exactly correct.
No. What we're only saying, though, is just as an observation. Testing is something different. I can tell you what something looks like, but if you say, well, it's actually not what you're saying it is, it's something else, that can be done in a testing phase. We can do something to verify it's not exactly what we're seeing. You get what I mean? I'll give you an example. There's something called an inferior mirage or shimmering on a hot day with the road. And it looks like there's like a puddle of water off in the distance, which is not actually the case, as you all well know. You get up closer and that shimmering effect disappears. That's with, as you close in on that distance. So you can say it looked like water, but actually when it got closer, it wasn't really, it was a mirage. Same goes for what we see off in the distance, right? Because if you're saying it's something that it's a optical phenomena or it's actually what you're seeing it as, then you can test for that in a sort of measurement, some type of measurement, I'd say. If it can be done, let's see, a measurement can be done, then you could tell me from an academic standpoint, something you've been educated on of how this has been proven. So all we're doing in this chat right now is identifying as many people that can come in here and claim that the Earth is a globe. I want you to actually search the archives, talk to your ChatGPTs and whatever AI program you got, phone a friend, I don't care, call your professor and see what you guys can come up with collectively and present forward and say, this is the answer. This is how you measure the curve. This is how we understand. Everybody knows it's a globe.
Yeah, because so many people... Sorry.
Go ahead, Bug.
No, it's just like so many people come in here and they want to say so definitively that the Earth is a globe. And like that claim takes a lot to get there. What I'm interested in is knowing how deep the Earth goes. If it's a disk, is it cylindrical? How deep is it? Does it get, tapered off on the sides? If I dig too far deep, does the ether come back in? Like, these are real hardline questions. Is ether flammable? Can we use it as a new alternative fuel? maybe they don't want us in Antarctica because it's thin enough our footsteps will break us off the edge. Who knows? Okay. But we're never going to know until we're there.
Anyway.
Yeah, stop trolling, bro. Like, seriously. Cut it out.
The only reason I let it go is because Bug said something that was kind of in line with everything I was saying. So, but, easy come, easy go. All right, so anybody in here able to...
Wait, no, so back to the original point, right?
What?
No, I want to address what Bug said for a second. Nobody thinks the Earth is a disk or a cylinder or is floating around in space. We don't think there is an outer space vacuum. We don't think the Earth is a fucking object within it. Okay? So the flat Earth you just made up in your head, we don't believe in either.
But isn't that what AV was saying? Was that Earth is like an object embedded in space?
When?
Like less than 5 minutes ago.
And how did he? Where'd you get the? Can you quote what he said?
Earth is an object embedded in space, and then Bug was like, "Yeah, so embedded like between two sheets."
I've been listening to AV talk for 8 years, and I've never heard him say anything even remotely resembling that.
It just happened. What are you talking about?
Just go on mute, dude.
You guys are hitting that pipe tonight.
But I know, dude. He's freaking wolf.
Hey, weren't you asking the guy if he thought it was?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah,
I was
very different, right?
Okay, so who is going to have a coherent fucking thought? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Pick a tiger. Catch a tiger by his toe. How about Bug? We'll try Bug again.
Okay, wait. Okay, cool.
Yeah, Bug. Just to clear. Whatever you've seen on the internet of what flat earthers think, just assume it's fucking wrong. Okay.
No,
we'll tell you what we think. You just ask us. Okay. We don't think the Earth is a space disk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No. Like, and I'm gonna preface this. I'm coming in genuinely, and I'm not trolling. One of the things that like. And I'm going to take it from this perspective.
We're not speculators here, is what I'm trying to tell you. You're like speculating about does the ether this that. We don't speculate. We don't know completely what's empirical, can be tested, demonstrated, and known, not believed.
Right. And that's the thing. That's where I got dunked on because I came in and I was like, "Oh, well, I know what a star is," and then talked about pulsars because there is those consistent radio signals that come from out above near the constellations and stars and things like that. And for me to go, oh, well, obviously it's a pulsar. I think the problem is that when I had made that argument...
Your land-based it with
that's just a name, right? Saying, hey, we stuck our radio telescope, we picked up a bunch of radio waves coming from that dot in the sky, and we named it pulsar. That's just a name.
No, but that's what I'm saying is the reason why I got dunked on was because I walked in and I said, I know what stars are. I know what pulsars are. Here's what they are. There's a blinking dot in the sky in radar. But what I didn't do is the understanding and root cause of what that actually might be, what the observations are, what we can actually detect. So, like, I'm learning how
but
to...
I mean, we're not... What's moving the needle here in this conversation that we have here is not more space lore. We're looking for people that can advocate for positions that say that the Earth is a globe with measurements done. You can talk about all kinds of space fantasy ideas. That's not going to help this conversation. Like everybody here, the people that are listening, they want to know how you guys who believe the Earth is a globe can actually lay down a foundation for it being the thing they think it is. It doesn't help to talk about things that are not the Earth.
Am I putting the chicken before the egg?
No, you're not even talking about a chicken. You're talking about a rooster or like a snake or something.
Okay. Yeah, space lore.
Bug, the reason... Just listen for a second. The reason we don't concern ourselves with that because no matter what theory, people have been making up stories about the stars for fucking... since man first gazed at them, right? None of them, including the stories we tell each other now, can ever be actually verified. No one's going to a fucking quasar to check it out.
Jesus.
Do we actually believe space isn't real?
Oh, no, dude. Like, I mean, they're giving us a story about the cosmological paradigm, Dot.
The question is, are we being
sold? All of that, Bug, hold on a second. What in all of that can you know that they're saying about the space idea? Anything? You tell me one thing that you can say.
I was late to the conversation. I was just told on what was being talked about.
No, I meant like if they're Bug or whoever else talks about space, doesn't matter who it is. How can you test and verify what she's saying is true? How can anybody? Like nobody can check any of this stuff out, man. So why are we talking about things that we cannot verify? That's what I mean, don't understand.
Right. You as a person cannot verify because you don't have the materials. What do you mean?
Nobody can, because nobody can go to a star and verify. Bro, can NASA go to a star? Doc, can NASA go to a star?
Well, technically, no.
Okay, so they can never verify it.
What are we talking about?
Right, they're looking at light, saying it has this composition, this age, it's going this fast, it's this far away. They can never actually verify any of that. All that's theory-laden mumbo-jumbo.
Yep, and you guys are just finding a fancier way to kind of talk about that in this chat room where it doesn't belong. We're not going to sit here and believe with you guys. This is not going to do it.
What are y'all's opinions on like satellites and rovers going to Mars? I mean, what are your opinions on what those were?
Fuck, dude, you guys are space cadets, man.
Listen, I mean, I know. I do want to answer because it sounds like you're coming from a genuine place. It doesn't sound like you're trolling when you said that. So, most of that.
I am curious.
Yeah, most of that stuff is given to you as a topical knowledge that you have. And if some people are, satellite and rocket enthusiasts, and you know a little bit of that sci-fi lore that comes with it, but there's nothing that you can. There's nothing in what you know about that you can tell me. That it is for sure what you think it is. Like put it to the test, right? Satellites. You believe that they're being launched on vehicles that are taking them up to low Earth orbit and releasing them. The payloads, being released in the lower thermosphere. In a decaying orbit around the Earth, being a globe and orbiting the Earth at 45 minutes, 90 minutes, whatever the case, right? You got Starlink and whatever else you got going on. All this stuff you think is happening. If you were to tell me in detail how it works, that's great. How do you know that those things are up in the place they say that they are? Logistically, how would you be able to verify that?
Again, that's where I got spanked for the pulsar.
Let me tell the guy real quick, because he's the one asking the question. So, bread and circuses. How would you be able to tell me any of that story is true about satellites? Things that you think is probably the case, right?
I probably wouldn't be able to, but if I'm not able to explain it, does that mean that it's not occurring?
No. I'm not saying just because you can't explain it. There's something you're being told about them, right? And you have a conscious decision to make whether you're going to accept what they're saying or reject it. You have a choice. You can say, I don't buy it, or yeah, whatever. I got better things to do. I got to go to work tomorrow, so I don't really care. Yeah, whatever.
You can say I don't know.
You can accept it. Oh yeah, yes. But the point is though, like you at the end of the day, it's never going to be like, oh, I know for sure. No one can say that. So how they work or whatever operation they're doing, it's maybe happening on some level, but not. You can't verify what it is. Even if it's in a decaying orbit that's circling the Earth as a globe every 90 minutes or something like they say the ISS is, at 17,500 miles per hour. Like, dude, is there any way that you can verify that? No. So you're accepting that as something to be true based on other knowledge that you've laid a foundation for, the Earth being a globe. You've been told ever since you were very young. So have I, so has everybody else in here. It's just you grew up with this knowledge, believing it. What else can I tell you, man? Like all of us grew up that way. But they didn't give us a method in which we could verify any of this information. So we're just going along with it just because how are we going to challenge it? And then there's the
because it makes sense.
Doc, listen to me.
Well,
of course it makes sense. You don't know anything else.
It sounds like AV is talking about we need to have to develop a healthier skepticism of things that we are just told occur.
That's it. Like, I just want to leave it there. Listen, I don't even care if you walk away from here and you're like, oh, dude, I'm a flat earther now. I don't care about that. I don't. So if you're not questioning things, at least being curious about it and finding like, hey, well, how do we know stuff is happening? That's it. Like, dude, honestly, if you walk away from here like that, that's it.
And I also feel that that's a good position to have, but I don't think that's the majority opinion everybody in here has. I'm thinking everybody here is a flat earther.
Have they earned the right to be auto-believed on all their claims? Have they earned that right? I don't think
they should be auto-believed, but I think there's a lot of good merit. Like, the whole concept of black body radiation. Well, you already admitted
that you're just in love with that shit, so you're biased.
No, there are people
no, but like they're on like even if I'm not going as far, there's a lot of ways I can walk up to even 100th of the information. Like if you have an anvil and a hammer and a nail, you can make a nail glow red hot just by hitting it and causing the friction and the energy in the system. That's what you get called black body radiation. Black body radiation is something they talk about, and really, maybe the skepticism is going to be able to like really protect a lot of what might be out there, but it's not that they're coming out of it with nothing. They're not coming from an angle of spirituality or something like that. They're coming with a pure metaphysical physics aspect to it, where the sun is made out of a material that you could find similar to a candle. It's made out of the same kind of stuff you would find in the air at Earth, just in different concentrations and volumes, and that the reason why it's congregated seems to be that their explanation is mass, which does have a lot of weight in a lot of different things. And but the big aspect of gravity is something that you're going to contest.
Any of the words that you use to describe the very thing that you're speaking of is also not anything that you could probably parse out in your own mind and find out what the meaning of the words are. So I'm like certain specific words that actually detail what you know, the thing that you just spoke of, like the term mass. I could
teach a class on it, man. I taught it in college.
No kidding. Are you a professor?
What did you teach?
No. I mean, I was a TA, right? Don't give me too much credit, but there's a lot we can really do to discover. Like even not to combat it, but even to like think about what they're saying and even do smaller experiments at a small scale to understand it. God forbid, we're almost doing fusion.
Okay, so like if you're going to teach your students about mass, being something, like what is mass? How do we understand what it is?
Well, they found the Higgs boson, but that came from a big magnet ring in the ground that claims they found the big Higgs boson, right?
But did you answer my question? What is mass?
No. Mass is... let me actually get the definition.
Go ahead.
I want to play by the rules. What is mass?
The rules?
Mass is described as the measure of the amount of matter in an object and is also the measure of its resistance to acceleration, known as inertia.
Oh. Which is it? Which is it?
Who gave you the amount of matter in an object?
Yeah, has that ever happened?
Well, you can find it in, like, what we do is in a lot of objects.
I'm just asking what your source
like molarity density.
The source of that definition. That's what I'm asking you. That definition was shot down forever
ago. Was that Merriam-Webster? What is the?
Well, off Wikipedia, it says it's an intrinsic, which is already going to be a problem in this conversation.
Freaking property. Wikipedia, dude! Like, okay.
Is that your alma mater?
What? By the way, what is the definition?
No, every definition.
We can get into bosons.
Mass is not the quantity of matter. It's never hasn't been for fucking 100+ years.
Bosons are awesome. Like,
but
are those just made up though?
Bosons,
dude, like
the word?
Oh my god!
Boson is just a category.
Like subatomic particles.
Yeah, boson's a category of subatomic particles. So what?
And when combined, they exhibit things like matter.
Okay, that's a cool story. Okay.
Yeah, but like we can do it though. If you have enough laser, you can literally produce more of these by trying to rip apart the gluons.
You think it's really that simple?
I mean, we have neutrino detectors, and when we get
Jesus Christ, of them, you really want to go there, bro?
Like, I mean, there's a lot to talk about.
Look, okay, you don't know anything you're talking about. I can already tell. Okay, so
I wouldn't say that
because you're oversimplifying everything. It's way more complex than the way you're making it out. Okay, neutrino detection is an inference based upon fucking two other interactions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, The Higgs boson is a statistical fucking anomaly. Okay, they get a lot of data, right, from smashing the protons together. And then when they get some reading, they go, "Hey, is this random chance or is this a Higgs boson?" And they apply a bunch of statistical analysis and go, "Oh, we detected a Higgs boson because the probability of it not being a Higgs boson is this." Okay, they're not doing these direct detections that you think about. They just detected a Higgs boson. They just detect a fucking neutrino. Where does a neutrino even come from? Where's it come from?
Oh, I can explain that. Let me go pull it up.
No, where does it come from? The particle itself, is it inside the nucleus? You're never going to find the answer because this was a problem when, neutrinos were started as a joke. Did you know that? In a letter by Wolfgang Pauli,
even if they're a theoretical particle, we're trying to explain how the world works, and we're getting closer day by day.
No, God, standard model is not a description. There's not an explanation. It's a description. Okay, it's just a fucking model. Okay, that's all models are. They describe things. The neutrino, there was extra energy. Where did it come from? Well, Wolfgang Pauli joked, we'll just make up something called a neutrino. Oh, and lo and behold, they just happen to find it. But no one could say where it comes from. Where was it? Was it in the nucleus? Was it inside of a quark? Where was it before?
Was it an emission?
It's an emission. Well, it's a particle.
Yeah.
It has a non-zero mass.
Yeah. And it does not move faster than light.
Yeah, really? Fantastic. Where did it come from? It's not electromagnetic radiation. It doesn't have charge.
Well, it's because it's neutral.
Yeah. Where does it come from?
It's an emission. It comes. It's made.
What does that mean? An emission of what?
Let me see. There's a couple. Let me see.
Yeah, let me see, dude. Fucking go Google later, dude.
No, I'm trying to be. I'm not trying to pull it out of my ass or from my
You just
knowledge.
You actually
no. See, this is the thing. Like we often encounter a lot of these concepts, these physics concepts, are actually controversial, right? But they're not controversial in the newspaper. They're not controversial in the textbook. But fundamentally, their foundation is controversial. QED, quantum electrodynamics, that's super controversial. It was fucking came about by fraud. In fact, Freeman Dyson, who's a well-known physicist, went to astronomy because of the fuckery that they were doing. He quit. He quit physics because of the fuckery they were doing in QED.
That's crazy. Let's see.
Yeah, because it's do you know what the G variable is?
Gravity.
The G factor, the Gamow precession of the electron.
Let's see.
Ugh, no, forget it, dude. If you don't already know what it is like I'm not getting into it. So this G, all of QED is built on this G number, and if that number's wrong, it's all wrong. Okay, they keep fudging this number over and over again. They have to calculate. They calculate it, and then they do an experiment. Oh my God, it matches the calculation, and then they freaking someone else calculates another polynomial, right? The fourth polynomial. Oh shit!
Yeah, because we got 3 neutrinos.
Oh
now.
My God, we discovered that. Well, that's the new measurement.
Just make a new flavor.
You understand that? Like they keep like it's a 20 order fucking polynomial, but they've only calculated like out to 6. But at the time they calculated to 4, and the experiments matched the 4. And then someone else did a new calculation out to 5, and it didn't match that. So lo and behold, someone did an experiment, and boom, it matched that one. But then it found out the person that did the calculation was collaborating with the person that did the experiment behind everyone's back, and had to fucking admit it. So there's just been fuckery the entire time.
Yeah, but we got pretty close. We're figuring a lot out.
Oh my God, dude.
Let me see.
Are you like an apologist for scientific fraud?
Well, Buck has
no, believe me, I'm not. I'm not.
Isn't it true that you're just looking everything up as the moment?
Well, I've been listening. Hold on. I haven't been fighting the argument. I'm actually just listening.
I'm not saying you're fighting it. I'm just saying you're looking it up the moment you start.
These are historical facts.
Well, I'm listening. I'm literally ingesting, and I'm not speaking from what I think I know, but I'm listening and self-educating.
Yeah, but you do sound very confident. Like when he's talking to you, you sound very confident. You know that it's the case. You're saying, "Yeah, of course, this has already been done. We're doing this," and you're like, "Oh, let me check it out." Like the moment that you finish saying that.
Actually, a written paper about the QED fraud. I think it's by Shama.
Wouldn't you want everyone to be open to learning?
Yeah,
I don't
like I'm telling you what I'm told,
aren't you intellectually
and then I'm
honest
learning
to say,
about it.
Yeah, Bug, aren't you intellectually honest to say that you don't know if what you're saying is true or not. Like you're just automatically affirming that it's true. It is, well, we've discovered that. We've already covered that. And it's like it sounds to me like that's coming from a place that you don't know, and it's okay to say you don't know. Like I don't know what's wrong with that.
To be clear, I haven't made claims. I've explained. I went out of my way to say I'm gonna go Google that to see what they say. I am listening attentively and searching up what you are responding with, and I'm taking that information and I'm learning from it. I'm not telling you a pulsar is a pulsar. I'm not telling you a radon is a radon or whatever. Okay. I'm just listening.
Okay. So our position is, does the evidence match the claim? Are there alternative interpretations to whatever data they collected to say the pulsar is doing this or doing that? Because lately I've been hearing about new radio fucking pulsar does something totally unexpected. You know, I've been hearing that for like 2 decades. This frickin' pulsar frickin' disappeared. This pulsar did this. Stars disappear. Stars reappear. Like, did you know there's a paper that came out just like a couple days ago that said they went over photographic plates from the Palomar telescope from 1942 to 1957 before any satellites were ever launched, and they found satellites, artificial satellites, in their telescope plates, in their photographs of the stars, before there was man-made satellites. So what we concern ourselves with is what is the empirical evidence. We don't give a shit about the story. The story, like anybody can make up any story to any fucking goddamn data set. We only care about what the data says. And we also differentiate between what is directly measured and what is indirectly measured. Meaning, what are you inferring it or are you deducing it? That's a very important distinction, because people also say scientific proof and all shit like that. Well, science only proves things if the test is deductively structured. If it's inductively structured, it doesn't prove anything. And you know, sometimes they'll use abductive logic where it's like, the best explanation based upon the available evidence, whatever that means. That's totally subjective bullshit. So we're trying to figure out what we can actually know for certain versus what we can believe. And a lot of people think they know for certain that the earth is a ball. And we're here, and we do this all day, every day, to demonstrate that, no, you actually don't know that. Your brother don't know that. Your teacher don't know that. The guy down the street don't know that. The random dude working at NASA don't know that. Okay, we have a satellite engineer, a satellite dude that works for the Amazon Space Services. He don't even know that. He goes into work. He does his fucking job. He sells freaking Amazon satellite services. But does he have any freaking primary knowledge that there's a satellite in space? Nope. He thinks there is. He has no reason to doubt it, but he doesn't know. So, AB, you want to take over?
Now, what is it?
AB, you still
can't look at.
Yeah.
You can't take any.
Huh? What? Do you think, AB. What's that?
Do you think an entire generation was sold the lie of a sci-fi story about space and everything just to, like, confirm a pile of lies or something? Like, I think that's crazy. Like, I'm feeling it. I'm getting it.
Well, at least, you know, and most of these things, because you came in here, I remember that when you first started being in this room, you're full of a lot of beliefs, and your position was pretty staunch. So, well, I don't know where you're at now, but
because here's the thing: what happened? I was sold possibly a pile of lies, because there's two interpretations. You know, if you come in with childlike innocence, oh, the sun's going to explode in 5 billion years, and you have your depressive episode like every child does. Or, you know, space is infinite, and you could go out there and you could go find all these asteroids and rocks and planets and whatever. You know, maybe they're selling a bunk story. But also,
they could also just believe it, Bug. They could also just believe it like you, though. And they're not lying to you. It's just like a collective delusion.
Yeah, but, like, the thing is that
where everybody believes it because they think everybody else believes it.
I think it's not that hard. If we just...
What do you mean?
Like, if we got out there we'd know.
Okay, so if we could do something that in your mind is like leaving the system or going somewhere to see the beyond, then we'd know the truth.
Yeah.
Okay, so that right there is the flaw in your logic.
Okay.
Because you don't realize that you can know right now where you're at. That's your problem. You've lost like the
I don't know where I'm at.
You've lost it. Well, that's the thing. You lost the curiosity to realize that the power is actually within your grasp to find things out. So you're not curious enough to say, I could probably figure it out if I had the means to here on Earth. If somebody told me, well, what can I do?
Yeah.
So,
well, I just gene edit humans, so like my plate's kind of full.
Well, I mean, you're in here now, so you're obviously curious because you're having the conversation. So I don't know how full that plate can be if you really want to know more.
Well, like, y'all know Astro Sentinel? Is he on here often?
Nah, that name sounded kind of familiar. I don't know.
Well, yeah, no, he's a flat earther, and he talks a lot about propulsion systems. And he and I got into a very big argument. And bear with me. Like, the thing that pissed me off was a fundamental misunderstanding of physics. If we were in, let's say, an Olympic-sized swimming pool of a falling object to mitigate the force of gravity, and it is a vacuum in that object, just for the sake of the argument, right? His point was that you could not propel an object by ejecting matter. You have to do it by providing a pressure differential to push the object forward. The other argument was to eject mass or matter or something out the other end. Yeah, exactly. Like India, like, oh no, that's a king. And the other idea, the NASA model, is to eject matter to propel it forward for the equal and opposite response. And I got really skeptical of your argument because I had met an individual who could not argue all sorts of stuff. Well, no, not even Yoder, because it doesn't matter about the expansion. Like, if I throw the softball, does that propel me? If I hurl matter, like,
I get the. Yeah, but I get the.
Where do we even begin to like decompile what they say?
But do the presupposition of the vacuum of space would have to be in some way proposed to be an environment that you could actually travel to and test and verify, or at least some way find out that it's the case?
Yeah.
Like, you can't have a position that you're saying that up there is like a certain environment.
No. But how do we get
everything,
there? Like,
everything that you're saying that works within that environment, like what you're talking about right now, would work in a specific way that you're describing it works, right? Okay, but so how
would we get up to space? What's limiting us?
Well, that's one thing, right? How do you get up there? But then there's the whole other argument of how things work up there in that place where they are, right? So you're trying to work within like it's already a derivative argument. You're saying, okay, so let's just say space is what they're saying it is. It's a vacuum of space with whatever pressure value they say to be up there. Based on that, this is how this would work with physics, right? And so you're arguing with him about that point, with that derivative topic. What I'm saying is, you don't even know that if you reverse back a little bit, how do you know that environment is that? Whatever it's claimed to be.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. That's the point. Like, you guys were.
Well, then how do we get up there? How do we test it? How do we go observe
it? Wouldn't you think that would be the issue?
If I were you, I would say I want to go figure it out for real. How do we do that?
No. We're not. It's not about figuring it out. The point is, people are arguing about it right now in this call. There's going to be arguments about it. You've had an argument with that other guy about it. You know. The guy you were telling us about? So how do you know that argument can be had if you don't even know if the premise of the argument can be verified to be true?
Oh, we could verify it by going there. So what's holding us back?
That's a great story. But can you do something to test and verify the claim to
if we get there, How do we get there? What's stopping us from getting there to test it?
What I'm saying is how can you make a statement that this is how this would work in this environment if you can't even figure out if that environment even exists you think it does?
One, the entire, like, again, I'm going to go back to the thing I said. Was I sold a big sci-fi story about this vacuum in space and stars, and then they explained it all and made it all work out in some way that what we're observing fits that bill, right?
Really, does it?
Yeah, my question is, how do we go out there and figure it out? If I launch a like a model rocket up there, however far it is, endlessly even, what do I need to do that? What do I need to throw a human up there, or a camera? Or is it impossible? Do I hit a barrier?
Sign up real quick, AB, that this like Bug might not realize. It's not just you that stole this story. This space story was started in 300 BC, before there was any evidence for it. So Democritus and Epicurus started this idea way back when there was no evidence for it. Science fiction started in 100 AD with the story written by I think it's Taciturnus. It's called A True Story, where the people of the moon fight the people of the sun. Okay?
Yeah.
So this idea is more than just now.
Yeah, not just you. Had that
information. Model. Yeah, the information was invented, is what he's saying. It wasn't discovered.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, it wasn't a discovery, in minds though, men. Bug. It wasn't a discovery, it was an invention. People made it up and then played it out. Not only that, but the atom and other things that Democritus came up with, and they had their school of people that they followed them. But then it went forward into people that were considered to be great thinkers. But it wasn't something they discovered, though. Here's that's the big part of this whole thing that you guys are just glossing over that. What is the historical context of how we know this stuff was even? Where did we derive it from? Where did it come from?
Geocentric models, or even the Norse structure.
Can I ask
all of this stuff was just.
Maybe can I ask you something? Can I ask you something?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you understand? Do you know what a hypothesis is?
What is?
Do you know that? A hypothesis?
Yeah, hypothesis. Yeah, what?
Or a theory.
It's not a theory.
Yeah, I'm asking.
It's predicting the results of an experiment. That's what a hypothesis is. Your predicted results of an experiment.
There's something that is being predicted despite an experiment.
Yeah, the predicted results of the experiment is your hypothesis. If I do X, then Y happens. That's a hypothesis.
You're predicting something, and then if you do the experiment, then it might happen, it doesn't happen. Whatever it is. I'm just asking AV or actually any of you, if something has been predicted 2,000 years ago, it's a hypothesis.
It wasn't really a prediction. They didn't have ideas about hypothesis back then. It was a metaphysical statement. They were doing metaphysics, not physics.
Well, something
it doesn't really matter because
it was imagination. Is it imagination? If I imagine a reality, is that a hypothesis?
Yeah, if you imagine anything, it can be a hypothesis.
I imagine a cogent argument. That's my hypothesis, and I'm predicting it'll never fucking happen.
Wait. How do you guys explain meteorites? I'm not being facetious.
Yeah, they're just a phenomenon in the sky that happens, man. But
where did it come from?
How the fuck?
Can anybody answer that question? These questions of phenomena that occur that it seems to be there really isn't a way that you can define an explanation for them. How can you state
No. Hold on. The meteorite literally just blew a hole through everything I was working up to. Like, I was literally, the gears were clicking over, and then I went, where the fuck do meteorites come from? Because they have no interaction until, or even comets are cold until they get near the sun. Meteorites don't burn until they hit the atmosphere, which shows the gradient differential. Some flat earthers believe it's a dome. Not saying you do, but like that just blows a hole through a lot of the argument.
Look, that's that's a nice story. How do you know any of that is true? Any of it?
What?
Yeah,
what do you mean? What is the evidence for what you're saying, dude? Or whatever.
We have so many cameras that like record that shit.
Okay,
they wiped out the dinosaurs.
But you added a whole bunch of other stuff than seeing the meteor. Okay, you added. Hey, it's burning up because of the temperature gradient, and the comet has a tail because it's getting closer to the sun. They aren't observing it getting closer to the sun.
But
from Earth, you can't tell the relative, like where everything is relative to where the sun is. We can only tell where it is relative to we are to a degree.
That's crazy. Hold on. I'm cured again. That's awesome.
What the fuck?
Like it's just.
We're looking from our perspective. You gotta remember, we're on Earth.
Yeah,
but we gotta go somewhere.
Completely different.
Like we can categorize what they're made out of because they are a physical object that reaches Earth's surface, and we can backdate where it came from, how it happened, all that kind of stuff. That's incredible. Just blew a whole thing through it. Like even further.
How do we date them? Using what? You still haven't said how you know
carbon
anything
dating?
You're saying.
Anything like that?
Carbon dating?
Let me take a look.
Oh God, dude.
Let me put.
Craters don't come from rocks from space.
Yeah, let me post something. By the way, hold on, guys. Like, Bug, did you know that there was many different ways that the mainstream is classifying these things and like phenomena in the sky? I'm gonna post something to you. Can you just look at what I just posted real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah. I see the acting of the Earth. I'm with you. I'm with you that it could be an alternate explanation.
No, I'm showing like the different names of the things that you're describing, what you said, the phenomena in the sky, what you're looking at, what it is. Do you see the different names that are attached to like what it looks like to be like rocks in outer space, like next to that globe? You see the names beside those? Comet, asteroid, meteor, meteoroid, meteor, fireball, meteorite. Hello?
Hey man, how is that? What does that mean to the flat Earth mind?
Bug balls it after the meteor. That's funny.
Look, I mean, moon is a floating rock. Bug still typing in the text. All right, we got Bob Smith in the house and Rusty P.
Yeah, I was asking, like, how does that matter to the flat Earth mind? To what, like, the meteorite classified? That's Glober shit, right? Isn't it?
What the word used for?
The word
what you see outside?
The word that is used, yes. Isn't that Glober shit?
It's well, yeah. So. You might say that about everything. The sun, the moon. You say that's all Glober shit because you're saying that in the description of the way that they're talking about the sun, they're describing the sun, what it's made of and what the moon is and what it's made of. And so you could essentially ascribe everything being Glober shit, but it's not. These names are just given.
Yeah, for your point, AV, my bad. The meteorite, like AV is saying, the observable phenomena is one thing. Like he give you an example: the sun, the moon, what we actually observe, and including the meteorites, which is another observable phenomena. But then there is the Stroma version that they give you, and they give you drawings of the sun cartoon and the meteorites cartoons, rocks coming from outer space being bigger than Texas or whatever. That's not what meteors are. The cartoon version is not what we observe in reality. So the observable phenomena of the meteorites specifically, it's just like other phenomena of the sky that happens in cycles, like the daily showers and it's a post-dicted phenomena that happens like clockwork, just like the sun rises from the east at a specific time every day, in the daily basis, yearly basis. The meteorite phenomena, sporadic meteors phenomena, also happens like clockwork. So yeah, it's not a globe thing. It happens in reality.
Well, I disagree with you there, because the sun rises in a very specific, like, what's the word? Cycle.
There's actually not an agree or disagree. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, the meteorites happen from, they call them radiant sources, and they come from six specific areas of the sky. And it happens like all of the other phenomena in the sky that happens in a specific pattern. And then what you see, the light shooting from a point on the sky to another point, that's what you're saying is not doesn't look like it's because they add the sporadic, right? It sounds like it's random. That's what you think it is, but it's sourcing from specific areas of the sky, and it happens in a timely manner. It's not random at all. It's from a specific area at a specific time, and it happens in like seasonally. It has to do with the cycles of the moon, and you can check that it happens just like the other luminaries moving in cycles. The sporadic meteor events also happens in cycles as well. So yeah, it's like all the phenomena of the sky in cycles, like clockwork. Go ahead. So since you're not replying, you gotta make a separation between the version that you get on the globe, in the globe idea, that these are rocks next to the globe coming from the vacuum of space, and you get that version, that misrepresentation of the whole context of the reality that we live in. We observe the phenomena from the ground that is not curving and it's not in motion. We look up, we see this phenomena happening. But then you get the globe version, which misrepresents the Earth as a curving ball spinning in the vacuum of space. We don't observe that or can demonstrate that. It's a made-up story. And the meteorite version is another. The meteorite version in the globe context is another made-up version of the actual observed phenomena.
Shit, was I muted? By the way, whoever was talking to me, I'm sorry.
You probably muted yourself and didn't notice and maybe reply, but we didn't hear you. So I spoke, said what I said, and maybe you can reply now if you want.
Oh, it's Gemzy. You were talking to me? Sorry, I was muted. I didn't even realize I actually was talking to you, but...
Yes, I replied about the meteorite. You asked if it's a globe thing, and I told you it's not a globe thing.
Did I say anything? I don't think I did. So I was muted again, but bro, like when it comes to like the shape of the Earth, I mean, if you believe that it's flat, that's fine. But it's like pretty clearly it's a sphere, you know.
It's clearly a what? Did you say it's clearly a what?
A sphere.
Oh, fear?
Clearly that. Sphere. Globe.
I'm sorry, I'm maybe having problems with your pronunciation. You said fear?
A sphere.
Yeah, the globe is fear. That's what you're saying. Is it pushing fear with the globe thing?
No, well, I don't know how to say it to you even more clearly. It's a globe or a sphere, like same thing.
Oh, sphere. Okay, sphere. That's what you're saying. The globe is a sphere. Yes. My bad.
Well, I guess we have like a language barrier, but.
Oh, they didn't even say bye.
You said the globe is clearly a sphere? What's your evidence for that?
What the fuck? Are you stupid? What the fuck? The globe is clearly a sphere. Yeah, that's pretty obvious.
So what's the evidence for that?
What do you mean?
What part of that sentence did you not understand?
Buy a globe. Look at it. It's round.
That doesn't prove we live on one.
Yeah, he is correct when he says the globe. I mean, in a sense, let's say pure geometry. If someone says the globe is a sphere, technically, yes, he's correct because the globe is a sphere. Now, when you talk about the Earth, the Earth wouldn't be a sphere or a globe.
Okay, then question.
Yes, so.
Okay, then if the Earth is flat, then what happens if you walk to the end of it?
Sure, an end to walking to all the way around a ball. Is there an end to it?
He's asking maybe the people in the panel that have knowledge about the topic, flat Earth.
Yeah. Oh shit.
The question
so you're asking two people to spec. This is a speculative question that you're asking from a place that no one in here has been to, the ends of the world.
Well, then there you go. You know that it's not real because people have traveled in planes. People have traveled in planes around the globe, literally around it.
Literally, how did you validate this literally around bit? That's what we're trying to get out of you.
So you're telling me that they just teleported back?
No, I haven't told you anything. I'm questioning your validity. How did you validate this going around the globe? That's what I'm asking you.
Because there have literally been fucking world records set of it, and people have seen it through different countries with them landing. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Okay, don't get too excited. What world records? Where did they fly, sail, run, jump? So you've provided nothing.
Sure, pal. Sure. Keep telling yourself that.
Yeah.
Keep telling yourself that.
Well, where is it? Inside chat? Where have you posted up your evidence?
Hold on. Around the world. Where is it? So are you also saying that the moon landing is fake, by the way?
No, I didn't say that. I asked you for your evidence.
No, yeah, I know. But also, if the world was flat, then was the moon landing fake?
So the moon landing has to be fake because the Earth's flat?
Yeah. What, are you stupid? Are you mentally slow? Have you not seen the pictures?
Well, there's quite a few globe believers that think the moon landing was fake also, so I don't think the moon landing's got anything to do with the shape of the ground.
What the fuck are you on about, buddy?
Are you deaf or stupid? What are your ears painted on?
Buddy, maybe if you had not a faggot-ass accent.
Okay, listen carefully, Junior. There are a lot of globe believers, people like you, who do not believe the moon landing was true and correct. They think it was bullshit.
I didn't say that.
That has nothing to... listen, that has nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
Oh my fucking god, you're stupid. Wait.
Or is it you're just deaf and you don't listen?
So you're telling me that the Earth isn't flat, but the ground that we live on is flat?
Say fucking what? Where did you get that? Out of the moon landing stuff? Seriously.
Oh my fucking god, bro.
You're the one who said it.
Oh.
So how about you slow down a little bit, kid? You're getting all excited. Stick with the evidence first of this globe tard that you think you've got.
No. Okay, here.
I know you're excited, and you've got 1,001 things to prove. Prove number one first. Just go through them one at a time. It's called 24/7 flat Earth, not 24-second flat Earth. So don't overcook yourself too early.
Going to say that the whole moon landing shit is completely separate from the flat Earth stuff. So it's not something that you should ask the flat Earther, right?
Oh, what was that? I think it was Rusty speaking. I missed that. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, I did. I was just trying to make something clear. How is it? You don't want to discuss the whole like moon landing shit, right? Completely separate.
Because it doesn't prove the shape of the ground. Yeah, it's quite common for globers to come in and they'll point to every other obstacle, item, or thing that they can that is not the ground to prove the shape of the ground. And it's absolutely mind-boggling. Hey, look, there's the sun. Therefore, we live on a globe. It's like, seriously, bro? Come on.
You understand that? That's why I wanted to make that clear to the person that just came in. I understand that. You know? It's like a whole different discussion with the moon landing. It's not a flat Earth discussion point. So that why I wanted to make it clear to the person that wanted to put that like point of discussion to you, I guess. I know.
Rusty, did you ask a question? I'm having a bit of trouble. I'm trying to comprehend what you said. Was that a question?
What?
Do you ask something?
Bro, if I did, it's like half an hour ago.
No, just now you said something to Matrix.
Did I? Bro, this like coming out of nowhere.
You didn't reply to Matrix about the moon landing? You didn't say anything about that just now?
No, I said something about it, but it wasn't a question.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. So,
if you want to know, it was just something that shouldn't like ask a question to like a flat earther when it comes to the moon landing, right?
You can ask us anything. It's just that it doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, that's basically what I was trying to say. It doesn't really matter to flat earthers, right?
So let's have a look at it. You've got a choice. It's either real or fake. Is it real? So let's just throw a wild yes there. Does it prove the shape of the ground? No. Let's go the other way. Is it real or fake? No. Does it prove the shape of the ground? No. So either way, it doesn't matter which way you go. It's just waste of oxygen. That's why it doesn't really go anywhere. Like I said, you can ask us pretty much anything, but yeah, if you're trying to prove that the ground is a particular shape because of it, yeah, it's sort of a bit of a waste.
Yeah, Rusty, if they show you, let's say, a video of the Earth as a sphere as evidence, but then you go to the Earth and the Earth is not a sphere, that video is a misrepresentation of the Earth. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Oh.
Okay.
I mean, I'm a Glover, so
you measured the Earth. It doesn't curve. It cannot be a sphere. And then someone shows you a video of a sphere, and they say this is the Earth, a sphere, in a video. But the Earth is not curving. How can it be a sphere, though?
I mean, someone who was like caveman or some, like, I can take in information from various sources. So to be honest, like, we are all sitting here discussing what the shape of the Earth is, even though it doesn't really matter to us.
Matters to me.
Each of us, but we still do it. And
when you said to be honest, is that you starting to be honest? Does that mean you weren't being honest before? Or?
No, I'm always honest, but it's still something that is like I understand, like, when we look at the horizon and the Earth, I guess, and we look at it, like, okay, like, it kind of looks like flat, right? I understand that. It's not something that I deny or anything. But it's still like, we kind of are like an advanced species, right? So we kind of do have like satellites in space, and we have shit that can transmit our signals and whatever to our phones and shit like that.
You added a caveat to the satellite thing, though. We can have devices and technology up above us, right, up in the sky. But then you said we have satellites in space. Are you saying that is that the space from where you look from and you see the Earth as a sphere? Is that what you're talking about? The outer space? You look back from there and you see the Earth as a sphere?
Saying that's like, what do you mean? Like, of course, like, I see satellites that exist. Yes, I understand that that's a thing that exists. Like,
so because you gotta make a separation again. Remember the meteor example? We have the observable phenomena, and then we have a misrepresentation of the observable phenomena. Right now, with the satellite thing, it's the same thing. We have technology that can be used to do certain things like observations and LiDAR and weather observations and readings. Yeah, we have that. But then you have a misrepresentation of that, and you add in outer space, and you're saying that's some type of evidence for a globe? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that.
So when you say we have satellites in outer space, that's we're gonna need some evidence for that.
Well, I don't know how I have to like present evidence that they are not in outer space, or what am I going to say? Like,
so we can have satellites in reality, but that has nothing to do with a globe, right? We can have satellites above a horizontal and no globe necessary, right?
Perhaps.
Yeah. So perfect.
If you think that they are, yes. I mean that's your if you think that the Earth is flat, satellites don't exist, space doesn't exist, then if you want to come up with some way that, for example, like
satellites do exist. I never said they don't exist. What doesn't exist is the curving Earth and the cartoon version misrepresentation of what a satellite is, or the Earth looks like from this place, outer space, that you think the satellites are looking back from and seeing the Earth as a sphere. That doesn't exist.
I mean, that's fine. You have that view. I'm not criticizing you for it. That's your view. I mean,
that's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Let's check real quick before we continue. Let's check on the new people. If there's anyone new, if you have any questions about the topic, or anybody else want to ask questions to Rusty about the topic, you're welcome to.
Yeah, why did you say your phone uses satellites?
Again, what?
Why did you say phones use satellites?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, didn't you just say your phone? Said we have satellites. That's how our phones work.
Satellite phones use satellite. GPS uses satellite.
Phone, probably, but I didn't say phone.
How do you know any of that?
How do I know any of that?
Yeah.
There is such a thing called a satellite phone.
Yeah. And what's the difference between a satellite phone and a cell phone? Actually,
what's the difference between a satellite phone and a telephone?
Hold on, in the actual device, what's the difference?
That one is able to contact a satellite, and the other one, well, I guess they can both contact a satellite, right? Because it uses GPS.
They use GPS to call. They call GPS satellites. Is that what you're saying?
What does GPS stand for?
GPS. What does GPS stand for?
Yes.
Well, it's either global positioning system or ground positioning system.
Right.
Yeah.
So
no one's making phone calls on them.
No, nobody's making. But there are satellite phones that actually communicate directly with Starlink. In the modern sense, communicate with Starlink, or they're used.
Why do they need to do that?
Because a lot of places don't have stars. Because there's no cell towers. Why don't they have?
Because there's no cell towers.
Yeah, because there's no cell towers, so they have to.
Why can't they talk to a cell tower?
Because they're too far away, so they have to use.
Because there's a ball in the way.
No.
That does not. A curve of the Earth is in the way. That's not in the way.
No, it's probably just like too far.
Power, right? It might be the power. The amount, the power output. That's the difference between a satellite phone and a cell phone. Satellite phones have giant fucking batteries and huge power output. Cell phones are in the milliwatts.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when you're transmitting watts versus milliwatts, you can transmit a lot farther.
Okay.
There's other factors other than there's a ball in the way. We got to talk to a satellite because we've known since the 1918 at least that radio signals will go 10,000 miles.
They bounce off the ionosphere. Yeah, they bounce off the ionosphere for that.
They didn't know about the ionosphere at that time.
Oh wow!
The ionosphere is an ad hoc, after the fact invention.
No, so they don't have to know about something to know it works. Just like they didn't have to know about bacteria.
It was invented after.
What do you mean it was invented? What do you mean it was invented
as a concept? Pardon me?
Everything is invented as a concept, right? So bacteria was invented as a concept before they knew what hand washing was, right? But they knew, certain cultures, like in East Asia, they've found that prevention of disease was caused by hand washing. So they did it. They didn't know why, but they knew if they washed their hands, they wouldn't get sick. They were very clean. They didn't get sick very often.
Okay, so nothing to do with this, but we're talking about the ionosphere. They needed a reason that radio waves could travel that far, and they invented the ionosphere. Specifically, Heaviside and who was the other fucking guy? It's not Helmholtz. Heaviside and I forgot what his name is. It's called the Heaviside layer. That was the name of it. They invented it ex post facto because they needed a reason. Well, Heaviside didn't have anything to send up into this ionosphere. There was no rockets. There was no balloons that went that high. They were like, how would they know about it?
Because of radio, or because of energy, right? Because of it protects us from UV rays, right?
That would be the what is it? Is that the ionosphere? Ozone. That's the ozone layer.
Yeah, you're right. But the ionosphere is what protects us from sun flare, like the radio waves from sun flares, right? So
that's like when sun flares, magnetosphere.
Magneto?
The magnetosphere, yes. Yeah, there's a bunch of spheres: exosphere, troposphere, ionosphere, stratosphere, magnetosphere, thermosphere. Yeah, I almost forgot that one.
How you know that though?
Atmosphere.
I don't know any of that crap. It's just a story they tell. So the thing about the ionosphere is, even we get long distance radio wave propagations and wavelengths that they say don't have an ionosphere. And the ionosphere has some pretty unique properties that's never really been observed in nature that they have to say exist to even remotely make it work, such as negative indexes of refraction.
It has been observed in nature.
Negative indexes of refraction.
So I'm telling you that the ionosphere
means
has
power amplification, right?
No, I did not know that. But I'm telling you that it has been observed in nature because that's literally what ball lightning is. That's plasma. Ball lightning is... Yeah, ball lightning is...
just like freaking potpourri me, dude? Like, yes, plasma exists. Whether plasma has a negative index of refraction, that's another story.
No. So I'm not saying that because I don't know that to be true. But ball lightning is...
Yeah, I know what it is. I read about it.
Right. No. I know you know what it is. I'm saying that it is plasma contained by negatively charged air, essentially.
Okay.
Because it is gas contained within plasma contained within a independent sphere of charged gas. That's what it is.
Okay. Nobody really knows what ball lightning is. It's speculative on what it is. It's only been observed like two or three times, and it's only been documented to be observed 2 times that I know of. And the whole time I was growing up, they said it was a fucking a rumor that didn't really exist.
Right. Well, it also, it's not only just ball lightning. It's St. Elmo's fire. It's other like phenomena that have to do with that they, again, yes, they did think it was fake, but it has been proven to be true. And the existence of it is based on plasma that is encased in ionized air, sort of like the thermosphere. So it's like, the ionosphere. So it's like a local representation or demonstration of how gas can be contained within using only negatively charged air, essentially, ionized air.
From what I know, the cause of ball lightning is still speculative.
Well, the cause of it, yeah, but like that's the mechanism behind it.
Well, all they have so far is videos of a freaking bright blue fucking ball. That's all they have. How would they know what it's composed of? How would they know that, Alice? They've never replicated it in a lab.
I would have to look that up. I'm not going to say for sure if they have or haven't.
I know they've been trying for fucking 5 decades. I mean, ball lightning's a bad example. The ionosphere is supposed to be a freaking layer of highly energized particles that get trapped in the Earth's magnetic field when they're ejected from the sun, right? So it's a bunch of freaking ionized particles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's it. Okay. And the reason why we have
story. That's the story, and it also moves around, right? So, did you know that on the day side versus the night side, it has different altitudes?
Different altitude? No, I don't know about this.
Yeah, so there's different layers. There's like A, B, or no, there's D, E, and F or something. So on the daytime side, you're only supposed to be able to get to the lower layer. So propagation distances like skywave propagation or tropospheric scattering only go like 800 miles. According to the theory, right, of the ionosphere, and that the long distance shortwave propagation happens, it's thousands of miles, but it only happens at night. I used shortwave radio when I was a kid. My father had one. We used to listen to shit in Russian, shit in Spanish, shit in Japanese. So you could pick up all sorts of radio signals, but they only last for 5 or 6 minutes before they static out. That being what it may, the propagation I'm talking about, the Marconi propagation in 1918, happened during the day. It didn't happen at night. So it doesn't match the ionospheric theory in the first place.
When you send radio waves. So when you send radio waves, what direction do you usually point the transmitter?
Well, they were using what's called back then. They didn't make like dipole antennas. They basically had like a wire grid, and it was an omnidirectional antenna.
Yeah, it's exactly an omnidirectional antenna, which is pointing in.
But it was
if you
like
look at Marconi's
field or something in size, so it was just like wires that crisscrossed.
If you look at Marconi's example, he says specifically that it pointed up at a 45-degree angle or something like that.
Well, it depends on which Marconi example you're talking about. There was a couple of them. So there was the one across the Atlantic. I'm talking about the one to Australia.
Yeah. So
a lot of people don't know about. Platter just posted in the chat. There's a plaque to the guy. Now that guy, just to let you know, this guy was an amateur radio operator that turned on his radio and heard people talking in German and was like, what the fuck? Okay, this is when radio was brand new. It's 1918. So he goes to the government and says, hey, I can hear people talking in German. Back then, Australia was a British colony, so they contacted their superiors, and Britain, and they decided, hey, it's World War I. Maybe we should make a communication method so we can talk to each other. In case we need to send us more troops to be killed on the frickin' trenches of Germany or Belgium or wherever the fuck they were. So, and that's what they did. But they made these radio transmissions. You know that this is almost an antipode distance, right? It's like 10,000 miles. Half the globe is like 12,000, right? So this is like an antipode. This is like a North Pole to South Pole transmission.
Mm-hmm. You don't even believe in North Pole or South Pole.
You're right. It's called an internal critique, dude.
Dude, you're not a flat earther.
Stop being a child.
Oh,
it's called an internal critique.
Right, yeah, and I understand that, but wait, what is the actual distance then? If it's
the globe distance from Cornwall, UK to Sydney, Australia is roughly 10,000, like 196 or something.
What's the real distance then?
That is the real distance.
I know. How would you know that?
Dude,
no, I'm asking you.
Come on, stop it.
Yeah, how would you know that's the real distance?
You know, people have been on airplanes before and they traveled.
Yeah, that's right. And they're flying in a fluid. So I'm going to ask you again, how do you know that's the real distance?
Again, I just said, do you know people have been on airplanes?
Yeah, before? I know. And I just said, hey, dude, they're flying in a fluid. That makes distance measurement fucking impossible.
What?
Okay.
They're flying in an airplane.
Why?
Because they're flying in a fluid. What don't you get, dude?
No, is it the flying
fluid's in motion?
Or is it the fluid itself?
The fluid's in motion.
Right, but if I'm moving in the wind, does that mean I can't measure how long I walked? Is that your argument?
No.
Okay, then what is?
Are you confused?
Yes, very much so.
To clarify. Yes.
Yeah, they're not measuring a distance. Okay, they might be able to infer a distance from time over speed, but that has its problems because speed is measured with a pitot tube, which is a measure of actual air pressure. Okay, then you have other issues. Nobody's flying from Cornwall, UK to fucking Sydney, Australia in the first place. Right? And there's other factors. Then there's other factors besides just going to straight velocity. Planes don't actually fly in great circle routes. They fly in international traffic flight corridors. Okay, which aren't great circle routes. And so you can't get the times vary because for another reason, because of the orientation of the runway and whatever your landing pattern has to be. You could be in the air for fucking 45 minutes, fucking circling a runway. So, no, there is no measured distance. They calculate the distance based upon the Haversine formula. It's calculated, not measured.
You have no way of explaining.
Address something I said. Anything. Don't talk about what I do.
Well, you just said address what you said. I'm trying to address what you said.
Yeah, you talked about me. I'm not the topic.
Well, you brought up the topic. I'm trying to address what you...
I'm not the subject matter, though.
Okay, relax. Like, the fact is, NASA's very clear on this.
The fact is, NASA's very clear on this. Okay, sure. Let's hear this. Start shoveling your shit, dude. This should be funny.
They have multiple pictures to prove. Yes.
Do they?
They do have multiple
pictures. And how do you know that?
Because they took it? What do you mean?
You took the picture?
They took it.
How do you know that? How do you know that's what the Earth looks like in that picture?
Well, because I looked at the picture.
Yeah, and compare it to what?
To Earth.
So you've seen the Earth from that vantage point to compare it to that picture?
From the picture.
You're comparing the picture to the picture?
Yeah.
Okay, just go on fucking mute. Just mute yourself, dude.
What picture are you talking about specifically?
No.
The blue marble.
Just
I
go
do
on
know.
mute, dude. Just go on fucking mute, dude.
No, the blue marble is a
compared the
Photoshop
picture to the picture. Come on.
That radio signal that went 10,000 miles, supposedly, it would have needed to bounce from air to sky 5 separate times. They say it would need to bounce every 2,000 miles.
Yeah, that's fine. But
which is ridiculous.
I want to be intellectually honest.
It would also, hold on. There's one more thing. It would also flatten because the inner radius and the outer radius are not equal, and then the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So each reflecting angle from the ionosphere versus the surface of the ball would be different angles, and the whole thing would flatten out. And then you'd end up being horizontal and just bounce right back to the fucking ground.
Okay, but I want to be intellectually honest and say that the blue marble is a Photoshopped realized image of, because so here's the thing, the blue marble either has to be an image that was stitched together, or it has to be an image that was modified in some way by NASA, because you can't even get that shot from the moon, right? If you look at photos taken from the moon, it is not the blue marble realized, right? It's
look, you guys are whistling past the graveyard. The graveyard is, why the fuck should I believe anything that they say? Especially a fantastic claim. Hey, I went a fucking 100,000 miles from the Earth, took out my Hasselblad 70mm camera, and took a picture of the fucking Earth inside of a goddamn tin can that had fucking aluminum, less than 3 millimeters thick. Okay, why the fuck should I believe any of that shit? There's no way to evaluate the image. I have no reference to compare it to. You can't go, hey, yeah, that looks like the Earth I saw. I have no reference. All I can do is compare one fake image to some other fake image. Like that dude said, what'd you compare the image to? Compare the image to the image. And that's all you can ever do. At least he's fucking honest, even though he was trolling. How can we evaluate these images? Can we apply any scientific method analysis to any of these images? People want to talk about science all the time. Okay, what's the scientific method image analysis of these images? There is none. The only thing you can do is, hey, what's depicted in the image, does that exist in reality? Let's go check reality. Let's go check. So it's curving oceans? Let's go check, see if there's curving oceans. Shows the fucking continent that looks like that? Let's go check to see if it looks like that. Let's go see if that's how it actually is. That's all you can do. You either believe it or don't believe it. And the reason this space shit gets brought up 24/7 is because it's unfalsifiable bullshit, and you guys know it. I hate to tell you. They can't be proven real. They can't be proven not real. They're just trusted or not trusted. It's completely a trust proposition. But that's why you guys want to talk about it. Because the reason you guys think the Earth is a ball isn't because of any experiment you've done, isn't because of any test you've done. It's all for fucking sociological reasons. And psychological infirmities, to be honest about it. I mean, we just need, like, what really needs to happen, everybody just needs to start being really fucking honest about the situation. Y'all believe a bunch of shit that you got told by the television, and you believe a bunch of pictures that you can't verify, and we don't.
What would verifying a picture mean to you?
What does that mean? What would it mean?
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't even make sense, Charlie.
I feel like the question is fairly straightforward.
You know, it's not. What would it mean to me?
Mm-hmm.
It would make you feel so good. What are you fucking asking?
I can ask a different way if that's what you're trying to ask.
Dude, I am not in the mood for your fucking games, dude. So you better tread lightly. Oh, you're fucking banned on site. I forgot about that shit.
Don't throw an N-word at me.
Yeah,
don't do that.
Eat a dick. Again. So, Mansky, you keep begging for explanations. What are they worth? Do you need explanations to make yourself feel better? Seen spacecraft in orbit with my eyeballs. Really? How could you tell it was in orbit? Snaggle? God damn it.
You fucking.
Yo, AI, what are you playing?
It is called East Origins.
It's a weird name.
It's a Japanese RPG series. Long running.
I gotta check this shit out.
It's spelled YS.
What are you playing this on Sega Genesis? What the fuck is this?
The old games used to be.
At least, is this just like the old games? Does it look the same?
No, this is way better. Most of the old games are turn-based.
Yeah. I used to play games like that. Oh boy. Yeah, Himawari takes pictures of the Earth and it don't even have a camera. How does it do that, Rolling My Boulder? Rolling my book. Go on Himawari's website and look up what their imaging device is. Tell me how they're taking a picture of the Earth without a fucking camera on their satellite.
It's also not live. It's like 3 seconds delayed, I believe.
Regardless of whether it's live or not, there's no camera on it.
There's no camera on it. I gotta test this. Rolling My Shoulder.
It has like it has like a fucking spectrograph that has no lens. It uses like a fucking mirror or something.
Okay.
So they construct the image. Now, one of the things about the Himawari on top of that is they won't release the raw data to anybody. In fact, they won't even release the first iteration of the process data even to scientists. You're going to get second-hand processed, second two-order post-processed data if you're a researcher, and then if you're just a normal dreg, you ain't going to get shit. Never mind all the pre-render shit that was on the FTP. I still got links to it.
Another question. Who was that guy banned on site? Was that Charlie?
Yes.
Okay, so is it like a full moon or something? Like Charlene, Rolling My Shoulder, we got Ollishness. What's going on?
Jamsy, man. Me and AV were in here. There was nobody in here except for one guy. They started spurging at frickin' 9:30 in the morning and it hasn't stopped. It's been, well, first of all, everybody that was coming in, now we got the old heads now, but earlier it was like every person that came in was like, who in here's a flat earther? Every single person, probably like 20 people in a row. That's how they started. They'd never been in here before. First thing they asked, Who in here's a flat earther? So someone kicked the beehive and riled him up and had him come in here, one lemming after the other.
I think it's my fault. Josh was here like last night, and he asked for. It was yesterday, I think, and he asked to have Tex perms back, and I gave it to him. So I think everything is my fault then. And I did it because I was trying to refresh my memory on how to do it, so it worked. Josh, he has 3 links in his profile about evidence about NASA stuff.
Yeah. He's turning out to be a bullshit artist. For instance, he said you can determine what the moon. He just did this earlier. He said you can determine what the moon is made out of with spectroscopy. And I said, well, it's not a source of light. No, you can't. And then he posted a link. And in that link, it said nothing about reflecting spectroscopy, because that's what they call it, reflecting spectroscopy. He just freaking made it up. And that's like the second time he's made it up. So he's turning into a baltard.
The way he was behaving yesterday about anybody got questions, my DMs are open.
He's been white knighting too. Oh, you didn't know he worked for the UN, dude? Did you know that?
Damn. Guys are getting paychecks from all sources.
Hold on a second, dude. I got a picture of him too. I'm not trying to dox him. Let me just tell you. Just to give you probably some of his motivations. That's all.
Wow, he's like
Secretary General's Youth Advisory Board member.
Secretary General Board Director member?
Yeah, Secretary General of the United Nations. Well, no, that's the International Telecommunications Union. Hold on, let me find the UN thing.
I think the parasites took over already.
He was like an advisor to. Fuck. Let me find it. Something to do with kids in space for the UN. Fuck, I can't find it. Saw it yesterday.
United Nation making space safe again or something?
Oh, okay. It was in this freaking. Hold on a second.
I'm here and I already slept tonight too.
What was that again?
I'm back. Yeah, I already slept tonight.
Welcome back. Didn't you say that yesterday? I'm back.
Yeah, I think so.
And I said welcome back. So this is like rinse and repeat. Anyways, welcome back. Glad to have you. I said that yesterday too. Wow. Is it a full moon? I think no. No, it's not a full moon. Well, if anyone got any questions.
He had a political advisory position with the United Nations, serving as a representative for the Americas on the International Telecommunications Union Secretary General's Youth Advisory Board. So, pretty much, he's here to run interference.
Wow.
But, you know, what he admitted, you know, that he doesn't have any specialized information. And that all this shit he's been talking as if he does, he's just bamboozling people.
It's like a scam artist.
Yeah, he tries to, like, he doesn't explicitly say it, right? He uses his little, you know, communications, you know, dissembling bullshit to give people the impression that he has direct insider knowledge about satellites being in orbit and all this shit, but he actually doesn't have any, because he's a what do you say? He's a purchasing? No, what was it? Not a project manager. He does like business development or something like that. It means that he's trying to get people to buy the product. Product manager. Something like that. So, you guys, anyone in this chat, Mansky, you ready to buy Josh's products?
What? Josh's products?
Yeah, you're going to buy his products? He has products, dude. He actually has a business. He has a space business. No, I'm not kidding you. He has a space business, dude.
I'm not buying shit.
You order anything online, like from Amazon, places like that?
Well, I mean, he works for Amazon, but he also apparently has a private company.
So there you go. If you,
with his name.
I'm just saying, the guy that say he's not buying shit. You, if you order stuff from Amazon, you are buying shit.
Yeah, he's trying to get the ISS to be able to watch Amazon Prime. Hey, Snackle, why don't you post in the chat the maintenance schedule for the International Space Station and all the sign-off sheets that they actually did the maintenance. Yeah, post that in the chat right now. I want to know how they replaced the 30,000 gaskets and seals and washers, and who's doing all that, and who did it, and the hoses. Who's doing maintenance on the ISS, Snackle? You seem to believe that shit full-heartedly. No, the maintenance schedule, dude. The maintenance schedule, not a fucking press release that they did maintenance. The actual maintenance schedule.
Is it the one that you see when you go to the restaurants and you see like a sheet on the restroom door, and it's signed I clean at this time.
Okay, Snackle, I know you've never had a job in your life, but this is the way it works. There'll be a fucking washer in some device, and it'll have to be changed every 6 months. Every time it's changed, they'll write it down that it was changed in the date and who changed it. Okay? So, there's something like 30,000 washer seals and gaskets on the ISS. So, I want the maintenance schedule for the 7 people up there that are changing 30,000 gaskets, washers, and seals. That's what I want. I don't want a press release saying, I pinky promise I did it. That's like my kids. Oh, I cleaned my room and they shoved it all into the bed. Okay, I'm not buying that shit. Well, they'd have to be, Snackle. You said they aren't. They would be. Snackle's got to be a fucking child, dude. Have you ever worked anywhere, Snackle, that actually had machinery? Yeah, they maintain it in every part that has to be maintained at a regular interval. You have to write down when it was changed, dude. Are you not understanding? And the person who changed it writes signs. Hey, I did this. Because you want to make people responsible. You have to have the chain of custody, dude. It's a very simple shit. It's done all over the world. It's been done for 100 years at least. Snackle just thinks they wing it. Oh, when was this gasket changed? I don't know, man. Use telekinesis and talk to fucking Don Pettit and ask him when he changed it. I can't talk to Don Pettit right now. He's got a tinfoil hat on.
Well, John Petty will be like...
Okay, Snackle's now doubled down and said maintenance is highly documented. Show us. Major maintenance is highly documented. Dude, all maintenance should be documented. It's not the things that are major maintenance that are the problem. It's the small things that are the problem. Fucking Snackle, man, you live in a fantasy fucking land. Go leave your goddamn house, get off the fucking computer, go to a farm or fucking work in a garage or go do something where people actually have to manipulate items in the real fucking world and not with an Xbox controller.
Wait, are you saying the people on Xbox, that's not the real world?
No, it is not. Saying that people spend their life on fucking Xbox and they play Xbox fishing instead of actually fishing.
I know, they need to switch to PlayStation.
Yeah, this dude would play PlayStation, like he'd play a freaking car mechanic fucking PlayStation game and turn a virtual fucking wrench instead of actually going to turn a real wrench.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up fishing, man. I took my 7-year-old daughter fishing not too long ago, and that is now her newest favorite hobby. Like, I taught her how to clean and cook her fish, and, you know, she doesn't do much screen time anyways, but I'm so happy that her favorite thing is fishing. She begs me Saturday mornings to take her fishing, you know. Now she wants me to take her deer hunting.
There you go.
Yeah, she's either going to be a serial killer or she's just a tomboy. I'm not sure yet.
Oh, I mean, what is she exposed to?
No, I'm just joking. She just doesn't get grossed out. Like, I've took her squirrel hunting and of course fishing, and like when you know, some kids when you cut open the animal, they're kind of freaked out. But she's like, let me do it. I want to do it. You know.
I mean,
I'm really proud of her though.
I just don't think girls ever got grossed out. I think that's kind of like a more of a modern thing.
Yeah, I agree. They're kind of taught to be that way.
Freaking back in the fucking pioneers on the frontier, man. The women weren't just sitting there.
Yeah, they were the ones cleaning all the animals and cooking them.
Yeah, plus they got to deal with their own freaking body functions, right? Which is pretty fucking gross. I don't think, like, true. How can you even be a woman if you're grossed out?
I had a horrible mess tonight, speaking of the devil.
Please don't tell us. I'll give you $5 to not tell us.
Yeah, TMI.
And I think onset of seasonal affective disorder and perimenopause and PMDD and PMS play a wicked nasty role together with other things.
Fucking okay. Yeah, so I'm grossed out and you're not, so that proves my hypothesis.
Yeah, how about those Yankees? Hey, I mentioned squirrel hunting a minute ago. How many of you guys have actually tried eating squirrel? If you have not, you've got to give it a try.
How does the liver taste?
Liver?
I mean, the liver of a squirrel is like the size of an acorn, so it's not even worth cooking up. But I mean, I like beef liver.
I didn't ask about the size. I asked about, you say eating them, so what does it taste like?
Believe it or not, the best part of the squirrel is the brain.
Sounds yummy.
Yeah, you crack their skull and you just dig it out and eat it. It's pretty good.
These squirrel-brained flat earthers would probably enjoy it.
You know what I often wonder? If men had the same problems that I have, and stress exacerbates it all and makes everything worse, I wonder if men would try to make the world a better place for everybody and make it stress-free if they had symptoms that were unpleasant and made worse by stress.
Oh, men have tried that already, but they were mostly killed, taken out, and now whatever is stress, they work for NASA and they're, politicians.
Uh-huh.
When the good men were sent to foreign wars to fight their neighbors, they all got killed. Yeah, World War One, World War Two, all the wars. Yeah, and then endless war on drugs, all of it.
Yeah, war is a horrible thing.
And now the victors just scam people. Stuff like NASA, city halls.
Yeah, so the real question is, who really won World War II?
The Globetards.
Yeah, but one of the founders of NASA was, what's his name? Wernher von Braun. You think he secretly was a flat earther and was just going through the motions for the money, or?
If you're gonna ask me what I think the brainworms took over the world already. What was the topic?
Squirrel brains.
How does that work on a globe?
They're flat.
Here I go again on my own. So what's everybody doing?
Patiently waiting for people to prove their balls hard.
Wait, how can they prove that?
Don't know, but it's going to be entertaining to listen to. I'd have to suggest measuring drop over distance, which probably involves them not being on Discord, but each to their own, I suppose.
The Lobster Under the Sea adventure.
Mhm.
No. Halloween noises are stupid after a while.